Chapter 1. The South China Sea, Days Island. Days Island is part of Taoyuan, one of the nations affiliated with the world government, which comprises countless small islands, of which Days Island is but one. Despite the inclusion of the character for big in its name, it bears no relation to the island's actual size. The majority of the island consists of tidal flats that become submerged during high tide. Thus, the island is aptly named Days, meaning a vast expanse of wetland. The island is home to a mere 100 households. Due to the inhospitable natural environment for agriculture and aquaculture, the overwhelming majority of its residents rely on fishing for their livelihood. The waters surrounding Days Island are notably abundant, allowing the islanders to scrape by through their fishing endeavors. However, the situation has gradually worsened in recent years. The number of pirates in the South China Sea has markedly increased, leading to numerous fishing vessels from Days Island being assaulted by these marauders, and there have even been instances of pirates setting foot on the island. Fortunately, to date, there have been no reported massacres of the islanders. Nonetheless, the rise in piracy has undoubtedly diminished the quality of life for the inhabitants of Days Island. Yet, this is not the worst of it. The most dire circumstance is the annual tribute of Tianshangjin that the nations allied with the world government are required to pay to the celestial dragons. Were it not for the pressure of this tribute, even with the escalating pirate threat, the fishermen on the island might still manage to make ends meet. However, the burden of the tribute exacerbates the already precarious living conditions on the island. Last year, the people of Days Island exhausted their meager savings to pay the tribute. Now, on January 1st of the year 1505 in the era of the sea, the time has come once again for the annual payment of Tianshangjin. Indeed, it is true that Taoyuan has designated this day for the tribute as the most significant event of the year, necessitating its completion on the very first day. This has led to a pervasive sense of anxiety among the islanders during the festive season. Today is no exception. Tax officials and their collection team disembark from a large ship, shouting and rudely hurting the residents. In no time, all the inhabitants of Days Island find themselves gathered in the village square. "Good people," declares the opulently dressed and haughty tax officer from a raised platform, glancing at the paper in his hand. This year, Days Island is required to pay a tribute of 15 million berries. Hurry and prepare, we are pressed for time. Before the officer's words had fully dissipated, the villagers exchanged glances, their faces marred with worry. "Silence. Get moving to gather the funds. Do not waste my time," the tax officer bellowed, brandishing his whip to spur the people into action. From the hushed crowd, a voice emerged. "Why has the tribute amount increased again this year?" The speaker was Forsake, a young fisherman from Days Island. Unbeknownst to others, his body housed the soul of an individual from Earth. In the original timeline, the majority of Forsake's family had succumbed to hunger and poverty by mid-year, leaving this world. Coincidentally, the soul from Earth had entered his body, granting him a second chance at life. Were it not for this twist of fate, how many of the indigenous people would dare question the tribute amount? During his 6 months in this world, Forsake had come to understand the circumstances he faced, including the knowledge that this was the era of the Pirate King. Last year, the residents of Days Island were required to pay a tribute of 10 million berries. Yet this year, the tax officer announced a staggering 15 million berries, an increase of 50%. For a small island with merely 100 households, 10 million berries was already a substantial sum. The residents had resorted to extreme measures to meet last year's tribute. The prospect of paying 15 million berries this year was simply unbearable. "You lowly peasants, what do you understand? Pay up," the tax officer barked, his tone menacing as he descended from the platform to stand beside Forsake, swinging his whip threateningly. "You would do well to keep your mouth shut." In truth, the increase in the tribute was closely tied to the plight facing Taoyuan and the broader context of the pirate era. In the latter half of the previous year, the Xinyu pirate group had attacked several key islands belonging to Taoyuan. Their captain, Katarina de Pon, though a woman, was a ruthless and bloodthirsty true pirate. Several of the islands she assaulted were left desolate, significantly impacting Taoyuan's economy, particularly its tax revenue. The towns that had been ravaged could not possibly contribute taxes or tribute. However, The king of Taoyuan would not lower the tax amounts due to such devastation, nor would the celestial dragons reduce the tribute. Consequently, the tax burden of the destroyed regions was redistributed among the unaffected areas. As for the repercussions this would have on those regions, such concerns were far from the minds of the lofty nobles. Sir, Profik raised his voice, we truly cannot raise such an exorbitant sum. Last year, in order to pay the tribute, we exhausted all our resources. Out of the 357 souls on this island, 21 perished from starvation. And now, the tribute demanded is even greater than before. You intent on starving us all. While his words seemed directed at the tax officer, they were intended for the villagers. Profik understood all too well that appealing for the tax officer's sympathy was a fool's errand. Even if he succeeded, the officer would still leave empty-handed, for he served the king, who in turn served the celestial dragons. Whether the king or the celestial dragons possessed any compassion was open to debate. The purpose of his speech was to incite the villagers' anger. From the outset, Profik had no intention of paying, particularly since he possessed no funds. Like most families on Days Island, his family relied on fishing for sustenance. Such households owned little more than a fishing net, a small boat, a wooden hut, and a clay stove. Without the bounty of nature, the fishermen of Days Island could scarcely scrape together 10 million berries in a year, which was already a miraculous feat now. The additional amount required was simply unattainable. Profik sought the villagers' rebellion. He had long been prepared for this moment, and his words had been carefully crafted. However, instead of rallying the villagers, his remarks only caused them to lower their heads further in despair. Some of the women even appeared to cover their faces in tears. Profik recognized them. Their children had perished from starvation the previous year. Brother, please stop. A frail girl standing beside Profik tugged at his sleeve timidly. The girl was Madifa, Profik's younger sister and his only remaining family in this world. At 14 years of age, she appeared younger due to prolonged malnutrition. Profik ignored his sister's plea, resolved to stoke the flames of discontent. Yet before he could speak again, the tax officer, with his customary disdainful tone, interrupted, "Oh, you lowly peasant, do you wish to incur the wrath of the celestial dragons and His Majesty the King?" With that, he slowly lifted his foot, sneering as though relishing the moment, before suddenly kicking Profik down to the ground. "Brother," Madifa cried out, attempting to rush forward. The whip sliced through the air with a sharp crack, narrowly missing the girl, who fell to the ground in tears. The tax officer scoffed, dismissing Madifa as he gleefully kicked Profik on the ground twice more. "My lord, Mr. Barr, the oldest and most respected elder of Days Island," approached the tax officer, leaning heavily on his cane. He dropped to his knees, nearly burying his face in the dirt, pleading, "Ilusi is still young and does not comprehend. Please forgive his transgressions." Ilusi was Profik's surname. Ilusi Profik, his full name, adhering to the custom of placing the surname before the given name, much like in his previous life. The tax officer closed his eyes in indulgence, nodding slowly. After a prolonged silence, he cast a condescending glance at the kneeling Barr and remarked, "You old dog, at least you possess some sense. Very well, as long as you can gather enough tribute, His Majesty the King, and I shall not hold it against you." Turning to Profik, who was still crouched on the ground, he sneered, "You wretched spawn, do you not kneel in gratitude for the mercy of His Majesty the King and myself? I have no money, cannot pay the tribute, and have no intention of accepting your feigned benevolence," Profik retorted defiantly. Just as Balma let out a sigh of relief, he was left utterly astounded. He believed that Profik had truly lost his mind for daring to defy the tax officer. The tax officer's face flushed crimson. He had never anticipated encountering a rogue who would challenge the authority of the king and the celestial dragons on this desolate island. Resolute in his determination, the tax officer vowed to subject the audacious rebel to utter humiliation. Ultimately, it would be a fate worse than death. He proclaimed with a loud voice, "No money? Then go earn it, steal it, rob it, or sell yourself for it. The impoverished scum do not deserve the king's protection." He surveyed the surrounding crowd and continued, "You wretched lot, open your eyes and witness the consequences of defying His Majesty the King. Tax evasion warrants the death penalty." As he spoke, he raised his whip, ready to strike. Pleased with his performance and the reaction of the islanders, the tax officer resolved to execute this rebellious individual with the whip, intending to kill him on the spot. Surely, once this man was slain, the remaining commoners would make every effort to gather the 15 million berries demanded. However, Profik, who had been hunched over, suddenly sprang forth like a bullet from a chamber, crashing into the tax officer's abdomen. The rotund tax officer was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Before he could finish uttering the words, "You wretched rebel," Profik drew a dagger from the tax officer's waist and plunged it violently into his chest. Profik stood up, withdrawing the blade from the tax officer's chest. Blood gushed forth, staining the tax officer's opulent attire, splattering Profik's short coat, and soaking the ground beneath him. Everyone was frozen in shock. Balmu trembled uncontrollably. Martifa ceased her sobbing, and the islanders stood in stunned silence. Even the tax collection team that had accompanied the tax officer was taken aback. A mere islander had slain the tax officer. "Ladies and gentlemen," Profik declared, his face smeared with blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, "every inhabitant of Great Zay Island knows that we simply cannot produce 15 million. To lack the means is to face starvation or execution if death is inevitable. Why not rise up and fight?" Profik's words detonated a spark of rebellion among the crowd. The tax collection team had participated in numerous tax collection efforts and had encountered tax evaders before, yet none had ever reacted with the fervor that Profik displayed in such circumstances. However, this situation was different. As Profik spoke, amidst the collective astonishment, two figures darted from the crowd, tackling two members of the tax collection team. These two individuals, named Buck and Star, were both fishermen from the island. Like Profik, they were young, around 17 or 18 years of age, and were islanders. Their parents had tragically perished 2 years prior, during the first year of the Great Pirate Era, when they encountered a pirate attack at sea. Consequently, the two were compelled to venture out to sea to fish for their livelihood. Throughout the past 6 months, Profik had taken considerable care of the two and had even saved their lives, thus forging a deep friendship. He was acutely aware that, despite their youth and vigor, their lack of fishing experience limited their catches. More importantly, their family's savings had been depleted in paying last year's tribute. This meant that they, too, were incapable of meeting the exorbitant tax demands. Young, impoverished, and facing adversity, these were undoubtedly the ideal candidates for revolution. Thus, Profik intentionally instilled certain ideas in the two during their fishing endeavors. He possessed a wealth of knowledge about the sea, and the two placed their trust in him, gradually accepting some of his beliefs. This included, but was not limited to, the true nature of the tribute and the rationale for why they should not pay it. In summary, under Profik's guidance, the two had come to recognize that paying the tribute served not their own interests, but merely satisfied the insatiable greed of the degenerate nobility known as the Celestial Dragons. If that were all, it might have been bearable. More crucially, Profik meticulously calculated the potential earnings from a year of fishing, juxtaposing it against last year's tribute to determine the amount each individual would need to pay, concluding that gathering the tribute through fishing would require a miracle. On a winter afternoon, with less than a month remaining until January 1st, and having caught no fish, Buck desperately inquired how they could possibly gather the required berries. Profik then revealed his long-hidden plan to attack the tax officer and seize a large ship to sail away. Upon hearing this plan for the first time, Buck and Star were utterly bewildered. These two honest fishermen had never imagined such a revolutionary course of action. Their most rebellious thought had merely been to sneak away from Great Zay Island, never considering that they could eliminate the tax officer. After their initial shock and confusion, they reluctantly acknowledged that Profik's idea held a certain logic. Remaining on the island would make it impossible to gather the tribute. Escaping by boat might be feasible, but their small fishing vessel could hardly traverse the vast ocean. Instead, taking a bold risk appeared to present the greatest chance of success. Thus, the two young men swiftly became like-minded companions with Profik. This operation had been deliberated upon for quite some time among the three. The final plan entailed that Profik, recognized for his eloquence, would devise a way to provoke the tax collector, ideally inciting the ire of other islanders as well, allowing them to seize the opportunity to assault the tax collector. Subsequently, Buck and Sta would take the lead. hoping to unite the islanders in a shared cause. As long as the islanders banded together, their numerical superiority should make it relatively easy to confront the corpulent and battle-inept tax collection team. Profik was acutely aware that such a course of action was fraught with peril. Specifically, while he was indeed well-versed in the narrative of One Piece, neither the nation of Taoyuan nor the island of Days had been depicted within that universe. Furthermore, the island's information was exceedingly insular, and over the past 6 months, Profik had been unable to glean much useful intelligence. Had it not been for his knowledge of the origins of the celestial gold, he might have even doubted whether he had truly traversed into the world of One Piece. Moreover, had he not heard about the increasing number of pirates at sea, he would have been unable to ascertain whether this was before or after the Great Pirate Era. Therefore, despite his audacious planning for the attack, the reality was that he was courting immense risk. Profik had a few trump cards up his sleeve, yet appearances could be deceiving within the seemingly unprepared tax collection team. There were indeed some formidable experts or capable individuals. It could spell disaster for him. However, he felt compelled to proceed. The Great Pirate Era was a tumultuous time. While there were indeed non-mainstream pirates like Luffy, the majority were the archetypal marauders, engaging in acts of violence and plunder. For ordinary folk to live peacefully in such a world, it would require more than a modicum of luck. Additionally, the contradictions of the Great Pirate Era were becoming increasingly pronounced, with burdens like celestial gold becoming heavier and more unbearable. Thus, Profik was faced with two stark choices: either to lead a meager existence alongside his sister, praying that fate would spare them from an untimely demise, or to rise and fight for a better path. Inaction was certainly not Profik's choice. He resolutely opted for the latter. He intended to make a bold move, seeking a way out in this chaotic epoch. Just last night, seizing the opportunity of the new year, Profik, Buck, and Sta had finalized their plans for action. Yet until recently, he harbored a lingering concern that Buck and Sta must not falter at a critical moment. Should these two waver, it would spell doom for them all. Fortunately, as agreed, Buck and Sta acted decisively. They swiftly dispatched 2 members of the tax collection team with their pre-prepared weapons, and then engaged in a struggle with 2 others. The members of the tax collection team had now regained their composure. One of the shorter, stockier members, perhaps the leader among the remaining few, shouted to slay the despicable rabble, drawing a pistol from his waist and firing at Profik. In a critical moment, Profik tilted his head slightly. The bullet grazed his cheek, even severing a strand of hair. A scream erupted from behind as a middle-aged woman was struck in the shoulder by a bullet, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Sister, do not be afraid." Observing the tearful girl beside him, Profik offered a brilliant smile. "Stay here. I will deal with them." With that, Profik dashed towards one of the tax collectors with utmost speed. Though concerned for his sister, he could not afford to hesitate. The quicker he resolved the situation, the safer she would be. Gunfire and screams roused the crowd, and the islanders of Days began fleeing in another direction. However, a few members of the tax collection team viewed the panicked villagers as a charge against them. One tax collector drew his gun and shot, causing an islander to fall lifeless to the ground. Another tax collector fired, but the bullet went astray. Soon, the tax collection team was overwhelmed by the fleeing villagers. In a matter of mere seconds, Profik had already dispatched 3 members of the tax collection team. It became evident that they were weaker than he had anticipated. "I will kill you." With only himself and the 2 beleaguered members under Buck and Sta's assault left standing, the short, stocky collector frantically fired at Profik. Yet, the bullets inexplicably whizzed past Profik, failing to strike him. The collector emptied his pistol, helplessly watching as all his shots missed their mark. Profik, wielding a long knife, advanced closer to the eyes of the stocky collector. This commoner from Days Island resembled a demon from hell. He could not fathom how someone could evade bullets. Profik's ability to dodge bullets stemmed from one of the mysterious power systems within One Piece known as Haki. Specifically, Kinbunshiko Haki. This rare ability heightened the user's senses, enabling them to perceive their surroundings far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Ultimately, Kinbunshiko Haki is an advanced application of mental strength, from a certain perspective. Individuals with greater mental fortitude have a higher likelihood of acquiring powerful Kinbunshiko Haki. Coincidentally, Profik, having lived 2 lives as a transmigrator, fused with the soul of his original body, possessed mental strength far exceeding that of the average person. Thus, it was almost natural for him to acquire Kinbunshiko Haki. Consequently, he was able to evade numerous dangers at sea, and the bullets from the collectors were no exception. What a pity, Prophet grinned, his face smeared with blood, revealing a sinister smile. It seems you cannot handle hockey. With that, he raised his long knife, and in an instant, the collector was decapitated, blood erupting from the severed neck like a fountain, and the corpulent body thudded to the ground. Prophet cast a cold glance at the fallen body before assessing the situation with Buck and Sta. Indeed, the fishermen who had battled at sea had firmly overpowered the pampered collectors in close combat. Buck, towering and robust, held the advantage in fighting, while Sta, though shorter, was as strong as an ox. It appeared they would soon dispatch their opponents. Meanwhile, the islanders of Days had scattered, some had fled back to their homes, while others remained nearby. As for the collectors who had been engulfed by the tide of villagers, they had long since collapsed, barely clinging to life. It seemed that the situation here no longer warranted Prophet's concern. He quickly analyzed the scene, recognizing that the remaining incapacitated collectors posed no further threat. The more pressing issue was to seize control of the ship used by the tax collectors to arrive at Days Island. Should any remaining crew members set sail or fire the ship's cannons upon the island, it would spell disaster. Prophet hastened aboard the tax collection vessel. It was a sailboat, resembling ancient Chinese treasure ships. The vessel was not particularly large, but was significantly bigger and sturdier than the fishing boats used by the fishermen of Days Island. Naturally, this ship had become one of Prophet's targets. He intended to use it to venture out to sea, provided he could secure control of it. In a twist of irony, Prophet found himself bemused as the sailors and the remaining collectors aboard the ship argued over how to handle the current predicament. The tax collectors insisted on bombarding the island, while the sailors advocated for an immediate departure. Ultimately, by the time Prophet boarded, neither faction had reached a consensus. The sailors had yet to unfurl the sails, and the collectors had not prepared the cannons for firing. Prophet could only think, splendid. Had they truly reached an agreement, the ship might have slipped from his grasp. Confronting the enemies aboard the ship proved no more challenging than dealing with those on land. Perhaps even simpler, the sailors were entirely unwilling to fight, and the 5 remaining tax collectors posed no threat to Prophet, who wielded Kinbunshika Hakai. In no time, the battle concluded, leaving 5 headless corpses on the deck, while the sailors gathered at a distance, anxiously observing Prophet, fearful that he might whimsically decide to slay them too. Prophet had no intention of killing them. Not only were the sailors innocent, merely responsible for navigating the vessel, but the question of who would operate the ship if they were eliminated was a significant concern. Currently, the only individuals who can be definitively counted on to accompany him out to sea are his sister, Meetsai, Buck, and Star, 3 in total. It seems somewhat implausible to entrust them with the control of such a large vessel. However, he cannot leave them aboard. What if, upon disembarking, they decided to sail away? "Hey, you lot," Prophet asked the sailors. The moment he spoke, the sailors tensed, fearing that this man, who had dispatched 5 in mere seconds, might turn his attention to them as well. Yet, the subsequent words of Prophet temporarily eased their anxiety. "I require you to navigate this ship for me, but I cannot leave you alone on board." His speech was measured, as if he was carefully considering his phrasing. "Therefore, I would like to ask all of you to disembark with me." The sailors exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in hushed discussions. Prophet did not press them, merely standing quietly to the side, confident that they would grasp the gravity of the situation. After a brief moment, one sailor was chosen, seemingly designated as their spokesperson to converse with Prophet. To Prophet's surprise, the individual selected was not the weathered, gray-haired elder sailor he had anticipated, but rather a young man with golden short hair and striking heterochromia. "We agree to your terms, provided that you do not take any lives. Furthermore, upon reaching the next destination, you must release us." Prophet furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing. The young sailor's words conveyed composure and poise. Prophet nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Gao Shifu," the young man replied with an air of dignity. The name bore a resemblance to a Japanese one, yet his features were distinctly Western. The world of the Pirate King was indeed a far cry from Earth. "Very well. Now please line up with your companions and follow me off the ship," Prophet instructed. "Rest assured, as long as you comply with my arrangements, I guarantee your safety." The sailors obediently formed a line and disembarked in an orderly manner. At that moment, near the site of the earlier conflict, the number of people present had increased compared to when Prophet had left. Some of the islanders, who had scattered earlier, had returned to the clearing. Among them, some whispered among themselves, Others engaged in loud discussions, while some wept openly, and others confronted Buck and Star with pointed questions. As Prophet stepped down from the ship, the noise of the crowd noticeably diminished. When he directed the sailors to stand aside and moved into the throng, those questioning Buck and Star fell silent. Prophet navigated through the crowd towards Buck and Star, acutely aware of the shift in the islanders' attitudes toward him. Prior to this day, he had merely been one among the common fishermen of the island. Lacking any particularly remarkable skills, esteem, or life experiences, his only commendable trait had been his ability to evade peril at sea and save Buck and Star's lives. Yet now, this once unremarkable youth had openly defied the tax collection team, killing at least 5 or 6 of their members in just a few minutes. This demonstrated to the islanders a newfound recognition of his mental and martial prowess, altering their perception of him. All eyes were fixed upon him. Some cast sidelong glances, others pointed, while some boldly directed heated stares his way. In those gazes were mingled emotions of reverence, fear, reproach, and disdain, along with a myriad of other indescribable sentiments. Prophet remained indifferent to these glances and the occasional whispers that reached his ears until a joyful cry interrupted him. "Brother!" Martifa exclaimed, rushing towards him, only to halt in her tracks. Perhaps it was the image of Prophet as a killer that caused her to hesitate. Or perhaps it was the scent of blood that deterred her. "I worried you, Martifa," Prophet replied, refraining from lifting her into his arms for fear of staining her with blood. "I have returned safely." He chose not to engage further with Martifa. There would be ample opportunities for sibling conversation in the future. More pressing was the need to address the islanders who had just questioned Buck and Star. "Buck, Star, what transpired just now?" Prophet directed his gaze toward them. Before either could respond, Mrs. Burstrode rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "That detestable Ilias. You have brought us to ruin," she lamented. "Doe, how could you?" Mrs. Burstrode, a woman of approximately 50, was well known as the gossip of the island. She possessed an uncanny ability to uncover the secrets of every household, and whatever she learned quickly became common knowledge. However, most residents of the island did not harbor ill will toward Mrs. Burstrode, largely due to her willingness to assist those in need. In his recollections, Prophet had also benefited from her kindness, resulting in a generally amicable relationship between them. Thus, despite his bloodied appearance and fierce demeanor, Mrs. Burstrode felt no fear. "Doe, you wretch, what shall we do?" she continued, her words faltering. She could not fathom how Prophet dared to commit such acts. Killing tax officers. This is tantamount to rebellion, is it not? "Do not worry," Prophet replied with a smile. "Mrs. Burstrode, I have my reasons for taking such action. Are you attempting to lead us to our doom?" Bar, leaning heavily on his cane, approached angrily, scolding Prophet. "I don't even comprehend what you have done. You have slain tax officers, and His Majesty will not forgive such transgressions. The entire island will pay the price for your folly. You demon! You have even led good children like Buck and Star astray." The fury had rendered Bar incoherent. Him. The reckless impulse of a young man threatened to plunge the entire island into irreparable chaos. This elder, despite his high standing on the island, was far too conservative in his thinking. His earlier remarks clearly indicated that he could never endorse Prophet's choices. "You scoundrel!" a woman cried, rushing forward to seize Prophet by the collar. "We are all doomed. We will die. You executioner!" As she spoke, she swung her arm as if to strike Prophet. He swiftly grasped her wrist and, with a sudden twist, flung her aside. His fierce gaze locked with hers, instantly diminishing her resolve. Bar appeared ready to interject, but Prophet preempted him. He nearly shouted, "Finus, you call me a scoundrel, an executioner, but where lies the true executioner?" He pointed towards the fallen tax officer and then seized Finus, continuing to roar, "Do not forget how your pitiful son, Littlely, met his end. Have you forgotten? I remember it all too well. On January 12th of last year, he fell ill and needed medicine, yet was only 50 belly short. But what happened? The entire island could not scrape together 50 belly, even if they searched tirelessly. Dear residents, Prophet turned to address the gathered islanders, raising his voice. I understand you may not comprehend my actions today. I know you fear the tax officers and the king's retribution. But do you truly have the means to pay the heavenly tribute? The islanders exchanged glances, and Prophet continued. This year's tribute has increased by half compared to last year. Even if you can gather enough funds this year. What about next year, the year after? Sooner or later, you will either starve to death or be killed for failing to pay. I cannot bear to witness you all march toward death. nor do I wish to endure this any longer. Prophet pointed to the corpses strewn about and the grand vessel anchored nearby. Therefore, I took their lives. Now that the tax collection team's ship is in our possession, the sailors are willing to collaborate with me. I intend to set sail to carve out a path for survival. Bar became incensed, brandishing his cane as he shouted, "Villagers, do not heed his nonsense. Defying His Majesty's will and turning to piracy can only lead to one fate, death." Ball was compelled to continue speaking. However, the moment he locked eyes with Prophet, the elder Ball faltered. He distinctly perceived the anger and murderous intent emanating from the young man's gaze. Turning away, he leaned on his cane and made his way through the crowd, muttering under his breath, "If you venture out to sea as thieves, I, an old man, shall never forgive you." Prophet sighed inwardly, realizing that the islanders of Great Zay Island were even more timorous than he had imagined. Despite his various attempts to incite their spirit of resistance, the hesitation and fear reflected in their eyes revealed the futility of his efforts. It was hardly their fault. After all, they had long been ensconced in an isolated environment, accustomed to the king's rule. Moreover, Ball's words bore a semblance of truth. The perils of the sea were indeed daunting, and persuading these people to join him in venturing forth was no small feat. Observing the crowd before him, hesitant yet intimidated by the extraordinary display of strength Prophet had just exhibited, he declared, "I have said all that needs to be said. Those who wish to accompany me to sea may remain here. The rest may return to their homes." "Brother," Bark began, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Prophet merely shook his head, and Bark fell silent. The crowd in the open space hesitated for a moment. Some remained silent, while others whispered and engaged in quiet conversations. However, it was but a fleeting moment before they gradually turned away. That a few young individuals had intended to stay, yet were ultimately led away by their parents or family members. The number of those remaining in the open space dwindled. In the end, aside from the sailors observing from the sidelines, only 5 individuals remained, excluding Prophet, Bark, Star, and Prophet's sister Martifa. The last person standing was unexpectedly Jacob Lynn Fuentes, a middle-aged fisherman. "Uncle Fuentes, are you certain you wish to join us at sea?" Prophet inquired, a mix of surprise and joy in his voice. That he had anticipated that if anyone would accompany him, it would be a youth. It was a revelation to find that a man past 50 had chosen to stay. Fuentes replied calmly, "Ilias, I do not know whether what you say is true or not. However, I have lost my own child and feel little attachment to this island. If you youngsters venture out to sea, I cannot help but worry. Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Hearing Fuentes' words, Prophet's heart grew heavy. This man had lost his only son to a sea beast while fishing last year. Since then, he had become somewhat disoriented. Perhaps his willingness to venture out with Prophet and the others stemmed from a desire to prevent these young men from suffering a fate akin to his sons. Prophet nodded solemnly, saying, "Very well. From this moment forth, we are comrades." After a while, the tax collection ship set sail once more, gliding slowly into the distance. Brother, Star leaned against the railing of the deck, gazing at the shimmering sea and the resplendent sunset, the direction in which the sun descended. And where Great Zay Island lay, he had witnessed countless sunsets at sea, yet this was his first time standing on such a lofty deck. Prophet stood beside Star, also gazing into the distance. "Brother, why did you leave so much treasure on the island?" Star inquired, puzzled. Before setting sail, Prophet had left a considerable amount of treasure collected on the ship at the shores of Great Zay Island. The sum amounted to a staggering 20 million belly, a figure Star had never encountered in his life. Prophet smiled and asked, "Does it pain you?" "A bit," Star replied sincerely, for as a poor man, he harbored a genuine yearning for wealth. "There is still plenty of money aboard this ship, enough for our needs," Prophet explained. "Since we seized this tax collection vessel, the king of Taoyuan Kingdom will undoubtedly send someone to collect taxes again. Great Zay Island is our homeland. Leaving some treasure behind allows them to pay their taxes, a way to repay the kindness of our upbringing." Prophet turned to continue, "Moreover, in these vast oceans, money is merely the least valuable commodity. All right, Star, let us go. Bark and Uncle Fuentes are waiting for us in the cabin." At that moment, Bark and Fuentes were inside the cabin, sorting through items. They were responsible for the front cabins, primarily filled with various necessities and some tax-related goods. Uncle Fuentes, Star, Prophet greeted the two, and then spotted Gao Shifu, who was helping with the inventory. "Gao, you are here too. Thank you for your hard work. Go take a break on the deck," Star added. The sunset on the deck is truly beautiful. The sunset is infinitely lovely, yet it is merely close to dusk. Prophet thought of a line from a popular poem in his past life, and he couldn't help but recite it aloud. What? Star, having taken the ledger to begin the inventory, looked up. Prophet shook his head, saying, "It is nothing. Let us begin." Prophet and Star were tasked with counting the treasures stored in the ship's holds, which contained the collected taxes from various regions. The ordinary taxes of Taoyuan Kingdom were primarily collected in kind. However, the celestial dragon particularly favored rare treasures from various places. Consequently, the collection of heavenly gold had its own peculiarities. Most of what was submitted as heavenly gold consisted of items of immense value or, straightforwardly, cash. The ship was laden with various items, predominantly gold and silver treasures, jade, gemstones, antiques, and local specialties, with cash being the most abundant. There were intricately carved stone sculptures, grand calligraphy, dazzling gemstones, artistic pieces made from the skins of sea kings, wooden carvings of ancient texts, and exquisite embroidery that in essence, if one could conceive it, it could be found. Even Prophet, having lived 2 lives, had never encountered such a plethora of rare treasures, let alone Star, who was born a fisherman and was utterly awestruck. "Brother, with so many treasures, we have struck it rich," Star exclaimed. "Star, you must remember this well," Prophet said, casting a glance at Star while pointing to the treasures on the ground. "Do not be dazzled by the luster of these rare treasures. Rather, always remember their origins. These treasures are heavenly gold, and behind them lie the tears and blood of countless ordinary people like you and me." Star furrowed his brow, then nodded. He was a fisherman, lacking knowledge, culture, and perspective. Yet he was not foolish. He understood the principle that one must pay for what they take. Had Prophet not risen in rebellion, the wealth of Great Zay Island would likely have ended up on this very ship. Observing Star's expression, Prophet continued, "Star, do not let wealth blind you. Excessive wealth often conceals excessive evil." He did not expect Star to comprehend too much, but he hoped that Bark, Star, and the others would gradually grasp certain truths along their journey. They had seized the tax collection ship, and according to the laws of Taoyuan Kingdom, they had now become fugitives. In all likelihood, they would become pirates. Yet, even if they must become pirates, Prophet hoped they would not turn into scoundrels who wreak havoc on the populace, mercilessly oppressing those who would wish to see them brought to justice. "That I understand," Star replied. Though the cabin was filled with items, the inventory process was not slow. This was because each island had a stipulated amount of heavenly gold to be submitted. Consequently, the tax collection team had already categorized and recorded what they had collected. Thus, they needed only to summarize the existing records and classify the items accordingly. Although items such as gold and jewels might be exceedingly valuable, Prophet did not place much importance on them. In the world of pirates, treasures were never scarce. What was lacking was the ability to find and safeguard them. It is worth noting that in this world, an ordinary person with more treasures was, paradoxically, at greater risk. For a strong individual, the significance of treasures was quite limited. Therefore, what Prophet sought in the cabin was not ordinary treasures, but rather items that could swiftly enhance the team's strength. The firepower configuration of this tax collection ship was alarmingly inadequate, with a mere 4 cannons situated at the front, rear, left, and right. Should they encounter naval combat, they would be utterly defenseless. When Prophet had first inspected the ship, he had wondered. Taoyuan Kingdom is considered a major nation in the South Sea, especially with its many islands. How could the tax collection ship be so poorly equipped? Later, upon inquiring with the sailors on board, he learned that tax collection ships were generally escorted by the Navy of Taoyuan Kingdom. However, just a couple of days prior, the Navy had engaged in a fierce battle with the Xianyu pirate group. Although there has been no official announcement, it is evident to discerning observers that the Navy of Taoyuan Kingdom has suffered a significant setback. In an instant, pirates have surged from all directions, and the kingdom finds itself unable to deploy warships for escort. Upon hearing this, Prophet felt a sense of relief. If there had indeed been escort vessels, he, along with Buck and Star, would have stood little chance of victory. One might say they ought to thank the pirates for their recent activity. "Brother," Star remarked, holding a long-barreled gun adorned with jewels, "there's a firearm here. If you fancy it, feel free to take it." Prophet glanced at the weapon and quickly discerned that it was a rather antiquated firearm. Its rate of fire, accuracy, and loading mechanism were all woefully inferior to the firearms of Prophet's era. It appeared more like a decorative piece for a nobleman or a trinket for leisurely hunting. They soon uncovered 3 additional firearms within the cabin, 1 hunting rifle and 2 pistols, bringing the total to 4. Yet all were of the ostentatious but impractical variety. Before long, the duo had thoroughly searched the cabin, yet Profik found nothing of the sort he sought. Perhaps it was for the best. Such items were exceedingly rare in the South Seas, and he could always search again when the opportunity arose. "Brother, you seem rather discontented," Star observed as they walked side by side in the corridor. Having keenly sensed Profik's slight disappointment, Profik replied, "Our current military might is still far too inadequate. I had hoped to find some weaponry, yet all I encountered were these superficial trinkets. What good are jeweled spears and jade knives in a real fight? They are no more useful than a tattered fishing spear. Brother, brother." Martifa poked her head out from a nearby room. "Come over and enjoy some fruit." Profik turned to see a plate of fruit resembling a type of melon, already peeled and arranged before her. "Where did you find this fruit?" Profik inquired eagerly. "That I discovered it in a chest from the captain's quarters," Martifa replied, somewhat puzzled by Profik's urgency. "There was also a white one, which I gave to Tenfu brother." Upon hearing the location of these fruits, Profik felt a stirring sense of anticipation. Perhaps this was what he had been searching for. What he sought was none other than one of the sea's most precious treasures, the devil fruit. Consuming a devil fruit could bestow even an ordinary person with extraordinary powers. Undoubtedly an excellent method to swiftly enhance the team's strength. It was only fitting that such a valuable item would be stored as an important cargo in the captain's quarters. Wait a moment. Before Profik could finish his thought, Martifa had already speared a piece of fruit and taken a bite. Ugh! Martifa's complexion turned pale, as if she had bitten into something horrendously unpalatable. She promptly spat out the pulp, exclaiming, "How can such a fruit be so dreadful?" Witnessing Martifa's reaction, Profik quickly deduced that she had consumed a devil fruit. He felt a twinge of regret. Martifa was still quite young, and even if she ingested a powerful fruit, she might not be able to fully harness its potential. "Martifa, are you all right?" Star, unaware of the nature of the devil fruit, assumed she had eaten something spoiled. One notable characteristic of the devil fruit is that the consumer quickly becomes aware of and can master their newfound abilities. Martifa was no exception. She was astonished by the transformation occurring within her. "I am fine. It's just that my body..." Suddenly, her form seemed to unravel like threads, and she collapsed into a heap of strands. "Martifa!" Star exclaimed in alarm. "Brother, what is happening?" "Stay calm." Profik immediately recognized this as the effect of a certain paramecia-type devil fruit. The fruit that Martifa had just consumed endowed her with special abilities. She had only recently ingested it, and was still adjusting to her new powers. "Brother, I can't revert back." Martifa, now a pile of strands, spoke with a hint of panic. "Martifa, remain composed. This is your ability now. You can control it," Profik encouraged her. "Think in your mind, return to normal, and you will surely revert." Martifa concentrated on her thoughts, following her brother's guidance, silently repeating "return to normal." Indeed, her dispersed form began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Before long, Martifa had reverted to her human shape. She cheered exuberantly. "Hooray! I'm back." It seemed that this ability required further mastery. Observing Martifa, Profik realized that, for the time being, they could not rely on her combat prowess. Suddenly, Profik felt as though he had become so engrossed in Martifa's situation that he had overlooked something important. What was it? Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the deck. The sailors' voices crescendoed in alarm. "A monster! Don't come near! Quick, shoot! High Tenfu!" Profik nearly forgot about this matter. There was still a fruit with high Tenfu. Now, judging by the turmoil on the deck, it seemed he had consumed a devil fruit, resulting in a new predicament, a paramecia-type silk fruit. Consuming it allows the body to transform into resilient silk. Zoan-type lion fruit, mythical species, year beast form. Consuming it enables transformation into the year beast. A complete compendium of devil fruits. When Profik arrived on deck, chaos reigned. A towering beast, entirely snow white with long horns and sharp, menacing teeth, resembling both a lion and a ferocious dog, rampaged across the deck, chasing the crew. In its wake, it left a trail of pink marks, and the boards beneath its feet splintered under its weight. Sailors scattered in all directions, while Buck nimbly evaded the beast's attacks with remarkable agility and endurance. Fortunately, the creature acted on instinct rather than speed, allowing Buck to temporarily keep it at bay. It's the year beast. Profik immediately recognized the creature before him. Clearly, Hai Tenfu had consumed a mythical zoan-type fruit, and, like Martifa, he too struggled to control his newfound form, albeit in a more frenzied manner. Profik had long desired to consume a devil fruit, yet now he had missed two opportunities in quick succession, leaving him with a sense of regret. Such fortuitous occurrences had eluded him, which was indeed disheartening. Fortunately, no casualties had yet been reported. However, he could not allow Hai Tenfu to continue wreaking havoc. If this persisted, the deck would surely sustain irreparable damage that he needed to devise a strategy to subdue Hai Tenfu. For it would endanger not only Buck but everyone aboard. Yet, given the massive size of the year beast, it was not something Profik could confront alone. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a brave sailor fired at the year beast. However, his marksmanship did not match his courage. Though the beast's movements were relatively slow, it remained a moving target. The shot merely grazed the creature's fur, singeing a few strands black, while the shot failed to harm the year beast. It successfully drew its attention away from Buck, who had been evading it, redirecting it towards the sailor instead. Overwhelmed by fear, the sailor dropped his gun and was unable to flee in time as the massive creature lunged at him. In that critical moment, Profik pushed the sailor aside and narrowly avoided the beast's attack. Although this sequence of actions appeared perilous, Profik's mastery of observation hockey allowed him to perceive the year beast's instinctive movements as though they were slowed down. "Hey, Hai!" Profik shouted at the year beast. "Get a grip on yourself." The beast responded with a furious roar, charging towards Profik that he sidestepped the attack, causing the beast to crash onto the deck, splintering wood in its wake. At this rate, the deck would surely be compromised by the creature's rampage. Profik narrowly dodged a left claw swipe and then evaded a side lunge that it was clear he needed to come up with a plan to deal with it. "Brother, I'm here to help," Buck exclaimed, picking up the gun that had fallen to the ground. "Don't shoot." Utilizing the several wooden barrels stacked on the deck to evade the year beast's vicious bites. Profik took a bold stance and shouted to Buck, "Retreat to the cabin. I will handle this." Firearms would prove utterly ineffective against such a phantom creature, should the year beast sustain even a minor injury. It could incite its ferocity, resulting in far more dire consequences. Profik cast a glance towards the edge of the deck, and with a series of agile maneuvers, he deftly avoided the year beast's onslaught. Reaching the deck's perimeter, with a swift leap onto the railing, Profik provocatively called out to the year beast, "If you dare, come and catch me." The year beast, unable to comprehend his words, nonetheless lunged forward. Profik executed a graceful dodge, landing on the deck, rolling twice before regaining his feet. The impact with the deck was somewhat painful, yet not severely injurious. The year beast, unable to pivot in time, collided directly with the railing's edge mid-air. The wooden barrier, unable to withstand the creature's weight, splintered with a sharp crack, sending the colossal year beast and a substantial section of railing plummeting into the sea, creating a great splash. Profik finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Evading the year beast's initial assaults had not been overly challenging. However, the continuous barrage of attacks posed a far greater difficulty. While observation hockey could assist in tracking the creature's movements, the act of dodging relied solely on his own agility. The considerable disparity in physical prowess between Profik and the year beast rendered him fatigued within mere minutes. Yet, this was no time for rest. He needed to rescue Gao Shifu from the water. Indeed, the ocean proved to be the nemesis of all superhumans, as the once vigorous year beast quickly succumbed to the depths after only a few feeble thrashes. Gao Shifu, having reverted from beast form to human, was on the verge of sinking into the abyss. Fortunately, Profik promptly called for Buck, Star, and two other sailors, who leapt into the water to retrieve the soaked, unconscious, and barely breathing Gao Shifu back onto the ship. "Brother, what happened to him?" Buck inquired, surveying Gao Shifu. "How did he turn into a monster after consuming just one fruit?" Profik, equally drenched but appearing more disheveled due to greater exertion, lay on the deck, his chest heaving. "It's a devil fruit that I need a moment to rest. I'll explain everything shortly." On the deck, Profik, Buck, Star, Gao Shifu, and Martifa gathered together. Uncle Fuentes was absent, having gone to learn ship maneuvering with the sailors. Speaking of which, the facilities on this tax-collecting ship were indeed quite comprehensive, complete with dedicated tables and chairs on the deck, likely for the enjoyment of the tax collection team. However, for now, they had become a boon for Profik and his companions. Recently pulled from the water, Gao Shifu appeared somewhat listless. The recent ordeal had drained much of his energy. The youngest, Martifa, continued to snack on fruits found within the cabin, having thoroughly checked to ensure they were not devil fruits. Profik had already learned that Gao Shifu and Martifa had consumed the superhuman-type string fruit and the animal-type lion fruit, respectively, the latter allowing transformation into the legendary creature known as the Year Beast. Devil fruits can be understood as a form of superpower, Profik explained, as he was the only one present familiar with their nature, while the others were encountering the concept for the first time. Certain factors that bestow superhuman abilities reside within the fruit's interior, thus forming the devil fruit. The taste of these fruits is notoriously unpleasant. Anyone who consumes even a morsel of the flesh will gain the abilities of the devil fruit. Martifa, you should have a say in this matter. Upon hearing this, Martifa's expression soured, as if recalling the fruit's repulsive flavor. Bad brother. Profik playfully ruffled Martifa's hair and continued, devil fruits are classified into 3 categories. The first is the superhuman type, which grants the ability to possess a specific superpower, as exemplified by the fruit Martifa consumed. The second is the animal type, which allows transformation into certain specific animals, encompassing human, beast, and hybrid forms. This category further divides into ordinary, ancient, and phantom varieties. Gao, you are quite fortunate to have consumed a phantom-type fruit. Profik did not shy away from expressing his envy regarding Gao Shifu's fruit ability, as phantom types are the most unique within the animal category. Not only can they transform, but they also gain the extraordinary powers attributed to legendary creatures that I wish to consume one myself. The final category is the natural type. Those who possess natural type abilities can transform into a specific natural element. They not only control the corresponding natural elements or phenomena, but can also elementalize themselves, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against them. Thus, natural fruits are deemed the most powerful among the 3 types. Attacks cannot land. Star seized the crucial point and inquired, does that mean they are invincible? Profik responded solemnly. This is precisely the key point I wish to convey today. While the powers of devil fruits are indeed formidable, they are by no means invincible to my knowledge. Users face at least the following dangers. Firstly, after consuming the first devil fruit, one gains its abilities. However, consuming a second devil fruit results in the user's body being overwhelmed and ultimately perishing. Martifa, are you all right? Hearing the phrase overwhelmed and perishing, Martifa shuddered, dropping the fruit she held to the ground. Rest assured, the fruits here have been inspected. They are merely ordinary fruits. Upon hearing Profik's assurance, Martifa breathed a sigh of relief, placing her small hand over her chest. Then casting a slightly reproachful glance at her brother, as if to ask why he hadn't warned her sooner. One can only wonder if she would dare to eat fruit again in the future. Secondly, all devil fruit users share a common weakness, a fear of water, particularly seawater. Consuming a devil fruit curses one to never master the skill of swimming. Moreover, seawater renders users weak and feeble, inhibiting their ability to utilize their powers. This is also a significant reason behind the name devil fruit. Now it makes sense. Gao Shifu empathized. No wonder my swimming skills were utterly useless after falling into the water. Thirdly, there is sea prism stone. This special stone possesses properties akin to the sea, capable of suppressing the powers of devil fruits. Fourthly, there is the concept of elemental weakness. Water can counter sand, insulators can combat electricity, and high temperatures can restrain ice. Fifthly, there is Haki. Haki is a latent power inherent within every individual, and armament Haki is a manifestation of this power. This force can counter the abilities of devil fruits. Returning to your earlier question, Star, no ability is truly invincible, Profik stated earnestly. Armament Haki can bypass elementalization, allowing one to make contact with the user's true form. Mastering Haki enables effective counteraction against natural-type users. Star's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, so, how does one learn Haki? Profik shot him a sidelong glance, replying matter-of-factly, you ask me, and I ask who? Nearby, Martifa chuckled kindly. Now, on to serious matters, Profik declared, tapping his knuckles on the table. While the powers of devil fruits are formidable, they also require training. Martifa, starting tomorrow, you must increase your training regimen in addition to physical conditioning. You must also hone your mastery over your abilities. Martifa gazed despairingly at her brother, as if her world had lost its vibrancy. Life at sea had become monotonously repetitive. 5 days had passed since leaving the great marsh island, with each day mirroring the last, devoid of any notable events. The most thrilling experience thus far had been Gao Shifu's transformation into the yearbeast, which spiraled out of control. Today was yet another ordinary day, with each crew member engaged in their respective tasks. The sailors were responsible for steering the ship, while Uncle Fuentes managed logistics, also doubling as the cook. His culinary skills were reliable, though Profik mused that they fell short of the standards set by renowned chefs from his previous life. However, in comparison to Buck, Star, and the dishes he prepared himself, things have improved significantly. Buck is tasked with vigilance, occasionally glancing at the sea in search of suitable fishing spots. Naturally, this vessel lacks fishing nets and harpoons, and they currently do not rely on fishing for sustenance. Nevertheless, a life spent as a fisherman has instilled in him the habit of constantly observing the sea for fishing opportunities that in his own words. Missing out would be a great pity. Star is engaged in squats nearby, as he and Buck take turns in the watch duty. However, compared to the taller Buck, Star is evidently more enthusiastic about honing his own strength. Aware of Star's aspirations, Buck willingly assumes a bit more of the watch responsibilities, allowing Star additional time for training. Surprisingly, training alongside Star is Gao Shifu. Originally, Gao Shifu was one of the sailors. However, ever since that incident where he transformed into a beast and lost control, the sailors seem to have developed a sense of aversion towards him. Despite Profik's explanations regarding the devil fruit, they still regard him as a potential monster capable of going mad at any moment. Sensing this atmosphere, Gao Shifu refrains from attempting to explain himself and rather reduces his time spent with the sailors. Instead, he has grown closer to Profik and others. In recent days, he has occasionally sought Profik's counsel regarding the devil fruit and hockey. Although Profik is merely knowledgeable in theory, he has been forthcoming with comprehensive information, providing as much assistance as he can. The Zoan-type devil fruit significantly enhances one's physical prowess. Consequently, many Zoan users prefer engaging in close combat. The beast form is certainly suited for such tactics. Therefore, my advice to you is to diligently refine your physique. You wish to learn armament hockey. I cannot teach you that. However, hockey is also a manifestation of physical strength. Thus, striving to strengthen yourself through training is always a prudent choice. In light of this, Gao Shifu has also joined the ranks of those exercising. It is worth mentioning the unique ability of the beast form. Initially, Profik believed that the beast's abilities would pertain to snowfall or firecrackers, but to his surprise, the beast's corresponding power is that of a swamp. Specifically, the beast can transform areas it treads upon into swamp-like terrain, which slows down those traversing it and gradually engulfs objects above. Indeed, in certain legends, the beast is said to reside within swamps. However, this ability seems somewhat unconventional. Nonetheless, despite its unorthodox nature, this ability proves quite useful. Fortunately, during that day when Gao Shifu went berserk, he did not unleash this power. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional Profik's observation hockey might be, he would have inevitably fallen prey to the beast's grasp and been torn apart. Martifa is not on deck. Instead, she is indoors studying. Given her young age, the intensity of her training should not be excessively high. Moreover, children require comprehensive development. Moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor skills must all be nurtured. Solely focusing on physical training without engaging in academic studies is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, considering her holistic development, Profik personally stepped in to prepare her educational materials. Currently, Martifa is reviewing relevant knowledge. Of course, due to the numerous differences between the pirate world and Earth, the subjects Martifa is studying diverge significantly from those found on Earth. At present, she is primarily learning some basic knowledge related to navigation. As for Profik, he reclines comfortably in a wicker chair beneath the sunshade, holding a navigation guide, seemingly engrossed in reading. However, upon closer inspection, one can observe that his eyes are merely half closed behind the pages. Not misunderstand. Profik is not entirely slacking off. In his own words, he is practicing his observation hockey by reading with it. When he makes this claim, Martifa teases him a little, yet the others refrain from saying much. After all, as the only member aboard capable of utilizing observation hockey, he holds a distinct advantage during the night. Thus, Profik has been responsible for night watch these past few days. During the day, he naturally requires rest. However, not long into his rest, Profik opened his eyes, sensing someone approaching rapidly. A sailor approached, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "Mr. Profik," it was Bobby. "What is it?" Profik recognized the sailor named Bobby. Bobby exclaimed, We're almost at Star Island. Bobby's voice radiated with joy. According to their prior agreement with Profik, upon reaching Star Island, the sailors would be free to depart. Thank you for your hard work. Let's maintain our course. Profik nodded. I will inform everyone. Star Island was the first destination they had decided upon when they set sail, situated neither too far nor too close to the peach blossom country, yet not under its jurisdiction, making it a fitting choice for Profik and his crew. Initially, the sailors had wished to head to Panyu Port, the second largest city within the peach blossom country and its largest port. But ultimately, Profik vetoed this suggestion. The reasoning was straightforward. Having seized their vessel, venturing into their port would be akin to walking into a trap. Not long after, Star Island came into view. This island is the only large island governed by the Star Kingdom and serves as the capital. Based on prior intelligence gathered from the sailors, Star Island is considered a relatively prosperous place, abundant in various resources, even featuring a market where ships can be purchased. These factors contributed to Profik's decision to make landfall there, as he hoped to procure some food and weapons while seeking to replace their current vessel. The ship they were currently aboard belonged to the Peach Blossom Kingdom, despite its substantial cargo capacity. It was slow and cumbersome, ill-suited for the demands of naval combat. Moreover, shortly, the sailors would be disembarking, and with only a handful of them remaining, operating this ship would prove exceedingly challenging. Additionally, the vessel was too conspicuous. Should the Peach Blossom Kingdom catch wind of their presence, remaining aboard would be tantamount to acknowledging their status as ship thieves. Profik mentally calculated the items he needed to procure on the island: a swift, easily operable new ship, sufficient food, more powerful weapons, and everyday necessities. Ideally, he would also have the opportunity to liquidate some of their treasures for cash. For us now, antiques, paintings, wooden carvings, and stone sculptures hold little practical significance. Profik murmured that if possible, it would be far more appropriate to convert everything into spendable berry. Just as Profik was noting down the items they needed to purchase, the ship had already approached Star Island. Docking at the port, the place appeared quite bustling. Profik surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous vessels moored at the harbor. Although most of them were small boats, there were one or two that were nearly as large as the ship they were currently on. Everyone, prepare some berry. We shall head ashore to gather information, Profik called to the crew, urging them to remain together given their unfamiliarity with the island, just as he was arranging the tasks for everyone. The sailors aboard the ship gathered around. Do you require something? Profik inquired. Observing the sailors, the few exchanged glances, and finally, one mustered the courage to speak, albeit still trembling slightly. Mr. Profik, you once promised us that upon reaching the next island, we would be free to leave Dada. Profik nodded. He indeed recalled this matter, which had been communicated to him by Gao Shifu. He glanced at Gao Shifu, who was a short distance away, and the latter clearly had no intention of stepping forward to speak. Profik nodded again, saying, Indeed, this is the case. Please ensure that our agreement is honored. One sailor, noticing Profik's apparent hesitation, urged earnestly. Profik nodded. He had no intention of reneging on the promise, since this group of sailors had ultimately decided to leave the ship. He would let them go. Moreover, his intention for this island visit included the desire to purchase a new ship that could be operated by fewer individuals. Even if the sailors departed, it would not pose a significant issue. Though he had originally planned to wait until they had procured their supplies before allowing the sailors to decide their fate, since they were so eager, letting them depart now seemed quite reasonable. Attention, sailors, Profik announced loudly to ensure all the sailors could hear him. According to our agreement, upon reaching this island, you shall be granted your freedom. Seeing the sailors' expectant gazes, Profik continued, Now, I intend to uphold our agreement and grant you all your liberty. Everyone can now go gather their belongings and leave at their own discretion. Uncle Fuentes, please pay the sailors their wages as per the usual arrangement. Fuentes nodded. All right. He then turned and returned to the cabin to prepare the finances. Wonderful. Wow. At last, they could return home. Hearing that they had regained their freedom, the sailors all appeared jubilant. Being coerced by pirates was far from an ideal situation for them. Over the past few days, many had lived in constant fear, dreading to offend Profik and his crew. At this moment, the prospect of freedom filled them with elation, and receiving their wages was an unexpected delight. Some of them were already daydreaming about returning home. One by one, the sailors departed, leaving only Gao Shifu on the deck. Gao, Profik approached. Are you not leaving with them? While Profik admired Gao Shifu's capabilities, he had no intention of forcing him to stay. After all, a promise made must be fulfilled. However, if an opportunity arose to persuade him to remain, he would not shy away from the attempt. If he could indeed convince him, it would bolster his crew with formidable strength. No, I do not intend to return with them. The young sailor shifted his gaze toward the sea, his heterochromatic eyes shimmering. Hody, oh, you not wish to go home? Profik had anticipated that persuading Gao Shifu would be a challenging endeavor. Yet it was surprisingly straightforward. Catching him off guard, I have no family left. The hint of sorrow crossed Gao Shifu's face at the mention of home. Even if he returned, it would bear little meaning. Profik was at a loss for words and could only murmur, I'm sorry that it's nothing. Gao Shifu continued, his eyes flashing with scorn and anger. Moreover, I am well aware of the nature of the royal family of Taoyuan. Once the truth surfaces, those sailors who once helped row the boat will certainly face dire consequences. They leave in high spirits after receiving their pay, returning to their homeland without a thought for the repercussions. How short-sighted. Gao Shifu, who worked with the tax collection team, had a keen understanding of the king of Taoyuan. The current king, known as the 30th, derived this title from the kingdom's first monarch. It was said that he ascended to the throne over 800 years ago. Considering himself the son of heaven, believing that his kingdom would endure for eternity. Thus, he named himself the first king, and upon his son's succession, he became the second. Now, they were in the third generation. Hence the 30th. Throughout most eras, the kings of Taoyuan were deemed wise, which is why the throne had been passed down through their family for over 800 years. However, the current king ascended to the throne at a young age. Convinced of his divine right, and believed that everyone within Taoyuan must unconditionally obey his commands, disregarding the lives of others entirely. Whether they were commoners or ministers, those who did not comply with his orders held no value in continuing to exist. And this group of sailors had not only failed to fulfill the task of collecting heavenly gold, but had instead aided in the murder of the tax collection team, a grave crime. When the appointed time arrived and the tax collectors did not return to the capital, the king would undoubtedly explode with rage and investigate the matter thoroughly. The sailors returning to the homeland would find it impossible to conceal this situation. Once exposed, it would not only be the sailors facing repercussions, even their families might suffer consequences. Profik fell into silence, unsure of what to say. After all, from a certain perspective, if something were to happen to the sailors upon their return to Taoyuan, he would be complicit, in a sense. One could argue that he was the murderer of these sailors. Yet, he could not force the sailors to remain by his side. Life at sea was equally perilous, and he had no means to protect them from harm. You need not blame yourself. Gao Shifu seemed to see through Profik's thoughts. Each of them made their own choices. Gao Shifu held little sympathy for the sailors' potential fate. After consuming the devil fruit in recent days, he had faced their ostracism, fostering some resentment toward them. And you? Profik inquired cautiously. Gao Shifu revealed a somewhat smug smile. You wish for me to join you. Do you not? Yes, indeed, Profik admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being read so easily. Taha. The young sailor leaned against the railing of the deck, gazing at his future captain and the companions gathering around. Rest assured, I shall agree. After all, you all seem to be splendid fellows. Profik's face broke into a wide smile as he extended his right hand, saying, Then, Gao Shifu took his hand firmly, replying, I look forward to your guidance. Captain, I look forward to your guidance. In these past few days, Gao Shifu had grown quite familiar with everyone. He often trained alongside Buck and Star, and their bond had strengthened considerably. Sometimes, he would even transform into a beast to play with Matifa, who had taken quite a liking to this older brother figure. Consequently, everyone welcomed Gao Shifu's addition with great enthusiasm, though there was no need for a special celebration. Thus, Profik resolved to proceed with their original plan. However, Gao Shifu voiced a differing opinion. Captain, there are many eyes around, and our ship carries a fair amount of treasure. It is prudent to leave some individuals behind to guard it. Indeed, Profik, reminded by Gao Shifu, realized he had overlooked the crucial matter of ensuring someone stayed behind to watch the ship. This simply would not do. Then, let us take turns disembarking and guarding the ship. Profik believed it essential for each crew member to have an opportunity to go ashore. So he proposed that 3 individuals remain behind. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? The first to raise his hand was Fuentes, who said, I will stay. Then, Matifa added, Brother, I will also remain on the ship. As for the third selection, Profik decided against relying on volunteers and opted to assign the role directly. Fuentes was not skilled in combat, and while Matafa was an ability user, her age made Profik hesitant to rely solely on her. Thus, leaving the relatively stronger Gao Shifu aboard would provide some measure of protection as for the three who would go ashore. Profik had confidence that as long as he was present, there would be no issues. When we reach the island, we must all be cautious, Profik advised as he patted Buck and Star on the shoulders. We are outsiders. No amount of caution is excessive. Buck and Star, merely fishermen who had left Day's village just days prior, lacked the necessary vigilance and relied on Profik's reminders. However, despite having lived 2 lives, Profik had never engaged in reconnaissance or counter-reconnaissance work. Although he preached caution, he was unsure of how to implement it effectively. Fortunately, the trio's purpose for going ashore was relatively straightforward: to procure supplies and gather information about shipyards. Profik felt that as long as they remained in populated areas and did not draw undue attention to themselves, they should be safe. Yet, unbeknownst to them, both the situation on the ship and the movements of the three had already been closely observed from the shadows. Walking along the roads of Star Island's port, one would find numerous inns and stalls selling various foods and maritime goods, with eye-catching women calling out to potential customers. "Brother, this Star Island is truly bustling." Buck was evidently captivated by the island's vibrancy. "Are there such islands everywhere overseas?" He seemed to comprehend why the captain was so determined to leave Day's Island. Star nodded in agreement. "On Day's Island, one could never witness such sights. How wonderful it would be to live on such islands for a lifetime." For Du Yesta and Buck, Star Island was nothing short of a new island, a place where everything was novel and flourishing. Profik nodded, yet inwardly he remained unimpressed. While Star Island was indeed far more prosperous than Day's Island, it paled in comparison to the megacities of millions and even billions of inhabitants that he had experienced in his past life. To dream of living here for a lifetime would require substantial wealth. Profik observed and remarked, "This port appears to be thriving. However, most of those shopping can be easily identified by their attire as individuals who have just disembarked from a ship. Yet, the local populace, apart from shopkeepers, is rarely seen, and even when encountered, they seem to be in a perpetual rush. Perhaps the lives of the locals are not as fortunate as one might presume, but in this era of rampant piracy, whose life truly is without strife, even those pirates, merchants, and sailors who appear somewhat dashing around him are mostly leading lives fraught with uncertainty. Boss, how much for the vegetables over here?" Profik casually approached a stall to inquire. He recalled that prolonged absence of vegetables and fruits while at sea could easily lead to ailments such as scurvy. Hence, he intended to procure as much produce as possible. 500 berries. "But I see that stall over there selling them for 300. Profik pointed casually in the direction they had come from. As for whether that stall indeed sold vegetables or at what price, it was uncertain. 400. We're operating on a tight margin. It truly cannot be any less. 350. Profik was skeptical of the vendor's claims. "Deal." Upon hearing Profik's offer of 350, the stall owner decisively agreed, to a degree that left Profik feeling somewhat regretful. With that price, he acquired a considerable amount of vegetables, and, thereafter, the trio continued their shopping spree, also purchasing fruits, meats, pastas, clothing, towels, and other daily necessities. Observing Buck, who was bent over under the weight of their provisions, Profik made an encouraging gesture and said, "Keep going. If we grab a few cans, we can take a moment to rest at that restaurant over there." As he spoke, he discreetly cast a side glance behind the three of them. Since arriving at Starlight Port, Profik had sensed a gaze lingering on him. He had quietly observed many times under the guise of conversing with Buck and Star, or while shopping. However, no matter how he scrutinized, he found no evidence of anyone tailing him. This time was no different. "It could either be my imagination, or perhaps my pursuer is exceptionally skilled," Profik concluded. "Do not be surprised. Even the observation hockey can yield misjudgments. Moreover, with the throngs in Starlight Port, I cannot guarantee that I wouldn't mistake a mere glance for a malicious pursuit. Boss, how much are the canned goods?" Setting aside his concerns, he earnestly inquired about the price of the canned items. Canned goods, known for their excellent sealing and ease of storage, offered significant advantages during voyages, given the unpredictability of sea travel. Fresh food might not endure for long periods, rendering products like canned goods uniquely valuable. Just as Profik was bargaining with the vendor, chaos erupted at a neighboring stall. "You old fool." A burly, menacing figure with a grotesque scar bellowed as he kicked aside an elderly vendor. "I am the notorious pirate Scarface Skadeforth, with a bounty of 8 million berries. You dare ask me for money?" With Skade's roar, the surrounding crowd swiftly dispersed. Such incidents were not uncommon on Starlight Island. Pirates, a motley crew of ruffians, often included those who, emboldened by their prowess, refused to adhere to the maritime code of commerce. Almost daily, numerous cases of pirates refusing to pay arose in this port. Profik observed the crowd. They hastily made way, but only the outsiders fled in panic or stood by to gawk. The locals, however, seemed utterly unfazed, continuing with their affairs as if the unfolding events did not warrant their concern. "Brother?" Buck whispered in Profik's ear. Having noticed that the elderly man was no match for the self-proclaimed pirate, he feared the old man might meet a grim fate, feeling compelled to urge his brother to intervene. Profik waved his right hand slightly, signaling for patience. Although Skadeforth boasted of being a great pirate, Profik sensed through his observation hockey that the man's aura was rather mediocre, merely a shade stronger than the tax collectors he had encountered. He could intervene at any moment if necessary. "Boss." Without any regard for the tumult, Profik pointed at Skadeforth and the pleading vegetable vendor, asking, "How do you not worry about dealing with such scum daily?" "Hee." The canned goods vendor smiled warmly. "You'll see soon enough." Meanwhile, Skadeforth was aggressively stuffing a large sack with vegetables, brazenly preparing to leave. Just then, several figures clad in black emerged from the throng. Through Profik's keen perception, he discerned that, aside from the leader, whose aura remained steady, the others appeared somewhat breathless, evidently having rushed from elsewhere. "Who dares to take goods without payment and attempt to leave after assaulting someone?" A deep voice intoned from beneath a black hat. As the leader positioned himself before the great pirate, "That would be me," Skadeforth boasted. "What are you going to do about it?" "Taking goods without payment disrupts market order." "Does it not?" The leader inquired seriously of one of his companions. The deputy just stated that it could severely undermine merchants' confidence and even lead to bankruptcy. The black-clad individual replied with resignation. "Ha ha!" Skadeforth laughed heartily. Seemingly amused, he had lost interest in playing house with the unexpectedly appeared figures, shoving aside the comparatively frail deputy. "Who cares if you all go bankrupt?" In the next moment, Skadeforth was struck as if by a freight train, his robust frame lifting off the ground before crashing heavily to the earth, toppling a nearby paper windmill in the process. "Then hand over the money." The deputy had somehow removed Skade's hat, brushing off the dust as he spoke. What a remarkably swift strike. Profik internally commended. He believed he could also triumph over Skadeforth, yet the speed and power displayed in such close quarters were beyond his capabilities. This deputy was formidable. Skadeforth, struggling to rise, was a pitiful sight, dust-covered, with a paper windmill stuck in his hair, drawing laughter from the onlookers. Furious, the enraged pirate drew his sword and charged at the black-clad figures. Faced with the oncoming Skadeforth, the deputy remained calm, sidestepping the incoming blow while casually inquiring, "What if he is innocent?" "Then he is innocent," one of the black-clad individuals interjected, clearly aware of the deputy's line of questioning. "Even if you were to kill him immediately, he would still be innocent." Before the words could fully register, Skadeforth's head was cleanly severed from his body. This time, Profik clearly witnessed the actions unfold. The one responsible for the kill was none other than the deputy's hat. The deputy raised his hand, and his hat flew off, swiftly decapitating Skadeforth with such speed that not a drop of blood was spilled. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "How incredible! My goodness! Who would have thought such a figure could exist on Starlight Island?" A fellow pirate, trembling in disbelief, remarked how fortunate he was to have paid for his purchases earlier. The surrounding shopkeepers, however, remained unfazed, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence. "Please do not mind us." The deputy surveyed the crowd. "We shall handle this matter appropriately." With a wave of his hand, several black-clad individuals hoisted the corpse valued at 8 million berries and turned to leave. The deputy did not immediately follow, instead approaching the vegetable vendor and the shopkeeper whose windmill had been toppled. Engaging them in hushed conversation, he produced a stack of berries from his hat before turning to depart. "He is watching me." In that fleeting moment, the deputy's gaze met Profik's, igniting an inexplicable thought within Profik. Could it be that he had noticed my observation hockey? Is there truly such a person on Starlight Island? Though astonished, Profik maintained a facade of composure as he asked, "Boss, who was that just now?" "That? Ah, little brother, are you truly curious?" The canning shop owner, with a shrewd glint in his eye, seemed to be concocting some scheme. Prophet nodded, candidly remarking, "This deputy leader is quite formidable. Encountering such a powerful figure on Star Island is a double-edged sword. However, acquiring more intelligence is always prudent that I can certainly share, but it pertains to the secrets of our port." The shopkeeper hinted, glancing at the cans on the shelf. Prophet comprehended the implication and replied, "I will purchase all of them." The canning shop owner shook his head, saying, "Little brother, shall we discuss the price of the cans further?" Prophet's expression darkened as he retorted, "I will buy these as well. No negotiations." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up with delight. "Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he hung up a sign reading "Closed for today" and shut the shop's door. The owner brought out 3 stools, inviting Prophet and his companions to sit. Before he slowly began, "This deputy leader is none other than the second-in-command of the local gang, Black Constellation, known as Hody." In a spacious, bright, and tidy room, where all the furniture and even the walls were painted black, a girl who appeared to be no more than a teenager was reporting something. "Master, I have thoroughly investigated all the ships that have recently docked at the port." Despite her youth, the girl exuded an unexpected maturity, particularly evident in her description of a grand ship resembling those from the Peach Blossom country. Over a dozen sailors disembarked, and there were treasures beyond counting. Even the girl, accustomed to the tumult of the seas, couldn't help but express her astonishment. "Moreover, I captured all their photographs." "Well done, Robin," the master replied softly, surprising everyone with the youthful tone of her voice. She sat mysteriously and quietly at the table, waving goodbye to Robin as he placed a photo communicator on the table, nodded to the master, and exited. The master held the communicator, a marvelous creature that instantly began printing out photographs. While typical communicators convert human voices into their own for long-distance transmission, the photo communicator functioned as a small camera, capable of capturing images with its dual lenses. Such devices were exceedingly rare, but the Black Constellation placed great emphasis on communication and intelligence gathering, which justified their acquisition of this unique type of communicator. As the master perused the photographs, another figure entered, the deputy leader, Hody. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing Hody, the master rose to greet him. "Master," Hody respectfully removed his hat. "I encountered a rather intriguing individual on the street. What should I do?" The master smiled softly, teasingly responding, "Of course, you must report to me." "Indeed," Hody replied. "There were 3 young individuals, one of whom possesses particularly keen observational skills. I have heard it said, 'Seeing is believing.'" The master tossed the photographs towards Hody. "See if any of these belong to them." Hody sifted through the images and soon found one belonging to Prophet. He handed the photograph to the master, stating, "This is the person. It is he," the master noted, recognizing the individual from the ship laden with treasures. Intrigued, she declared, "I shall meet him personally." Observing the master tilting her head, Hody advised, "Master, given the current circumstances, it would be unwise for you to leave headquarters. I have heard that obeying orders is a soldier's duty," the master countered. "But now, I am your superior, and you must follow my wishes." "Then allow me to accompany you." Hody conceded, "No." The master's voice rang out decisively. "That individual has already seen you. Accompanying me would soon expose your presence. Moreover, it is my prerogative to go wherever I choose." With that, she left the room without a backward glance at a gang. Prophet mused. That man was a member of a gang. I never anticipated that the port's order was maintained by a gang. So, does that mean he is a villain? Star inquired. The shopkeeper shook his head, clarifying, "Not quite. The members of Black Constellation are, in fact, guardians of order. This port has remained untouched by pirates largely due to their efforts." Buck scratched his head, puzzled. "Then why are they referred to as a gang?" "Gangs are typically associated with wrongdoing, are they not? That is a term imposed by the king's decree." The shopkeeper sighed. "We common folk do not favor such nomenclature, but we are powerless to change it." Speaking of the king, he lamented, "Fortunately, the people of Black Constellation do not mind being called such. Why does the king do this? Has he committed some wrongdoing?" Alas, the shopkeeper lowered his voice, as if fearful of being overheard. "This is a secret not to be spoken of on the island." Prophet reflected on the saying, "No business is without deceit," as he observed the shopkeeper feigning a troubled demeanor. "I will purchase every can in your store," he declared. "Now, tell us everything about the king and the Black Constellation." Upon hearing Prophet's intention to buy all the cans, The shopkeeper's face broke into a wide grin. In that case, I suppose I can share some information. Buck and Star exchanged glances, realizing that the shopkeeper had been deliberately enigmatic to increase his profits. In reality, it seemed that it was the king who was engaged in wrongdoing. But I have heard that the king of the Star Kingdom is quite renowned, Buck remarked. Though Deseo Island is rather isolated, it still receives some news from the outside world. Prophet recalled hearing of King Xingxing Lalachita, a wise ruler who had reigned for over 30 years. During his tenure, the Star Kingdom had not only maintained stability, but had also shown signs of progress despite the rising tide of piracy. A commendable feat indeed. The shopkeeper gazed up at the ceiling, lost in thought before continuing. Indeed, the late emperor worked diligently for the nation, truly deserving of his reputation. The old king has passed away. Prophet was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. The elderly king could have departed at any moment. And the slow dissemination of news across the seas explained why he had not yet heard. It was just last year. The shopkeeper sighed, recounting the aftermath of the old king's death in light of his esteemed legacy. The citizens rallied behind his eldest son, Horus, to become the new king. Unexpectedly, the young man proved to be unworthy, truly unworthy. The shopkeeper shook his head, lamenting the king's shortcomings. What did he do? Prophet inquired. Alas, the shopkeeper exhaled deeply. Continuing, upon ascending to the throne, Horus immediately dismissed a large number of the late emperor's loyal ministers and then executed his two brothers on charges of treason. He assembled the National Guard to protect his royal city. Yet he neglected the pirate incursions troubling the island. Moreover, he implemented new tax laws to increase revenues. The shopkeeper recounted the new king's numerous transgressions, such as the weapons regulations forbidding residents from carrying any arms into the royal city, and laws barring outsiders from entering. Furthermore, there were mandates requiring every mention of the king's name to be directed towards the royal city, and every household was required to display a portrait of the king. Citizens were mandated to kneel and pray before the portrait before every meal and before sleep. Prophet could hardly believe the absurdity of it all. It was simply outrageous. Such a ruler was a misfortune for the entire nation. He finally comprehended why the locals on Star Island appeared so hurried and anxious. It turned out that there was a decree in place, stipulating that those wandering aimlessly outside would be apprehended. In retrospect, the demise of the former emperor had always seemed rather suspicious. It was truly inappropriate, utterly inappropriate, to allow such a disreputable descendant to ascend to the throne. The shopkeeper lamented, expressing regret that the die had been cast and the situation was irretrievable. However, he found solace in the fact that this port was still under the protection of the esteemed members of the Black Constellation. Having gained a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Star Kingdom and its king, Prophet began to inquire about the Black Constellation from the shopkeeper. The Black Constellation was an organization that had developed organically on Star Island. In fact, its embryonic form had existed for quite some time. When the Black Constellation was mentioned, the shopkeeper's demeanor brightened considerably, and his tone became noticeably lighter. The official founder of the Black Constellation, the former leader, had established it not long after the former emperor's ascension to the throne. The previous leader had shared a deep bond with the old king. It was said that when the old king was still a prince, he had encountered a storm at sea while journeying to a foreign land. Fortunately, the leader had risked his life to rescue him, allowing him to escape unharmed. The shopkeeper reminisced, admitting that he had mostly heard tales about these events. Allegedly, it was this profound bond that garnered him the old king's strong support, enabling him to consolidate the various factions within Starport and form the organization known as the Black Constellation. The subsequent period could be described as the golden age of Starport. A nostalgic expression crossed the shopkeeper's face as he recalled that both the old king and the former leader were good men, and under their efforts, Starport gradually flourished. Since the establishment of the Black Constellation, the organization had maintained order in Starport. Thanks to their protection, Starport had enjoyed a rare and enduring peace. The former leader had also founded vast industries, including shipyards and fruit canning factories. My own canning shop has benefited from the support of the Black Constellation, but the shopkeeper was perplexed as to why they had such an obsession with fruit. Upon mentioning fruit, a look of confusion crossed his face. The Black Constellation had long been acquiring and cultivating fruits in large quantities, despite other products being more profitable. The fruit industry was one of the two pillars of the Black Constellation's enterprises, encompassing everything from cultivation to procurement and processing. Not only did they engage in fresh fruit production, but they also dealt in canned goods, dried fruit, fruit preserves, fruit tea, and fruit wine. Everything imaginable. Profik nodded along as he listened. And according to the shopkeeper's account, the former leader of the Black Constellation was indeed a rare gem of a person. As for the shopkeeper's curiosity about the Black Constellation's extensive fruit collection, Profik had his own conjectures. He speculated that the former leader might have been covertly gathering devil fruits through these means. It seemed that the ambitions of the Black Constellation were quite grand. Furthermore, according to the shopkeeper, the shipbuilding industry was also one of their mainstays. If one wished to purchase a ship, they would have to engage with them, and it would be wise to tread carefully in their dealings. Bark, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected, "Shopkeeper, you keep mentioning the former leader. Is there truly someone named Qian in this world?" Clearly, Bark had misunderstood former leader as a surname, an uncommon occurrence in the world of pirates. Unlike in Profik's previous life. Haha. Even the shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that someone is named Qian, it's the former leader. Ah, I see, Bark replied. Enlightened, he then asked, "So, he is no longer the leader now?" Sigh. The shopkeeper's smile faded as he let out a heavy sigh. It is a pity that good people do not live long. 5 years ago, the former leader set sail, and his fate remains a mystery. Died at sea? Profik interjected, furrowing his brow. Given his ability to maintain peace in Starport, he must have been quite powerful. Of course, the shopkeeper exclaimed, his admiration evident as he spoke mystically of the former leader. He was a superhuman, capable of transforming into a colossal serpent. Those ruthless pirates were no match for him. Indeed, the shopkeeper's words validated Profik's suspicions. The former leader of the Black Constellation was undoubtedly a powerful individual. Superhuman, Bark began to respond, but was abruptly silenced by Sta's hand covering his mouth. "What is it?" the shopkeeper inquired. Nothing. Please disregard it," Sta insisted, firmly keeping Bark quiet. Profik encouraged the shopkeeper to continue. Nodding, the shopkeeper's tone grew somber as he remarked, "One can only say that the world is unpredictable. The matters of the sea are uncertain." Then, what exactly caused the former leader's demise? Profik asked curiously. "I do not know," the shopkeeper replied honestly. When the former leader set sail, he took no crew with him, and no news returned to the island. Then how did you learn of his passing? The Navy's 160th Division discovered the wreckage of his ship and the body of the former leader. The shopkeeper said sadly, before suddenly realizing, "Why are you asking all of this?" Profik smiled slightly and replied, "Just out of curiosity. That Mr. Keat from earlier displayed remarkable skills, and while I possess some martial arts myself, I doubt I could match him. Furthermore, we aim to purchase a ship from the island, and as you mentioned, the shipyard is also one of their enterprises. In any trade, it is essential to gather as much information as possible to negotiate effectively. Who knows, perhaps your casual remark could save me 1,000 berries." The shopkeeper seemed satisfied with Profik's explanation, nodding in agreement. "That is indeed wise, as the new leader says. What was it again?" "Ah, I recall hearing a saying, 'Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles.'" Ignoring the shopkeeper's sudden use of idioms and peculiar speech patterns, Profik seized the opportunity to inquire further about the new leader. "What about the new leader?" "Allow me to elaborate," the shopkeeper replied leisurely. Before the old leader set sail, he secretly drafted a will, stipulating that upon his death, all matters of the Black Constellation would be entrusted to the vice leader, Mr. Keat. Rather than covet the position for himself, Mr. Keat honored the old leader's only blood relative, his 10-year-old daughter, Miss Vladimir, as the new leader. The current leader is a little girl. According to the shopkeeper, the old leader had passed away 5 years ago, making Miss Vladimir around 15 now, still a minor. It was indeed surprising for such a young child to lead an organization. Was she also a superhuman? No, Miss Vladimir has never exhibited any extraordinary abilities. The shopkeeper denied Profik's speculation. However, she is undeniably a clever and beautiful girl. Shortly after becoming the leader, she expanded the Black Constellation's enterprises and established a much larger trading fleet. Yet, in the past 2 years, the number of pirates has surged, resulting in frequent attacks on the trading fleet, significantly reducing their voyages. What kind of person is she? Are there any tips for dealing with her? For instance, how might one negotiate a lower price? Profik feigned interest in haggling. In truth, he was increasingly intrigued by the stories of this island. She can be a bit childish, haha. But then again, she is just a child, the shopkeeper chuckled. However, haggling with her is no easy feat. I've attempted several times to persuade her to lower the price on the canned fruit she sells me. Then it seems I shall need to put in extra effort. Prophet laughed as he continued. What is the current state of the island? Upon mentioning the state of the island, the shopkeeper shook his head repeatedly, saying, not good at all. The situation at the port is dire. In the past 2 years, the number of troublemaking pirates has increased, and the new leader is unable to take action. There are times when even Mr. Keat finds himself in a tight spot. Prophet nodded, acknowledging, indeed, unruly pirates can be quite a nuisance. However, the greatest trouble lies with the king. The shopkeeper shifted the conversation, adding, when the old king was still alive, things were manageable. However, the old king passed away 6 months ago from a sudden illness. Since the new king ascended, he has sought to increase taxes on Starport and has been dissatisfied with the Black Constellation's control over it, intending to have the patrols take over and appoint administrative officials at the port. Currently, both sides are engaged in a subtle struggle. If you wish to persuade her to lower her prices, perhaps you could explore this angle. Prophet shook his head repeatedly, chuckling, I think I'll pass on that. Please do not jest. I've witnessed Mr. Keat's abilities firsthand, and the king's faction, which can stand against the Black Constellation, clearly possesses corresponding combat capabilities. Under such circumstances, I have no intention of intervening in the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom. Moreover, even if he truly intended to take some action, he would not divulge anything to this obviously well-acquainted boss of the Black Zodiac. Well, that is all I can share with you. The boss picked up the cup of water resting on the table, took a small sip, and remarked, now, it is your turn to produce the funds to purchase some canned goods. Prophet, turning to Buck and Star, noted that the money was managed by the two of them. Star reached into his cloth bag to retrieve the money, rummaged for a while, but shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Brother, we don't have enough money. The trio of Prophet, Star, and Buck disembarked, and in order to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, they had not brought much money with them. Coupled with their earlier purchases of considerable amounts of food, Star, despite having some small change left, found it far from sufficient to buy the entire stock of canned goods in the store. Could it be that you lack funds? The boss's once amiable demeanor immediately darkened, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Of course we have money, Prophet interjected, eager to avoid attracting the attention of Keater. However, our funds are on the ship. How about this? I will have Buck and Star return to the ship to fetch the money while I wait for you in the tavern across the street. What do you think, boss? Upon hearing Prophet's proposal, the boss's expression softened, and he nodded, not forgetting to advise, you'd better be quick about it. If you dare to sneak away, I shall have no choice but to contact Mr. Keater. Prophet pushed open the tavern door and walked straight inside. It was a rather ordinary establishment, with no remarkable features in its structure, flooring, or interior decor. It bore a striking resemblance to the tavern run by Machino in the original work of One Piece. Featuring a dual structure of bar and seating area, as Prophet made his way toward the bar, he discreetly observed the tavern's ambience. The tavern was operated by a young man and woman, and from the patrons' references, it was clear they were the owners. The man was responsible for serving drinks to customers, while the woman worked behind the bar. The clientele appeared to consist largely of visitors from outside the island, and judging by their attire and the weapons they bore, a significant portion seemed to belong to the pirate community. However, from his observations through the observation hockey, there were no particularly noteworthy individuals present. Boss, I would like a glass of fruit wine, Prophet announced as he approached the bar. Though he typically abstained from alcohol, he ordered a glass of fruit wine, which was the tavern's signature drink. In order to blend in, certainly, 50 berries, the boss lady replied with a sweet voice, swiftly serving him the beer. Prophet took the beer, murmured his thanks, and seated himself at a table near the window. His choice of position was quite deliberate. He aimed to observe both the bar and the entrance while maximizing his view of the outside. This was a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. Just as Prophet settled in, another customer entered, and to his surprise, it was none other than the leader of the Black Zodiac, clad in black. Prophet, unaware of her true identity, had only heard the name of the Black Zodiac leader from the canned goods store owner. Mistaking her for an ordinary girl, upon seeing her, he noted her distinctive attire, which piqued his interest. From her figure, he could vaguely discern that she was a girl. What could this girl possibly want at the tavern alone? Prophet mused. This thought was not unfounded. In the world of pirates, taverns were predominantly male spaces, as pirates themselves were mostly men in the tavern where Prophet found himself, including the newly arrived girl and the boss lady. There were only 3 women in total, The last one leaned against a burly man, sharing drinks, likely either a companion from their sea adventures or a hired escort. Like Profik, the girl made her way directly to the bar. But unlike him, she clearly recognized the owners. Morana has arrived. The boss lady greeted her cheerfully. Little one, what would you like today? The usual, the girl replied, then seemed to reconsider, adding after a moment, 2 glasses, one of fresh orange juice and one of grapefruit. Upon hearing that the girl ordered juice at the tavern, many patrons who had been drinking heartily turned to cast bemused glances in her direction that a few of the more obvious pirates even burst into laughter. Little girl, you should be at home being good, one jeered. This tavern is a place for brave warriors of the sea. Ha, juice? How absurd. Dressed so oddly, hiding your face. Are you perhaps a frightful sight? Care to join me for a drink? I could teach you how to attract men. The boss lady seemed about to say something, but Morana shook her head to stop her. Ignoring the pirate's jests, she accepted the 2 glasses of juice and began to scan the room for a suitable seat. When she spotted Profik in the corner, she let out a barely perceptible chuckle and walked directly toward his table. She's coming over to me, Profik thought, pretending to sip his drink while discreetly monitoring the situation with his observation hockey. It was clear that this girl was seeking him out, although they were likely strangers to one another. Creak, the sound of a chair being pulled out. Thud, the sound of cups being placed on the table. Plop, the sound of her settling down. Morana was bolder than Profik had anticipated, as she sat directly across from him. Observing this, the tavern's patrons assumed she and Profik were companions, thus diminishing their interest in her. The tavern quickly returned to its usual atmosphere. We should not be acquainted, should we? Profik lowered his voice to initiate the conversation, considering that she had taken a seat beside him, perhaps with the intention of making others believe they were allies. He spoke softly enough that the other patrons could not overhear. The girl partially lifted her mask, covering her face with her hand, and took a sip of juice before replying in a similarly hushed tone. Let us not say that I have heard. What does it matter if we have met before? And since we have encountered each other, it must be fate. Stop that if you have something to say, please do so quickly. Profik was not convinced by her notion of fate. With dozens of people drinking in the tavern, how could this supposed fate singularly target him? Although her words were interrupted, the girl across from him did not display any signs of anger. Instead, she continued in her enchanting voice. My deputy saw you earlier, arriving on a grand ship laden with jewels from the land of Peach, and observed you with keen insight that I find you quite intriguing at this moment. Profik realized that she must indeed be the leader of the Black Zodiac. However, he was far more concerned about how she knew so much about his ship. It was clear they had been under surveillance. Irritated, Profik asked, how do you know about our ship? Were you spying on us? Let us not use such harsh words. The affairs of scholars cannot be termed as spying. The girl replied nonchalantly, since I am on my own turf, I must be prepared. Don't you think? Your turf? What do you mean by that? Do not pretend to be ignorant. The girl clasped her hands in front of her, her tone laced with a hint of pride. Anyone looking to purchase a ship in this port is under my purview. Profik suddenly understood. The only one who could possibly know of his desire to buy a ship was the owner of the canned goods store he had just visited. He clenched his cup tightly, fixing a steely gaze on the girl before him. That moment, he somewhat believed in her capabilities. Is that person one of yours? He managed to squeeze out the words. Bingo! You are correct, Morana replied, her tone dripping with satisfaction. But strictly speaking, everyone in this port belongs to me. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Intelligence is of utmost importance. What do you want with me? Profik took a moment to collect his thoughts, realizing that the canned goods store owner must have relayed everything to this girl. What she knew was merely that he intended to purchase a ship on this island. In comparison to the information provided by the canned goods store owner, it was inconsequential. Essentially, he had gained a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Before this, would it not be proper for you to introduce yourself? Shouldn't one reveal their identity before asking others to do so? The guests may follow the host's lead, but on this island, you must heed my commands. Very well. Profik managed to suppress the fury bubbling within him and introduced himself. I am Iliusly Profik, but you may call me Profik. It was my aide, Het, who dealt with that Scarface fellow just moments ago. Morana interjected, I am the leader of the Black Zodiac, known as Morana. Before she could finish her sentence, Profik interrupted, Vladimir Morana, am I correct? How do you know my name? She queried. Taken aback. This, Profik couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, offering her a friendly smile. As for intelligence, The canned goods merchant who reports to you has shared quite a bit with me. My dear girl, your informant lacks professionalism. What did he tell you? Morana demanded, vexed that the insufferable shopkeeper had betrayed her. Yet, Morana could hardly avoid such a predicament. Although the merchants of Star Harbor maintained a close relationship with the Black Zodiac, they were not professional intelligence operatives. While they were capable of relaying certain messages, expecting them to keep the secrets of the Black Zodiac was a tall order. Moreover, the Black Zodiac had neither the intent nor the means to train the countless merchants, large and small, regarding such matters. The history of the Black Zodiac and the current state of Star Island, everything that ought to be said and what should remain unsaid, was all divulged in one breath. Profitcheck stated deliberately, sensing that provoking Morana was rather enjoyable, and thus he embellished the tale further. Morana clenched her silver teeth, lowered her gaze to sip her juice, and growled, I shall raise the price of his canned goods. Profitcheck interjected, cutting off the irate Morana. The price of canned goods is your own affair. What is it that you seek from me? I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Black Zodiac. Morana, indeed, proved herself as the leader of the Black Zodiac. The moment serious business was broached, her composure returned. However, the words she uttered left Profitcheck utterly perplexed. Aside from unreliable characters like Luffy, which criminal organization invites someone they've just met to join? What would happen if family members were unwittingly invited to join a gang? Profitcheck's expression remained impassive. Why? Do enlighten me that I have heard that all who achieve greatness cherish talent. Morana began in a serious tone, launching into her distinct style of nonsensical persuasion. I see potential in you. Joining our Black Zodiac would be most advantageous. Profitcheck remained unmoved. Apart from his limited knowledge of the Black Zodiac, his ambitions lay far beyond the confines of a mere star island. He coldly replied, If this is your aim, then I can unequivocally inform you that I decline your invitation. Then I shall not sell you a ship, Morana exclaimed, rising from her seat, as if attempting to bolster her presence. She resembled a small creature with its fur ruffled, baring its teeth in a threat. Do not twist the narrative, Profitcheck pointedly remarked, highlighting the logical fallacy concealed within the girl's argument. Firstly, we already possess a vessel. Even if you refuse to sell us a ship, we can still set sail. Secondly, what significance does purchasing a ship hold if we were to join your Black Zodiac? Morana, fuming, retook her seat, the previous menacing tone replaced by a fawning demeanor as she feigned vulnerability. Very well, I can offer you a discount on the ship, but you must agree to assist me with a favor. A clever scheme indeed, to first gain my allegiance and then request my aid. However, sadly for you, the face-saving effect does not apply to me. Profitcheck immediately saw through Morana's cunning plan. The so-called face-saving effect refers to the tendency of individuals to be more inclined to accept a subsequent, smaller request after having declined a larger one. Morana, her thoughts laid bare, appeared somewhat resentful. I've heard that to give someone a rose is to have its fragrance linger in your hand. Helping others ultimately benefits oneself. Why must you be so cruel? That may indeed be the case. Profitcheck shifted the conversation, as he still hoped to procure a new ship from the Black Zodiac shipyard. Splendid. Morana nearly leaped with Joyd. Not celebrate prematurely. First, clarify your demands. Profitcheck stated, let it be known that this does not imply I have acquiesced to your request. We shall not undertake perilous tasks. Just as Morana was about to speak, the tavern door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The attention of everyone, including Profitcheck and Morana, was drawn towards the entrance. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, Morana immediately averted her gaze, turning her back to the door. It was not a single individual who entered, but a group. These individuals bore long knives and firearms at their waists, adorned in matching uniforms emblazoned with a common golden pentagram insignia. This was the emblem of the Star Kingdom. They were the royal guards of the Star Kingdom. Leading the group, striding directly to the center of the tavern, was a tall, slender man, heavily made up, wearing a white round hat, a shirt decorated with black dots, and a long black coat. Distinctively, unlike the other guards, he bore neither a pistol nor a long knife at his waist, but rather a peculiar cane. Even compared to his appearance in the world of pirates, he appeared significantly younger, yet Profitcheck recognized him instantly. Lafitte, one of the future captains of the Blackbeard pirates, who, according to information provided by Oda, was indeed from the West Sea and held the position of sheriff in some kingdom in the West Sea. If this previously unmentioned kingdom in the original work was indeed the Star Kingdom of the South Sea, the scenario would not be unfathomable. Striding with an air of superiority, Lafitte approached the center of the tavern. Retrieving a golden scroll, the royal decree of the Star Kingdom. Lafitte, what brings you here? The tavern owner asked, somewhat disdainfully. You are not welcome here. Heh. I am here to announce the new decree from His Majesty the King. You lot, be quiet, Lafitte sneered, preparing to read from the document in his hand that I care not for any royal decree. A tall, muscular man stood up, towering even over the 3-meter-tall Lafitte. You. Get out. Eliminate him, Lafitte coldly commanded. And the guards at the entrance began firing, blood splattering as the tall pirate fell, unwilling to yield. The tavern was engulfed in the acrid scent of gunpowder and the disarray of gunfire. Indeed, for those unfamiliar with armed hockey, the power of bullets remained formidable. Trafalgar sat in silence, observing the chaos unfold, gaining a deeper understanding of the significance of armed hockey, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. Lafitte disdainfully kicked the fallen pirate's corpse aside, surveying the tavern as several patrons, terrified, hastily settled their bills and departed. Satisfied upon seeing no one daring to cause trouble, Lafitte nodded and proclaimed, I am Lafitte, Captain of the Royal Guard of the Star Kingdom, here to announce the decree of His Majesty the King. He continued to read, to all within the realm of the great, noble, and supreme King of the Star Kingdom, from this day forth, all shops within the Star Kingdom must display the King's portrait, or they shall be deemed illegal operations. His Majesty is merciful and allows you to implement this decree starting this afternoon. Do you understand? Understood, rest assured. We will comply, the tavern owner replied stiffly. Now, may I request that you leave? Lafitte chuckled coldly. No need for concern. I will finish my business first. As he spoke, his form shot forth like an arrow, aiming directly at Morana, who was attempting to conceal herself in the corner. Hey! The tavern owner exclaimed, unsure whether to stop Lafitte or to warn Morana, or if she was simply startled in a moment of peril. Trafalgar swiftly pulled Morano aside, causing Lafitte to miss his target. Ever since Lafitte entered the tavern, Trafalgar had sensed something amiss with Morana. She appeared to be attempting to hide herself from Lafitte's notice. He was unaware of the reasons behind Morana's actions, yet he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation involving Lafitte and Morana. When Lafitte suddenly charged forward, it was evident that his intentions were malevolent. While Morana seemed oblivious to the impending threat, Trafalgar swiftly intervened, stepping forward to position himself between Morana and Lafitte. What do you think you're doing? This man is a notorious gang leader personally designated by His Majesty the King. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Lafitte glared coldly at Trafalgar, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. Brother Trafalgar, please don't. Morana's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. He will kill me. I've heard that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. You must help me. Trafalgar could sense that this Lafitte fellow possessed formidable strength. In that regard, he certainly had the potential to become a companion of Blackbeard in the future, his prowess undeniably impressive. Moreover, his murderous intent towards Morana was unmistakable, should Trafalgar choose to step aside. Morana would likely meet her demise in a single blow. Despite Morana's peculiar temperament, the information provided by the canned goods store owner indicated that she was, on the whole, a decent person, and Trafalgar held a certain fondness for her. He could not bear the thought of witnessing her death before his very eyes. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to engage in a conflict with Lafitte without just cause, as provoking a powerful enemy would yield him no advantage. Perhaps he could buy some time until Hecht arrived. Trafalgar was aware that delaying would allow Hecht to come, and Lafitte was certainly cognizant of this as well. Consequently, he resolved to end matters swiftly, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the little gang leader of the Black Constellation. Just as Trafalgar hesitated, Lafitte suddenly struck. His staff lunged at an acute angle, targeting Trafalgar's right arm. The precision of this attack was remarkable. While dodging was feasible for Trafalgar, it would inevitably expose Morana to danger. Morana, run! Trafalgar darted to the left, simultaneously hurling a bottle of fruit wine. With the aid of his observation hockey, the trajectory of the bottle was impeccably timed, perfectly positioned in Lafitte's path of attack against Morana. Should he pursue, the bottle would undoubtedly collide with him. Lafitte recognized the hidden strategy behind the bottle and chose to wait for it to land before proceeding. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he redirected his assault towards Trafalgar and commanded the guards at the entrance. Morana, had you stayed quietly at headquarters, it would have been one matter, but daring to venture out alone is a gift from the heavens for me. Guards, fire at will. Ensure the target is eliminated. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the bar. Several patrons caught in the crossfire, while many more fled in panic. The barmaid attempted to rush out to aid Morana. But the moment she peeked from behind the counter, a bullet struck her arm, and she was swiftly pulled back by the owner, some stroke of luck, or perhaps a hint of skill. Morana managed to evade the first round of gunfire, taking advantage of the bar's layout. However, the furniture had already been riddled with bullets, barely sufficient to shield her from a second barrage. Meanwhile, Lafitte brandished his staff with relentless ferocity. Each strike aimed directly at Profic's vital points, as the saying goes. An inch of advantage can be the difference between victory and defeat. Standing over 3 meters tall, Lafitte possessed a natural height advantage. Coupled with the flexibility of his long weapon, he dominated both length and reach. Furthermore, with the initiative on his side, Profic found himself forced into a continuous retreat. "You really are quite fortunate," Lafitte remarked as each of his strikes was narrowly evaded by Profic. "But how long can your luck hold out?" As he spoke, Lafitte accelerated the pace of his attacks. Yet, it was evident that Profic's ability to dodge was not merely due to luck, but rather his observation hockey. Thus, despite appearing to be on the defensive, Profic still retained some energy, even managing to keep an eye on Morana's predicament. That Morana's situation was dire. Although she had successfully avoided gunfire thus far, her cloak had been torn by bullets. "You scoundrel!" Lafitte, noticing Profic's concern for Morana, became enraged, intensifying his offensive. Profic evaded while searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. Although he possessed observation hockey, the sheer density of Lafitte's attacks rendered him at a distinct disadvantage skill-wise. Truly, it was no surprise that Lafitte was destined to become one of the future emperors of the sea, a principal captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Despite his youth and lack of mastery over hockey, he was an exceptionally formidable adversary. "Damn it, I need to find a way to close the distance." After a painstaking effort, Profic finally spotted an opportunity, lifting a round table to disrupt Lafitte's rhythm. Unexpectedly, Lafitte shattered the table with his staff, catching Profic off guard. Meanwhile, Morana found herself cornered against the wall, and the guards raised their weapons once more. "Damn it, is there no other way?" Morana thought desperately, wondering why Hecht had not arrived yet. Seemingly resigned to her fate, just as Lafitte believed victory was assured, a massive figure burst through the door, knocking several guards to the ground. It was none other than Gao Shifu. It turned out that Buck and Star had returned to the ship to fetch money, while Matifa, unable to withstand the boredom, decided to join them on the island. Consequently, Star stayed behind on the ship. While Buck brought Gao Shifu and Matifa ashore, Buck led the two to the canned goods store. They heard the gunfire erupting from the tavern, followed by a chaotic rush of people fleeing from it. Concerned for Profic, the trio moved closer to investigate, only to witness a group firing at a child inside the store, with Profic being suppressed by a man wielding a staff. Gao Shifu, unsure of the unfolding situation but sensing danger, acted swiftly, transforming into a beast to launch a surprise attack on the nearest guards. The ambush proved highly effective. The guards, caught off guard, had no time to react, and several were taken down in an instant. The remaining 3 guards turned their weapons towards Gao Shifu's monstrous form. "That I can't pull the trigger," one guard exclaimed in terror, unaware that flexible threads had ensnared the trigger mechanism. "How dare you fire upon an innocent child?" The beast snarled, lunging forward. "It seems the outcome is already decided." While Profic was perplexed by the sudden appearance of Gao Shifu and Matifa, the presence of 2 powerful individuals, especially Gao Shifu, whose mythical beast abilities had completely shifted the balance of the battlefield. "Damn it!" Lafitte, noticing the change in the tide of battle, immediately abandoned his pursuit of Profic, turning instead to attack Morana, who remained unprotected by Gao Shifu and Matifa. It must be acknowledged that the combat instincts of this captain of the Royal Guard were remarkably sharp. It was no longer feasible to eliminate Profic and then proceed to kill Morana. Swiftly abandoning Profic, Lafitte pivoted to target Morana, who had yet to be shielded by Gao Shifu and Matifa. With a triumphant smile, Lafitte looked back at Profic, who had been left behind, and at Matifa and Gao Shifu still at the entrance. However, at that moment, a net woven from exceptionally resilient threads shot out from the side. Matifa had transformed her right hand entirely into silk, crafting a net. Faced with the unexpectedly large net, Lafitte thrust his staff forward. Yet, the staff that could cleave through a wooden table proved incapable of breaking the enduring threads. "Damn it," Lafitte grumbled, frustrated at his inability to breach the net in a timely manner. Meanwhile, Gao Shifu had already dispatched all the guards, positioning himself protectively in front of Morana. Profik, having picked up a leg from a shattered table, placed it defensively behind Lafitte. Matifa gradually retreated outside, her arms morphing into silk to weave a net that sealed the entrance. The trio effectively cornered Lafitte from three sides. Mr. Lafitte, it seems you have found yourself in a predicament of being isolated. Morana, peeking out from behind the beast, taunted him. What on earth is this child doing? Gao Shifu cast a fleeting glance at Morana, his expression tinged with confusion as he inquired. Pay him no mind. Sister, Profik said, stand guard at the entrance. Gao, let us first deal with this fellow before us. Having already engaged with Lafitte, a feud was now established. If they did not seize this opportunity to eliminate the adversary, they might face dire consequences later on. As he spoke, Profik advanced step by step towards Lafitte from behind, while Gao Shifu also approached Lafitte. How audacious of you, Black Zodiac, to conspire with foreign forces, Lafitte remarked, appearing utterly unperturbed, maintaining an air of calm. Morana, consider this a loss for us. No sooner had he spoken than white wings suddenly sprouted from Lafitte's back, propelling him towards the tavern's window. Not good. Stop him. The sudden manifestation of the devil fruit ability caught Profik off guard. A flying ability was indeed a most troublesome adversary. He had assumed that Lafitte had acquired this ability only recently. To his astonishment, Lafitte had already consumed a devil fruit, granting him the power of flight. Was it a type of zoan fruit? Even within the original narrative of One Piece, Lafitte's abilities remained shrouded in mystery. And without knowledge of his specific powers, engaging a user of devil fruit abilities was exceedingly perilous. Should Lafitte's power be of some mythical beast type, Profik and his companions might collectively meet their demise here. However, Lafitte was disinclined to linger in battle. Even with the ability to fly, the circumstances within the tavern had not fundamentally changed. The prospect of killing Morana was no longer feasible. He decisively shattered the tavern window with his staff and soared out. Hey, you flying fiend. What are you up to? Came the voice of Matifa from outside. Be careful. Buck's voice rang out. How foolish. Lafitte's voice retorted. A pained cry emanated from Buck. Lafitte, return to the royal city at once. Boomed the furious voice of a tardy Keat. What has become of Morana? Gao, protect this girl, Profik instructed, uncertain whether Lafitte might attempt a surprise attack again. Hence, it was imperative to leave someone behind to safeguard Morana. Profik then dashed out of the tavern. He beheld Lafitte flapping his wings, retreating into the distance, while Keat rushed breathlessly towards the tavern, and Matifa was supporting Buck, whose right arm hung limply at his side. His face contorted in pain, he quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Clearly, after flying out of the tavern, Lafitte had not given up. He likely attempted to assault Matifa, but was thwarted by Buck, resulting in Buck's injury. Fortunately, Keat's timely arrival had driven Lafitte away. What of Morana? Keat called out anxiously to Profik as he emerged from the tavern. She is unharmed, still inside the tavern, Profik assured him. He then approached Buck. Buck, are you all right? Mr. Profik, I cannot thank you enough. Had you not been here, I shudder to think how events might have unfolded. Keat, evidently informed by Morana of the situation, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Profik. Let us set aside gratitude for now. Profik felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Morana. Had it not been for her involvement, neither Profik nor Buck would have been subjected to this inexplicable assault. And now Buck was injured. He needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. Keat glanced at Buck's condition and asked, Chief, what should I do? Quickly take Mr. Buck to the hospital, Morana commanded. No, head straight to the headquarters. Additionally, inform the landlady that I shall compensate for the tavern's damages at double the cost. Meanwhile, Lafitte's ability to fly afforded him extraordinary maneuverability. He was swiftly nearing the palace of the Star Kingdom. The palace, neither too grand nor too modest, bore architectural styles more akin to British palaces, yet the interior decor resembled that of ancient Chinese aesthetics. Within the opulently adorned hall, King Horus of the Star Kingdom reclined comfortably in a wide chair crafted from precious wood, its surface gilded and adorned with carvings of stars on the armrests and backrest. The chair's tall structure and prominent backrest imparted an air of authority, making even the portly Horus appear quite regal. Thus, he had developed a particular fondness for this chair, designating it as his throne. However, a fair assessment would reveal that the gilded throne and the similarly gilded table before it were somewhat discordant with the overall Chinese style of the decor. Flanking the throne were fully armed guards, standing rigidly, their bodies motionless, gazes fixed ahead, embodying the essence of elite sentinels. Yet, the reason for King Horus's ostentatious display was not to convene a council or receive foreign dignitaries. On the contrary, he simply relished the feeling of sitting on the throne. It was only when he elevated himself above others that he could truly savor the joys of kingship before Horus. A table laden with a variety of delectable foods, roast chicken, grilled fish, fresh fruits, fine wines, and countless delicacies unique to the world of One Piece, was laid out at that moment. Horus, seated upon his throne, held a woman in his embrace, engaging in unmentionable acts in broad daylight, before the watchful eyes of the guards in the grand hall. Utterly despicable, utterly despicable. Although indulging in pleasures, Horus's mood was far from joyous, he mumbled to himself, his speech somewhat garbled due to the food in his mouth. One day, I shall become the true king of this nation. He seemed to recall some vexing matter, abruptly shoving the woman to the ground and kicking her away. What is the situation? Prophet inquired anxiously. Is Buck all right? Rest assured, Morana replied, standing beside Prophet. The doctor said it is merely a common fracture. Once the bones are set and he rests for a while, he will be fine. I have heard that those who achieve great things remain unflinching even when mountains crumble before them. You must not be so anxious. You wretch. Prophet glared at Morana, causing her to shrink back. If not for you, Buck would not have been injured. Seemingly aware of her fault, Morana fell silent, turning away and refraining from further comment. After a short while, an elderly doctor with graying hair emerged from a room, accompanied by Buck, whose arm was immobilized. Buck, are you all right? Prophet hurriedly approached to inquire about Buck's condition. Buck's complexion was somewhat pale. Though the doctor was not young, his medical skills appeared rather lacking, and the treatment of the fracture had caused Buck considerable pain. Nevertheless, the outcome was relatively satisfactory. He weakly responded to Prophet. I'm hanging in there. The doctor interjected, fear not, young man. I have great confidence in my medical abilities. Your companion will soon recover. Yet, witnessing Buck's pale countenance raised concerns. It seemed the matter of finding a ship's doctor needed to be addressed post-haste. However, finding a ship's doctor was inherently different from other professions, as it demanded a high level of skill. While Prophet continued discussing matters with the doctor, he entered the room. Chief, I have arranged for the compensation for the tavern and the landlady's medical fees, he reported to Morana. Moreover, what shall we do about Lafitte's mention of hanging the king's portrait? Have the shops in Star Harbor prepare accordingly, and send word to the king that due to time constraints, we request an extension of a few days. Despite Morana's seemingly childish demeanor in the tavern, when it came time for her to make decisions, she exhibited a decisiveness that was quite formidable. And may I inquire, what benefits does hanging the king's portrait bring to commerce? None, my dear vice chief. Please do not feign ignorance. We are compelled to act in this manner. Morana replied, somewhat irked. That wretched king is a constant source of trouble. What harm is there in simply being a noble who collects taxes and rents? Keat maintained a courteous demeanor. Understood. I shall arrange for notification immediately. After Keat departed, Prophet approached Morana once more, his expression grave. Morana, tell me where that fellow Lafitte's lair is located. Why do you ask this? Isn't it obvious? Prophet approached the matter with an air of inevitability, declaring that vengeance for Buck was paramount. It would be one thing if only Prophet himself had been the target of Lafitte's aggression. But the injury inflicted upon Buck was something he simply could not abide. As the captain, he bore the responsibility for his crew, and Buck was under his charge. If he failed to restore Buck's honor, how could he ever consider himself a competent captain? No, Morana responded with equal determination, at least not at this moment. Why not? Prophet inquired, perplexed. It was clear that Lafitte's initial target had been Morana, indicating some past grievance between them. Prophet had assumed that by proactively seeking out Lafitte, he would secure Morana's support, perhaps even her assistance. To his surprise, she had outright rejected his proposal. Morana fell silent, seemingly contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Prophet. After a moment, she spoke. In 2 days, Mr. Keith and I are to meet with the king to discuss the status of Star Harbor. I have heard that the more intricate the situation, the greater the potential for unforeseen complications. Therefore, I cannot allow anyone to take actions that might disrupt our negotiations beforehand. Unbeknownst to them, Keith, who had discreetly concluded his tasks and appeared behind Morana, expressed his astonishment. Boss, given the current circumstances, do you still intend to go? He had presumed that after today's incident, Morana would be reluctant to meet with the royal party, yet here she was, resolute in her decision. Of course, I have been informed that even a 1% chance necessitates a 100% effort, Morana replied matter-of-factly. Although Horace is a scoundrel, engaging in dialogue holds no risk of loss. But, boss, Sister Morana, interjected the often overlooked Martifa, that flying creature genuinely wishes to kill you. You must not meet him. There's no cause for concern, Morana reassured, her tone light and breezy despite the mask she wore. As Martifa could sense her smile, with Kaith by my side, I shall be unharmed. It is exceedingly perilous. Should the king wish to eliminate you, there are numerous opportunities to sabotage the negotiations. Prophet admired Morana's bravery but felt she need not place herself in such jeopardy. Furthermore, based on the original narrative, while it was unclear when Lafitte was exiled for his violent conduct, it was certain he had only joined the Blackbeard pirates many years later. Thus, if the king were to take action, it could very well succeed. In light of this, Prophet believed Morana ought to reconsider. The leader of the Black Constellation tightened her grip, fully aware that this negotiation could very well be a feast of the homestead set by the king. And though she felt a twinge of anxiety, her words remained unwavering. I have heard that beloved leaders always prioritize their people. The matters at hand concern the citizens of Star Harbor. I must attend. This left Prophet in contemplative silence. Morana, the young leader of the Black Constellation, seemed to possess a far greater sense of responsibility than he had anticipated. Was she truly willing to face danger? Fully aware of the risks, to knowingly venture into perilous territory was indeed admirable. His perception of Morana had undergone a considerable transformation, shifting from viewing her as a somewhat childish and ill-tempered girl to recognizing her as a figure worthy of respect. Morana expressed her desire to speak with Prophet privately. Consequently, Kaith, Martifa, Gazif, along with the doctor and his patient Buck, temporarily vacated the room, granting Morana and Prophet the space they needed. Once alone, Morana began to share insights regarding Lafitte and the king. The Lafitte who attacked me earlier is the captain of the Royal Guard of the Star Kingdom, the strongest individual in the realm aside from Kaith. However, today was the first time I witnessed him display the powers of the devil fruit. Unlike the shopkeeper who refers to devil fruit abilities as superpowers, I directly acknowledge the term devil fruit, which indicates my understanding of its nature. You should be aware of the devil fruit, considering both your sister and Gazif are users, Morana continued. She had initially thought Prophet was formidable, yet she was surprised to discover that their team boasted 2 devil fruit users. Prophet nodded, affirming Morana's assumption. Morana continued, Lafitte's origins are shrouded in mystery. According to the king, he is a distant relative of the royal family. It is certain that Lafitte was by Horace's side while he was still a prince. After the death of his father, the old king's health began to decline, and it was during this period that Lafitte surfaced in the palace and became Horace's confidant. Last year, on the old king's birthday, a banquet was to be held, and Kaith and I were to be invited. Unexpectedly, news arrived of the old king's deteriorating condition. It was Lafitte who delivered that message. In hindsight, I should have rushed to the palace immediately. Yet, that very night, we received word of the old king's passing and the announcement of Prince Horace as the new king. In a few brief phrases, she refrained from excessive elaboration or speculation. However, Morana quickly constructed a narrative suggesting that the old king's death was suspicious and that both the new king and Lafitte had a hand in it. That moment, the entire nation was engulfed in grief. Complying with the old king's last wishes, little did they know, since Horace's ascension, he had initially accused Lafitte of treason and had his own brothers executed, subsequently consolidating power for himself. Now, his gaze was fixed upon Star Harbor. Star Harbor was the most prosperous port in the kingdom, and during the old king's reign, it had maintained a status of autonomy. There was no need for subterfuge. This so-called autonomy effectively placed it under the jurisdiction of the Black Constellation. In exchange, Star Harbor paid the annual tribute of heavenly gold to the world government on behalf of the entire kingdom. Morana did not conceal the status of Star Harbor since the new king took office. He had sought direct control over it. To speak frankly, Star Harbor was undeniably part of the Star Kingdom, and it was only natural for the king to desire governance, if he possessed genuine talent for ruling. It might not be unreasonable to relinquish control to him. However, King Horace was far from capable. Morana began to enumerate the new King Horace's accomplishments, which mirrored the absurd and nonsensical edicts described by the shopkeeper. Due to disagreements over taxation and governance, relations between the Black Constellation and the royal family had reached a freezing point, with several instances nearly culminating in direct confrontation just 3 days prior. The king had suddenly dispatched Lafitte to convey a willingness to negotiate with the Black Constellation. Morana stated that the meeting was scheduled for the day after tomorrow at the palace, with the aim of determining the status and governance of Star Harbor. Although the king has always been unreliable, both Keith and I view this as an opportunity to forge some common ground, which would be splendid. Even if we cannot reach an agreement, it would demonstrate our willingness to engage in dialogue with the royal family. I have heard that a name gives legitimacy to words, thus, even if the royal family wishes to sever ties afterward, they must think twice. This is why I am reluctant to allow any discord between you and the royal family in the coming days. What is your purpose in sharing this with me? Prophet inquired. Overall, much of what Morana disclosed echoed the sentiments of the shopkeeper, with new information primarily revolving around the negotiations set for the day after tomorrow. However, as the negotiations pertain to the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom, Prophet, while admiring Morana's courage to engage with the king, felt that his ability to assist was limited. I have heard that the tiger commands respect in the forest due to its association with the mountains. Just as the mountains remain mysterious and profound because of the tiger's presence, Morana articulated her concerns with remarkable composure. Yet, her tone betrayed an underlying worry. If the tiger were to leave the forest, hunters would seize the opportunity, and if the forest lost its tiger, it would no longer intimidate the wicked. This analogy was equally applicable to the predicament of the Black Constellation, should she venture alone. The king might capture her, coercing the Black Constellation into submission. If she went with Keith, the king could very well instruct Lafitte to forcibly seize control of Star Harbor. In either scenario, they would find themselves in a precarious position. This was the essence of the tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and it was precisely what troubled her. As Prophet listened, he nodded thoughtfully, excluding the peculiar phrase "I have heard." Morana's analysis of the situation held merit. The king's initiative to propose negotiations would grant him the upper hand. If the Black Constellation refused to attend, they would be at a moral disadvantage. Conversely, if they sent representatives, as Morana indicated, they would risk compromising their position. Uncertain, she pondered what breakthrough methods she might conceive. Morana rose with utmost seriousness and declared, "I hope that during my journey to the Star King's palace alongside Heat, you and your companions will assist in guarding Star Harbor. At that time, all other members of the Black Constellation will heed your instructions." Suddenly, the girl knelt fervently before Prophet, exclaiming loudly, "This is the favor I wish to ask of you." The sounds of dispute between Morana and Prophet ensued. "Stand up first. So, does this mean you have agreed to my request? Get up. Promise me. If you do not rise first, I shall not acquiesce. I have heard that one never gives up until their goal is achieved. If you refuse, I shall remain here." After a moment, Morana and Prophet finally emerged from the room. "You truly are a good person." Morana grasped Prophet's arm, her tone brimming with excitement. "I cannot thank you enough. The condition is that you provide us with a ship." Prophet withdrew his arm from the girl's grasp and stated. Morana argued passionately, "No, at most an 80% discount. Then the agreement is null and void. 60%. 4. That is the least I can offer. 2. I beseech you, deal." Ultimately, Prophet acquiesced to Morana's request, although the tale of Morana and the canned goods shopkeeper may not represent the entirety of events, nor may it be entirely truthful. The happenings within the tavern were undeniably real, and the prosperity of Star Harbor remains a fact. This fostered a certain fondness in him towards the actions of the Black Constellation. On the other hand, Prophet had witnessed Lafitte's prowess and believed that armed with a long weapon, he would not be inferior to his opponent. Moreover, Morana had previously asserted that Lafitte was the strongest individual in the nation aside from Heat. Thus, with the assistance of Gao Tafu and Matafa, driving Lafitte away should not pose a formidable challenge. Not to mention, the king's dispatch of troops to attack Star Harbor was merely speculation. Whether a conflict would indeed arise remained uncertain. Additionally, Prophet had his own considerations. According to the Black Constellation's description of the king's modus operandi, should he gain control of Star Harbor, it would likely lead to inflated shipyard prices. In a more extreme scenario, should the shipyard suffer severe damage, normal production would be unsustainable, and they would be unable to procure vessels. They could even find themselves trapped on Star Island by pursuing enemies at any moment. Morana, if you genuinely expect me to help safeguard Star Harbor, you must provide me with ample information regarding Star Harbor and your Black Constellation. Prophet put forth his demands in his view, with the presence of 2 devil fruit users, Gautafu and Matafa, alongside himself, who possessed the observation haki, They were assuredly in a position of advantage. In this context, the significance of intelligence became apparent as long as they were not ambushed. The defense of Star Harbor was nearly guaranteed. Morana nodded, clearly in agreement with Profik's assertion. She called to the two gang members nearby. You two, assist Mr. Profik in retrieving information regarding Star Harbor and our gang. At this moment, Profik had yet to foresee that his decision to aid Morana would plunge their group into unprecedented peril. In the palace, King Horus sat upon his favored throne, having dismissed the guards flanking him. Before him stood Lafitte. At that moment, the king was engaged in a conversation with someone via a transponder snail. The transponder snail vividly mimicked the appearance of the caller, with piercing eyes, a pink coat, and a smile at the corners of its mouth. This visage unmistakably belonged to the now-renowned North Sea pirate. Hody Doflamingo, however, in the underworld, he was more widely recognized by his alias, Joker. Lord Joker, this is not what was agreed upon. The king cautiously expressed his discontent, seemingly anxious not to incite the other sire. A distinctive laugh resonated from the other end of the transponder snail. Do you have any discontent, your most esteemed majesty? No. Cold sweat trickled down Horus's brow as he hurriedly clarified. It's just that Heat is quite formidable. Are you questioning the strength of the highest executive? Doflamingo interrupted coldly. You need not worry. Square alone is sufficient to resolve all issues. Young master, Admiral Crane's ship is pursuing us, a shrill voice anxiously called from the other end of the transponder snail. Following this, the connection was abruptly severed. Although Hody Doflamingo had gained notoriety as a formidable pirate in the North Sea, his circumstances were not as advantageous as one might imagine. Recently, due to his rising fame, Admiral Crane and the Navy had been closing in on him increasingly. Doflamingo had narrowly escaped capture by the Navy on several occasions to counter this predicament. He was contemplating sending an undercover agent into the Navy. On the other side of the transponder snail, King Horus wiped away the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead. He did not have a clear understanding of who this illustrious Joker truly was. In fact, he had limited experience collaborating with this Mr. Joker, and with this instance included, it would only be their second profound cooperation. However, the strength exhibited by Joker instilled a deep-seated apprehension in him. Sitting upon the throne, Horus could not help but reminisce about the past. He was the third and youngest son of the former king. Nevertheless, his ambitions were anything but modest. The adage birds of a feather flock together aptly applied to Horus. His aspirations drew him to none other than the youthful Lafitte. In principle, it should not be a flaw for a king's son to possess ambition. However, the issue with Horus lay in the manner he sought to realize his aspirations. Rather than striving to enhance his political acumen and make a name for himself, he resorted to nefarious schemes. Horus believed that as long as the old king remained alive, he would have no means to rise to prominence. The thought of eliminating the old king and usurping his position burgeoned in his mind like wild grass. Yet, the greatest obstacle to disposing of the old king was none other than the former leader of the Black Constellation. The former leader and the old king shared a close bond, and the old king would consult the former leader on nearly all matters. If it were only this, it would suffice. The former leader not only enjoyed the old king's trust, but also possessed remarkable political acumen and martial prowess. Therefore, Horus had long been unable to find an opportunity to execute his schemes. At this juncture, Lafitte had a sudden flash of inspiration and proposed a cunning plan to Horus, to conspire with pirates to eliminate the former leader while he was at sea. This suggestion opened Horus's eyes to new possibilities. However, the former leader, known as Black Python, possessed the ability to transform into a colossal serpent, and his strength was formidable enough to suppress pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. Lafitte's repeated attempts to collude with pirates to launch surprise attacks had not only failed, but had also nearly exposed their machinations. For a time, neither Horus nor Lafitte dared to act impulsively. Until Lafitte, after numerous attempts, managed to make contact with Joker, who was at that time still a newcomer in the underworld. Following that occasion, the Black Python set sail and never returned, having witnessed Joker's formidable capabilities. Horus was almost immediately inclined to continue collaborating with him. However, alongside Joker's immense power came his insatiable greed. After the plan was executed, he suddenly demanded an exorbitant price, leaving Horus, as a prince, taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Doflamingo's initial intention was to utilize Prince Horus to intervene in the internal affairs of the Star Kingdom and seek an opportunity to seize complete control of the nation. However, Just as Doflamingo was preparing to implement this plan, his actions drew the attention of the Navy headquarters, particularly that of the chief strategist, Crane. That as a result, Doflamingo was compelled to abandon his scheme to dominate the Star Kingdom and instead demanded a substantial reward. Yet, Horus dared not refuse Joker's demands. After reluctantly paying the steep price, he believed he could manage the remaining troubles on his own. Indeed, Horus achieved significant results by having Lafitte secretly administer heavy metal poison into the Old King's food. The Old King, already weakened by the death of the former leader of the Black Constellation, found his health deteriorating further. 6 months prior to the Old King's birthday, on the eve of the celebration, Lafitte seized the opportunity and, with remarkable audacity, infused a considerable amount of poison into the Old King's food, ultimately resulting in the king's demise. With Lafitte's extraordinary might, Horus swiftly took control of the palace following the Old King's passing, successfully fabricating a will that proclaimed him the foremost heir to the Kingdom of Stars. After ascending to the throne, he further concocted accusations against his 2 elder brothers, eliminating them to solidify his grip on the royal seat. However, upon securing the kingship of the Kingdom of Stars, Horus discovered that even without the Black Python, the Black Constellation was not to be underestimated. The vice leader of the Black Constellation, Het, was also a wielder of a fruit ability, his prowess rivaling that of Lafitte. The Black Constellation wielded substantial influence over Star Harbor, establishing it as a nearly impregnable fortress. It was at this juncture that Horus recalled the Joker. Lafitte's voice interrupted Horus's reverie as he approached the king with a ringing telephone bug in hand, stating, "Your Majesty, a call from the government." On the other end of the line came a somber, icy voice. Though Horus appeared apprehensive when addressing the Joker, he endeavored to project confidence before the world government official. "It is indeed I. I am now representing the world government to confirm the report regarding the son of the devil, Nico Robin. Are you certain that Nico Robin is on your island?" The government official showed no concern for Horus's demeanor. "Do you confirm that Nico Robin is currently in Star Harbor?" "Indeed." Horus, clearly displeased with the world government official's attitude, retorted loudly, "She is right here in Star Harbor. You must send someone immediately to apprehend her." The world government official maintained a frigid demeanor, replying, "I have noted your report. We will dispatch personnel to investigate." The call was promptly terminated. What a bunch of arrogant fools. Horus expressed his discontent with the official's attitude. Yet, this dissatisfaction was insufficient to overshadow his elation. In the next moment, Horus erupted in maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! With the world government and the Joker on our side, this plan is bound to succeed. I shall truly become the king of this nation." Observing his king, Lafitte's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He sought genuine carnage, not the trivial antics of relying on pirates and the world government's power. He vowed that one day, his name would echo throughout the seas as a harbinger of slaughter. However, before that, utilizing the foolish King Horus seemed a prudent choice. On the other end of the line, the individual who had just conversed with King Horus was none other than Spandam, the mastermind behind the O'Hara incident. After hanging up the phone, Spandam appeared quite pleased. From a mission standpoint, the O'Hara incident from years ago had ended unsatisfactorily. The greatest regret of that operation was allowing the girl Nico Robin, who could decipher ancient texts, to escape. Consequently, the world government placed a bounty of 79 million berries on the then 8-year-old girl. The considerable bounty indeed yielded some results. After its establishment, the world government received leads regarding the girl. However, whether due to luck or the girl's exceptional abilities, she eluded every capture organized by the world government. In the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, no further information regarding Nico Robin had surfaced. This recent lead on Robin piqued Spandam's sense of opportunity. He surmised that the absence of news for 2 years indicated that she had likely joined an organization that provided her with a sense of security. Moreover, 2 years had elapsed since the last world government-led capture. During this time, her vigilance might have diminished. Perhaps this time, the capture would succeed. He immediately dialed a number belonging to his subordinate within the world government SCP-9. The telephone bug transformed into a horned creature, and a somewhat cold voice responded, "What is it you need?" "Fuzz, are you currently in the South Sea?" "Yes, the crisis in the kingdom has been resolved." Fuzz glanced at the corpses strewn around and the boy standing atop the heap of bodies, resembling a god of death. Even he, a member of the CP department, felt genuine fear and trepidation. This boy named Rob Lucci, though not yet a member of CP-9, had perfectly embodied the world government's expectations for a weapon of slaughter during this mission. Now, I have a new task for you, Spandam commanded loudly. In the South Sea, on Star Island, locate the world government's important fugitive, Nico Robin. I order you to proceed to Star Island immediately and capture her. Fuzz nodded, harboring a poor impression of his superior, but knowing he could not defy the order. Understood. Just as Spandam was about to hang up the telephone bug, Lucci stepped forward and said, Sir, I request to join this operation. Rob Lucci's tone, laced with malice, unnerved Spandam, the CP9 commander, who could detect a hint of fear in his voice. Who are you? He is Rob Lucci, Fuzz interjected. He has greatly contributed to resolving this crisis. In truth, Spandam did not care whether Fuzz or Lucci executed the mission. To him, Nico Robin was merely a girl, easily dealt with by anyone. Thus, he impatiently replied, Approved. Both of you go. The young Lucci coldly fixated on the telephone bug, seemingly pondering whether such a person deserved to be a commander of the CP. Proficient sat in a spacious room, the headquarters of the Black Constellation, designed to house the members' files. Presently, Proficient was perusing the basic information of the Black Constellation, which primarily consisted of deployment strategies and personnel details. As he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, he mentally simulated the situation at Star Harbor. The overall shape of Star Island resembled a star, while Star Harbor encompassed 2 points of the star, resulting in a relatively elongated form. The most crucial harbor section was situated between the 2 protruding parts, and it represented the core area of the Black Constellation. It must be said that the overall defensive layout of the Black Constellation was quite commendable. Fixed observation points and sentries were established at several key intersections, and specialized sentries monitored ships, particularly pirate vessels, at the harbor. Furthermore, numerous heavy artillery pieces were strategically positioned at important strongholds along the coastal harbor. However, due to the long-standing threats primarily originating from the sea, they lacked sufficient land defense equipment such as barricades or caltrops. Most of the fixed artillery was oriented seaward. Nonetheless, such issues could not be resolved within a mere 2 days. Proficient nodded in approval as he reviewed the information. He believed that, as a civilian faction, the hasty arrangements made against the King's faction were commendable. Moreover, Proficient felt that with Lafitte's combat prowess, he and Gao Shifu alone could suppress any threats, provided they prevented him from wreaking havoc. As for the large-scale offensive by the Royal Army, Proficient considered it a limited threat. Unless it was a swift strike, the mobilization of soldiers would likely attract Morana's attention. A name on the Black Constellation's member list suddenly caught Proficient's attention: Nico Robin. For anyone familiar with One Piece, Nico Robin is indeed a renowned figure. Her striking beauty, tragic childhood, and unique ability to read the poneglyphs form the trifecta of this beautiful, powerful, and tragic protagonist. However, readers' understanding of Robin is largely confined to the O'Hara incident and her interactions with the Straw Hat crew. Little is known about her experiences between the aftermath of O'Hara and her time in Alabasta. It is only known that she has been relentlessly pursued by the world government, constantly on the run. Therefore, Robin's presence on Star Island in the South Sea, despite her origins in the West Sea, is somewhat unexpected. Yet, considering that hiding in the South Sea might aid in evading the world government's gaze, her appearance on Star Island is not entirely implausible. This Nico Robin. Profik found Morana and inquired, Could you enlighten me about her specific circumstances? Morana, somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated that Profik would show interest in the seemingly unremarkable name of Nico Robin. Nevertheless, she candidly responded, She is a wanderer of the sea, said to have ventured out because her homeland was destroyed. That I felt immense pity for her, so I took her. I end up by the way, Morana added. Robin possesses a rather useful ability. She seems capable of replicating her own organs and occasionally undertakes reconnaissance tasks. Could you take me to see her? Profik, harboring a modicum of curiosity about this significant character from the original narrative, proposed the idea. Moreover, her abilities might prove invaluable, prompting him to express a desire to meet Nico Robin. However, upon arriving at her dormitory, they discovered only a letter left by Robin, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the care she had received during her stay. With a promise of future encounters. At Starlight Harbor, Nico Robin sat aboard a passenger ship as it gradually departed, fading into the horizon until it vanished beneath the sea's surface, having been uprooted since the age of 8. Robin instinctively sensed impending danger, and like many times before, she chose to flee alone. Yet, unlike her previous departures, this time was tinged with reluctance. unlike her past affiliations with various underground organizations and pirate crews. Here on Starlight Island, she could genuinely feel the concern of Morana and Keter. However, her intuition warned her that her stay on this island had stretched long enough, especially as the royal guards might have discovered her whereabouts. In light of these circumstances, a discreet exit seemed a prudent choice. She hoped that these individuals would not suffer due to her actions. What, indeed, is the purpose of my life? The 13-year-old girl posed this profound question to her soul. With the answer lingering far in the future, the Robin's unannounced departure did not disturb Morana. Yet it left Profik feeling anxious. Surely, Robin must have sensed or discovered something that compelled her to hastily leave Starlight Harbor. Yet, why did he entertain such thoughts? It was equally plausible that she was merely overly suspicious. Regardless, Robin had left, and there was no chance of bringing her back. Profik had many tasks yet to undertake. Having established a collaboration with the Black Constellation, Profik and his companions naturally benefited from favorable terms regarding ship-watching assistance from the members of the Black Constellation. Thus, for the past 2 days, Profik and his companions had taken up residence on the island. During this time, Buck, Star, and Uncle Fuentes were responsible for procuring various daily necessities, while Keter and Profik took charge of protection duties. Occasionally delegating tasks to Keter, progress was also made on Profik's 2 other objectives: acquiring weapons and ships. The Black Constellation, being a gang-like organization, possessed a considerable arsenal, and Morana readily agreed to sell Profik and his companions a substantial number of weapons at a relatively low price, including 12, 18, and even 24-pound cannons, as well as other armaments. Buck and Star chose harpoons and pistols, while Profik opted for a cutlass and a pistol. Uncle Fuentes, opting out of maritime conflicts, only selected a pistol upon Profik's strong suggestion. While Keter and Matafa, due to their abilities, relied mainly on their powers in combat, and did not choose close combat weapons, the objective of purchasing a ship also saw progress. Under Keter's guidance, Profik set his sights on a soon-to-be-completed fast ship. This vessel was of moderate size, with a comprehensive range of functional areas. Most importantly, Keter believed that even with their current manpower, they could adeptly navigate the ship. After a round of haggling, Keter secured the vessel for 60 million berries, which was merely 1/5 of the original priced AS for the large ship they had initially sailed. The Black Constellation assessed it and offered to buy it back for 100 million berries. In the end, Profik and his companions found themselves with a profit of 40 million berries. As the scheduled meeting with the royal faction drew nearer, Morana and Keter frequently summoned the core members of the Black Constellation to arrange various relevant matters. Although Profik and his entourage had agreed to assist in safeguarding Starlight Harbor, they remained outsiders to the Black Constellation and did not partake in internal meetings. Most of their time over the past 2 days was spent wandering the island. As the captain, Profik generously allowed his crew members unlimited pocket money, provided they did not purchase excessively, and ensured that their purchases would fit in the new ship they were preparing to acquire. Matafa, Uncle Fuentes, and Keter strolled through the streets of Starlight Harbor. Shopping and indulging in culinary delights were instincts inherent to every young girl, and Matafa, even after consuming a devil fruit, was no exception. Uncle Fuentes, Matafa tugged at his arm. I heard that the barbecue restaurant over there is quite unique. Let us go together. Can you come along too, Brother Keter? Of course, Uncle Fuentes replied with a warm smile. The Fortunate Barbecue establishment was about to experience a surge in business, though its sales were not primarily driven by Matafa and Fuentes. Matafa, being a small girl, could only eat so much even when allowed to indulge. Uncle Fuentes consumed more than Matafa, occasionally savoring the flavors. Delicious, delicious. The meat is incredibly tender, and the grilling is just right, he exclaimed after tasting skewers of unknown meat. If I could acquire these seasonings, I believe I could create delightful barbecues myself. The true powerhouse of the meal was Keter. Aside from granting him extraordinary strength, the animal-type fruit also bestowed upon him an insatiable appetite. Within mere minutes, amidst the astonished chefs, a mountain of skewered delights had accumulated before him. What an astonishing capacity for food! One chef marveled. The head chef promptly commanded, "There's no time for chatter. Quickly, get back to grilling." As the chefs and Keter engaged in their culinary battle, 2 figures, a large one and a small one, quietly took their seats in the barbecue restaurant. They were none other than Fuzz Fu and Rob Lucci, who had just arrived on Starlight Island that day. Sharing the same animal-type abilities, the two naturally possessed remarkable appetites, if one considered their training as agents of the world government. Their consumption might rival that of the mythical beast-type Keter. However, as agents, they needed to maintain a low profile during their missions. Thus, they intentionally moderated their intake, employing a strategy of eating small amounts frequently and changing locations after each meal. Nevertheless, Fuzfu's distinctive horns drew Matafa's attention. What an odd person, Matafa thought, feeling an unsettling impression from Fuzfu. She anxiously turned to Keter and said, "Brother Keter, let us head back." "What?" Keter, with his mouth stuffed with various foods, was oblivious to Fuzfu and Rob Lucci. He curiously responded, "But the barbecue here is truly delicious. Besides, only when we're full can we be of help." Fuentes interjected, "Keter, why don't we head back for now? I've already grasped the essence of this barbecue. I can replicate it for you at home." Although he was unaware of Matafa's sudden desire to leave, Fuentes, having lived alongside her on Dawn Island for an extended period, understood that her words indicated some underlying reason for departure, prompting him to chime in. Though Keter was puzzled, the numbers had shifted to 2-1, compelling him to follow Matafa and Fuentes out of the restaurant. That night marked the time for Matafa and Keter to meet the king. As previously arranged, they offered a brief explanation to Profik before setting off. Meanwhile, Profik, Keter, Matafa, Star, and Fuentes relocated to a clock tower opposite the headquarters of the Black Constellation, where the view was more expansive. Only the immobile Buck remained at the Black Constellation's headquarters, accompanied by a doctor. While it was said they were aiding the Black Constellation in guarding Starlight Harbor, one could not neglect the necessity of dining. As the sky outside remained brightly lit, Fuentes took it upon himself to prepare barbecue for everyone, demonstrating his culinary skills. "This barbecue is truly delightful." Profik took great delight in praising Uncle Fuentes' grilling skills. As he savored the sea creature skewers in his hand, "Uncle N, don't just focus on grilling. Come over and eat with us," he called out. Fuentes sprinkled some freshly purchased seasoning over the skewers, replying, "Fick, you all go ahead and eat. I still need to add more flavor here." Gao Shifu remained the fastest eater among them all, judging by his speed, even if everyone else combined their efforts. None could match his pace at that moment. He was eating so voraciously that grease dripped from his mouth, completely disregarding his image as he stuffed various meat skewers into his mouth. "You, my friend, are just a step away from transforming into a beast to devour this barbecue," Profik teased, unable to hold back his laughter. "It seems I must reconsider our food supplies for our sea voyage." Hearing this, Gao Shifu appeared to find it quite reasonable. "Thanks for the reminder," he said, eager to transform. Profik quickly grabbed him, saying, "Calm down. If you eat too much barbecue, it won't be good for your health." "Uncle, your skills are truly impressive," Sita exclaimed sincerely. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" Holding a fragrant skewer of meat, Fuentes placed it on the iron platter before everyone, wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke. "I learned this method from a barbecue restaurant at noon. The owner really has some skills, but I still have a long way to go." Speaking of which, Matafa, having finished a skewer of grilled potatoes, wiped the grease from her mouth, recalling the events of the afternoon. "I saw a strange person while we were having barbecued out a strange person?" Matafa's comment piqued Profik's interest. Since discovering that Robin had vanished without a trace, he had become increasingly vigilant, fearing any potential danger lurking nearby. Matafa nodded emphatically, gesturing with her hands to illustrate a tall figure. It was a very tall guy wearing a peculiar mask, with a pair of upward curving horns. "What did you say?" Profik exclaimed in shock, nearly leaping from his seat as the skewer in his hand fell to the ground. Matafa's description reminded him of a character from the original story, one of the 6 powers under the Beast Pirates. A former CP9 agent named Fuzz. "What's wrong?" Profik's reaction drew the attention of the others. The strange individual Matafa encountered could very well be one of CP9's agents. Profik urged everyone to finish their meal quickly and succinctly explained. CP9 is a group of operatives under the world government, tasked with handling matters that cannot be conducted openly. Their presence on this island likely spells trouble, and it's probable they are after Nico Robin. Profik had previously informed his companions about Nico Robin's identity, so they understood the gravity of the situation. Gao Shifu, having devoured another skewer of meat, reluctantly set it down and inquired, "Are they strong?" "Very strong. Most importantly, CP9 members are notoriously bloodthirsty," Profik replied. Feeling frustrated that they had encountered CP9. It was likely they would storm the headquarters of the Black Star. "We must be extremely cautious." The group hurriedly prepared and made their way to the Black Star headquarters, which was merely a street away. Profik had considered leaving Uncle Fuentes and Sita behind, as they were not skilled in combat. However, with CP9's exact movements unclear, if they chose to seize a vantage point, it could be detrimental. Profik believed that only his sword's observation Hody and his sister Matafa's webbing could effectively counter the speed-based techniques of the six powers. Thus, moving together was the safest option. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Black Star headquarters. Fantastic, Gao Shifu exclaimed, running ahead. The guards at the entrance are safe. Seeing Profik and his companions approach, the two guards quickly came forward. Quick, Profik urged as he ushered everyone into the Black Star headquarters building, simultaneously instructing the guards, "You too, immediately relay orders to all outposts at the fastest speed, ensuring everyone heightens their vigilance and abandons outdoor patrols to take refuge indoors. Also, closely monitor the street situation. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, report immediately using the Den Mushi, but do not engage. Furthermore, contact your boss using the Den Mushi and inform her that Starport is under attack. She must return promptly, ensuring her safety." Understood. Since Morena had instructed all members of the Black Star to follow Profik's command before leaving, the two guards readily accepted his directives. Morena had announced a curfew a day in advance, so the ordinary residents of Starport would not venture out after 7 o'clock that evening. Those on the streets were primarily outsiders, most of whom were pirates. The Black Star's patrol team had no need to expose themselves to the threat of CP9 for such individuals. These ordinary patrollers stood no chance against CP9 in the open streets, hoping that retreating to fortified positions would minimize casualties. Profik calculated rapidly in his mind. Given CP9's formidable strength, the only viable strategy was to summon Black and Morena back to join the fight. Like the regular patrol team, Profik and his companions also chose to retreat, finding refuge in a room right outside Buck's hospital room. While waiting for CP9 to arrive, Profik took the opportunity to explain the commonly used techniques of CP9. The six powers. As operatives of the world government, CP9 members mastered the extraordinary martial arts known as the six powers. These refer to six unique techniques: Shurgan, Tekai, Rankyaku, Saru, Jeppo, and Rokwogen. Profik quickly elucidated these six techniques. Meanwhile, not long after Profik and his companions left, Fuzz appeared at the highest point of the clock tower. Cautiously observing his surroundings, he confirmed that no one else was present in the tower before examining the items left behind by Profik and the others. The charcoal still bore remnants of warmth, indicating that someone had recently been there. The skewers had been left half-eaten, suggesting a hasty departure. The seasoned CP9 agent quickly deduced that a group had been consuming barbecue moments ago. But for reasons unknown, they had suddenly retreated. Had they returned to their headquarters? Fuzz retrieved a blood-stained map of Starport from his pocket, confirming that directly across from the clock tower was the Black Star headquarters. This map had been obtained as a trophy from one of the Black Star members he had eliminated earlier, detailing the basic terrain of Starport and the simple defensive layout of the Black Star. The sudden withdrawal of the individuals from the clock tower could only imply one thing: their operation had been compromised. Yet, on this island, no one should recognize him or Rob Lucci. Fuzz felt confident that neither he nor Rob Lucci had made any moves that could expose their identities. At that moment, two signal flares, one lavender and one pale green, shot up from the roof of the Black Star headquarters, illuminating the night sky. These flares interrupted Fuzz's thoughts. While he could not ascertain their precise meanings, he knew with certainty that their operation had been revealed. Fuzz turned and descended from the clock tower. It was time to take action. At the Black Star headquarters. The two signal flares that had just been launched indicated that the lavender flares signified the abandonment of patrols, with all personnel retreating indoors to prepare for defense, while the pale green flare signaled close monitoring of the streets without taking proactive measures. Now night had fallen. These two signal flares were visible across most of Starport, yet insufficient for the royal city to see. At this moment, two members of the Black Star were stationed, one observing the entrance for any signs of danger, while the other was dialing the Den Mushi to contact the Black Star's boss, Morena. Even with only two members, their division of labor was relatively efficient. This was Rob Lucci's high praise for the two Black Star members. However, his arrival rendered all their efforts utterly meaningless. As top-tier agents, Rob Lucci and Fuzz had already learned from street gossip that the Black Star's boss, Morena, and the vice boss, Black, were headed to the royal city for negotiations that evening. They had no interest in the negotiations, but the absence of the boss and vice boss created an excellent opportunity for their operation. Thus, they decided to take action that very night. regarding the temporary assumption of management by Profik and others. The arrangement was made rather late, and thus it did not circulate, and naturally, it remained unknown to Lucci. With a swift maneuver, he dispatched the lookout stationed at the door with a single stroke, then rushed into the room at the utmost speed, piercing the heart of the Black Star member who was about to dial the phone worm for Morana. Lucci felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at having missed the opportunity to prevent the signal flare's launch. However, since these two individuals still needed to communicate via the phone worm, it indicated that the recent signal flare had regions it could not cover or information it could not convey. This likely suggested that the leaders of the gang heading to the royal city were still unaware of the events transpiring in Star Harbor. Although he yearned for an encounter with the legendary Mr. Heat, whom the harbor residents had lauded, the young agent prioritized his mission above all else. Niccolo Robin. Lucci adjusted his suit slightly, brushing off the dust, and softly uttered the name of his target. With the exact location of the target unknown, he resolved to charge forth with determination. This was his code of dark justice, embodying his unique style. In the royal palace of the Star Kingdom, contrary to Morana's expectations before their departure, when she and Heat entered the palace, there were neither unwarranted obstacles nor ambushes from the 500 axe-wielders lurking on either side. King Horus even laid out a lavish banquet to welcome Morana and Heat. Present at this feast were not only the king, but nearly all the ministers of Star Island. Morana had been concerned about the possibility of a surprise attack from Lafitte, who stood beside King Horus, suggesting that the king's side indeed had no intention of engaging in underhanded schemes during this negotiation. Addressing the esteemed guests, King Horus spoke in a haughty tone, expressing his welcome, stating that he had specially prepared a banquet for their arrival. The matter of negotiation could be set aside for the moment. Let us first enjoy a delightful dinner. Although Morana detested Horus, she and Heat could not outright refuse such goodwill and thus took their designated seats. That said, both remained ever vigilant. Morana refrained from touching the dishes laid out on the table, while Heat scanned the surroundings with keen alertness. The ministers on the king's side, however, appeared quite at ease. Your Majesty, I have heard that straightforwardness and sincerity often surpass indirect tactics. Regarding the matters of Star Harbor, I hope we can speak candidly. Morana initiated, driven by her distrust of the king and her distaste for the banquet's unsettling atmosphere. It seems you do not trust me, believing that I may have poisoned the food, King Horus replied. Appearing unperturbed as he openly acknowledged Morana's concerns, he raised his goblet, taking a sip of wine, then naturally partook of the food on the table, demonstrating his sincerity. The ministers, including Lafitte, also indulged casually in the sumptuous feast before them. Do not feel constrained, my dear guests. King Horus raised his goblet and took a small sip while casting a glance at Morana and Heat. When the late king was still alive, I had the pleasure of meeting you both here. Why the formalities today? Indeed, the banquet hall hosted by King Horus was the very same where the late king had often entertained significant figures from the Black Star. It was within this very space that the late king frequently invited them, and Morana had even visited alone on occasion. Today, however, King Horus had ensured that the venue's arrangements mirrored those of the late king's era. Was this an attempt to foster a friendly atmosphere? Nevertheless, Morana was ungrateful, softly retorting, I have heard that filial piety is a natural principle. The late king has only recently passed. As a minister of the late king, I cannot afford to act with levity in his memory. Her words subtly criticized Horus for his apparent disregard for the mourning period. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in Horus' eyes, yet he quickly feigned indifference, replying, the late king's passing pains me deeply. However, as king of the Star Kingdom, I must prioritize state affairs. I have heard that one should not hesitate to amend past mistakes. Morana boldly interrupted Horus, stating bluntly, since your Majesty recognizes the importance of state matters, then you ought to reflect upon yourself and sincerely amend your ways. Star Harbor is indeed the state matter I worry about the most, King Horus replied, seemingly unfazed, speaking in a tone of earnestness. At this moment, Heat, seated beside Morana, interjected, Your Majesty, since you regard Star Harbor as a matter of national importance, I must bring to your attention that your chief guard, Lafitte, recently attacked our gang's leader in Star Harbor. How does your Majesty propose to handle this situation? With this statement, Heat directed his focus squarely at Lafitte. While Morana chose not to mention the incident out of respect for the king, Heat felt it necessary to curb the king's arrogance. The moment the words left Heat's mouth, even King Horus displayed a hint of embarrassment. Ultimately, the situation was Lafitte's fault, Yet the king evidently desired Morana's demise, which had led him to refrain from overly reprimanding Lafitte. Now that heat had brought the matter to light, King Horus had no choice but to salvage the situation. I have heard of this matter as well. I have had many grievances with Star Harbor, and it seems the chief guard misunderstood my intentions. Lafitte, after the banquet concludes, do not forget to apologize to our esteemed guests. Lafitte cast a unique and cold glance at Morana, then responded with a nonchalant tone, I obey, my liege. Humph, Heat scoffed, clearly unsatisfied with Lafitte's demeanor. Enough, enough. King Horus continued to mediate, raising his goblet and approaching Heat and Morana. I shall drink on behalf of Lafitte. Morana and Heat could not outright refuse and pretended to clink their glasses with the king. King Horus appeared quite pleased, downing the contents of his goblet, while Morana and Heat merely raised their glasses symbolically. Not consuming a single drop, the banquet then continued. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the king and ministers, Morana and Heat reluctantly partook of some food, albeit with extreme caution, only consuming dishes that Horus had already tasted, while leaving the rest untouched. Amidst the feast, there were moments of subtle exchanges. The king revealed some of his stances, such as his unwavering demand for direct control over the appointment of officials and policy formulation in Star Harbor. Morana, equally unyielding, insisted on adhering to the regulations established during the late king's reign, advocating for the Black Star's continued autonomy in Star Harbor. Morana, King Horus, now somewhat inebriated, raised his voice to question. Star Harbor is ultimately a part of the Star Kingdom. And I am the king of the Star Kingdom. You are all ministers of the late king. Can you bear to betray his kingdom after his passing? Morana, glancing at Heat, who was about to ladle some soup that Horus had just tasted, remarked, I have heard that truly wise monarchs know what is beneficial for their nation, and truly loyal ministers adhere to the late king's aspirations. The late king dedicated his life to strengthening this nation. While your majesty appears to pursue only your own power, if your majesty truly aligns your ambitions with those of the late king, you ought to prioritize the well-being of the nation. Not granting King Horus an opportunity to respond, Morana continued, since the time of the late king, Star Harbor has maintained a status of autonomy, a privilege granted in exchange for bearing the celestial gold of the entire kingdom. Now, your majesty desires both the dominion over Star Harbor and an increase in its taxes. This I cannot concede. Lastly, Soru, the technique known for its ability to propel oneself at remarkable speed through a powerful push against the ground, was elaborated upon by Prophet. He had sequentially explained the techniques of Jipo, Soru, Tekai, Shave, and Moonwalk, and was now elucidating the final of the 6 techniques that it was said that one could cover 100 meters in 4 seconds using Soru. These constituted the fundamental 6 techniques. Beyond these, some strong individuals could blend the 6 techniques with their personal combat skills, thereby forming even more practical battle tactics. Characters from the original work, such as CP9, possessed varying degrees of extended techniques from the 6 styles, which were potentially more formidable, necessitating greater caution should one encounter them. Wait a moment. Prophet suddenly recalled something. Have those 2 individuals finished their phone worm call yet? Despite speaking at an accelerated pace, explaining the 6 techniques took a considerable amount of time. Yet those 2 members of the Black Star had yet to return with a report on the situation. This instilled in Prophet a sense of ominous foreboding. Star rose to his feet and declared, I will go out and take a look. Stay here, everyone. Prophet halted Star, aware that he lacked the foresight of observation hockey. Should he encounter a CP9 agent, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. How curious, Brother Gio. What are you doing? Matafa inquired, noticing Gao Jio intently flaring his nostrils as if he were detecting some scent. The fruit of the mythical Zoan type had endowed Gao Jio with an exceptional sense of smell, and at that moment, he seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood in the air. Furrowing his brow, Gao Jio remarked, I believe I can smell blood. Everyone, be cautious. Prophet signaled, and Gao Jio and Matafa positioned themselves protectively around the presently weaker Fuentes and Star. Just then, the doors swung open, revealing a youth with hair parted on either side, cascading past his ears. Clad in a black suit and tie, he exuded an air of refinement. Yet, the blood dripping from his hands and the aura of bloodlust surrounding him betrayed his nature as a merciless agent. The newcomer was none other than a young Rob Lucci. Unlike the Lucci who would later lie in wait in Water 7 over a decade hence, this version of him appeared somewhat immature. Nevertheless, the ferocity in his gaze and the palpable intent to kill made it evident that even at this juncture, He was a formidable weapon of destruction, gone, before Profik and the others could react. Lucci unleashed his signature technique. Despite the swiftness of Lucci's gone, it was still rendered ineffectual under the scrutiny of Profik's observation hockey. Pushing Fuentes aside, Profik seemingly evaded Lucci's strike with calm composure. The failed attack, however, saw Lucci's finger pierce deeply into the wall as he brushed past Profik. Withdrawing his finger from the wall without a hint of concern, Lucci slowly turned to survey the individuals before him, murmuring to himself, or perhaps posing a question. "Not your average lackeys, are you? It's him. Brother, I've seen this guy at the barbecue place." Matafa finally recalled Lucci and pointed at him, exclaiming loudly. "Humph," Lucci scoffed. Recalling the trio he had encountered at the barbecue, the young girl, the ravenous youth, and the middle-aged M.A.N.S. "Oh, it's you lot. You must be unlucky to have run into me." Before he could finish his sentence, Lucci vanished in an instant with a "So, Matafa, behind you." Profik's observation hockey once again caught Lucci's movement. Before he could finish his warning, Lucci materialized in the air just behind Matafa, with a swift motion of his right foot. He unleashed a crescent-shaped wind blade. The gale kick passed through Matafa's form, crashing into the ground with a tremendous force, sending debris and dust flying. The impact was astounding. Yet, Lucci did not witness the sanguine scene he had anticipated. Matafa's body transformed into threads, swiftly healing without a scratch as the gale kick passed through her data capabilities. "User, it seems I underestimated you all." Lucci, now firmly on the ground, recognized the peculiarities among the group. One individual who could keep pace with him and another young girl with strange abilities. A revelation even for Rob Lucci. Reacting to Lucci's sudden assault, Matafa was understandably displeased. She waved her right hand, transforming her fingers into sharp strands aimed at Lucci. Unfamiliar with Matafa's powers, Lucci evaded her attack. Gunshots rang out, Profik and Star opening fire. However, there was a stark contrast between their shooting styles. Star merely fired in Lucci's general direction, while Profik aimed meticulously to obstruct Lucci's escape route. Yet, Lucci displayed an extraordinary agility, evading all bullets with an uncanny speed and flexibility. Impressive mastery of paper drawing. Profik remarked with a mix of envy and frustration as he observed the young Lucci that Lucci's proficiency with the technique certainly justified his title of genius. Were it not for Profik's knowledge of the six powers, he might have assumed he was facing an opponent equally adept in observation hockey. "Quite the spectacle," Lucci remarked coldly, surprised to encounter someone capable of recognizing the Navy's six powers on such a small island. As Profik focused intently on locking onto Lucci with his observation hockey, he strategized. "Fuentes, you and Star retreat to the back room, and tend to buck. Gao, Matafa, remain alert. This individual is no easy foe." "Understood." Gao Zhou's response was succinct and resolute. "That I got it, brother. Rest assured." "Profik, please be careful." Fuentes voiced his concern regarding the unfolding situation. Profik's strategic arrangement underscored his serious regard for Lucci. In a confrontation of this magnitude, Star and Fuentes were utterly incapable of contributing, necessitating the need for others to divert their attention to safeguard them. Thus, he opted to have the two temporarily retreat to the back room. However, Lucci had no intention of allowing Profik to achieve his aims effortlessly. Seeking to evacuate his weaker companions first, he would not permit such a convenience. In the blink of an eye, Lucci employed the six powers once more, activating Saru to enter a state of rapid movement. Simultaneously, Profik gripped his firearm tightly, prepared to fire at any moment to thwart Lucci's pursuit. Flying Shurgon, Lucci eschewed close-range attacks in favor of a more concealed, subtle, and long-range technique, the Flying Shurgon. Having observed Profik's accurate predictions during previous assaults, Rob Lucci decisively altered his attack strategy. He surmised that Profik was either discerning his movements through air currents or by sensing his presence. The reliability of these two forms of perception depended heavily on the target's speed and the scale of their movements. Thus, Lucci first sought to confound Profik with rapid motions before launching a more discreet assault. However, these feints proved utterly ineffective against Profik, who had mastered observation hockey. Profik fired repeatedly, the bullets colliding accurately with Lucci's Flying Shurgon midair. Although the bullets lacked the potency of the Shurgon, they were sufficient to alter its trajectory or shatter it. Profik glanced disdainfully at his firearm, lamenting its insufficiency. In the world of One Piece, where personal strength reigns supreme, the efficacy of firearms is considerably limited. An old-fashioned handgun suffices against ordinary foes. yet it becomes utterly ineffective against swift or defensively capable targets. Fortunately, the time gained by the handgun allowed Starr and Fuentes to retreat into the back room. From this perspective, the task could be deemed accomplished. Profik shifted his gaze from the handgun back to Rob Lucci, who stood at the doorway. Their eyes locked, revealing the unmasked intent to kill within Lucci's gaze. Rob Lucci was seething with rage. At merely 13 years of age, he had yet to transform into the composed and formidable figure he would become during his time in Water 7. And was still merely a young agent who had not yet joined CP9. Though his strength was undeniably exceptional, he lacked the maturity of spirit at that moment. Lucci had completely forgotten his mission to find Robin. All that occupied his mind was the desire to eliminate Profik. He had always believed that slaughter was the most effective means of resolution. Just recently, a certain allied nation of the world government had suffered an invasion by a band of pirates, resulting in 500 royal soldiers being defeated and taken hostage. The pirate crew leveraged this situation to coerce the king into conceding to their demands, prompting the king to seek assistance from the world government. Lucci and Fuzz arrived with orders to resolve the matter. However, Lucci did not adhere to the predetermined plan of rescuing the hostages or negotiating with the pirates. Instead, he infiltrated the warehouse where the hostages were held and ruthlessly executed all 500 captives. When the pirates arrived on the scene, they found Lucci seated atop a mountain of corpses. Infuriated, the pirates opened fire on him, and Lucci sustained 5 shots to his back. Fortunately, his mastery of the iron body technique rendered him largely unscathed. As the agents of the world government arrived at the warehouse, they discovered that the pirates who had come before them had already become part of the grotesque tableau of piled bodies. However, amidst his path of carnage, Profik found himself to be the first obstacle. This individual evidently possessed a method to swiftly ascertain his whereabouts. Yet, Rob Lucci would not be deterred. Rather, he felt an exhilaration surge within him. In stark contrast to Lucci's fury and resolve, Profik appeared quite rational, showing little enthusiasm for the impending confrontation. Thus, he attempted to persuade Lucci. "Hey, you are an agent of the world government, are you not?" Noticing Lucci's silence, Profik continued, "I understand you are here for Nico Robin, but she is not present. Why not abandon this endeavor?" They had no irreconcilable conflict with agents like Lucci of the world government. And hence, Profik sought to dissuade him from his mission. Rob Lucci remained silent, responding instead with action. Raging foot. The azure-slash nearly traversed the entire room. Lucci unleashed this technique with all his might. Vowing to cleave Profik in two, the sheer power of the attack left Martifa dumbfounded. "Brother, get out of the way." In the face of the overwhelming strike, Profik remained nearly motionless, merely gripping the dagger at his waist. He was aware that Kaishifu could assist him in overcoming the current peril. What he needed to seize was the opportunity to counterattack after Kaishifu intercepted Lucci's onslaught. Indeed, Kaishifu stepped forward, positioning himself before Profik. He had now transformed into his beastly form, his arms morphing into the powerful forelimbs of a yearbeast, directly catching Lucci's raging foot in his grasp, much like Joza catching Mihawk's strike during the Summit War. He redirected it towards the ceiling. That Lucci's raging foot was undeniably formidable. The ceiling was pierced with a thunderous crash, causing various building materials to rain down. "Advance," Profik commanded loudly, gesturing towards Martifa. Understanding his cue, Martifa called out silk web, her right hand morphing into delicate threads, attempting to ensnare Lucci. Seizing this opportunity, Profik drew his blade, feigning an intent to engage Lucci in a desperate struggle. Due to the dust cloud from the earlier raging foot, Lucci's vision was obscured, and upon hearing Martifa's voice, he instinctively dodged to the side. It was during this brief moment that Profik closed in on Lucci. Finger gun. Lucci's finger shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed straight at Profik's heart. Aware that Profik could match his speed, Lucci did not expect this strike to connect. Rather, he sought to force Profik back as much as possible. To Lucci's astonishment, Profik slightly sidestepped, evading the critical blow, yet still charged forward, evidently intent on a trade of injuries. Thud. Lucci's finger jabbed into Profik's left shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Willing to fight to the death? Lucci's gaze was devoid of any emotion. He tensed his muscles, opting to withstand Profik's incoming strike with iron block. This technique, unique in the Six Styles for its direct defense against attacks, had seen many attempt to use it in situations where evasion was clearly possible, often resulting in disastrous consequences. Thus, iron block had become somewhat of a running joke. implying that its use would invariably lead to a poor outcome. However, the reality was far from such a notion. Humans are inherently high in attack and low in defense. Within the world of One Piece, bizarre offensive techniques abound, while defensive skills are relatively scarce. Excluding exceedingly rare devil fruit abilities, the primary means of defense are Haki and Iron Block. In the early stages of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, Haki was a rarity, making the cost-effectiveness of Iron Block quite high. Yet this time, Lucci miscalculated. Profik's blade did not descend as anticipated. After sustaining a jab from the finger gun, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding Lucci. Profik knew full well that a mere long knife posed no threat to Lucci. His reckless charge, despite injury, aimed solely to provoke the Iron Block. More precisely, he intended to exploit Lucci's diminished mobility while in that state that Profik evaded. Trailing closely behind him was none other than Kaishifu, fully transformed into a year beast. He swung his right forearm, delivering a crushing blow to rob Lucci's face. Damn it! Lucci suddenly realized he had fallen into Profik's trap. Yet, he had no time for regret. While Iron Block could enhance physical hardness and resistance to blows, it did not augment the user's mass and could, in fact, sacrifice speed. Thus, after employing Iron Block, Lucci found himself unable to evade Kaishifu's attack or withstand the blow in place. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Crashing through the door he had just opened and slamming into the corridor's wall, blood erupted from Lucci's mouth. Kaishifu's single strike had grievously injured him. As Lucci expelled a torrent of blood, his eyes remained resolute. This assault ignited within him a desire for a devil fruit of his own. Despite the grave injury, Lucci had no intention of retreating. What of the devil fruits? As an agent of the world government, Lucci harbored his own convictions and pride. Those before him were merely ordinary individuals fortunate beyond measure, and he would not permit himself to be vanquished by Profik and his companions. Lucci activated Shave once more, utilizing the wall to accelerate his movements, seeking an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Get down! Martifa yanked downward with all her might, causing Lucci to stumble mid-air, but it turned out that, seizing the earlier moment, Martifa had quietly ensnared Lucci's legs with the threads formed by 2 fingers of her right hand. Given that Shave heavily relied on the power of the legs, Martifa's downward pull caused Lucci to lose his balance. Damn it! Lucci's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Earlier, he had focused solely on Profik and Kaishifu. Neglecting to notice Martifa's stealthy activation of her ability, he exerted force, attempting to break free from the threads binding his feet. Martifa lacked the strength, nearly being thrown off by Lucci's struggle to that moment. Profik seized Martifa, assisting her in pulling back. Consequently, Lucci found himself at a disadvantage. The six-style shave was rendered ineffective, and in a moment of carelessness, he collided with the wall. Before he could regain his balance, Kaishifu pounced upon him. Iron Block! Kaishifu's razor-toothed maw clamped down on Lucci's head, his robust forelimbs crashing into Lucci's chest, sending blood splattering. That should suffice. Kaishifu. Profik assessed Lucci's condition and felt it was adequate. Release him. Upon hearing this, Kaishifu reverted to his human form, relinquishing his hold on Lucci. Bloodied and battered, Lucci collapsed to the ground, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. As Profik and his companions faced the looming threat of the world government's CP9, the atmosphere within the palace of the Star Nation had reached a heightened state of tension. The once warm banquet had transformed into an air thick with anxiety. Most of the ministers who had previously sat beside the king had departed, while the captain of the guards, Lafitte, brandished his staff, which still bore faint traces of soup at its tip, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Morana. Between the king and Morana, the table was in disarray. Several wine glasses lay shattered, and a bowl of hot soup had splattered against the wall not far behind the king. The dish that had contained the hot soup was now in pieces. Morana remained seated in her original position, cloaked in a black robe that concealed her entirely, though the remnants of the soup on the table indicated it had been she who had hurled it. Beside her, the once vibrant Keat now slumped weakly in his chair. King Horus, however, maintained his seat, a smug smile adorning his face as he produced a document and a pen. You expect me to sign the agreement relinquishing the autonomy of Starport? That is utterly impossible. Morana shook her head. Your Majesty, given your stance, I believe there is no further need for us to continue this discussion that I in this situation. Do you truly possess the authority to refuse? Morana cast a worried glance at Keat. They had exercised utmost caution, They neither consumed food that the king had dined upon nor drank from the soup he had tasted. However, unexpectedly, after drinking a bowl of soup, Hector felt an overwhelming weakness engulfing him, causing him to slump into his seat. "Hector, are you all right?" Morena inquired with a hint of concern in her voice. Hector appeared somewhat feeble as he managed to utter, I'm fine, just a little weak." Just after consuming that mouthful of soup, Hector sensed his body suddenly growing limp, rendering him incapable of utilizing even the powers bestowed by the devil fruit. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the full extent of his condition in front of Horace. Fuming, Morena confronted, "Horace, what did you add to that soup?" "Ha ha ha." Horace laughed triumphantly, unabashedly revealing his scheme. "It seems you are unaware of sea stone. Any devil fruit user who comes into contact with it will be rendered utterly powerless, incapable of activating their abilities. You too were indeed cautious, but alas, you have fallen into my trap. Now, no one can come to your aid. Sign this paper, or I shall not hesitate to take further action." With a cold snort, Morena rose from her seat and seized the paper from Horace's hands. However, instead of signing it, she tore it to shreds. While ripping it apart, she urged Hector, "Vomit it out, since it's a contact poison. As long as you expel it, you will be fine. B boss. You." Hector exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Morena's defiance. Having already ingested the soup laced with sea stone, he found himself utterly powerless, and should the king decide to act, he would be unable to retaliate. Provoking the king at this moment was certainly not a wise choice. Attempting to subjugate the Black Zodiac through such means was futile. Yet, Morena seemed entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Continuing her bold defiance, "You scoundrel!" Horace exclaimed, both surprised and enraged, before calling out to Lafitte, "Subdue her." "Yes," Lafitte responded. "Finally, we have triumphed over this adversary." Martifa gasped, glancing at the collapsed Lucci, her heart still racing. What a handful. "Do not let your guard down. There is still another foe whose arrival is uncertain," Proficient commanded. "Tinfu, carry him away, but ensure he doesn't awaken." Proficient understood that Lucci was merely 13 years of age, still quite immature. Yet, even such a young Lucci proved to be a formidable opponent. One could only imagine how much more dangerous the more mature Fuzz Fur would be. Although they had defeated Lucci, they could not afford to lower their vigilance. Tinfu hoisted the unconscious Lucci onto his shoulder, asking, "Captain, what should we do?" "Let us wait here for a while," Proficient replied, simultaneously utilizing Kinbunchika Haki to assess the surrounding situation. "After all, as long as we remain here, we can hold our ground." Suddenly, Proficient's expression changed dramatically. Using his Kinbunchika Haki, he sensed something was amiss in the adjoining room. The presence of the doctor was no longer detectable, and the auras of Stada and Fuentes had significantly weakened. Most alarming was the sensation of a powerful presence emanating from within the room. "What's wrong?" Martifa inquired. "The situation in the other room is not right." Proficient whispered, "Get ready. We need to investigate." As the door swung open, the three beheld a scene of utter chaos within the room. Two doctors lay on the floor, their white coats soaked in crimson. Stada leaned against the wall, bloodied and bearing several puncture wounds. Fuentes stood nearby, pale and shaken, with a gruesome wound on his right leg. Exposing boned eye in the center of the room stood the formidable Fuzz Fur, clutching the unconscious Buck, who appeared like a mere child in comparison to the 3-meter-tall world government agent. The window had been shattered from the outside, shards of glass littering the floor while the frame lay in disarray. Proficient surmised that Fuzz Fur had utilized Jeppo to breach the window, entering just as they engaged in their battle with Lucci, which is likely why he had gone unnoticed as Proficient and his companions spotted Fuzz Fur. He too recognized their presence, visibly startled by the sight of Proficient and the others. Just as Proficient had surmised, Fuzz Fur had entered through the window during the fierce confrontation with Lucci, believing Lucci could handle the external threats without immediate assistance. Thus, he had taken his time interrogating Nicole Robin regarding her whereabouts. However, he had not anticipated that the ones entering the inner room would be Proficient and his companions instead of Rob Lucci. "You lot," Fuzz Fur exclaimed, casually tossing Buck aside, his gaze now fixated upon Lucci, slung over Tinfu's shoulder. "This is quite a surprise. However, your good fortune ends here." Fuzz Fur displayed no urgency regarding his mission, instead casually stating, "To have defeated Lucci, you must possess some skill. Yet, Lucci is merely an ordinary agent, while I am a core member of CP. There is a fundamental difference. I suggest you surrender." Proficient had to concede that Fuzz Fur made a valid point. In terms of innate talent, Fuzzfur paled in comparison to Rob Lucci. However, given Lucci's youth, Fuzzfur's maturity presented a significant challenge. Although proficient, alongside Tenfu and Martifa, had managed to defeat Lucci. Engaging Fuzzfur at this moment would likely lead to their defeat. Thus, he resolved to attempt persuasion, stepping forward despite Fuzzfur's barrage of words and piercing gaze. Hold on. Let us talk. Subdue her. With Horace's command, Lafitte complied, flipping over the table in front of him and lunging towards Morana with his staff. As Lafitte's staff lunged forth, Hector, fully aware of Lafitte's prowess yet feeling utterly powerless, shouted, "Boss, be careful." In a swift motion, Morana evaded Lafitte's strike and seized the staff. Lafitte instinctively attempted to retract it, but to his astonishment, it seemed as though the staff was welded to Morana's grasp, remaining immovable despite his utmost efforts. Although rumors suggested that the former leader of the Black Zodiac had once possessed an extraordinarily rare devil fruit, Morana had shown no signs of any fruit abilities or combat skills over the years. All recent intelligence indicated that Morana, the leader of the Black Zodiac, was merely an ordinary girl devoid of combat capabilities. Consequently, in their schemes against the Black Zodiac, both the king and Morana primarily regarded the vice leader Hector, completely underestimating Morana's potential as a combatant. Yet, the truth had now revealed Horace's miscalculation. "You?" Lafitte gasped in disbelief. Morana smirked coldly, yanking the staff towards herself. Her strength was astonishing, not only yanking the staff towards her, but also sending Lafitte flying. Damn it! Lafitte spread his white wings in midair, barely managing to stabilize himself. Horace appeared to witness something terrifying, struggling to articulate his thoughts amidst his fear. Strange. Ignoring Horace, who was paralyzed with dread, Morana hurled the staff taken from Lafitte, targeting the now stabilized Lafitte. Lafitte flapped his wings in an attempt to evade, managing to avoid a critical hit, yet still sustaining a piercing wound through his wing. Damn it! Blood stained his once white wings, and despite his efforts to flap the other wing, he plummeted to the ground. Morana approached Lafitte slowly, her usually melodious voice now somber. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Horace, do you still wish to capture me? Why, you scoundrel? Horace had not anticipated Morana's sudden prowess. Yet, he felt a surge of relief for the preparations he had made in advance. You, do not get too complacent. Blockhead Master, please take action. With Horace's call, a man clad in a red cloak, his chest exposed, a sword at his waist, and adorned with a sunflower-like headdress, emerged slowly from behind Horace. This individual is none other than one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Cube, the formidable Diamante. Morana took a slight step back, warily observing Diamante. Although she was not adept in the observation of Conqueror's haki, she could still sense an underlying threat emanating from him. How distressing this is. Indeed, Horace Diamante appeared utterly indifferent to Morana's presence, as he nonchalantly approached Horace, insisting that the promised reward must be delivered in full. That I understand. Horace had initially hesitated at the prospect of the exorbitant reward. However, now he could only rely on Diamante to vanquish Morana. As long as you can deal with this wretch, I shall double the reward I promised you. Diamante pivoted to face Morana, exclaiming, "Poor little girl. This is your misfortune for encountering me. Surrender quietly, and I might grant you a swift end." Morana released her grip from Lafitte, who lay bloodied beneath her. Cloaked in her dark robe, she responded with a voice that was hoarse yet defiant. "I have heard it said that good dogs do not obstruct the way. You strange creature had best step aside, lest I decide to deal with you as well." In her current state, Morana appeared somewhat irritable, exuding an aura of murderous intent, and her words grew increasingly brusque. "Ha!" At that moment, Horace erupted into a triumphant laugh. "Morana, you truly know nothing, do you? You, the abomination who should have perished 15 years ago, are still alive today. Whether that is fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Enough with the prattle." Morana lashed out with a crimson arm, targeting Horace directly. Clang! Her extended limb was intercepted by Diamante's sword, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. Indeed, it appeared to be the power of a Zoan-type ability. The seasoned official made his assessment. Damn it! Morana swiftly retracted her limb, realizing in that fleeting moment that Diamante's sword had intercepted her attack at a most peculiar angle. "You too are an ability user?" As Horace, who had appeared somewhat anxious during Morana's assault, witnessed Diamante thwarting her, his confidence surged. He laughed heartily. "Lord Cube, You truly live up to your reputation as a subordinate of the Joker. Let this audacious little monster experience the anguish his father once endured. What? A sense of foreboding welled up within Morena. The tragic accident that befell her father 5 years prior remained an unshakable thorn in her heart. And this insufferable king before her evidently possessed some knowledge. Meanwhile, Horace, amidst his laughter, began recounting the tale of that fateful day from years gone by. 15 years ago, in the South Sea, aboard a merchant vessel belonging to the Star Kingdom. The former leader of the Black Constellation, known as Black Python Vladimir Bowden, stood at the bow, alongside the previous king of the Star Kingdom, Fabre, and the then-child Prince Horace. Both men gazed solemnly at the approaching pirate ship. "Your Majesty, please take refuge in the cabin with His Highness for the time being," Bowden urged without a hint of fear. "I shall handle them." No sooner had he spoken than Bowden leapt across the distance of several meters. Landing on the pirate ship, transforming into a colossal black python, he wreaked havoc among the pirates, scattering them in disarray. Truly, Bowden was formidable. The notorious pirate, with a bounty of 15 million, stood no chance against him. Cheers of admiration erupted from the Star Kingdom's ship, and soon after, silence fell upon the pirate vessel. Bowden returned to the Star Kingdom's ship, appearing relaxed. "You have worked hard." King Fabre welcomed him. "Without you, I shudder to think of what might have transpired." "Please, do not mention it," Bowden replied, bowing to Fabre. "It is my duty to protect your Majesty and His Highness. My contributions are insignificant, even in my absence. The kingdom's soldiers would ensure your safety. Indeed, you are a remarkable man." Bowden. Fabre was delighted, ruffling Horace's hair, saying, "Young man, learn well from your uncle Bowden. When you grow up, become a hero who defends the realm." "Your Majesty." At that moment, a soldier from the Star Kingdom, returning from the pirate ship after clearing the battlefield, hurriedly approached to report, "We have discovered a child aboard the pirate ship. It is an infant confined within a cage." Fabre looked puzzled and somewhat displeased. "I recall that the Star Kingdom has clear regulations regarding orphans. Why was this not adhered to?" "This," the soldier hesitated but pressed on, "it is a monster. Should we take a look?" Bowden suggested. "Very well." "Ha!" After seeing the child, Bowden burst into hearty laughter. "What a delightful little creature. In that case, let her be my child." With that, he lifted the infant from the cage. "What?" "Rest assured," Bowden reassured the hesitant soldier. "There exists no monster in this world. Besides, even if she were truly a monster, I believe in the power of love. After all, I am often referred to as a monster myself. It seems only fitting for a great monster to adopt a little one. Does it not?" 10 years later, in the palace of the Star Kingdom, the aged King Fabre and Vladimir Bowden sat conversing like old friends, discussing mundane matters. Since Bowden had adopted Morena, their conversations invariably touched upon this unique daughter. "I heard that Morena fell ill again a couple of days ago," Fabre inquired with genuine concern for Bowden's adopted daughter, since the day Bowden had taken Morena in 5 years prior. He had treated her as his own. However, Morena was indeed different from ordinary children. To describe her distinctions as mere differences would be an understatement. After all, in the minds of the Star Kingdom's citizens, a normal human does not possess pointed ears, tails, or membranes connecting their arms to their bodies. As for her sharp teeth, crimson eyes, and the abundance of hair that exceeded that of ordinary people, compared to the aforementioned traits, they seemed trivial. Nevertheless, Morena had a gentle and endearing disposition, and her intelligence surpassed that of her peers. Hence, Bowden was not particularly worried about her condition, even during the recurrent illnesses she had suffered since her adoption. He merely attributed them to her tender age and fragile constitution. However, this time was markedly different. Bowden did not conceal anything from his old friend. He candidly stated, "Indeed, something happened to Nana the night before last." That night coincided with the full moon of autumn, a time when the moon is at its fullest and roundest, and admiring it has been an ancient tradition of the Star Island. Having been preoccupied with the construction of Star Harbor, Bowden took the time to accompany his daughter to the rooftop of their headquarters to gaze at the moon. Daddy, the 5-year-old Morena, still unmasked, leaned against her adoptive father, her tone tinged with sadness. "Why does everyone regard me as a monster?" The young girl was lamenting the ostracism she faced from her peers. "Ha." Bowden laughed heartily. "It matters not. They also refer to your father as a monster. But, Morena's voice quivered with tears. "I am different from Daddy and everyone else. What troubles you, my daughter? Is it your ears, your tail, your membranes, or something else?" Bowden comforted her, assuring her that she need not feel troubled by her appearance. And no matter how different people may seem on the outside, if one loves sincerely, true friendship can be attained. Under Boden's soothing words, Morana gradually calmed. However, her tranquility lasted only a brief moment. Upon seeing the full moon, she nearly descended into madness. The once serene girl became frenzied and exceedingly aggressive, and the frail child exhibited immense strength. Even Boden, taking on his black python form, struggled to restrain Morana. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Boden's account, Fabre perceived the gravity of Morana's situation, but I had thought she was merely a bit different from ordinary people. Boden, who had not been overly concerned about Morana's appearance, grew increasingly worried about her sudden outburst. I can no longer remain indifferent. Your Majesty, I will do everything in my power to cure my daughter's ailment. But I have heard from the imperial physician that they are utterly powerless. Fabre spoke gravely, clearly having heard of Morana's situation, that I shall not conceal anything from you. To speak candidly, their advice was to abandon the child. I regret to say, however, that I am indeed powerless to assist. It is of no consequence. You need not burden yourself with guilt. Even if the physicians within our realm are unable to help, there are many renowned doctors across this vast ocean. There must be a way to cure Nana's ailment. Moreover, your Majesty is aware that the powers of the devil fruits are manifold and ever-changing. I firmly believe there exists a devil fruit that can heal her affliction, Boden asserted resolutely. As long as there is hope, as a father, I shall never relinquish my pursuit. In light of this, I have something to entrust to you. Fabre, as he spoke, retrieved a small box from the drawer of his desk and opened it, revealing a devil fruit. Even Boden, who had previously consumed a devil fruit, was taken aback by its presence. Having partaken of a devil fruit himself, Boden was acutely aware of their rarity. For years, he had endeavored to cultivate the fruit industry, yet had only succeeded in obtaining a single devil fruit, which was none other than the paramecia-type hat fruit consumed by his aide. As the name implies, the hat fruit grants the ability to manipulate hats. Noticing Boden's astonishment, Fabre appeared quite pleased. This was acquired during my journey to the World Conference at Mariawa. It is said to be a Zoan-type devil fruit, intended as a gift for that child. Your Majesty, Boden rose, bowing deeply, I am grateful for your kindness, but the devil fruit is far too precious. Besides, as the ruler of a nation, should you consume a devil fruit, it would only enhance your power. Sit down. Fabre replied calmly that I have grown old and do not know how much longer I have to live. This fruit should naturally be entrusted to the youth. Furthermore, I have heard that Zoan-type devil fruits can significantly enhance one's physical capabilities and mastery over the body. It is perfectly suited for Morana. Moreover, it remains uncertain when a cure for her condition may be found. Consuming this devil fruit could stabilize her situation in the meantime. Thank you, Your Majesty. Boden no longer hesitated, recognizing the wisdom in Fabre's words. Deeply moved, he knelt and accepted the precious devil fruit. I assume your target is Nico Robin. Facing the towering Fusif, Profik appeared remarkably composed. I possess a handwritten letter from Nico Robin, which can sufficiently prove that she departed from Star Island 2 days ago. No matter how extensively you search this island, you will not find Robin. As Profik spoke, he cautiously tossed the letter Robin had penned for Morana to Fusif, primarily to prevent a sudden attack. Fusif meticulously picked up the paper, his caution evident. After a brief pause, Profik continued, I trust you now believe my words. Continuing to execute your tasks on Star Island would be a futile endeavor. While I am unaware of whom you serve, it would be advisable for you to return home. Profik intentionally refrained from revealing Fusif's affiliation with CP9, as the existence of CP9 was shrouded in secrecy. Exposing his awareness of them could invite trouble. Fusif appeared somewhat taken aback, casting a piercing gaze filled with malice at Profik and his companions. Would it not be simpler to eliminate all of you? As soon as he finished speaking, Gayashifu, Matafa, and Buck, the 3 remaining combatants, prepared themselves for battle. I doubt you can accomplish that. Profik retorted without flinching. I know you are strong, but we are not weak either. This fellow named Rob Lucci is your ally, is he not? If we can defeat him, we can surely defeat you. You have injured my comrade, and I have taken down your ally. Consider us even. Moreover, completing the task is paramount. Now that the mission is unattainable, even if you were to kill us, it would amount to nothing. Conversely, if you were to be defeated by us, it would reflect poorly on you. Profik continued to persuade. I believe you are a wise individual and would not engage in such an unprofitable venture. I urge you to contemplate this. After a lengthy silence, Fusif surprisingly nodded and declared, "Very well. 5.5 years ago, within the palace of Star Kingdom, Prince Horus walked through the halls, visibly despondent. Lafitte silently appeared beside him. Your Highness, you seem rather unhappy." "Indeed," Horus replied. "It is all that scoundrel Bowden's fault. He meddles in royal affairs and will eventually rebel." Earlier that day, the notoriously arrogant Horus had ridden through Star Harbor, injuring 2 civilians. Just as he attempted to flee the scene, Bowden caught him in the act. The manager of Star Harbor would not tolerate Horus's misdeeds and reported his transgressions to Fafrii. The outcome was evident. Horus received a stern reprimand from his father, naturally fostering his resentment towards Bowden. "I shall make him pay," Horus declared, a mix of petulance and seriousness coloring his tone. Initially, Horus felt powerless against Bowden. However, Lafitte's subsequent words ignited a spark of intrigue within him. "Your Highness, if you harbor such animosity towards Bowden, I have a plan that can help you eliminate him." "What?" Horus exclaimed, taken aback yet hesitantly curious. But Lafitte, with his unique voice, seduced him further. "Your Highness, you are destined to become this nation's leader. A man like Bowden will inevitably become an obstacle in your path. I can serve as your ally in removing such hindrances. Pray tell," Horus urged. "I have heard that Bowden has been seeking renowned doctors and healing devil fruits," Lafitte explained. "If that is the case, why not turn the tables and set a trap? And what purpose would that serve?" Horus questioned skeptically. "Bowden is the strongest on our island." Lafitte revealed a sinister smile. "Your Highness, we can enlist external assistance. I have heard that the underground world's Joker is rising rapidly. We can seek his aid. All we need to do is thus." And so, the more Lafitte spoke, the more excited he became. And Horus found himself increasingly intrigued. Eventually, the two reached an agreement. Before long, news of the surgical fruit emerged from an island in the South Sea, spreading rapidly throughout Star Island. This information inevitably reached Bowden's ears. Although he sensed something amiss, he was unwilling to forfeit this rare opportunity and resolved to set sail for the island mentioned in the rumors. "Bowden, do you truly intend to venture out to sea?" Fafrii, having heard of Bowden's plans to seek the devil fruit, expressed his concerns and summoned him to the palace. This incident reeked of conspiracy. Bowden nodded, sharing a similar intuition with Fafrii. "Indeed, but as I have previously stated, as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, I shall not give up. That I remain steadfast in my conviction that it is far too perilous for you to go alone." Fafrii cautioned, "I shall dispatch a warship to accompany you for your protection." Bowden shook his head, responding, "If this endeavor is indeed a scheme aimed at me, then their presence would be of no use. Should I manage to resolve this matter myself, I would not require their assistance. Conversely, if I am unable to address the issue, sending help would be futile. You have traveled abroad in your youth. If you were to provoke a formidable force, it could spell disaster for you. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to that." Yet Bowden held his own perspective. "If that were the case, their target would solely be me. I cannot allow your majesty and the entire nation to be implicated for my sake." Seeing Bowden's resolute determination, Fafrii ceased his pleas, offering a final admonition. "Take utmost care. This nation needs you, and no matter what transpires, your majesty must remain calm and composed. The nation requires you more than ever." Bowden asserted, retrieving a letter. "Your majesty, please do not disclose my whereabouts to anyone. If I fail to return, kindly open this letter, and also, please look after Morana." Upon concluding his words, Bowden did not afford Fafrir any opportunity to reply. He simply turned on his heel and departed from the royal palace. All of this was overheard by Horus, who had been eavesdropping from within the palace. After leaving the royal palace, Bowden made a brief visit to the headquarters of the Black Star. Before boarding a merchant vessel and departing from Star Harbor, from that moment onward, no one in the Star Kingdom knew of Bowden's whereabouts. It was not until half a year later that the Navy's 160th Division discovered Bowden's lifeless body, thus confirming the news of his demise. Of course, the claim that no one knew Bowden's fate was merely a facade. At the very least, Horus and Lafitte were acutely aware of Bowden's tragic end. After setting sail, Bowden encountered the burgeoning threat of Doflamingo on his way to the island where the fabled surgical fruit was said to appear. This was all part of Horus's meticulous planning. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Initially, Doflamingo found himself at a disadvantage against Bowden, yet his innate talent was far from trivial. During the course of the conflict, his mastery of the string fruit escalated rapidly, culminating in the spontaneous development of the technique known as birdcage. Ultimately, the passenger ship Bowden was aboard was utterly obliterated by Doflamingo, causing Bowden to plunge into the depths of the sea, where he met his watery grave. Meanwhile, Doflamingo utilized the sky path to cling to the clouds above, enabling his escape. Undoubtedly, the reason Horus was able to enlist Doflamingo's aid came at a substantial cost. This included, but was not limited to, facilitating trade between Horus's allies within the Star Kingdom and Joker's subordinates in the underworld, offering considerable monetary compensation, and granting Joker and his men permission to establish a base in the Star Kingdom at an opportune moment in the future. Returning to the present, the recollections of Horus, Lafitte, Diamante, and Morena successfully pieced together significant clues about the past of the Star Kingdom. That's how it was, muttered Hecht, still languid from consuming sea prism stone. As he finally grasped the mystery surrounding Bowden's death, a revelation that left him feeling utterly powerless. Horus, you are truly a scoundrel. Ha! Horus laughed unabashedly, reflecting on the irony that 5 years ago, his father had perished at Joker's hands. And now his daughter was on the verge of meeting a similar fate at the hands of Joker's high-ranking subordinates. What a cruel twist of fate. Morena trembled with rage, exclaiming, I will kill you too for my father's vengeance. No sooner had she spoken than her fingers transformed into 10 writhing tentacles, propelling her into the air as she lunged at Horus, wishing to rend him limb from limb. However, Diamante interposed himself before her. As a high-ranking officer under Doflamingo, Diamante's prowess was formidable, even among the vast seas. His already exceptional swordsmanship, combined with the peculiar abilities of the flap-flap fruit, allowed him to withstand Morena's frenzied assault. Moreover, Horus's decision to summon Diamante was precisely to counter Morena. Although Morena had not displayed any combat prowess over the years, Horus was aware that she had likely consumed a devil fruit. Little girl, Diamante remarked, effortlessly dodging 2 of her tentacles. Allowing your emotions to dictate your actions will not bode well for you. Boss, be careful. Hecht sensed the peril and urgently cautioned as the flap-flap fruit's ability activated. Diamante's sword struck at an uncanny angle, circumventing one of Morena's tentacles before plunging into her chest with a sickening sound. Blood gushed forth. Yet, astonishingly, Morena seemed oblivious to the injury. Instead of retreating, she pressed forward. Allowing the sword to pierce deeper, 2 of her tentacles lashed out, striking Diamante's head as he attempted to withdraw his blade, causing blood to flow from his forehead as he was sent reeling backward. All eyes were riveted upon the 2 combatants, while the ringing of the transponder snail went entirely unnoticed. Still unable to reach your boss? Profik asked anxiously of a member of the Black Star. The member, flustered, replied, Why yes, we've dialed the transponder snail multiple times, but no one is answering. Damn it, Profik thought, glancing at the injured Stada and Fuentes, both of whom were gravely wounded. Gotev and Matafa were attending to their injuries. As a sailor, Gotev possessed some rudimentary skills in treating external wounds, while Matafa's silk fruit abilities proved quite beneficial in this regard. Rest assured, a member of the Black Star assured him. The doctor is on their way. They will receive the best treatment. That is good to hear, Profik replied, somewhat mollified by their words. However, he remained adamant, urging, Please instruct your doctor to hurry. Why yes, we are urging them, as we speak. The Black Star member replied, but then added a request. Mr. Profik, please head to the Royal Palace. The boss may be in danger. That's likely outside our agreement. Gotev interjected, continuing to bandage Fuentes' wounds. But, the Black Star member stammered. Clearly agitated, the repeated failure to reach the palace via the transponder snail indicated something was amiss. With both the boss and deputy already en route to the palace, none of the remaining members were combat ready. They were wholly reliant on the few outsiders currently managing Star Harbor. After a moment of contemplation, Profik finally conceded. Understood, Gotev. Once the doctor arrives, we shall set out. His agreement stemmed primarily from considerations regarding the ship. Moreover, the reason the world government's agents had come to Star Harbor was merely to seek out the whereabouts of Nico Robin. Thus, they had no reason to venture into the palace. If external interference were to be disregarded, Profik believed that, with only Lafitte and Horus to contend with, he would be able to manage. Upon hearing Profik's decision, Gotev refrained from countering, merely nodding as he continued to treat the wounds. By the way, has there been any intelligence regarding the palace? Profik inquired cautiously, wanting to prepare for any potential traps or secret passages. Intelligence? The Black Star member was momentarily taken aback. The Black Star was quite familiar with the Star Kingdom's palace, given that both the former and current bosses were esteemed guests of the old king. They were certain there were no special mechanisms or secret passages within the palace. However, a particular piece of information caught the attention of the Black Star member Doe, right? Earlier this morning, a strange individual disembarked from a ship at the port and headed towards the palace. A strange individual? Prophet questioned, perplexed by the description. Nonetheless, an individual appearing at such a critical juncture was worthy of attention. Oh, you have a photograph? Why wasn't this information reported immediately, since no one at the port had seen this person before? We assumed he was just an ordinary pirate, explained a Black Star member, pulling a photograph from his pocket. Here it is. The moment Prophet laid eyes on the photograph, his expression changed dramatically. He recognized the individual. The figure in the photograph was none other than Square Diamante, one of the 4 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family. For Prophet, who had once watched The Pirate King, the Don Quixote family was a name that resonated loudly. This family was founded by the exiled celestial dragon Doflamingo and several top officers, Clubs Treble, Spades Pica, Square Diamante, and Hearts Virgo. The family had long operated in the North Sea, gradually establishing a significant presence in the underworld there. Later, after facing a concentrated assault from Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy headquarters, the Don Quixote family relocated to the Grand Line, by seizing the celestial dragon's tribute known as Heavenly Gold and cleverly exploiting their former celestial dragon status. Don Quixote Doflamingo successfully became one of the 7 notorious pirates allied with the world government, known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. How curious, as a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. Diamante should be developing his influence in the North Sea. What brings him to the South Sea? Prophet asked warily. They were certainly no match for someone of the 7 warlords' caliber. If the entire Don Quixote family had indeed arrived in the South Sea, even without knowing the precise reasons, he would have to prepare to make a swift exit. The news that followed, however, brought Prophet a measure of relief that no, there was only him. He arrived on a merchant ship, replied the Black Star member. Prophet nodded slightly. If it were just one person, perhaps there would be a way to handle it. Upon further reflection, it made sense that Morena and Heat had departed for the royal palace since evening. If the entire Don Quixote family had come, regardless of their schemes, matters would have been resolved long ago, and they wouldn't have lingered until now. The absence of news from the palace precisely indicated that both sides were at least still in a state of confrontation. The danger of Prophet and his companions intervening was minimal at this juncture. Just then, the doctor arrived, taking over the treatment from Geosifu. Geosifu, let us depart. Matafa, you remain here to assist. Prophet decided to take Geosifu along while leaving Matafa, whose abilities were more suited for healing, behind. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Star Kingdom, Morena unsheathed her long sword and carelessly tossed it aside, blood streaming between her fingers. The excruciating pain gradually pulled her from the madness brought on by her fury. And beneath the mask, her eyes fixated intensely on the members of the Don Quixote family. You mean to say, after sustaining such injuries, you still haven't fallen? Diamante remarked with a tone of deep admiration. The vitality of Zoantypes is indeed formidable. Oh, not nearly enough, Morena laughed, disregarding the penetrating wound on her chest. Though she was a cadre of the Joker, she was oblivious to the true nature of Zoantype powers. As she spoke, Morena astonishingly stood upright as her body began to transform, gradually morphing into a colossal creature resembling a gigantic snail, adorned with 10 tentacles, a massive shell on its back, and scales. With dragon-like claws beneath. In essence, it was a fusion of dragon scales and claws, coupled with octopus-like tentacles and a snail's shell. A terrifying pressure erupted from Morena, her aura reaching its zenith. Horus, having never witnessed such a scene, fainted in sheer terror. Even the battle-hardened Diamante felt an overwhelming dread and oppression that resonated deep within his soul. This sensation was somewhat akin to the conqueror's haki he had encountered with Doflamingo. Yet it differed from the royal aura's eruption. It felt more like an instinctual terror emanating from the depths of one's bloodline. In simpler terms, it was akin to a mouse encountering its innate fear. Diamante's human lineage felt the same pressure in the presence of Morena's monstrous form, an ordinary Zoantype. No, that can't be. There is no living beast that resembles this. Ancient type? That also seemed incorrect. Mythical beast? The thought of this phrase surged uncontrollably in Diamante's mind. Had someone told him an hour ago that he would encounter a mythical Zoan user on Star Island, he would have deemed him a fool. But now, all he wanted was to unleash his fury upon Horus for daring to oppose such a being and dragging him into this mess. Block, before you die, tell me, who was Joker? Morena demanded. Ever since she learned part of the truth surrounding her father Bodin's death, the desire for vengeance had taken root within her. Like Block, the title Joker was clearly a code name. She was not naive enough to seek a real person through mere aliases. Little girl, you underestimate me far too much, Diamanti retorted. Ever the seasoned figure navigating the underground world. Oh, you really think you can defeat me with this alone? Morena lashed out with her 10 tentacles. But her target was not Diamanti. Instead, she aimed for the windows of the banquet hall. On the contrary, I have heard that strategically, one must disdain all enemies, but tactically, one must regard all enemies with respect. I hold you in high regard. Although Morena was unaware of Joker and his high-ranking cadre, she understood that if Joker had once triumphed over her father, then his subordinates were certainly no weaklings. Thus, she had made ample preparations. What are you doing? Diamanti inquired, observing Morena shattering the window. Horus, that fool, didn't tell you I was called a monster, did he? As Morena spoke, she unveiled her veil and looked up at the moonlight streaming through the broken window. The heavens, the earth, and the people are all on my side. Today is the 15th, and even fate stands with me. Diamanti's gaze was drawn outside. And what of the moon? Moonlight, grant me strength, for the first time in 10 years. Morena gazed unabashedly at the brilliant moon above. Which way to the royal palace? Prophet called loudly at a crossroads, having arrived early. A weary member of the Black Zodiac, carried on Geosifu's back, replied breathlessly. To the left, just turn this corner, and you shall see the palace. The royal palace of the Star Kingdom was not located at the heart of the capital. Rather, it lay on the outskirts. Resembling the layout of the Han Dynasty's imperial palace, starkly contrasting with the central positioning of palaces established after the Song Dynasty. This arrangement allowed Prophet and his companions to perceive the palace from a considerable distance, as well as to hear the sounds emanating from it. What is that noise? Why is it glowing? Prophet inquired, as sounds of explosions and collapses reverberated, accompanied by flickering lights from within the palace. This is not good, a Black Zodiac member exclaimed anxiously. Something must have gone awry. We need to hurry. Hey, you there, stop sitting around and complaining, Geosifu retorted from beneath the weight of the Black Zodiac member. As they conversed, they drew ever closer to the palace, their view of the situation within becoming clearer. The palace had evidently suffered severe destruction. Several buildings exhibited significant damage, and the continuous sounds of collapsing structures indicated that something catastrophic was occurring inside. We must hurry, the Black Zodiac member urged once more. However, Prophet had other plans. Geosifu, do not rush. Once inside the palace, exercise utmost caution. Prophet was well aware of Diamanti's capabilities. He was certain that neither the flotation fruit nor Diamanti's swordsmanship could create such a tumult. This could only mean that another powerful entity resided within the palace, one that warranted his utmost caution and respect. Yet, upon Prophet and Geosifu dispatching 2 guards and entering the palace, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Has the battle concluded? Was Prophet's initial thought. When they arrived at the heart of the conflict, near the banquet hall, they found the once grand structure reduced to rubble, only remnants of shattered walls remaining. Morena lay quietly on a patch of open ground, her cloak riddled with holes, her veil fallen beside her, and speckles of blood surrounding her. Heat lay unconscious beneath 2 massive stones, while Horus, having fainted earlier, was rather fortunate, leaning against a sturdy column that, despite being split in 2, had spared him from any falling debris. Not far from Morena, Prophet spotted the mangled form of Diamanti, who, even without medical expertise, he could tell had met his demise. That Diamanti's body appeared to have been savagely torn apart by a beast, with deep, bone-exposing wounds adorning him. Furthermore, he bore marks reminiscent of being struck by lightning. With a charred odor lingering in the air, Vice Boss, the Black Zodiac member who had been riding on Geosifu's back shouted as he rushed towards Morena and Heat, both of whom lay unconscious on the ground. Do not fret, Geosifu reassured. Your boss and vice boss are merely temporarily incapacitated. Geosifu, go lift the stones off Mr. Heat, Prophet instructed, simultaneously retrieving Morena's veil. Let me see Morena. After what felt like an eternity, Morena finally stirred back to consciousness. Feeling herself cradled in someone's arms. My veil, she murmured weakly upon awakening, her first thought instinctively turning to her veil. Do not panic. The voice that reached them was that of Prophet, urging them to see a doctor. It was indeed Profik. Morana recognized his voice as well. How did he arrive at the palace? Give me that, Morana insisted. I need not concern myself with my appearance. Upon seeing Morana's visage, Profik likely surmised her thoughts and remarked, regardless of how different our appearances may be, beneath our varied exteriors, we all share the same flesh and spirit. The evidence lies in the world we inhabit, where every sentient race flows with the same red blood as you and I. Humph. Morana turned her head away, yet a smile crept onto her lips. I merely worry about startling others. Your parents belong to the fur tribe, do they not? Profik conjectured, connecting Morana's appearance with the electric spark he had witnessed from afar. He speculated that she had triggered the unique moon lion form of the fur tribe to vanquish Diamante. Morana had never heard of the fur tribe and expressed her confusion. What is that? What? Your parents never informed you? No, Morana admitted, revealing, I am the child my father rescued from the sea. I am his adopted daughter, hence I have no mother. Yes, they spoke. Profik led Morana to a room untouched by the earlier battle, gently placing her on the bed. Rest here for a while. The doctor will arrive shortly. It's all right. Let the doctor tend to heat first. And my recovery abilities are quite remarkable. A zoan-type fruit user. Morana's healing prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The grievous wound that had pierced her chest was nearly healed, though still somewhat weak. She merely needed rest to fully recuperate. Now, tell me more about the fur tribe. The fur tribe refers to those humanoids bearing fur, with all body parts being furry and retaining certain animalistic traits, hence their name. Profik recalled the information about the fur tribe from the Pirate King manga. They were a relatively rare race, said to primarily inhabit Zou in the New World. Given the vast distance separating the South Sea from Zou, it was understandable that the people here were unfamiliar with the fur tribe. Your appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the fur tribe. Perhaps you are a hybrid of fur tribe and human. Profik pondered before adding, by the way, the fur tribe possesses a special technique that allows them to transform into the moon lion form by gazing at the full moon, significantly enhancing their abilities. You must have used that technique to defeat Diamante, correct? New World. Zou, fur tribe. Morana gazed at Profik in surprise, finding him even more intriguing than she had anticipated. She felt grateful for Profik's sharing of this information, as it granted her deeper insight into her own lineage. However, her thoughts were soon diverted to another matter. Diamante? Is he that fellow called Square? Do you know him? Upon hearing Morana's inquiry, Profik realized she was unaware of the details concerning Diamante, only knowing his name. Faced with her sudden question, he had no choice but to fabricate a response. Yes, I have seen him mentioned in the newspaper. And do you know who Joker is? Morana pressed on. Joker? Why do you ask about him? Profik was aware that Joker referred to Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, he was curious as to why Morana suddenly inquired about him, as even if she learned from Diamante that da Flamingo was his superior, there seemed no pressing reason to uncover Joker's true identity. Morana replied, My father was killed by Joker. I wish to know who he truly is. Profik nodded, understanding her desire to identify her father's murderer and seek revenge. While he did not believe that Morana stood a chance against Doflamingo, he nonetheless stated the truth. Joker is the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo from the North Sea, known in the underworld by that alias. Initially, Profik thought that upon learning Joker's identity, Morana would clamor to confront Doflamingo for vengeance. To his surprise, she simply nodded and remarked, I shall remember that name, without further discussion on the matter. Instead, Morana inquired about the events that transpired after her collapse at Star Harbor and within the palace. Profik, of course, shared everything he knew, and upon hearing that Star Harbor was unharmed, Morana appeared genuinely pleased. They conversed for a while longer until the doctor arrived, at which point Profik took his leave. A night had passed since the fierce battle within the palace. The king, Horus, who had fainted in fear, regained consciousness shortly after Heat and Profik arrived. Upon awakening, he bellowed loudly, attempting to assert authority over Profik and the others, even trying to summon the palace guards. However, his attempts were swiftly interrupted by Heat, who delivered a resounding slap that left the king disoriented, followed by members of the Black Zodiac binding him securely. Ignoring his frantic protests, having consumed sea stone and lost his combat abilities, Heat, who had been struck unconscious by falling rocks, was now awake and quickly regained control of the situation within the Star King's palace. Diamante, who had been slain, was unceremoniously dragged by two members of the Black Zodiac and tossed into a room. Following Profik's instructions, the news of Diamante's death was tightly sealed, ensuring it would not be disclosed to the outside world. The tumultuous events of the previous night naturally attracted the attention of many ministers loyal to the king. Seizing the moment when Profik and Morana were shorthanded, they rallied some soldiers and servants to launch an assault. However, the outcome of this assault was predetermined from the outset. Most of these ministers were inept and lacked any fighting prowess. The soldiers and servants possessed little combat spirit, and upon witnessing Heat's transformation into a mythical beast, they scattered in panic. Only Lafitte remained undetected to locate him. Profik even used his observation hockey to thoroughly scan the ruins, yet he found no trace of any presence. It became clear that Lafitte had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Before long, the entire palace, and indeed the control of the Star Kingdom, fell into the hands of the Black Zodiac, specifically under Heat's command. After all, Morana had just awakened and was still in a weakened state. Heat first took control of the King's Guard, then summoned all ministers of the Star Kingdom under the pretense of a meeting, effectively placing them under house arrest within the palace. Profik and his companions did not directly participate in these developments, but provided discreet support. For instance, should any servants rebel, Heat would step in, and if anyone attempted to hide or flee, Profik would make use of his observation hockey to ensure they could not escape, with control over the kingdom established. A pressing issue arose for the Black Zodiac: how to deal with the former ruler. Presently, a king remained confined in a room to discuss the fate of Horus, Morana, Heat, Profik, Goat, Martifa, Fuentes, Buck, and Star all gathered for deliberation. Initially, Profik was reluctant to involve himself in this matter. However, both Heat and Morana insisted that Profik and his companions had a significant stake in the outcome and should have a voice in deciding Horus's fate. Given the shared history of animosity between Morana and Horus, one might expect her to advocate for severe retribution against him. Yet, to everyone's surprise, when the discussion turned to Horus's fate, Heat suggested executing him, while Morana appeared hesitant. I have heard that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. Leaning against the headboard, Morana concealed her expression behind her veil, yet her tone revealed her lingering weakness. The old king has rendered great favors to the Black Zodiac. If we were to kill his son, would that not be repaying kindness with enmity? Morana's words plunged the room into silence. Leaving everyone momentarily speechless, I asked that why you, so undeniably powerful, seek our assistance. Gao Shifu remarked. In his view, the formidable power displayed by Morana, capable of wreaking widespread destruction upon the royal palace, rendered their assistance utterly unnecessary. Heat, clearly eager to seize this opportunity to eliminate the scourge of Horus, countered Morana's assertion. However, may I ask, leader, if we do not eradicate this menace today, what shall we do when regret comes too late? Morana remained silent after this exchange, acknowledging Heat's reasoning without rebuttal. Having worked alongside Morana for an extended period, Heat understood her disposition well. Her silence indicated that, while she concurred with his sentiment, she was unwilling to alter her stance. Heat then turned his gaze toward Profik, stating, Leader, since we find ourselves at an impasse, perhaps we should solicit Mr. Profik's perspective. Profik felt a sudden headache. He had not intended to involve himself in the discussion. However, he could hardly tolerate Morana's apparent compassion towards King Horus. Morana, I too align myself with Mr. Heat's viewpoint. After a moment's deliberation, Profik spoke up, harboring a deep disdain for King Horus, a monarch who colluded with pirates to harm the nation and issued erratic decrees that tormented the populace. He deserved to be overthrown. Furthermore, should we allow Horus to go unpunished now, the repercussions could be dire in the future. He continued in the manner typical of Morana. The late king devoted all his energy to the country. His greatest desire was for the Star Kingdom to flourish. Yet, King Horus is a disobedient scion, defying the late king's wishes. That I have heard it said, there are 3 forms of filial piety, and the greatest is to leave no descendants. Horus is wholly unworthy of being the late king's son. Were the late king to rise from the dead, I suspect that the first act he would undertake would be to slay his wayward offspring. I acknowledge the validity of your arguments. Yet the late king has passed on, and his intentions remain unknown, Morana continued. Alternatively, we could strip him of his title and let him go. This left Profik momentarily perplexed. Did she genuinely intend to allow him to remain king? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Without needing Heat to remind him, Profik interjected. While our perspectives hold merit, Horus is nonetheless the king of all the citizens of the Star Kingdom. Thus, the decision regarding his fate should not rest solely upon us. Therefore, I propose convening a public assembly, allowing the entire populace to determine how to deal with Horace. I believe it is prudent to entrust the matter of Horace's fate to the citizens. He recognized that persuading Morana directly was a daunting task. Hence, he resolved to alter his approach, seeking to strip Morana of her decision-making power in this affair. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. Morana tilted her head, quickly discerning Prophet's line of reasoning. Nevertheless, I shall acquiesce to your suggestion. Heat, please inform the citizens of Star Island that a meeting will be held tomorrow to decide the fate of King Horace. I am still quite weak, so I ask you to preside over the assembly in my stead. To be candid, Prophet felt a sense of relief upon hearing Morana accept his proposal. She was acutely aware of Horace's misdeeds. Recognizing that the development of Starport had been severely hampered by his various policies. Indeed, there were occasions when she had narrowly escaped death at his hands. From this perspective, removing Horace was undoubtedly in her best interest. However, on the other hand, she felt a lingering sense of obligation to the late king and was reluctant to take action against Horace. In this moment, Prophet's suggestion to resolve the issue through a public assembly alleviated her dilemma. As for the outcome of the assembly, Morana did not need to ponder. It was clear that Horace's numerous transgressions would incite the wrath of the citizens of the Star Kingdom, leading them to tear him apart. As long as I do not attend the meeting tomorrow, how Horace is treated will no longer concern me. Morana found no justification to oppose Prophet's proposal, fully aware that under his suggestion, Horace would not meet a favorable fate. Thus, she adopted this course of action to mitigate her sense of guilt. The following day, the assembly was presided over by Heat. Prophet and others, being outsiders, refrained from participating. While Morana feigned being incapacitated and did not attend, the gathering of ordinary citizens was substantial, with countless individuals who had suffered under Horace's tyranny seeking to voice their grievances. Naturally, there were also those who merely came to witness the spectacle. The proceedings were relatively straightforward. Each participant was provided with a pen and paper. Heat first brought the bound Horace to the center of the assembly, vocally enumerating his numerous heinous acts, and then requested attendees to articulate their preferred methods of dealing with Horace. Ultimately, all written suggestions were collected to determine the final resolution. Throughout the proceedings, regardless of Horace's desperate pleas, oaths, or fervent appeals for mercy, none bore fruit. After all, both Heat, who moderated the assembly, and the majority of the citizens present were resolute in their desire to eliminate Horace entirely. As Heat began to read the charges against Horace, a tremendous uproar arose from the crowd, a unified chorus of "kill him," reverberating throughout, causing King Horace to lose control of himself in terror. Of course, Heat had employed certain tactics. For instance, he had strategically placed a few plants from the Black Constellation among the citizens to lead the shouts at opportune moments, thereby shaping public sentiment. Without such measures, even though Horace was undeniably guilty, the clamoring would not have been so harmonized. Nevertheless, these intricacies paled in comparison to the eventual outcome that in due course. It came to pass that Horace was stripped of his kingship and sentenced to death. Although the matter of Horace's fate had reached a conclusion, Prophet and his companions remained on Star Island for a while longer. The primary reasons for their extended stay were twofold. Firstly, the turmoil of the previous days had disrupted the operations of the Black Constellation's shipyard, and the vessels they had commissioned there would require additional time to complete. Secondly, Fuentes and Este had sustained significant injuries, and it was generally agreed that recuperating on Star Island would be far preferable to heading directly out to sea. Despite their delay on the island, Prophet and his companions found themselves in a relatively leisurely state. This was largely due to the fact that, while they had ostensibly taken to piracy at sea, legally, they had not yet been placed on any wanted lists, and thus did not qualify as bounty targets. Consequently, their freedom of movement did not attract unnecessary attention. As such, this period became a rare opportunity for relaxation and respite for Prophet and his crew. Uncle Fuentes took it upon himself to introduce Martifa and Gao Shifu to the diverse culinary delights offered by various establishments on the island. While it was said that Uncle Fuentes was leading Gao Shifu, in practice, it was Gao Shifu who bore the burden of supporting the still recovering Fuentes, due to Gao Shifu's uniquely prodigious appetite. This endeavor brought considerable profit to Star Island. Naturally, Uncle Fuentes also gained much from this experience, gradually uncovering numerous recipes, confident that when they next set sail, their culinary standards would be elevated. Este's injuries were slightly more severe than Fuentes's. Thus, he spent most of his time recuperating. Buck voluntarily took on the role of caretaker for SDA, often wheeling him around the island in a wheelchair. As the captain, Profik had more responsibilities to consider. He borrowed a warehouse from Morana and dedicated several days to transferring valuable items, such as gold, silver, and jewels originally aboard their ship, as well as various supplies acquired during their stay on the island, into the warehouse, where they would be safeguarded by the guards of the Black Constellation. This way, he could rest easy, knowing they would not be stolen, and it would facilitate the acquisition of a new vessel. As the de facto rulers of the Black Constellation and indeed the entire Star Kingdom, Heat found himself overwhelmed with obligations, the disbursement of pensions to the members of the Black Constellation, the execution of King Horus, the management of former ministers, the repeal of absurd decrees, and the restructuring of the military. All these responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. Unreservedly, Heat had effectively become the king of the Star Kingdom. The only dissonance in this scenario was Morana. Logically, as the leader of the Black Constellation, she ought to have participated in the management of both the gang and the state. However, she had invoked her injury as an excuse to delegate all responsibilities to the vice leader, Heat. Most of the time, she confined herself to her quarters, occasionally appearing lost in thought. Other times, she would seek Profik's counsel regarding matters concerning overseas affairs. Profik had also noticed Morana's peculiar behavior. "Morana, do you feel unwell?" "No, I am fine." Morana consistently replied in this manner. Profik merely assumed that Morana was still in the process of recovering. He was at a loss for what to do, merely striving to share with her more stories about foreign lands. Today, Morana sought out Profik once again, this time inquiring about the enigmatic figure of Nolan, having previously encountered tales of the Grand Deceiver Nolan. She was intrigued by the portrayal of him as a consummate trickster. Pray tell, did Nolan truly discover gold? While the narrative depicted Nolan as a notorious fraud, another tale persisted on the seas. Yet Profik refrained from affirming the existence of the gold Nolan supposedly unearthed. For most, the legend of the empty island was merely that, a myth. News of the empty island was rarely found even in newspapers. Thus, to circumvent potential difficulties in explaining the source of such information, he recast the story of the empty island as a fable, suggesting that ocean currents had carried islands and the gold upon them to the mystic heights of the empty island. Perhaps this was the true essence of the Grand Deceiver Nolan's tale. Is such a thing truly possible? Morana asked, her astonishment palpable. As for that, I cannot say for certain, Profik replied with a smile. Since you are so captivated by matters overseas, spoke Stard, who had been pushed forward by Buck, why not accompany my brother and the others on their voyage? Set sail? Morana turned to Stard and Buck. Perhaps that is best left alone. I still have duties to fulfill in this country. Accompany. Has something occurred? Profik's focus diverged sharply from Morana's. Stard interjected, the doctor's examination revealed that my injuries are too severe. For the time being, sailing is not advisable. What? Profik was taken aback by this revelation, having witnessed characters like Luffy and Zoro in the tales of pirates, who seemed to recover from even the gravest wounds in no time. He had assumed Stard's injuries would merely require a few days of rest. How could it be that he was deemed unfit for sailing in the near future, without granting Profik a chance to respond? Stard feigned nonchalance. I was never suited for life at sea anyway. Besides, Star Island is quite delightful. Let us consider this matter settled. The conversation waned. Stard fell silent. Profik too remained quiet, attempting several times to speak, ultimately settling on a simple, I am sorry. He had been the one to take Stard out to sea, the one Stard trusted most, the one who had determined their course, and the one who had failed to protect Stard on Star Island. Profik could not absolve himself of responsibility. It is all right, brother. Stard maintained an optimistic demeanor. I shall recover swiftly. When I do, I will seek you out upon the sea. He paused, turning to Buck. Buck, please look after my brother. Stard, let us remain on the island a while longer, Profik insisted through gritted teeth. Once your injuries have fully healed, we shall depart together. Brother, you often share stories of heroic figures, although you have never claimed to aspire to be like them. The envy in your eyes is unmistakable. Stard wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. I know you are a person of great ambition, that I believe your aspirations will surely come to fruition. My injuries are not worth halting your journey. You belong to this vast ocean and should not linger for a moment. How could I abandon my comrades? Stard's tears flowed freely, yet he feigned cheerfulness. For prosperity, let us not forget one another. Brother, this is what you have taught me. That is sufficient. Profacek did not outright acquiesce to Stard's request to remain behind, though he understood in his heart that Stard's departure might be inevitable. He still wished to explore the possibility of hastening Stard's recovery, thus achieving a favorable outcome for both. Stard did not discuss his desire to remain on Star Island with others. His demeanor and actions mirrored his usual self, even engaging in discussions about the new ship's arrangements, as if he had entirely relinquished the notion of staying. Yet within Stard's heart, he was keenly aware that he merely wished to fully savor the experience of life alongside his companions. Due to the situation with Stard, Profacek found himself increasingly distracted. Over the past few days, he had inquired in detail with the doctors about Stard's condition and the corresponding treatment plans. The responses were uniformly grim. The doctors asserted that Stard's injuries were indeed severe. While they would not endanger his life, they necessitated an extended period of recuperation, at least several months, if not potentially years. Setting sail too soon might exacerbate his condition. Surgical fruit, bouncy fruit, healing fruit, phoenix fruit, Drum Island, Germa, Carocas. Profacek meticulously listed potential remedies for Stard in his notebook. Some were wondrous fruits with extraordinary powers, while others stemmed from advanced medical expertise and technology. Yet, one by one, he crossed out these names. The healing abilities of the devil fruits mentioned in the original tales were either shrouded in uncertainty, like the surgical fruit, or the users were far afield, such as the phoenix fruit. The user of the bouncy fruit, Bartholomew Kuma, might indeed be in the South Blue, but he was embroiled in revolutionary activities, elusive and impossible to locate. The naval medical system was utterly unfeasible to consider. And Germa was no easy ally. Drum Island and Carocas lay far along the Grand Line, too distant to offer immediate aid. Setting his pen aside and cradling his forehead in his hand, Profacek exhaled deeply. After much contemplation, he reluctantly conceded that for Stard, remaining on Star Island to recuperate was indeed a prudent choice. With a click, the door swung open, and someone entered Profacek's chamber. "Morena, Mr. Profacek, it is I," came the voice of Hate from behind. "Mr. Hate, what brings you here?" Profacek inquired, astonished. He had not seen Hate in several days, as the affairs of the Star Kingdom had kept him exceedingly busy. One matter after another requiring his attention. It must be acknowledged that despite the inevitable chaos, Hate had managed quite well overall, performing far better than King Horus. In light of this, voices within the kingdom had even begun to advocate for Hate as the new king. Logically, he should have been overwhelmed with state affairs. Yet today, Hate had unexpectedly found the time to seek him out. "I bring good news," Hate said, settling onto the sofa. "The ship you commissioned is nearly finished, and you may set sail tomorrow." Profacek nodded. Surely this is not enough to warrant a visit from such a busy individual. "Indeed, you are astute, Mr. Profacek," Hate chuckled. "I do have a request." Profacek gestured for Hate to continue. "I would like to ask you to take Morena with you on your voyage." Hate's request caught Profacek off guard. Although Morena had inquired about numerous overseas matters recently, she had never expressed a desire to embark on a voyage. Moreover, when Stard had extended the invitation earlier, Morena had clearly declined. Profacek paused, responding with a hint of incredulity. "Is this her wish?" "Not exactly." "Then is it your desire? Do you wish to oust him and seamlessly take over Black Constellation and the entire kingdom?" Profacek asked, half in jest, half in warning. "Pray tell, what do you take me for?" Hate shook his head in self-defense. "I merely believe she harbors a deep yearning to set sail, especially considering you have informed her of the true identity of Joker and her possible lineage." As the deputy leader of Black Constellation, Hate was intimately familiar with all manner of information regarding the organization. Naturally, he had not missed Morena's covert perusal of various reports about foreign lands. Profacek nodded, conceding Hate's insight. "I cannot ascertain whether she seeks vengeance against Joker, but I am certain she longs to explore the world herself, based on his understanding of his captain." Hate continued. "Her reluctance to propose this herself stems only from her sense of duty to this country. Since you have shared overseas matters with her, it follows that you must bear the responsibility for this. Yet it is imperative that she makes her own decision." Profacek remained resolute, unmoved by Hate's arguments. The choice between national duty and the dream of exploration could only be made by Morena herself. Regardless of whether it is he or Hecht, neither possesses the qualifications to make decisions in place of Morena. Hecht shook his head, retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, and placed it before Profacek. "Then take a look at this." Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Profacek's expression changed dramatically. after a long pause. He finally spoke again. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. What? Morena, lost in thought, turned around upon hearing Prophet's words. Are you setting sail tomorrow? Is it that urgent? Prophet nodded and replied, yes. The items we need have been fully prepared. Mr. Heck just informed me that the ship has been completed. We have no reason to linger here any longer. I understand. Morena took a deep breath, concealing her disappointment. I am truly grateful for your assistance. I will have Heck prepare a banquet tonight as a token of my thanks. That evening, within the royal palace of the Kingdom of Stars, the 8 of them, Prophet, Morena, Hecht, Buck, Stada, Fuentes, Geashifu, and Matafa, were seated in their respective places of honor. As is customary, there were drinks at the banquet. However, Prophet abstained from alcohol, Matafa was too young, and Stada had sustained injuries. Thus they all consumed juice produced by Black Constellation, but as for Hecht, Buck, Fuentes, and Geashifu, they indulged in fruit wine. Morena, Hecht addressed her. Mr. Prophet has rendered us significant help. As he set sail tomorrow, should we not express our gratitude? Morena then began to toast Prophet and the others, though it was merely a simple clinking of glasses. After just one round of juice, Morena suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. She set down her glass with her left hand and, with her right hand supporting her veil, wearily remarked, strange, why do I suddenly feel so sleepy? Hecht and Prophet exchanged glances before addressing Morena. So much has transpired these past few days. You are simply fatigued. With her consciousness already somewhat clouded, Morena could not ponder further and nodded. I have heard that even tigers must take naps. Please excuse my departure. Before she could finish her sentence, Morena leaned over and fell asleep on the table. You can count on them, Hecht stated. Prophet, still unsure of the situation, instructed Geashifu. Geashifu, take Morena with us. We are preparing to set sail. When Morena awoke once more, she was greeted by the sound of crashing waves, and the air was filled with the distinct scent of the ocean, clearly, during her slumber. Prophet and the others had already taken her aboard the new ship, the Biffer, and set sail. Now, the sky was bright, and they had traveled a considerable distance from the Kingdom of Stars. Thus, even if Morena were unwilling, she had no choice in the matter. Of course, this turn of events would inevitably bring trouble to Prophet. I have heard. Render unto God what is God's, and unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Prophet, what is going on? Morena's tone turned somewhat icy. Can you please explain? Well, do not be in such a hurry, Prophet chuckled. It is a long story. Then I shall trouble you to be concise. As she spoke, Morena reached out and wrapped an arm around Prophet's shoulder. Prophet was taken aback, instinctively retreating, only to be firmly pulled back by Morena. You, a power user. It took him a moment to grasp that Morena was indeed also a power user. I have heard. Bridges belong to bridges. Roads belong to roads. My matters can wait. Now, tell me what is happening. Morena pulled Prophet closer, demanding, otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. You did not drug me, did you? At this point, Morena had come to realize that Prophet and Hecht had orchestrated this scheme. Well, it was clear that the current situation could no longer be concealed from Morena, nor was there any need for further deception. Prophet had no choice but to relay the entire matter to her. The paper that Hecht had handed to Prophet was none other than a copy of the World Economic Journal. The World Economic Journal is the most influential, widely circulated, and authoritative newspaper in the world of the Pirate King. Its behind-the-scenes owner is Morgans, one of the prominent figures in the underground world, renowned even globally. Morgans himself is a user of the bird fruit in the albatross form, while he cannot fly for unknown reasons. He has indeed made significant achievements in the newspaper industry. Leveraging a network of informants scattered throughout the World Economic News Agency can swiftly acquire news of major events occurring in every corner of the globe. With the help of the omnipresent newsbirds, he can disseminate information at unparalleled speed. Anyone willing to pay the corresponding berries can obtain a copy of the newspaper from the newsbirds. Truth be told, Prophet was quite intrigued by the technology that allowed for remote control of the newsbirds, though he was uncertain whether these birds were a result of training or stemmed from Morgan's own abilities. Regardless, with an all-encompassing intelligence-gathering system and rapid information relay capabilities, Morgans occupies a high position in the realm of public opinion within the world of the Pirate King. Even the world government occasionally collaborates with him to manipulate public perception. Of course, he sometimes exaggerates facts or fabricates news for personal gain or to attract attention. For instance, he once claimed that the flame tank pirates were under the command of Monkey D. Luffy, elevating Luffy to the status of the fifth emperor of the sea. However, Morgans does adhere to certain journalistic ethics. He does not accept bribes to report what he does not wish to and dislikes being controlled in his reporting. The content published in his newspapers must be determined by him alone. Due to Morgans and the World Economic News Agency's significant influence in the realms of public opinion and journalism, the announcements of bounties issued by the Navy and the world government are also appended to the World Economic Journal for external dissemination. That on the newspaper that Hecht handed to Profik was Morana's bounty. Black Veil Morana, bounty of 30 million berries. Furthermore, Profik, Geashifu, and Matafa were also listed with bounties. Tax Resistor Profik, bounty of 30 million berries. Monster Sailor Geashifu, bounty of 30 million berries. Weaver Matafa, bounty of 8 million berries. In addition to the bounty amounts, the notices included a brief description of each individual's main crimes. Morana's crime was harboring a fugitive, conspiring with pirates to rebel against the king. Profik's crime was self-evident from his title, Tax Resistor, which implies non-payment of taxes, and thus, his crime was the murder of a tax officer as for Buck and Stada, who were also implicated. Their absence from the bounty list might be due to their roles as mere accomplices. Geashifu's crime was assisting Profik, while Matafa's crime was surprisingly categorized as tax resistance as well. This indicates that the world government or the Navy intentionally concealed the fact that several of them had previously engaged with the world government's agents when issuing the bounties and omitted any connections to Nico Robin. However, it is evident that they considered this aspect when setting the bounties. The 30 million berries bounty on Geashifu clearly stemmed from his significant role in the battle against Lucci, from the perspective of the world government. This arrangement was entirely reasonable, as agencies like CP9 are not known to the general public. Likewise, the absence of bounties for Fuentes, Buck, and Stada can be interpreted as their failure to demonstrate combat prowess against the world government's agents. As for Hecht, the individual who orchestrated the assassination of the king, he surprisingly did not receive a bounty. Hecht explained that the murder of Horus was a decision made by the entire nation, and the world government, for the sake of face and would not issue a bounty on him. I see. Morana remarked upon seeing the bounty that I have heard. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. It seems Hecht is afraid I would bring him trouble. Indeed, it is also for your protection, Profik reminded her. He understood that Hecht was concerned not only about the Navy potentially coming to the Kingdom of Stars to capture Morana, but also about the lurking threat of Joker, who could seek revenge at any moment. Humph. Although Morana maintained a facade of dissatisfaction, she quietly released her grip on Profik. Given the circumstances, I shall reluctantly forgive you to be. By the way, Morana continued, where is Stada? She certainly has not forgotten that Star once proposed remaining in the Kingdom of Stars. Profik said somewhat wistfully. He ultimately chose to stay in the Kingdom of Stars, which as well as Mr. Kate also requires assistance. Initially, before seeing the bounty notice, Profik had indeed resolved to wait in the Kingdom of Stars until Star's injuries were healed before embarking on their journey at sea. However, the bounty disrupted those plans. Although the world of pirates is rather chaotic, the bounties issued by the world government still hold a certain degree of effectiveness. Being placed under a bounty means being targeted by the Navy, bounty hunters, and even ordinary civilians, thus making it impossible to continue lingering freely in the Kingdom of Stars. Otherwise, not only could they be intercepted by the Navy, but they might also bring unnecessary trouble to the Kingdom of Stars. Coincidentally, Star was not under a bounty, making it a relatively better choice to leave Star in the Kingdom of Stars. Parting from Star is indeed saddening, yet Profik feels little concern. After all, it is highly likely that Kate will become the king of the Kingdom of Stars. And with Star accompanying Kate, safety and sustenance will undoubtedly not be an issue. In that case, Morana chuckled softly, extending her right hand to clasp Profik's. I shall rely on you, Captain. It must be acknowledged that although the bounty on Profik and his companions is not particularly high, it has nonetheless stirred some ripples. In the North Sea, at the temporary headquarters of the Don Quixote family, the notorious North Sea pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a grim expression. Beside him sat one of his highest-ranking officers. It has been quite some time since Diamante departed for the South Sea, and yet he has not returned any news for over 10 days. Doflamingo is acutely aware that Diamante must have encountered some trouble, and he cannot help but feel regret over sending Diamante to the South Sea. Were it not for the substantial reward promised by King Horus and the urgent need for funds due to the Navy's strikes against the Don Quixote pirates, He would not have bothered with that fool Horace at all. Damn it, who dares to lay hands on my family? Doflamingo's expression darkened. He swore he would not forgive them. Young master, bursting through the door was Lao Ji. Clutching a newspaper, Doflamingo, already in a foul mood, did not grant Lao Ji a pleasant demeanor. What is it? Young master, Lao Ji paid no heed to Doflamingo's attitude. Today's newspaper contains news about the kingdom of stars. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo snatched the newspaper from Lao Ji's hands. Although it did not mention Diamante's situation at all, he quickly grasped the gist of the events. King Horace has been executed, and Morena and the others have suddenly been placed under bounty. It is evident that something has happened to Diamante. He repeated the names in his mind. Morena, Forsake, and Gotev. Are you the ones who have harmed my family? Young master, Sika's shrill voice cut in. Immediately head to the South Sea to avenge Diamante. Before Doflamingo could respond, a shout from outside announced the arrival of the Navy. The Navy is here, it's Vice Admiral Tsu. Doflamingo furrowed his brow. Whether regarding the distant affairs in the South Sea or the immediate presence of the Navy, both were sufficient to incite his fury. Utilizing the powers of the string fruit, he shredded the newspaper in his hands and shouted with rage. All hands, prepare to face the enemy. I shall not spare you, the great pirate vowed within his heart. Far away in the South Sea, aboard the bifurcated ship, Buck was lifting 2 dumbbells to strengthen his physique. The events occurring on Star Island, especially his utter helplessness in the face of Fuzzfei, deeply spurred him on, driving him to train even harder. Gotev was also engaged in strength training. However, the weights he lifted were significantly heavier. Yet he handled them with greater ease. No, you might damage the deck. Morena, sitting beneath a parasol sipping juice, admonished as she watched Gotev casually toss a large stone into the air and catch it. Gotev set the stone aside and inquired, You, too, are a devil fruit user. Why don't you train? Indeed, everyone aboard the ship was now aware that Morena was also a user of a devil fruit. Her fruit was the Zoan-type snail fruit, mythical beast form. Relaxed fellow, isn't there another one? Morena pointed at Forsake, who was reading a book nearby. Forsake put down his book and responded, Don't be ridiculous. I am training my observation hockey. Come on, Morena retorted with skepticism. I don't believe observation hockey can read the words on a page. Of course it can. Forsake explained, the words on the page are printed with ink, creating a slight relief. With focus, one can read using observation hockey. Forsake's assertion, while true, was a bit of a stretch. After all, even someone as formidable as Fujitora cannot read a single copy of the World Economic Journal unaided. Nonetheless, he could indeed discern the portions of text based on the minuscule ink relief. All right, Morena conceded. If you say you can see it, then you can see it. Having spent some time aboard the ship, Morena had grown accustomed to the atmosphere. As for training, she would go when she felt like it and forego it otherwise. These past few days, she had indeed found her spirits lifted, although the monotony of life at sea was quite tedious. Forsake's occasional stories captivated her attention. Moreover, she learned from the newspaper that Kate had officially become the king of the Kingdom of Stars. Land ho! Came Madiafa's voice from the bow, where she was on lookout with a telescope. It could be Breezy Town. Wonderful! We've finally arrived, Morena exclaimed. Just as Madiafa had surmised, the destination of Forsake and his companions was indeed Breezy Town. Breezy Town, as its name suggests, is a town where cool winds blow. Aptly named for the gentle breezes that waft in from the sea each day, Breezy Town serves a purpose in the South Sea akin to that of Logue Town in the East Sea. As the final island before entering the Grand Line, Breezy Town can be regarded as an essential stop for ships transitioning from the South Sea to the Grand Line. Countless vessels annually stock up on supplies and make their final preparations in Breezy Town before embarking on the Grand Line. For this reason, Forsake and the others set their sights on this town for their voyage. However, despite being the last town before entering the Grand Line, Breezy Town lacks the fame of Logue Town. Logue Town, as the birthplace of the Pirate King and the starting and ending point of many journeys, is renowned, whereas Breezy Town only possesses some local recognition among those wishing to enter the Grand Line from the South Sea. Before the era of great pirates, Breezy Town was a harmonious and prosperous little town. Yet, the advent of the Great Pirate era changed everything. Due to its insufficient fame, Breezy Town was not held in the same regard by the Navy headquarters as Logue Town. This directly resulted in the station Navy being far less elite than their counterparts in Logue Town. After all, the Navy's resources are limited, and cannot possibly deploy elite officers like Smoker to every station. The direct consequence of this was that Breezy Town was subjected to intense assaults by pirates, although only a few years have passed since the onset of the Great Pirate Era. The original residents of the town have either perished at the hands of pirates or fled, with some even becoming gangsters or pirates themselves, as for those who were fortunate enough to survive but could not relocate. They were left to endure life under pirate rule. As for the Navy branch in Breezy Town, it stands as a profound disgrace to the Navy. This branch was completely overrun by a pirate crew. At a time when the Navy was already overwhelmed by the increasing number of pirates in the New World and the Grand Line, they were too preoccupied to even consider rebuilding their branch. Consequently, more and more pirates and increasingly powerful gangs became the de facto rulers of Breezy Town, earning it the moniker of Pirate Paradise. After docking their ship at the harbor, Forsake and his companions divided into two groups as customary. Forsake, Fuentes, and Morena disembarked to explore the island, while Gotev, Matiafa, and Buck remained aboard. Given Profake's cautious nature, he initially contemplated bypassing Breezy Town entirely on their journey to the Grand Line. After all, in his view, the pirates congregated in Xingfeng Town were largely comprised of desperate rogues, and engaging in conflict with such individuals could only lead to detrimental consequences. However, after being reminded by Morena, Forsake realized that the situation was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Firstly, there was the matter of the South Seas island distribution. The South Seas islands were rather unique, with only the island on which Xingfeng Town was situated being relatively close to the entrance of the Grand Line. In contrast, the other islands were quite distant from this vital maritime route. Consequently, without procuring supplies from Xingfeng Town, one could easily find themselves facing a dire shortage of resources. More critically, navigating the Grand Line was unlike sailing in the four seas. Relying solely on nautical charts and sailors was insufficient. The recording and permanent log pointers were indispensable navigational tools for traversing the Grand Line. Moreover, in the South Sea, Xingfeng Town was one of the few places where one could directly purchase such pointers. After carefully analyzing the circumstances at hand, Forsake had to concede that if he wished to enter the Grand Line, he must pass through Xingfeng Town. He was not particularly fearful, for among his crew were three devil fruit users, Gao Shifu, Matifa, and Morena, all of whom had bounties that were not insignificant. As such, self-preservation on the island should not pose a significant challenge. It was quite bothersome, though, for he was uncertain where in this town he could acquire the recording and permanent log pointers. As Forsake walked, he scanned his surroundings. The majority of the pedestrians on the street were pirates, and many of the nearby merchants were also buccaneers, nowhere near as impressive as Xingxing Port. Morena instinctively compared the streets of Xingfeng Town to those of Xingxing Port, noting that in terms of street layout, cleanliness, and architecture, Xingxing Port far surpassed Xingfeng Town by an immeasurable margin. However, this was hardly surprising, as Xingxing Port was backed by the Black Constellation and the Xingxing Kingdom, ensuring a certain level of public safety and order. In contrast, there was no such thing as order in Xingfeng Town. On this island, pirates acted with complete impunity, engaging in public robberies, pillaging shops, and even engaging in gunfights. Overall, chaos was the term that most aptly described the state of affairs in Xingfeng Town. Lost in thought regarding the surrounding shops, Forsake inadvertently collided with a towering figure walking towards him. Ouch! Forsake stumbled and fell to the ground. The large man coldly regarded Forsake and said, "Hey, kid, can't you watch where you're going?" "Why, yes, I'm sorry." Forsake quickly apologized, shaking his head. "You bumped into me, and you think an apology will suffice?" The man's gaze shifted to the sword at Forsake's waist. "Hand over your sword, and I'll let you off the hook." This sword was a long blade gifted to him by Heat and Morena. Though it had yet to reach the level of a fine blade, it was still a remarkably sharp weapon. This indicated that the man possessed a certain level of appreciation for swords. "Don't go too far," Forsake retorted, feeling somewhat displeased. "I merely bumped into you. I didn't hurt you." While he acknowledged his responsibility for the collision, it did not absolve the hurried man of his own accountability, nor did it grant him the right to take Forsake's sword. "Kid, it would be an honor for you to lose your sword to me," the man said, seizing Forsake by the collar and reaching for the sword at his waist. Swish! The long sword at Forsake's side was drawn, pressing directly against the man's throat. At the same time, he had freed himself from the man's grasp. "I don't wish to kill you, if you know what's good for you. Don't cause me trouble." To Forsake's surprise, the man turned and fled. Even Profitchek had to admit that this fellow was surprisingly agile, disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. What a strange character. Morana commented. That guy is one of Peddler King Husko's underlings, specializing in that kind of work, a rich, magnetic voice from the crowd warned. Profitchek turned to see a slender, tall man in flowing white garments. What was most peculiar was that this man had a feather fan tucked at his waist. Profitchek inquired, is scamming pirates effective? He found it somewhat absurd, as most of those who came to this island were ruthless pirates. Resorting to scamming as a means of making money seemed like a surefire way to end up losing everything. It is effective, the man in white replied with a teasing smile. Haven't you figured it out yet? Prompted by the white-clad man, Profitchek checked his waist, only to discover that the pouch containing his money had inexplicably vanished. It was at that moment he realized that this individual's primary business was not scamming, but rather opportunistic theft. If one were to steal directly, it would be easily noticed, the man in white explained. Using this method, however, allows one to divert attention. What a detestable bunch, Profitchek remarked, feeling a tinge of anger despite the modest sum of money in the pouch. The man in white advised, I suggest you avoid provoking those individuals. They won't even spare the blind. Blind? Fuentes asked curiously, are there blind people on this island? It was no wonder that the usually taciturn Fuentes found this hard to believe. Navigating the treacherous seas was perilous enough for able-bodied individuals, let alone a blind person. Strangely enough, that fellow even frequents the casino. The man in white expressed disbelief. If a blind man sailing alone is rare, then a blind man going to a casino after setting sail is even more astonishing. After all, a blind person at a casino is practically a walking buffet. Morana and Fuentes found this amusing, but Profitchek felt entirely differently upon hearing this. If there was a blind person among the pirates who could traverse the seas alone and had a penchant for gambling, it could only be one person, Yixiao, who would later become an admiral and a formidable powerhouse 17 years later. By now, at 35 years of age, he should have begun to make his mark on the seas. So encountering him would not be surprising. The only question was whether Yixiao had indeed become blind by this time. However, upon further reflection, if the truth were that Yixiao, in his youth, was driven by righteous indignation against the world's darkness and, in a fit of rage, had destroyed his own eyes, then it was entirely plausible that a 35-year-old Yixiao could now be blind. Regardless, it would not hurt to investigate further, even if the individual was not Yixiao. Meeting an intriguing blind person could hardly be deemed a misfortune. Where's the casino? Profitchek inquired. Initially, he merely expected the man in white to point in a direction, but to his surprise, the man eagerly offered. The casino is over there. Allow me to guide you along. Upon hearing this name, Profitchek nearly burst into laughter. Having been well versed in the romance of the Three Kingdoms in his previous life, he was well aware of the significance of the name Wulong, synonymous with the renowned Zhuge Liang, known to all. Yet, he never anticipated that someone in the world of One Piece would bear this name. However, despite the somewhat amusing name, Profitchek did not dismiss his suspicions regarding the man in white. A name is merely a moniker. There were many suspicious aspects surrounding this individual that it was evident that he had seen through the thief's actions long before, yet he chose to remain silent while the theft occurred, opting to watch from the sidelines. Only after the fact did he choose to speak up, clearly indicating an unwillingness to intervene, but a desire to associate with Profitchek and his companions. Additionally, while it was one thing to take a somewhat schadenfreude stance towards the underlings of the Peddler King, his excessive enthusiasm regarding the blind man was somewhat perplexing. If Profitchek were to encounter a stranger asking for directions to the casino, he would merely point him in the right direction. Thus, he suspected that Wulong must have some ulterior motive. Though he harbored doubts, Profitchek felt it inappropriate to refuse Wulong's goodwill, so he decided to continue probing. Wulong, Profitchek asked with evident curiosity, what brings you to this island? Wulong replied leisurely, my brother went missing a few days ago, and I heard someone saw him arrive on this island, so I came here to search for him. Upon hearing Wulong's explanation, Profitchek's suspicions deepened. No one genuinely in a hurry to find their brother would leisurely stroll towards a casino with a group of strangers, while Profitchek remained skeptical of Wulong. Morana was blissfully unaware of his ulterior motives. She simply felt a profound pity for Mr. Wulong, who had lost his brother. Mr. Profit, let us assist Mr. Wulong in his search for his sibling. First, let us proceed to the casino. Mr. Profit replied, Somewhat resigned, he was baffled that Morana could not even discern such a rudimentary deception that I have heard it said, "Respect the elders and care for the young." Morana expressed her displeasure, insisting that with Mr. Wulong's brother in danger, they could not remain idle. Reluctantly, Prophet conceded, "Fool, the casino, bustling with people, is an excellent place to gather information." Despite Morana's lack of experience, she found merit in Prophet's words and thus exclaimed, "Then let us hasten our departure." Prophet felt a peculiar familiarity with Wulong, yet he could not immediately recall the source of this recognition. However, he did not harbor excessive concern, although Wulong seemed somewhat suspicious. He likely bore no malicious intent. Moreover, there was no animosity between Prophet and Wulong, making it improbable that he would be unjustly troubled. Furthermore, it was rumored that a formidable deity known as Yixiao was currently overseeing the island. With such a guardian in place, even the monsters from the New World would find it difficult to gain an advantage here, with the desire to align himself with a powerful ally. Prophet resolved to visit the casino first. Of course, Prophet's lack of anxiety stemmed primarily from his confidence in his own abilities. Although Morana appeared a bit simple-minded, her strength was reliable. Additionally, with Prophet possessing the ability of observation hockey, it was likely that few could rival them in the South Sea. To truly overpower Prophet and Morana, one would need to possess at least the strength of a rear admiral. However, Prophet was rather naive. For the Wulong beside him might very well possess the strength of a rear admiral himself, his true identity being none other than Rear Admiral Kong Ming. It is no surprise that Prophet failed to recognize Kong Ming. While he was familiar with the tales of the Pirate King, his knowledge primarily stemmed from manga. Thus, it was understandable that he was not well acquainted with Rear Admiral Kong Ming, who only appeared in the anime. Moreover, the current year was 1505, a good decade and more before Kong Ming would make his appearance in the stories of the Pirate King. This time, Kong Ming had not yet been promoted to admiral and was merely a rear admiral. His appearance also differed significantly from what it would be over a decade later. He was youthful and clean-shaven, lacking the signature scars that would later define him. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for Prophet to fail to identify Kong Ming. While Prophet questioned Kong Ming's identity, Kong Ming was assessing Prophet in turn. Although Prophet could not recognize Kong Ming, this did not mean that Kong Ming could not recognize Prophet. Prophet's bounty of 30 million was neither excessively high nor low enough to attract particular attention. Nevertheless, Kong Ming, known for his intelligence, had come to the South Sea on a mission and had taken the time to review the bounties of local pirates, which naturally included Prophet and Morana. Thus, Kong Ming quickly identified the two. What brings these two together? Kong Ming contemplated. The amount of refuse on the seas is increasing yet again. Having suffered the atrocities of pirates in his youth, Kong Ming held a deep-seated disdain for them, viewing the entire pirate community as mere refuse of the ocean. However, despite his aversion, Kong Ming had no intention of confronting Prophet and his companions directly. After all, he had other tasks at hand and would not jeopardize his mission over trivial matters. The name Wulong echoed in Prophet's mind, and he felt certain he had encountered this individual before. He was convinced that this sense of familiarity could not have originated from his experiences in the world of the Pirate King, but must stem from his previous life and the tales he had encountered. Who could it be? Wulong, Zhuge Liang, Kong Ming. Yes, there was indeed someone named Kong Ming. Just as Prophet was on the verge of grasping the familiarity in his thoughts, Morana's voice interrupted him. "Look, we've arrived at the casino." The casino was a standalone two-story building, somewhat dilapidated, with a sign emblazoned with the word casino in English hanging above the entrance. It was evident that, despite its worn appearance, the casino was bustling with patrons, many entering and exiting. Gambling, a pursuit driven by humanity's desire for overnight wealth, consistently draws enthusiasts even in peaceful and affluent environments. When life becomes tumultuous and impoverished, this desire is magnified exponentially, often leading individuals into the depths of addiction. However, a closer observation revealed a stark contrast. Those entering the casino were mostly cheerful, while those emerging appeared dejected. Clearly, the majority of those who ventured within in hopes of fortune ended up losing everything. "Be cautious," Kong Ming advised, his tone laced with disdain. "The proprietor of this casino is Blood and Marshall, a ruthless scoundrel." Inside the casino, the cacophony of voices was overwhelming. Bloodthirsty pirates, unscrupulous merchants, destitute vagrants, debt-ridden scoundrels, and even the usually mild-mannered farmers were all frantically placing their bets. seeking to strike it rich overnight. Their methods varied widely, from shooting marbles to playing cards and chess. Yet, at that moment, the most captivating spectacle was the dice game, where participants wagered on the outcome of the roll. The dice game was perhaps the simplest form of gambling. In this game, the dealer would place 3 dice in a covered container and shake it, while the players would bet on whether the total would be high or low. In the world of the Pirate King, a total of 3 to 10 is considered low, while 11 to 18 is high. If the players guessed correctly, they would win double their wager. If wrong, they would lose everything they had bet. The odds were essentially 50-50, barring the influence of hockey or special fruit abilities. Victory relied solely on luck, as players could not improve their odds through skill. Observing the various tables, it was clear that wagers were evenly placed between high and low. Additionally, since the dealer collected a portion of the bets, they would always maintain a favorable position in the long run. Furthermore, the dealer's tactics were unlikely to be straightforward. Subtle manipulations of the dice-throwing method or tools could easily be executed. Due to the simplicity of this gambling style, many newcomers often started with it. However, at one particular dice table, an unusually large crowd had gathered, drawn by the presence of a blind man approaching the table. "A blind man," murmured the onlookers. "How can a blind man come to a casino? He is doomed. Marshall is known for devouring his victims whole." The surrounding gamblers whispered among themselves, some speaking openly, while even the dealers and staff were drawn in by the spectacle. Clad in flowing purple garments and leaning on a cane, Yixiao remained unfazed by the stares of the crowd. His life as a blind man had accustomed him to the pointing and whispering of those around him. Unperturbed, he made his way through the throng and seated himself at the table. The dealer, initially thinking Yixiao had made a mistake, approached him and said, "Sir, this is a casino. Are you certain you wish to play?" "I am indeed here to gamble," Yixiao replied nonchalantly, but the dealer hesitated, wanting to express concern over Yixiao's blindness and how it would hinder his ability to gamble. Yixiao, well aware of the dealer's unspoken thoughts, produced a bag of berries from his waist and placed it on the table, stating loudly, "Is there a rule against blind individuals gambling here?" "Of course not," exclaimed the dealer, his face lighting up at the sight of the bag. This was an excellent opportunity for him. After all, dealing with a blind customer would make it easier to cheat and avoid payment later. The dealer took the berries and exchanged them for chips. He remarked, "Sir, here are your chips." Naturally, given the customer's blindness, it was only fitting for him to charge a slightly higher service fee. "This seems insufficient," Morena whispered to Profik. "Why is there so little?" Profik quietly remarked. "Let us go and take a look." The croupier, stealthily pocketing some winnings, smiled and said, "Sir, here we wager on high or low. I bet high." Yixiao interjected, directly stating his bet while tossing a chip onto the table. "Very well," the croupier replied, then picked up an iron box, placed the dice inside, and skillfully shook it. After a series of clattering sounds, the croupier set the box down on the table. The dice rolled, revealing 3 points, 6 points, and 6 points, totaling 15, which was indeed high. "Congratulations, you have won," the croupier announced, returning Yixiao's wager while also handing him some new chips, naturally, in addition to the casino's mandated cut. The croupier discreetly withheld some of Yixiao's winnings. Yixiao seemed blissfully unaware of this, happily accepting the chips given to him. "Sir, would you like to place another bet?" Yixiao merely tossed out more chips, resolutely stating, "High." This time, the dice totaled 13, and once again, Yixiao won. Given that he wagered a larger amount this round, his winnings were correspondingly greater. Of course, the croupier's clandestine share also increased. "High." Yixiao confidently pushed forward his chips for a third time. Profik observed the unfolding game intently. Along with Morena and Fuentes, found themselves captivated. Profik noted that Yixiao had a genuine passion for gambling. Interestingly, he consistently bet on high, increasing his wager each time. Typically, individuals like Yixiao, who revel in the thrill of chance, disdain the use of observation hockey or devil fruit abilities to cheat. His love for gambling stemmed from the immense uncertainty it offered. Even decades later, as a naval admiral, Yixiao maintained this fondness for the game. In the original storyline of One Piece, Fujitora had once used dice rolls to decide whether to apprehend Luffy. Manipulating outcomes would strip gambling of its inherent allure. The direct consequence was that Yixiao's gambling experience included both wins and losses. Indeed, his blindness often led him to suffer setbacks in various games, resulting in more losses than wins, financially. However, today was different. Perhaps luck was on his side. Since Profit began observing, Ishao had consistently won more than he lost, and thus, the number of chips before him grew. Many onlookers, initially there for amusement, were astonished to see a blind man winning repeatedly, some even speculating he was a ringer hired by the casino. Ishao appeared elated, seemingly eager to continue gambling. However, the croupier found himself in a quandary. Initially, he was quite pleased to accommodate a blind patron, as his earnings were tied to the chips won. A blind person could not discern the correct amount of chips, allowing the croupier to pocket a little extra. Yet, as Ishao's luck soared, the tide began to turn. His winnings started to cost the casino money. Consequently, the croupier's income would diminish, and he might even face deductions from his wages. The potential for wage cuts was not the most pressing concern. The casino's proprietor, Marshall, was a ruthless figure. If losses mounted too high, one could even risk their life. How is it possible for this blind man to have such extraordinary luck? The croupier pondered, all the while continuing to entice Ishao to bet further. Sir, your fortune is remarkable. Just a few more rounds, and you'll have a veritable fortune. Perhaps influenced by the croupier's enthusiasm, Ishao pushed forth an unprecedented amount of chips, nearly depleting his initial sum and wagering all his recent gains. That he remained composed, declaring, "All on high." "Very well," the croupier responded, knowing that should Ishao win this time, it would yield a substantial profit. Conversely, a loss would see him return to square one. Yet, the croupier felt no trepidation. The box they used for the dice had been rigged with a cheating mechanism. By pressing the appropriate spot on the outside during the shake, he could control the outcome. In essence, if Ishao bet high, the croupier was assured that the result would be LOW.my apologies. He thought, brimming with confidence as he opened the box. Ishao, seated across from him, wore a serious expression, seemingly eager for the outcome. However, upon opening the lid, the croupier found that the dice showed 4, 5, and 6, totaling 15, entirely high. The croupier's smile vanished abruptly. A high total not only meant Ishao had won yet again, but also placed his wallet and possibly his life in unprecedented jeopardy. Moreover, until he could ascertain why the rigged mechanism had failed, he dared not continue to entice Ishao to wager. After all, if the mechanism had completely malfunctioned, persisting in the game could lead to even greater losses. How could this be? How can this blind man have such luck? No matter how fortunate, he is still just a blind man. In a flash, the croupier made up his mind. Maintaining his composure, he continued in his original tone. A total of 9 points. Unfortunately, that is low. But fear not, there are always wins and losses. Please hand over your chips. Clearly, he intended to exploit Ishao's blindness, flipping the results to deceitfully take his chips. Oh, Ishao scratched his head in confusion, replying, "I truly believed it would be high." He then pushed forward his chips, feigning regret. However, there is nothing that can be done. Accepting Ishao's chips, the croupier beamed like a flower in bloom. Yet, in this scene, none of the onlookers dared to speak out. The reason was simple. The casino's owner, Marshall, was a merciless predator. Should they find themselves in a similar predicament, patrons might argue their case. However, no one was willing to stand up for a blind man. Of course, those thinking this way were oblivious to Profic's presence. Yet, Profic had no intention of speaking up. He understood that with Ishao's observation hockey, he could discern not only the dice outcomes but even the number of hairs on an it. Profic was prepared to witness how Ishao would respond when Morena, who had been conversing with Kong Ming, suddenly pushed her way to the front. Unfazed by Marshall, she was unaware that Ishao was a formidable expert. To her, Ishao was simply a blind man victimized by the casino. "Hey!" Morena slammed her hand on the table, loudly demanding, "What is going on here? This gentleman clearly bet high. Really, did I truly win?" Ishao expressed his gratitude. "I do not know who you are, but thank you for your kindness." Morena, straightforward as ever, replied, "I believe in the saying a person without trust cannot stand. I am Morena, merely speaking the truth." Profic, Fuentes, do you agree? Indeed. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who is this person? She knows who Marshall is. Yet, before Profic could utter another word, the casino's bouncers sprang into action. "You insolent troublemaker, utterly clueless." A bouncer in dark garb shoved Morena aside, declaring, "This blind man cannot see. If we say it is low, then it is low. Integrity is the foundation of business. How can you bully someone like this?" Morena charged forward, ready to confront the croupier, insisting, "Everyone, how can this be right? Mind your own business and disappear." The bouncers, quick to anger, drew their blades toward Morana. Profik hastily pulled Morana back, poised to retaliate when, with a clang, Ishao stepped in front of her, using his cane to block the descending blade. He spoke in a deep voice. If that is the case, I cannot turn a blind eye. You blind fool, gravitational blade. Hell's journey. The cane sword was drawn, unleashing an irresistible force that bore down upon the casino's guards, causing the floor to give way, creating a substantial pit. Several guards were sent plummeting into the depths, blood spattering from their mouths, their eyes rolling back as they lay unconscious on the ground. Ishao rolled his eyes, his blind gaze sweeping across the room. A lack of sight could indeed be a blessing. All the patrons in the establishment, save for Profik, were left in a state of stunned disbelief. The pirates of Chi-Feng Town, though somewhat seasoned, were witnessing such a terrifying creature for the first time. Especially one who was blind. Strange, monstrous creature. The dealer, who had been standing nearby, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. His mind was a blank. Moments ago, he had attempted to deceive such a monster. Morana, Kongming, and Fuentes were all inwardly astonished, each comparing Ishao to the masters they had encountered before, quietly speculating. Among the three, Kongming held the highest status and had the broadest knowledge. Upon entering the casino, he had been discreetly observing the situation, gathering intelligence, and thus had not focused much attention on Ishao. Now, witnessing Ishao's prowess, Kongming directed his gaze and observation hockey towards him. Upon closer scrutiny, Kongming felt a chill. Ishao's demeanor exuded a calm, yet restrained intensity. Beneath that tranquil exterior lay a formidable presence, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. This aura, combined with the overwhelming strength displayed, reminded Kongming of several formidable figures within the Navy. Morana and Fuentes each compared Ishao's abilities to those they were familiar with. Morana thought of Kaith and herself, while Fuentes recalled Geashifu and Fusif. Yet both had to concede that Ishao's displayed power far surpassed that of these experts. Impressive, truly impressive. Morana couldn't help but lean over to inspect the bottom of the pit. She noted that this pit was exceptional. It was perfectly round, and its dimensions were meticulously calculated, encompassing the guards without affecting those nearby. This demonstrated Ishao's precise control over his strength. Profik, however, was unfazed by Ishao's display. Pulling down a meteor from the sky would be the true feat. Nevertheless, it was evident from this encounter that Ishao had already amassed considerable strength. Ishao, undisturbed, sheathed his cane sword and returned to the table, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is the outcome of the dice? High or low?" Upon meeting Ishao's sightless gaze, the dealer was already in a state of sheer panic. The outcome of the dice was indeed high, even if there were no dice on the table. He would only dare utter the word high. In that case, "I shall take my chips," Ishao declared. Why yes. The dealer could hardly utter a refusal, hastily providing Ishao with his due chips and discreetly compensating for the earlier shortfall. Ishao placed the chips into a cloth bag, stood up, and approached Morana, expressing his gratitude once more. "Thank you, young friend, for your forthrightness. That I have heard it said. A trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning, yet here I stand." Having witnessed Ishao's prowess, Morana was exceedingly curious and asked, "Sir, who might you be to possess such strength?" "I am known as Ishao, merely an ordinary blind man," he replied while exchanging his chips for berries. Of course, after what had transpired, no one would believe he was just an ordinary blind man. My eyes may be blind, Carl, but do not presume my heart is as well. Captain, it's bad." A flustered pirate from Marshall's crew burst into the elegantly decorated, spacious room where the imposing, genteel-faced Marshall was savoring tea. At first glance, one might mistake him for an honorable man. However, upon uncovering the truth, one would find him to be a ruthless killer. Seated opposite him was a short, stocky man with a scruffy beard, entirely out of place in the lavish setting. Husko, the king of schemes. While one might view Husko as a brutish character, the reality was quite the opposite. He was meticulous and astute. Marshall and Husko, one ostensibly running a casino and the other engaged in thievery, commanded the two largest factions of pirates in Chi-Feng Town. Naturally, both were also wanted criminals, with Marshall's bounty set at 40 million berries, while Husko, due to his more cautious methods, had a significantly lower bounty of 18 million berries. Though the two pirate lords convened, the atmosphere was not tense. It seemed they were discussing an important matter. However, the pirates' intrusion shattered the tranquility. What a disarray! Marshall frowned slightly, his dissatisfaction evident. Such panic could cause him to lose face before others. The pirate, panting heavily, finally managed to say, "At the casino, something has happened." What happened at the casino? Upon hearing this, Marshall grew anxious, as the primary source of income for his pirate crew. Any trouble at the casino could severely impact their finances. The pirate hurriedly recounted the events at the casino, portraying Yi Xiao as a blind man deliberately causing chaos and Morena as his accomplice, while the casino was depicted as a victim robbed of a substantial sum of cash. Bang! Marshall, furious, slammed his fist onto the wooden tea table, leaving an indelible mark. The teacup atop the table flew into the air, spilling its contents everywhere. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Take me to confront those rascals." "Wait, bloody hand, brother. You are too hasty," Husco interjected calmly. From the pirate's account, he had gathered that the casino's losses were not significant. More importantly, that particular business venture could not afford any missteps at this time. Marshall, brimming with rage, retook his seat. "That blindy shall pay for this." Were it not for the lucrative opportunity Husco mentioned, Marshall would have already drawn his weapon to confront Yi Xiao out on the streets of Qingfeng Town. Profik, Morena, Fuentes, Kong Ming, and Yi Xiao walked together. Initially, Morena had presumed that Yi Xiao, being blind, would find it challenging to navigate and had intended to offer her assistance. However, she soon realized that Yi Xiao, despite his blindness, moved with a steadiness that belied any difficulty, akin to an ordinary person. In fact, rather than walking slowly, he exhibited an extraordinary composure. This piqued Morena's curiosity further, prompting her to ask, "Mr. Yi Xiao, how can you, being blind?" As she spoke, she noticed Profik's warning and quickly realized that such a question might be deemed impolite. Promptly apologizing, "I beg your pardon. It's quite all right." Yi Xiao responded without concern, genuinely sharing his insights. "Though my eyes are blind, my heart remains keen. As long as the heart is bright, one will not find the path difficult." "Is that so?" Morena nodded, somewhat puzzled. "Master Wulong," Yi Xiao inquired while using his cane to feel his way, "have you any leads on your brother?" Kongming shook his head, replying, "Not yet. This town is rather vast." In truth, he was awaiting the arrival of naval ships on the outskirts of the island. He had initially believed that a few ships could swiftly take control of the situation by entering the harbor. But he had underestimated the number of pirates on the island. Thus, he had to seek reinforcements from other branches, increasing the number of ships to thoroughly seal off the island where Qingfeng Town was located, aiming to capture all the pirates. Additionally, having witnessed Yi Xiao's strength, Kongming had to contemplate the implications of pushing such a formidable figure into opposition with the Navy. Even if he managed to restore the Navy's presence in Qingfeng Town, he would undoubtedly become a target of condemnation. Fortunately, Yi Xiao did not fall into the category of wanted criminals and had, thus far, committed no unlawful acts beyond. "Then we must act swiftly," Morena interjected. Appearing anxious, "That I have heard it said, there's no time to delay. The longer we tarry, the greater the danger to Master Wulong's brother. You are more anxious than Mr. Wulong himself." Profik, half jesting and half reminding, expressed this sentiment. Even at this moment, he remained resolute in his belief that Wulong's demeanor did not reflect that of a brother who had lost his sibling. Preparation leads to success, while lack of foresight results in failure. He mused, cautioning that impatience could indeed place one in peril. Kongming remarked that this was not only a response to Profik's skepticism, but also a self-reminder. They must wait until the outer navy completed its encirclement before taking action, ensuring that they could capture all the pirates on the island in one fell swoop. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the street ahead, causing pedestrians to hastily step aside. That a caravan was seen rapidly approaching from a distance. "How rude," Fuentes exclaimed, narrowly avoiding a collision with a large horse leading the procession. Observing the substantial convoy, Profik inquired, "What is happening? Could there truly be such a large trading group on this island?" "It is the butcher Carlton," Kongming explained. He had arrived in Qingfeng Town earlier than Profik and the others, utilizing the guise of searching for his brother to gather considerable intelligence, thus gaining a better understanding of the island's situation. With disdain, Kongming continued, "Butcher Carlton was originally a resident of this island, but later became involved with the mafia, representing the indigenous forces here. This rogue colludes with external pirates, frequently providing them with various supplies." That was indeed his convoy, likely engaged in some transaction with Marshall and Husco. "Mr. Wulong, please hold on," Yi Xiao suddenly interjected, interrupting Kongming's exposition that I heard the sound of a child crying from within the carriage. A child's cry? Kongming appeared perplexed, as he had heard nothing of the sort that Yi Xiao, with a serious expression, clarified. I sensed emotions of sorrow and pain emanating from the carriage. Are you implying that there are people inside the carriage? Kongming was taken aback. He had been aware of Butcher Carlton and his convoy, but even with his observation hockey, he had detected nothing unusual. The thought of children being inside the carriage had not crossed his mind. After all, despite lingering on the island under the pretense of searching for his brother, his true objective was to ascertain the situation regarding the pirates and prepare for further naval actions. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Kongming once again activated his observation hockey to sense the carriage's contents. However, he was met with disappointment. But I cannot hear anything. Did you all hear something? Through the lens of his observation hockey. While he could clearly perceive the shapes of surrounding objects, the layered contents of the carriage remained indistinct. He could only discern that it was laden with a considerable amount of meat products. Morana strained her ears, attempting to catch any sounds as a half-breed of the fur tribe and humans. Her hearing was superior to that of most humans. Nevertheless, amid the cacophony of the bustling street, various noises impeded her ability to distinguish anything. She shook her head and said, I cannot hear anything. However, this was hardly surprising, as Yi Xiao's so-called hearing was based on his observation hockey, which was a task beyond Morana, who was entirely unacquainted with it. I did not hear anything either, but I trust Uncle Yi Xiao's perception, Prophet remarked, also employing his observation hockey in an effort to detect any movements within the carriage. Yet, like Kongming, he encountered difficulties in discerning the specific nature of the cargo. Unlike Kongming, however, Prophet's faith in Yi Xiao's abilities was unwavering. That on one hand, Yi Xiao was exceptionally powerful, and as a blind man, he relied heavily on his observation hockey for navigating life. Thus, he surpassed both Kongming and Prophet in this regard. On the other hand, in the original narrative, during the Dressrosa arc, Yi Xiao had indeed showcased the ability to sense emotions using his observation hockey. It seems there are indeed numerous children confined within the carriage, Yi Xiao remarked, his brow furrowing. Within the immense power of his observation hockey, he could distinctly sense that beneath the layers of meat and animal hides within the carriage, there existed a small space where several children were imprisoned. If his observation hockey was not mistaken, it was evident that Carlton's convoy was engaged in human trafficking under the guise of transporting goods. Human trafficking? Morana exclaimed immediately. Prophet, we must intercept the convoy. Perhaps Mr. Wulong's brother is inside. Prophet shook his head, signaling Morana to remain calm. Idio not rushed. Mr. Wulong's brother went missing several days ago. It is unlikely he is here. Previously, Prophet had harbored doubts about Wulong's claims of searching for his brother being mere pretext. Yet now, he found himself questioning his previous judgment. Could it be that Wulong was genuinely a seemingly calm brother who had lost his sibling? But we cannot just stand idly by, Morana exclaimed, her aversion to human trafficking intensifying due to her own background as an orphan found aboard a pirate ship. Had it not been for her concern for her companion's attitudes, she would have rushed forward to dismantle the convoy. Let us follow them, Prophet declared resolutely, biting his lip. If they were indeed engaging in human trafficking, they would have to dismantle their operation. As a person who had traversed from Earth to the world of One Piece, Prophet understood even more deeply the perils of human trafficking. Those who were trafficked often descended into slavery or forced labor. The abduction of children, even among the heinous crimes of human trafficking, was one of the most despicable forms. Though Prophet did not consider himself of exceptionally high moral standing, he could not tolerate witnessing such atrocities unfold before him. Furthermore, with Morana displaying a strong desire to take action, he resolved to intervene. Trusting in Yi Xiao's capabilities, Prophet had nearly concluded that Carlton was indeed engaged in human trafficking or slave trading, and that their carefulness indicated they were plotting a significant transaction. Should they act here, not only would it likely incite chaos, but the number of people they could rescue would also be limited. Only by following them and directly dismantling their base could they save more victims of abduction. Prophet then instructed, Uncle Fuentes, please go back to the ship and notify Gao Shifu and the others to be ready to set sail for a rendezvous at sea. The rest of you, accompany me. He turned to Yi Xiao and Wulong, asking, what do you think? To liberate the slaves, they would likely engage in a fierce battle with Carlton shortly. Hence, Prophet assigned Fuentes, the weakest of their group, to return to the ship. This way, they could avoid the trouble of protecting Fuentes during the fight. And with 4 people aboard, navigating the ship would be more manageable. Of course, since Yixiao and Kong Ming were not Prophet's crew. He specifically sought their opinions during the arrangements. All right, Yixiao nodded, as his principles leaned towards benevolence. Having spent years observing the suffering of the common people, he naturally would not oppose such an endeavor. Kong Ming also nodded, stating, "Very well. As a naval commander, rescuing the populace was inherently part of his responsibilities." Simultaneously, a question arose in Kong Ming's mind. Were individuals like Morena and Prophet, who seemed more invested in rescuing the people than some members of the Navy, truly the most diabolical of pirates? Prophet, Yixiao, Kong Ming, and Morena stealthily trailed behind Carleton's convoy. Before long, the convoy halted in front of a castle-like structure, the unique architectural style, the seagull emblem on the gate, and the large inscription reading Navy unmistakably indicated that they had arrived at a naval base. The Navy? Morena gasped in shock and anger as she peered from behind a nearby building. She could hardly fathom that Carleton's convoy had stopped right at the entrance of a naval base. Could it be that Carleton was colluding with the island's Navy? Prophet grasped Morena's arm, whispering, "Stay calm. There is something amiss with this naval base." Upon hearing Prophet's words, Morena scrutinized the scene more closely and indeed noticed something unusual. This naval base appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Moreover, the walls of the naval base bore faint traces of past battles. Most strikingly, at the pinnacle of the naval fortress, a pirate flag was defiantly hoisted. It was evident that, despite its designation as a naval base, the current occupants had severed all ties with the Navy. "That I have heard," Kong Ming began, carefully choosing his words so as not to reveal his identity, "that this was once a branch of the Navy. But it was overtaken by pirates long ago. Now, it serves as the stronghold of the Marshall gang." To his astonishment, Carleton and Marshall had evidently conspired together. "So that is how it is." Prophet nodded in understanding. At that moment, a voice called out, "They have opened the door." Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the entrance of the base. The door slowly creaked open from within, allowing the convoy to gradually enter the compound. Once the final cart crossed the threshold, the massive gates were promptly shut, as if fearful of being observed from outside. "What do we do now that the door is closed?" Morena asked anxiously. "I believe we must devise a tactical plan," Kong Ming suggested. This naval major, sharing the same name as the famed strategist Zhuge Liang, was among the few in the Navy who prioritized strategy before taking action. He typically preferred to formulate a comprehensive plan, gradually cornering the pirates they intended to confront. "That I have heard that a long night breeds many dreams. The longer we hesitate, the more perilous the situation for the kidnapped children becomes. Instead of beating around the bush, I propose we charge in directly." Morena boldly articulated his plan. "What say you, Mr. Wulong?" Upon hearing Morena's proposal, Prophet felt momentarily speechless. It seemed that Morena had become somewhat simplistic since boarding the ship. "That is not feasible." Kong Ming shook his head. After all, his brother was not truly missing, and he felt no urgency that a reckless assault could prove far too dangerous, and any sudden moves might inadvertently jeopardize their safety. "What then? Your brother and those innocent children are waiting for your rescue," Morena exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. Kong Ming grasped the feather fan at his waist, his white attire lending him an air of the ethereal strategist. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "We must first ascertain their location and the deployment of the guards, ideally rescuing them all in one fell swoop." At this juncture, he had fully embraced the role of the naval tactician. Regardless of whether the Marshall pirates were indeed colluding with the butcher Carleton and the illicit trade of human trafficking, gathering intelligence during this opportunity was undeniably prudent. Should they successfully eliminate the pirates entrenched within the naval base with the assistance of Prophet, Morena, and Yixiao, it would be most advantageous indeed. He added, "However, the outer walls of the naval base are quite high, making it easy to be detected during an attempted infiltration. In that case, I have an idea." Prophet proposed, "Let Mr. Yixiao use his abilities to transport me directly inside. That should be feasible, correct?" Yixiao nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing Prophet's suggestion. "It seems you are quite familiar with my capabilities. It is merely speculation." Prophet replied dismissively, knowing that his source of information would forever remain unknown to Yixiao, allowing him to explain as he wished. Subsequently, Prophet retrieved a snail phone from his pocket and handed it to Morena. "Morena, once I infiltrate the base, we will communicate via the snail phone. At that time, follow my instructions." "Understood," Morena responded as he accepted the device. Yixiao and Kang Ming also nodded in approval of Profik's arrangement. Yixiao then utilized his gravitational manipulation abilities to effortlessly levitate Profik, transporting him into the naval base. Upon entering the naval base, Profik initially intended to rejoin the convoy to trace the whereabouts of the kidnapped children. However, he soon discovered that the carts had halted in the open space before the main building. Yet the cargo they had carried had mysteriously vanished. It appeared to have been relocated. What now? The naval base was expansive, and Profik was unfamiliar with its layout. Coupled with the presence of numerous pirates roaming the grounds, any prolonged stay would risk exposure. If there were indeed kidnapped children within this naval base, where could they be? Suddenly, an idea struck Profik. Given that this was a naval base, there should logically be a prison for holding pirates or other offenders. Such a facility would likely be employed for detaining individuals. Therefore, might it be located in the basement or on the first floor? Lacking familiarity with the layout of the naval base, Profik could only speculate. In many films and television shows, detainees are often held in dungeons. In the world of One Piece, most prisons are situated on lower floors. Thus, Profik surmised that perhaps the Marshall gang would also follow this pattern. As he quietly observed his surroundings, Profik walked nonchalantly, unperturbed by the risk of being spotted by the pirates within the base. After all, the members of this pirate crew were numerous, and it was improbable that they would recognize every individual. Moreover, based on Profik's observations, the pirates exhibited a distinct lack of discipline. They wore no standardized attire, and during encounters, they seemed to forego presenting any credentials or passwords. Therefore, Profik believed that as long as he remained calm and collected, without displaying any signs of trepidation, he would likely avoid suspicion. Indeed, events unfolded as Profik had anticipated. Along his path, he encountered several pirates, yet none questioned his presence as an outsider. This was not surprising. Since the Marshall pirates had established themselves as a dominant force on the island, few dared to challenge them. Furthermore, their stronghold within the former naval base was surrounded by high walls, making it difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. Consequently, the pirates within the base appeared rather lax. Of course, it was unrealistic to expect a group of pirates to exhibit heightened vigilance or discipline. Profik smoothly entered the main building of the naval base and began searching for potential locations where captives might be held. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. Quickly, he concealed himself behind the staircase wall, holding his breath and activating his observation haki to its fullest extent. This allowed him to evade detection while attempting to glean any pertinent information. Through the use of his haki, Profik discerned the figures of the two approaching individuals and overheard their conversation. Point one was tall and refined, while the other, though slightly shorter, was notably robust. The former was Marshall, and the latter was Carlton. "Brother," Carlton remarked, "we should negotiate a larger share for this batch of pigs. I handle the venue, you handle the supply, and Husco coordinates with the buyers." Carlton appeared somewhat impatient, as the terms of their agreement had been established from the outset. "Don't he speak so lightly?" Carlton's gruff voice retorted. "Do not think I am unaware that Conman King has made connections with overseas bigwigs. The shipment includes some particularly attractive young sows. It is said that those bigwigs have a penchant for such. You can wait for him to return and ask him for your money." Carlton was steadfast, adhering to his usual business principles. Carlton chuckled dryly. "They say Bloody Hand is notoriously tight-fisted." Indeed, indeed. Can't you think a little further ahead?" Carlton replied, a tone of exasperation in his voice. "Those gentlemen are significant figures. If we can satisfy them and establish a connection, we could earn untold riches in the future." Profik, hidden just a wall away, heard their discussion quite clearly. If one were to listen to the conversation in isolation, it would sound quite formal, as if they were discussing legitimate business. However, armed with the knowledge of their possible involvement in human trafficking, Profik reinterpreted their words, and the context shifted dramatically. The term pigs was a euphemism for the individuals being trafficked. Quickly, Profik reconstructed the gang's information based on their dialogue. This human trafficking syndicate likely comprised at least 3 major partners. Butcher Carlton was responsible for procurement, meaning he was in charge of abducting or possibly seizing individuals and delivering them to Marshall's base. Meanwhile, Bloody Hand Marshall was tasked with providing the facilities for holding these captives. Once again, the so-called king of scams, Husco, was tasked with contacting potential buyers. On the surface, these 3 individuals maintained a facade of purportedly legitimate business, in contrast to human trafficking, to conceal their nefarious activities. Ultimately, they succeeded in their deception. It was not until they encountered the formidable presence of the observation hockey user, who was as powerful as a monster, that their cover was nearly compromised. Additionally, he gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Hody, who was responsible for liaising with buyers, had established contact with a new client, likely an influential figure from overseas. If they could successfully connect with this lead, it could potentially lead to a substantial profit for the group. These despicable individuals, who regard human beings as mere commodities, were truly loathsome, mused Trafalgar. Furthermore, based on the conversation between the two men, it appeared that Hody had already left to meet the buyers, although it was unclear whether he had taken anyone with him. No, the others were stationed right outside the door, and he had not seen anyone exit, which indicated that Hody had vacated the base prematurely. This meant that the kidnapped children were likely still within the confines of the base. Regardless, time was of the essence. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps indicated that Carlton and Marshall were making their way toward the staircase where Trafalgar was hiding. That if this continued, they would soon catch sight of him as they entered the staircase area. It was imperative to find a different hiding spot. With this thought, Trafalgar quickly scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, he was on the ground floor, where an angle between the staircase and wall provided a concealed nook. Trafalgar swiftly concealed himself behind the staircase, out of sight. However, he inadvertently made a sound. The perceptive Marshall frowned and remarked, "Strange, I believe I heard something." Upon hearing Marshall's words, Trafalgar felt a shiver run down his spine. Should he be discovered here, not only would he be unable to locate the captives, but he would also be embroiled in a fierce battle. He quietly moved his right hand to his waist, gripping the hilt of his knife, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Impossible. Carlton laughed heartily. "You're just being paranoid, brother. How could there possibly be outsiders in our stronghold?" "That's a fair point." Marshall nodded slightly. Then, Trafalgar heard Carlton and Marshall ascend the stairs. That he exhaled in relief and made the decision to follow them, rather than aimlessly searching through the vast naval base for potential locations where captives might be held. Trafalgar believed that shadowing the two leaders, Carlton and Marshall, could yield more fruitful results. Utilizing the advantage of his observation hockey, Trafalgar stealthily trailed behind them, careful to maintain a safe distance. The presence of his hockey allowed him to keep a considerable gap, as he only needed to stay far enough behind to remain undetected. Trafalgar maneuvered around the staircase's corner to obscure his silhouette, following Carlton and Marshall until they reached the third floor of the naval base. Halting outside a particular room. Inside, Marshall and Carlton were engaged in conversation. Trafalgar pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen to the happenings within. Outside the naval base, Morena hid behind a building, occasionally peeking out to observe the situation. Moments ago, a call had come through from Gaucher, confirming that the vessel, the fuel, was prepared to set sail and could be ready for extraction at a moment's notice. She felt poised to charge in at any moment to apprehend the despicable traffickers, awaiting Trafalgar's signal from within the base. However, at that moment, Morena noticed that Kong Ming, who should have been by her side, was inexplicably absent. In truth, Kong Ming had not intentionally gone missing. Rather, he was in communication with his naval subordinates via the transponder snail. Naturally, he could not converse with the Navy in Morena's presence, necessitating a brief departure. "Major Kong Ming," came the voice from the transponder snail. "As per your request, the fleet is prepared and stationed offshore, ready to launch an assault at your command." Kong Ming nodded, responding succinctly, "Maintain readiness, prepared to attack at any moment." With the Navy's readiness confirmed, Kong Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He resolved that once the kidnapped children were rescued, he would immediately order the naval fleet to engage. Upon returning to the vantage point where he and the others were observing the naval base's entrance, Kong Ming discovered Morena was on the transponder snail. "Morena, we've miscalculated. There is a port at the rear of the naval base that provides access to the sea," from the other end of the line. Trafalgar's voice emerged, cautious in tone and volume, as if he feared being overheard. It was no surprise, for at that moment, Trafalgar was pressing his ear against the door, listening intently to the conversation between Marshall and Carlton while relaying critical information to Morena. In addition to Marshall and Carlton, the king of scams, Hody, was also involved. Trafalgar spoke rapidly, revealing that he was already at sea and would soon rendezvous with the buyer. "Morena, you must pursue alongside Mr. Yixiao and Mr. Wulong immediately. Time is of the essence." Kong Ming seized the transponder snail from Morena's grasp, instructing her companions to steer the ship directly to the naval base along the coast. That moment, Kong Ming felt a pang of regret. Earlier, in an effort to conceal the Navy's identity, he had withheld information regarding the base's rear entrance to the sea. Now, it appeared that his intentions had backfired. Complicating their situation. Of course, Kong Ming had misinterpreted Profic's instructions. Profic had meant for Yi Xiao to utilize his abilities to carry Morana and Kong Ming directly through the air, while Kong Ming had understood it as a directive for Morana to return to the port with them before launching their pursuit by sea. Mr. Yi Xiao, Profic was about to clarify when the door to the room he had been eavesdropping on swung open unexpectedly. I suspected something was amiss, Marshall said coldly. I'm Profic. Who are you? Profic, came Morana's anxious voice from the transponder snail. What is happening? Profic turned and fled, shouting back to Morana. I've been discovered. Marshall's icy gaze fixated on Profic as he noted the audacity of his opponent, still having the presence of mind to use the transponder snail. It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. Observing Profic escape while continuing to communicate, Marshall drew his slender sword and unleashed a flying slash. Die. He growled. In Profic's heightened awareness through observation Hody. He sensed a dangerous threat rapidly approaching. With no time to continue conversing with Morana, he hastily cut off the call and ducked just in time. The slash barely grazed his side, shattering the wooden door of an adjacent room. Damn it, Profic thought, astonished that this adversary could wield a flying slash. This revelation solidified his resolve to flee. He had never intended to confront both Marshall and Carlton simultaneously, now that Marshall could unleash such a powerful attack. He needed to devise a way to evade them even more urgently. Could it be an extraordinary sense of perception? The flying slash, which was nearly infallible, had been evaded by Profic, leaving Marshall somewhat astonished. Lacking an understanding of observation Hody, he attributed Profic's dodging to some instinctual ability to sense danger. Let us see how long you can evade. Marshall launched 2 flying slashes in rapid succession, forming a cross pattern in an attempt to seal off Profic's escape route. However, such a blockade posed limited efficacy against someone endowed with observation Hody. Profic narrowly evaded the flying slashes once more, leaving deep gashes in the wall behind him. Meanwhile, Morana, Yi Xiao, and Kong Ming had utilized Yi Xiao's capabilities to infiltrate the base and were hastening toward the main building. Proceed along the coastline heading east, and you will reach your destination shortly, Kong Ming instructed, now in possession of Morana's transponder snail. Directing Gaosher and the others on their path, they ran. Yi Xiao activated his abilities, pinning nearby pirates to the ground with gravity, his agility defying the notion of him being blind. Suddenly, as they approached the main building of the naval base, the glass of a window on the second floor shattered explosively, clearly indicating an external attack. Not good, Morana exclaimed. It's the second floor of the naval base. Profic is in danger. We must hurry. On the second floor of the naval base, within a room situated near the eastern side, chaos reigned. The space was strewn with debris. Tables and chairs lay overturned, many shattered into fragments, and the walls bore deep gashes from fierce strikes. Marshall wielded a slender sword, while Carlton brandished a massive cleaver, as the two advanced slowly towards Profic, who was cornered against the window. Although he was uncertain why he always managed to evade Marshall's attacks, he knew this was the end of the line. Carlton, licking the bloodstains still clinging to his cleaver, left over from that morning's grim work, bore a rapturous expression. Reveal your intentions, and I may grant you a swift end. Profic, panting heavily by the window, had managed to evade every blow from Marshall and Carlton thanks to his imposing presence. However, the exertion of using such power and dodging their onslaught had drained him significantly. Assessing his precarious situation, Profic realized with a sinking heart that things were looking dire. Both Marshall and Carlton were formidable opponents. If he were to face either one alone, he might have some confidence. But now he was forced to contend with both simultaneously. As such, he could only defend himself, unable to retaliate. What a vexing predicament! Profic pondered as he racked his brain for a solution, realizing that continuing the fight in this room could lead to dire consequences. Was he to leap from the window? A quick glance outside dispelled his fears, for he beheld Morana, Kong Ming, and Yi Xiao soaring towards him atop a massive stone. Such a pity, gentlemen. Profic beamed a radiant smile. It seems the outcome is already decided. No sooner had Profic spoken than Carlton lunged forward with his cleaver. Yet, just 2 steps into his charge, he felt an overwhelming force lift him from below, rendering him powerless. What in the world is happening? Carlton flailed his cleaver wildly, resembling a jester struggling to maintain balance on a tightrope. Suddenly, the force dissipated, and he plummeted to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Marshall, watching in bewilderment, could only see Carlton inexplicably rising into the air, then crashing down again. "Who are you? What do you want?" Marshall's expression turned grave as Morena, Xiao, and Kongming entered through the window in quick succession. Having witnessed their peculiar abilities, he knew he needed to tread carefully. "Hurry and return Mr. Wulong's brother," Morena commanded sharply. Meanwhile, Xiao expressed concern for Profik's well-being. "Are you all right, Mr. Profik?" "I'm fine," Profik replied hastily. "Husko has already set out to sea. We must pursue him at once." "Ah, it seems the family of the piglet has arrived," Marshall scoffed. "I advise you to abandon all hope. Your brother has long been sold overseas." Unfazed by Marshall's taunts, Kongming remained composed. The notion of a brother was merely an excuse for him. He had no sibling to worry about being sold abroad. "You scoundrels deserve to be cast into the depths of hell, never to be reborn." Marshall's provocations failed to rattle Kongming, but ignited Morena's fury. "Ha!" Carlton laughed heartily. "What does it matter if it's good or bad, as long as there's profit to be made? Who cares about the morality of it? Such naive girls like you are becoming increasingly rare," Marshall said with a knowing smirk. "With a disposition like yours, you'd surely please our clients. Why not join us? I guarantee Husko will fetch a handsome price for you." "You?" Morena, having only previously encountered such shamelessness in King Horus of the Star Kingdom, felt her anger surge, barely able to contain herself. "Calm down, Morena," Profik interjected, recognizing that engaging in a war of words would only play into their opponent's hands. "We mustn't waste any more time." At that moment, the sound of a telephone bug rang out. The caller was Gayashifu, Morena. "We've reached the outskirts of the port, but we are being targeted by numerous pirates with weapons. We cannot approach the shore." "Understood. Hold your ground. We'll be there shortly," Profik replied succinctly before hanging up. With Gayashifu's team in position, their priority was to swiftly eliminate the foes before them. Xiao spoke up. "Miss Morena, Mr. Profik, Mr. Kongming, since the ship has arrived, you should proceed ahead. That I shall handle things here." Xiao understood that the sooner they set sail, the greater their chances of intercepting the slave ship, hence his willingness to take charge. He was confident in his abilities. Though Marshall and Carlton were strong, they paled in comparison to him. "Mr. Xiao, can you manage?" Morena inquired, uncertain of his strength and apprehensive about his desire to take on two opponents simultaneously. After all, Profik had clearly been at a disadvantage against both. "Xiao, the troublemaker from the casino, is it?" Marshall recalled the reports of disturbances at the gambling den. Unperturbed by Marshall's inquiry, Xiao simply nodded to Morena, reassuring her, "Rest easy." Profik was well aware of Xiao's prowess. While Marshall and Carlton could bully him together, they would be outmatched by Xiao. "Leave it to Mr. Xiao. Let us move." "Not so fast. Who says you can pass?" Marshall's countenance darkened as he positioned himself in front of them, visibly displeased by their disregard for his presence. "Even if you have the advantage in numbers, do you think you can leave without facing me? Especially that one called Xiao, who appears to be blind. How dare you underestimate us?" "I am Xiao," he said calmly as he withdrew a blade from his walking stick. With a low voice, he activated his ability, ensnaring Marshall and Carlton in an immense gravitational force. "That it is I who permits their passage." Marshall and Carlton's expressions shifted dramatically. They attempted to move and intercept Profik and the others, but the overwhelming gravity slowed their movements significantly before they could adapt to the sudden increase in weight. Profik and his companions had already surged out of the room as they burst forth. Xiao retracted the gravitational force and sheathed his blade. Marshall and Carlton immediately felt the weight lift from their bodies. They exchanged glances, positioning themselves to flank Xiao on either side. "You blind fool. Die." Marshall flourished his sword, unleashing a striking blow aimed directly at Xiao's head. Unfazed, Xiao drew his blade, countering with a strike imbued with gravity. Their attacks collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Taking advantage of the distraction, Marshall and Carlton advanced from opposite sides. Thrust. Marshall's slender sword flew toward Xiao's chest with lethal intent. Yet, Xiao merely tilted his body slightly, evading the fatal strike, while simultaneously drawing his blade to block Carlton's cleaver. And no matter how vigorously Carlton swung, the cleaver could not penetrate further. Gravity suppression. A tremendous force erupted from Xiao, pinning Marshall and Carlton to the ground. Under this immense pressure, Even the floor tiles began to buckle. In the first exchange, Yixiao had decisively gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Profik, Morana, and Kongming raced toward the naval base's port with utmost urgency. However, they soon encountered trouble. Their commotion, coupled with the sounds of battle, had drawn the attention of numerous ordinary pirates from Marshall's crew. Naturally, these pirates would not stand idly by as they made their advance. Soon, they surrounded the trio. "What a nuisance," Profik exclaimed, fending off two pirates with his blade. On the other side, Morana and Kongming found themselves ensnared in a predicament of similar nature. Morana, either intentionally or unintentionally, shielded Kongming behind her. "Master Wulong, danger lies ahead. Stay close to me. I am not a frail being in need of protection." Kongming's countenance bore a serious expression as he grasped the feather fan affixed to his waist. With a flourish, he wielded the fan, sending the pirates who dared to obstruct him tumbling to the ground. Morana marveled. So, Master Wulong possesses such strength. This revelation allowed her to focus less on Kongming and exert herself more vigorously in the fray. Profik took note of Kongming's prowess in dispatching foes with his fan, feeling a peculiar sense of familiarity. Strange, why does he seem so recognizable? Yet, preoccupied with confronting the pirates surrounding him, Profik had little time to ponder. Only certain that he was acquainted with the man who called himself Wulong. Together, the trio sent Marshall's subordinates reeling, and as they approached the port, the mast of the Bifer appeared in sight. However, the number of pirates at the port was even greater, rendering the situation more challenging. "The sheer number of pirates is overwhelming," Kongming exclaimed as he waved his feather fan, knocking two obstructing pirates aside. "Profik, Morana, I'll hold them off. You two board the ship and give chase." Kongming intended to assist in detaining the pirates to create an opportunity for Profik and Morana, but he also sought to separate himself from them. After all, as a naval officer, remaining in their company limited his actions considerably. Regarding the slave ship at sea, Kongming felt little concern. For the Navy had already encircled the island. It was possible that those coming to purchase slaves in the vessels transporting them had already been apprehended by the Navy. "That won't do," Morana immediately protested. "Master Wulong's brother is still waiting for your rescue. I'll cover you. You must hurry." Morana's reasoning was straightforward. Since Master Wulong's brother had been abducted, it was only fitting that Master Wulong himself should undertake the rescue. As she spoke, Morana activated her devil fruit powers, summoning a colossal phantom beast to appear at the port. This was Profik's first encounter with Morana's beast form, which was somewhat intimidating yet undeniably majestic. Exuding an aura reminiscent of legendary creatures. However, Profik was astonished to see that even in her fully transformed state, Morana's mask remained perfectly fitted atop the head of the beast. The size disparity between Morana's human head and her beastly one was striking. Yet the same mask astonishingly suited them both. Kongming was equally taken aback, realizing that Morana was indeed a user of the Zoan-type devil fruit. It appeared that his assessment of her threat level would require adjustment. As for Marshall's pirates, they were gripped by fear. Their origins in the South Sea had limited their perspectives. Among them, not all, but a significant majority had never encountered a devil fruit user, faced with the sudden appearance of a gigantic beast. Many pirates scattered in terror. Nevertheless, some elite pirates rallied together, preparing to launch a counterattack. It seemed that the chaos wrought by the beast would not last long. Ignoring the surrounding pirates, Morana declared, "I will use my tentacles to toss you onto the ship. Hold on tight." As she spoke, her tentacles, which sprouted from the top of her head, coiled around Profik and Kongming. Hey, Profik exclaimed as Morana lifted him into the air. "That I might fall. Gao Shifu will catch you both." Morana glanced at the encroaching pirates and ceased her chatter, using her tentacles to hurl Profik and Kongming with remarkable force. "That really hurt." Profik groaned, rubbing his head after being caught by Gao Shifu, who had made a valiant effort to transform into his beast form to receive him. Though Profik still suffered a harsh landing, he muttered, "Once this is over, she will pay for that. By the way, where is Master Wulong?" It was only then that he remembered Kongming, who had also been thrown by Morana. "I'm fine," Kongming replied just as he appeared at Profik's side. His assertion of being fine was indeed truthful. As a rear admiral, he was among the stronger ranks and had mastered the 6 forms in Hody to a remarkable degree. Just before landing on the ship, he had discreetly employed the moonwalk technique, lightly cloaking himself in a layer of Hody, allowing him to deceive Gao Shifu's gaze and touch down safely. Thus far, Gao Shifu remained under the impression that Kongming's survival was merely a stroke of luck, as he had landed on the sail without injury. However, Kongming sensed a hint of suspicion from Profik and promptly diverted the conversation. Is it acceptable to leave Morana on the shore alone? No problem. Profik assessed the situation on the shore and replied, it may take her a bit longer, but she can certainly handle it. After all, Morana was capable of single-handedly confronting Diamante. Ordinary pirates on the shore posed little threat to her. Even against formidable figures like Marshall and Carleton, given time, she would likely prevail, with no need to worry about Morana's safety. Profik and Gao Shifu set sail into the SEAS for Kongming. Being a guest, and with Profik's lingering apprehension about his intentions, he was relegated to resting in the cabin. Yet Kongming was destined to face his own vexations. As soon as he settled in, the transponder snail he carried began to ring once more. Didn't we agree to await my orders? He murmured, cautious of being overheard by Profik and the others. That it was understandable that Kongming felt disgruntled. At such a critical moment, an unexpected call could jeopardize his identity. I apologize, but the Navy on the other end was well aware of Kongming's reasoning. However, he too had his own pressing concerns. Rear Admiral, a world government vessel has just forcibly passed through our blockade. Didn't we warn them that the Navy is on duty? Kongming retorted, incensed, envisioning the arrogant demeanor of those serving the world government. The officials of the world government displayed utter disregard for the Navy's missions, consistently disrupting their operational plans at crucial moments. The Navy on the other end replied, they stated that the Navy's operations are irrelevant to them. Kongming replied with disdain, then let them be. Continue with the blockade as planned. Despite his resentment, Kongming felt powerless. Vessels under the world government fell outside the Navy's jurisdiction, and technically, the world government was superior to the Navy headquarters. Consequently, the only course of action Kongming could take was to ignore them. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kongming stepped onto the deck, where he spotted Profik conversing with Morana, who had climbed the mast to the lookout, scanning the horizon with a telescope. Nana, have you spotted anything? Given the vastness of the sea and the time elapsed since their quarry had departed, determining their course was exceedingly difficult. They could only hope to uncover some clues through vigilant observation. Matiha responded, nothing at the 9 o'clock position. After this period of sailing, Matiha had become increasingly adept in her role as lookout. I sincerely apologize, Master Wulong, Profik expressed, filled with regret, for finding traces of their target at sea was an arduous task. Unlike on land, once an enemy vessel slipped out of sight, locating it again required either pursuing along a predetermined route or relying on gathered intelligence to deduce their heading. Currently, Profik was effectively in the dark. Thus, should Kongming's brother indeed be aboard the slave ship, there was a significant chance he would remain beyond rescue. Not to worry, there's no need to rush. Kongming replied, let's proceed ahead for now. His thoughts were less focused on locating the slave ship. After all, the island was nearly surrounded by Navy vessels, making escape for the slave ship quite challenging. Instead, he pondered how to address Profik and his crew. Although they had aided in rescuing those being trafficked, they were still wanted criminals. From both the Navy's obligations and the mission's objectives, Kongming could not afford to disregard them. However, taking direct action against them was fraught with complications. Though he did not doubt his ability to best Profik and the others, subduing them would leave him unable to navigate such a large vessel alone. Thus, Kongming resolved to have them advance the ship a short distance, ideally until they encountered a naval vessel at 11 o'clock. Suspicious ships were spotted, flying the Jolly Roger. Matifa's voice echoed once more, through a rough description of the pirate flag. Confirmed by Kongming, it was evident that the vessel belonged to the Marshall pirate crew, proudly displaying their emblem. Presently, this pirate ship lay still upon the sea, seemingly awaiting something. Profik felt fortunate. Finding a slave ship that had already set sail in the vast ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If not outright hunting for a ship in the abyss, he had not anticipated such an improbable occurrence would befall them. Shall we approach? Gao Shifu inquired. Let us wait here and ensnare the buyers as well. Profik declared, deducing that the ship remained stationary on the water, indicating a prearranged meeting with buyers in matters of human trafficking. While the sellers are indeed contemptible, the buyers can be equally reprehensible if the opportunity arose. Profik would not hesitate to apprehend both parties. Profik turned to Kongming beside him. Master Wulong, I trust you have no objections. Wulong nodded, voicing no dissent against Profik's plan. Another ship was observed approaching the pirate vessel. Shortly thereafter, Matifa reported that a much larger 3-decked ship was heading straight towards the stationary pirate craft. Profitcheck advised. Let us observe a while longer to confirm their interaction, until the two vessels established contact. It could not be assumed that the incoming ship belonged to the buyers that a premature approach could potentially alert the prey. Thus, he resolved to wait until the ships were side by side, preferably during the exchange of payment and goods, to execute a comprehensive capture. They have come alongside. Matifa continued to relay the situation. Let us charge forth. Profitcheck commanded decisively. The Bifewer set sail with all its might towards the point of contact between the two vessels. Meanwhile, within the former naval base, Marshall and Carleton lay upon the ground, gasping for breath. Their weapons lay discarded nearby, and they appeared disinclined to continue resisting. Ishiak casually sat in a chair, his cane sword resting beside him. It was evident that the outcome had been determined in the face of overwhelming strength. Marshall and Carleton had posed little challenge. "You fiend," Carleton spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he valiantly stifled his agony to inquire, "Why meddle in our affairs?" In his view, the situation had escalated entirely due to the sudden intervention of this monstrous blind man. Ishiao rose and answered, "I have witnessed far too many injustices to remain indifferent." Noticing Ishiao had not drawn his cane sword, Marshall seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope for a counterattack. Summoning his remaining strength, he seized a rapier and lunged at Ishiao with the speed of a lifetime. "You blind fool, perish!" As the rapier neared Ishiao's heart, evasion appeared futile. The Marshall's heart swelled with triumph. "I've succeeded." Yet, his elation was short-lived. The long sword met Ishiao's chest, yet it felt as though it had struck an impenetrable barrier, failing to penetrate. This was due to Ishiao employing his haki for protection. Though merely a thin layer, neither pitch black nor showcasing advanced techniques, it was more than sufficient to thwart Marshall's thrust. How is this possible? In a shock, Marshall witnessed Ishiao grasp the rapier and effortlessly toss him aside, uttering calmly, "Such skills are far from adequate when compared to true maritime villains. You cannot stop this." The Marshal lay gasping on the ground. He retorted fiercely, "Husker has long since established connections with the dignitaries of Mariehua, individuals like you will never comprehend." Mariehua. The mention of this name startled even Ishiao. Wulong, Profitcheck, Morena. "What shall we do now?" At the naval base's port, Morena sat amid a tangle of defeated pirates. It was evident that the battle had concluded. Although the Marshal pirate crew was numerous, they posed minimal threat to Morena, allowing her to achieve victory with relative ease. Meanwhile, at sea, the timing of the Bifewer's appearance was impeccable. At that moment, the two ships had established a bridge of connection. Husker had received a substantial sum from the opposite side and was directing his crew of pirates to transfer the kidnapped individuals onto the larger vessel. The sudden emergence of the Bifewer caught both ships off guard. "Damn it," Husker exclaimed to the man opposite him, adorned in a white top hat. "The transaction has been exposed. We must terminate it immediately." Upon realizing the slave trade had been discovered, Husker's instinct was to halt the transaction without delay. At that moment, the Bifewer was still a considerable distance away if he acted decisively to suspend the trade. Husker believed he could evade pursuit. "Surely, you do not intend to deceive us." The man in the white top hat harbored thoughts entirely contrary to Husker's. He suspected the suddenly appearing vessel was a ruse orchestrated by Husker to swindle them. Moreover, even if the ship had indeed arrived, whether by accident or design, with the intent to disrupt the slave trade, he doubted anyone would dare to interfere with such a transaction. Simultaneously, aboard the Bifewer, as they drew nearer, Profitcheck, Kong Ming, and the others could discern the situation on the opposing ship with increasing clarity. The most striking feature on the opposing vessel was the prominently displayed flag, a cross-shaped emblem with circles at the tips and intersections. Matifa could not identify this flag, but Profitcheck recognized it instantly. It was the flag of the world government. The world government's clandestine involvement in the slave trade was hardly a secret, while they publicly opposed the practice. The celestial dragons of Mariehua consumed a considerable number of slaves each year. The demand for slaves necessitated a supply, and where there was a supply, there were those eager to profit, many unscrupulous individuals, often with direct ties to world government officials or the celestial dragons, began to dabble in the slave trade. The intermediary meeting with Husker was connected to a broker with slight ties to the world government's intelligence apparatus, who frequently engaged in illicit dealings under its auspices. Given his connections and the fact that he catered to the needs of government officials and the celestial dragons, the world government turned a blind eye to his actions. In truth, upon hearing Marshall mention that Husker had contacted significant figures overseas, Profacek had contemplated the possibility that this big shot was intricately linked to the world government. To brazenly display the government's flag was indeed audacious. Profacek mused. Kong Ming, too, recognized the flag of the world government, his expression darkening to a naval officer. He was aware of some of the shadows that lurked within the world government. With eyes half closed, he sighed resignedly. In his capacity as a Navy officer, he found himself unable to intervene. This was an inherent flaw in his position. Master Wulong, we are now close enough. Although she was unsure why the two ships had not severed their connection and fled, Matafa offered her suggestion. I will use my abilities to hold the opposing ship. You and your brother should glide over swiftly to rescue your sibling. Kong Ming had evidently heard Matafa's words. However, he refrained from responding. Wulong? Matafa was perplexed. Perhaps due to his position, he found himself unable to act. Profacek glanced at Kong Ming, now nearly certain of the opposing ship's identity, given that it flew the flag of the world government. The world government? Buck exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? It was no wonder Buck was so astonished. For the majority of the common populace in the world of One Piece, the world government still represented order, even if that order came at the price of exorbitant celestial gold. However, the trade of human lives blatantly contradicted the order that the world government perpetually championed. In truth, the world government did maintain order, both nominally and to a certain extent, materially. Yet, ordinary individuals seldom encountered the darker aspects of the world government. Even though many individuals succumb to a life of piracy or are left destitute due to their misfortunes, factors such as the vast distance and lack of direct jurisdiction make it exceedingly difficult for them to attribute their plight to the world government, which is situated far away on the Red Soil continent. Consequently, the majority of ordinary residents in the pirate world possess a rather nebulous understanding of the world government, simultaneously feeling both reverence and dread towards it. Buck serves as a representative of this perception. He is aware of the name of the world government, yet cannot even recognize the flag of its vessels. Nonetheless, he instinctively acknowledges the world government as a symbol of justice to some extent and is taken aback by its involvement in the abhorrent trade of human beings. Naturally, once one's understanding of the world government deepens, such reverence can easily be shattered. Do not hold the government in too high regard, Prophet sneered. Are we not compelled to set sail because we cannot pay the heavenly gold? Drawing upon his previous life's knowledge of the One Piece world, Prophet felt neither reverence nor affection for the world government. Moreover, the very reason they were forced to go to sea in this life was inextricably linked to the world government. At this moment, his point was directed not only at Buck but also at Kong Ming, who stood nearby. Regarding Kong Ming's identity, Prophet had already formed a basic judgment, based on his mannerisms and Prophet's vague impression. He suspected that this individual was likely a member of the Navy. So, what shall we do? Buck still appeared somewhat at a loss. That Mr. Wulong is not in a position to act, but I am not afraid. Prophet replied, unperturbed. Let us not forget, these individuals may merely be masquerading under the world government's flag, even if they were indeed affiliated with the world government. So what? I fail to see the distinction between the government and pirates in the realm of human trafficking. I only know that there are people on that ship across from us waiting for our rescue. Stay safely aboard, Prophet instructed Kong Ming. Before turning to Matafa, proceed according to the original plan. Hey, they are approaching. Husco exclaimed angrily at the man before him. Is this how those who serve the world government conduct themselves? The ships opposite are nearly upon us, and they are utterly unresponsive. No, we cannot interrupt the transaction. The brazen world government merchants were unconcerned. They were fixated on one fact. Payment had been made, yet a portion of the people remained on the opposing ship. Ceasing the transaction could potentially result in a financial loss. Observing the merchants of the world government displaying no reaction, Husco swiftly issued orders to his pirates. Disconnect the bridge immediately. We are retreating. However, it was too late for Husco to give the command. The biviewer was now merely a dozen meters away from the two ships. Initially, Prophet believed that once the slave trade was exposed, the two ships, particularly the world government's vessel, would promptly turn and flee. They had even prepared to lower a small boat for pursuit. Unexpectedly, after the slave trade was revealed, the world government's slave ship did not make a hasty retreat. Instead, they suspected that the suddenly appearing ship was a ploy orchestrated by Husco. Doubting their intentions to swindle a significant sum of money, Husco, who had been cautious, was now filled with rage, retorting with suspicions about whether the ship was a setup And what would happen if he returned the money first while they absconded with the captives? This exchange of words delayed their actions, granting the biviewer the opportunity to approach the two ships. The distance had now closed significantly. In a typical naval battle, they would have already commenced firing. However, in consideration of the safety of the abducted individuals aboard the opposing ship, the biviewer refrained from firing. Profik surmised that this might have contributed to the opponent's misjudgment. In truth, this line of thought was a mere overestimation. The reason the opposing ship did not flee was primarily due to the inexplicable confidence instilled by the world government's flag. In fact, this world government vessel had participated in numerous slave trading activities. Throughout these endeavors, the world government's flag served as their shield against death and a green light for passage. As long as they bore this flag, neither pirates nor the Navy would trouble them. Over time, their vigilance had waned, and they now operated with brazen audacity, which allowed the biviewer to approach unimpeded. Recognizing that they were now sufficiently close, Profik promptly directed Matafa, "Sister, use your abilities to seize those two ships." Matafa nodded, her arms transforming into countless threads that extended forth, ensnaring the masts of both vessels. At this juncture, Profik finally felt at ease, for even if the two ships were to sever their connection and attempt to flee, it would be futile. Let us send them to the depths of the sea. As Profik and Geashafu prepared to traverse the bridge formed by Matafa's threads onto the ship, Husko immediately ordered his subordinates to open fire. They were all capable individuals, and should they fall into the sea, they would lose their combat effectiveness. Husko's men aimed at Profik and Geashafu, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Unfortunately, in the world of One Piece, firearms are notoriously inaccurate and lack power. Profik deftly evaded all the bullets with his observation haki, while Geashafu, though lacking haki, demonstrated remarkable agility and swiftly leaped onto Husko's ship. "Fire! Sink their vessels," Husko commanded, casting a glance at Geashafu, who had just sent several pirates flying. Upon Husko's command, the pirate ship erupted in cannon fire. At this range, the accuracy of the cannons remained high. Should the biviewer be struck by this volley, it could suffer severe damage or even sink. However, the biviewer was not without its own expert. Kongming. As a Navy officer, he was not at liberty to attack a ship flying the world government's flag. Yet he was free to intercept the cannonballs. Kongming leaped into the air, his armament haki naturally enveloping his fan as he waved it, successfully intercepting all the cannonballs. That's so. Mr. Kongming possesses such strength. Matafa, who had been ready to act, felt reassured upon witnessing Kongming's prowess, and she settled back down. Meanwhile, Profik successfully landed on the other world government ship. Crack. The attendants behind the world government merchants raised their firearms in unison. "Surely there is some misunderstanding between us." At this moment, the representative of the world government merchants stepped forward, stating, "We are merchants of the world government." Profik surveyed the trembling individuals in the corner of the deck, feigning confusion as he replied, "Oh, you are merchants. I had thought you were merely slave traffickers." The world government merchant waved his hand, and one of his attendants stepped forward. At this point, he was beginning to regret his earlier bravado. He now realized that the suddenly appearing ship was certainly not Husko's doing. Moreover, the individuals aboard the opposing ship were remarkably skilled, sending Husko's pirates into disarray. Had he known this, he would have heeded Husko's advice and made an early escape. "This is the certificate issued by the world government." The attendant presented a gilded document to Profik. Contrary to the anticipated haughty demeanor of world government officials, Profik found these individuals to be rather courteous, if one disregarded their involvement in the slave trade. Unbeknownst to him, their seemingly polite behavior stemmed primarily from the anguished cries of the pirates emanating from Husko's ship, regardless of their demeanor. Profik's view of slave traders remained unchanged. "Come closer, let me examine it," Profik instructed the attendant. The attendant nodded and stepped forward. In an instant, Profik's blade pierced through his abdomen. With a thud, the attendant collapsed. Profik cast him aside. "The world government forbids the slave trade. How could they possibly grant a trade permit to you traffickers? Kill him." Witnessing Profik's brazen act of murder, the world government merchants were thrown into disarray. Previously, as long as he presented the trade permit issued by the world government, he had always enjoyed unobstructed passage. It could be said that Profik was the first individual to question the validity of the certificate presented by the world government. Naturally, this also meant he would be the last. Bang, bang, bang. The guards of the world government merchants hastily opened fire, but Profik remained unfazed. Thanks to the aid of his observation haki, he effortlessly navigated through the hail of bullets, systematically incapacitating the guards one by one. Stop him, as he shouted hoarsely. His guards fell one after another to the last, standing on the deck. Apart from the trembling slave cowering in the corner, only he and Profik remained. Profik sheathed his long blade and casually approached the merchant. You cannot kill me. I am a merchant of the world government, he stammered, pulling a din mushy from his pocket. I can contact Lord Spandam. You cannot kill me. At that moment, his connection to the influence within the world government became his sole bargaining chip for survival. Profik remained silent as he strode swiftly to the merchant, drawing his sword from his waist. With a thud, the merchant of the world government collapsed before he could dial Spandam's number. Profik wiped the blood from his blade and returned it to its sheath. Having killed several individuals, he felt no turmoil. In the world of One Piece, death was a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, while he typically refrained from killing ordinary people, he had slain a human trafficker for someone hailing from a civilized world. Such scoundrels were deserving of death. The only noteworthy point was that the merchant had claimed he could contact Spandam. If true, this would mark yet another encounter for Profik with a notable figure from the One Piece world. Following Robin, Lucci, Fosv, and Lafitte, upon hearing the merchant utter Spandam's name, Profik hesitated for a fleeting moment. However, he quickly made a decision. His power was still too weak, and revealing himself too early to the world government could spell trouble. Thus, he chose to swiftly eliminate the merchant. Stay put on the deck and do not move, Profik said, casting a glance at the shivering slave in the corner, having dealt with the affairs aboard the world government ship. Profik turned his gaze toward another vessel. At that moment, Gao Shifu had transformed into a gigantic year beast and was engaged in a fierce battle with Husco. Profik assessed the situation. Although Gao Shifu had sustained some injuries, it was not dire. Seizing the rare opportunity for Gao Shifu to face a challenging fight, Profik decided to return directly to the Bifur's ship. Mr. Profik, Kongming approached. You've gotten yourself into quite a predicament. Profik, unfazed, replied. Mr. Kongming, you should have no issues handling the slaves and pirates, right? At this point, he recalled that the individual before him, who referred to himself as Sleeping Dragon, was indeed the naval commander Kongming. Unsure of his current rank, he continued to address him as Mr. Kongming. What are you saying? It's Mr. Sleeping Dragon. Matafa, still bewildered by the unfolding events, was at a loss. No, Kongming shook his head. Calling me Kongming is not incorrect. Then, would it be convenient to divulge a bit about the Navy's battle plans? Profik inquired. That would indeed be quite troublesome. As a naval commander, I must adhere to confidentiality regulations. Kongming feigned a troubled expression. However, given the circumstances of this incident, before Kongming could finish, Gao Shifu returned to the ship, dragging the unconscious Husco. Well done. Profik genuinely praised Gao Shifu for single-handedly defeating an entire ship of pirates. Change into another outfit and tend to your wounds. We shall prepare to set sail. Colonel, we have a situation. A soldier on a naval vessel patrolling outside Chifeng town reported to the highest-ranking officer aboard, a scarred and resolute colonel, a seasoned veteran of the Navy. As the backbone of the naval force, colonels may seem vastly inferior to the monsters capable of cataclysmic destruction, yet their extensive battlefield experience endowed them with formidable strength and adaptability. Observing the panicked soldiers, he calmly instructed, "Do not panic. We are the Navy." Yes, the naval soldiers saluted the colonel, who, seemingly inspired by his composure, regained their calm. The colonel nodded in satisfaction. He had risen through the ranks just as these young soldiers were beginning their journey. "Now, please report the situation." "Report, Colonel." The soldier hastily relayed the information like a torrent. "Our ship received a distress signal from another vessel, and the lookout spotted thick smoke rising on the horizon." Thick smoke? The colonel swiftly assessed the situation, deducing that an incident had likely occurred at sea, possibly a fire on a ship in transit. He immediately commanded, "Approach and investigate." Several naval vessels in the vicinity had also received similar distress signals and observed the smoke. Choosing to draw near for a closer look, the experienced colonel stood at the bow, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting two vessels in the distance, one billowing smoke while a few naval ships approached, his keen instincts sensed something amiss. He promptly ordered, "Establish communication with the surrounding ships and inquire about their situation." As expected, the nearby vessels had also received the distress signal from the Din Mushi and approached to investigate the smoke. "This is bad. It's a diversion." The colonel immediately realized the Navy had fallen into a trap. While seeing smoke might be normal, Receiving a simultaneous distress signal was peculiar. The fact that one of the two ships anchored at sea was neither on fire nor attempting to extinguish the flames or flee could not be explained as a typical maritime emergency. There was only one theory that could clarify the situation. Someone intended to lure the nearby Navy away. Damn it, has the Navy's plan been leaked? As the second highest ranking officer in this operation, the colonel gritted his teeth and ordered, immediately contact other ships. Leave 2 vessels here to monitor the situation while the rest return to their assigned positions and intensify patrols. Also, establish contact with Major Kongming. The call to Major Kongming went unanswered. Soon, the officer tasked with contacting Kongming relayed some troubling news. The colonel furrowed his brow. At that moment, he finally managed to reach other naval vessels. On the other end of the din mushy came a voice. Colonel Jurgen. We are at your command. Colonel Jurgen ordered. Ships 6 and 8 remain. All others return to their designated positions and continue patrolling. Just as the order was given, a naval soldier rushed in with a report. Colonel, the burning vessel is flying the flag of the world government. What? Colonel Jurgen exclaimed, realizing that a vessel bearing the flag of the world government meant the situation was far more serious than a mere maritime mishap. If the Navy retreated now, trouble was sure to follow. Thus, despite his grievances with the world government for complicating matters, he swiftly commanded, all ships, proceed to rescue immediately. The Navy's operational capability proved impressive, with the ships dividing into 2 groups. One group contained the vessel that was not on fire, while the other swiftly extinguished the flames. However, the news that followed left Colonel Jurgen unable to feel any joy. Colonel, we have secured the non-burning vessel. Survivors found on board are all enslaved individuals. Colonel, the fire aboard the burning ship has been extinguished, but no survivors were found. However, there are numerous corpses, and based on their attire, they appear to be merchants under the world government. Colonel Jurgen felt overwhelmed, especially since he could not reach Major Kongming. As the highest-ranking officer in the naval fleet, he had to make a decision. He felt some relief that no survivors were found aboard the world government ship. At least this would spare him considerable trouble. Leave 1 ship here to handle the situation and ensure thorough identity verification. Colonel Jurgen's unease intensified. He could distinctly sense that someone intended to exploit the world government's vessels and human trafficking to divert the Navy's attention. The remaining ships were to return to their designated patrol positions at maximum speed. As the de facto commander and military force of the naval fleet, Colonel Jurgen's ship would not linger to manage the rescued individuals, but would instead return to patrol to prevent any unexpected developments. However, while no one relished such surprises, they were often inevitable. Colonel, an unidentified vessel has been spotted ahead. As the naval soldiers reported, Colonel J. Regen cast his gaze towards the distant sea. There, he beheld a sleek, multi-masted sailing ship, its sails fully inflated, hastening towards the open ocean. The absence of a flag suggested an attempt to conceal its piratical identity. Colonel J. Regen swiftly deduced that this vessel was intent on evading the naval blockade. He commanded his fleet to pursue without delay. Following his orders, the naval warship, previously cruising at a moderate speed, instantly unfurled its sails, ascending to a considerably swifter pace. The naval warship, a marvel of engineering funded by the naval headquarters, boasted superior capabilities compared to ordinary pirate ships, particularly in terms of speed and firepower. Its expansive sails and the number and caliber of its cannons far surpassed those of typical pirate vessels. Consequently, most pirate ships, when confronted by a naval warship, found themselves trapped in a predicament where they could neither retaliate nor escape. Not to mention the imminent introduction of 2 enhancements that would significantly augment the Navy's maneuverability: the sea prism stone hull and the external propeller. With these additions, naval warships could traverse windless zones with ease, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Indeed, the Navy's dominance over the seas stemmed not only from its sheer numbers and widespread bases, but also from the formidable strength of its warships. As anticipated, with the warship accelerating, the distance between the 2 vessels rapidly diminished. At this moment, Colonel J. Regen could even discern the crew aboard the opposing ship desperately manipulating the sails and helm. Striving to increase their speed, he gestured for them to heave to. A triumphant smile graced Colonel J. Regen's face, clearly pleased with the speed exhibited by his warship. However, after signaling the opposing vessel to halt, the small sailing ship did not comply. Instead, it further intensified its speed. Soon, Colonel J. Regen realized that the naval warship's superior velocity did not apply to this particular ship. He ordered the gunners to fire at will and instructed the surrounding vessels to prepare for encirclement. J. Regen estimated that the range had entered the naval cannon's effective firing zone and commanded the attack. Generally, the naval cannons also enjoyed a range advantage, capable of overwhelming pirate ships in a cannonade. Yet, the firing from the warship failed to trouble the opposing vessel significantly. Given the inherently low accuracy of naval artillery, most cannonballs missed their target, while those that appeared to threaten the enemy detonated midair. Still at a considerable distance from the opposing ship, could it be sharpshooters and some unseen force? Colonel J. Regen quickly discerned the truth. With keen observation, he noted that the explosions in the air were caused by bullets fired from the opposing ship. Obstructed by some invisible thread, Moonwalk, realizing that long-range naval combat seemed ineffective and that the encirclement would take time, Colonel J. Regen decided to take the initiative, utilizing his mastery of the 6 styles. He soared into the air, approaching the opposing vessel at an incredible speed. Yet, in the next moment, J. Regen abruptly changed course towards the sea. The reason? A figure had been cast overboard from the opposing ship. The individual was none other than Major General Kong Ming, the commanding officer of this naval operation and Colonel J. Regen's superior. By the time Colonel J. Regen retrieved Major General Kong Ming from the water and returned to the warship, the opposing vessel had already covered a significant distance, making further pursuit impossible. Major General, shall we continue the chase? At this moment, Colonel J. Regen felt a pang of hesitation. If Major General Kong Ming had been thrown overboard, what role could a single warship play in the pursuit? However, with Kong Ming's return, J. Regen was no longer the highest-ranking officer aboard. He had to consult Kong Ming before making a decision. Fortunately, Kong Ming's words brought him relief. He spoke with a hint of melancholy. Order all warships to return to their designated positions and prepare to execute the original plan. Also, arrange for a call to headquarters on the Bifle ship. The crew, having narrowly escaped the naval pursuit, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Morana and Geoshifu lay resting on the deck, while Morana remained vigilant in the lookout tower, observing the surroundings. Profik and Fuentes were busy navigating the vessel. Geoshifu complained, "Hey, Morana, your method of acceleration was just pedaling the wheel. I'm exhausted." Morana retorted, "I've heard it said, eliminate the unviable options, and what remains is the only choice. Tell me, what other methods are there? Besides, am I not pedaling alongside you?" Indeed, the efforts of adjusting sails and steering had limited impact. The Bifle's true speed, comparable to that of naval warships, relied primarily on the pedaling of the wheel. As for the pedalers, they were naturally Morana and Geoshifu, both endowed with remarkable stamina as Zoan-type devil fruit users. At that moment, the sound of slurping noodles interrupted their quarrel. Yixiao, who was enjoying a bowl of noodles, spoke up, "I sincerely thank you all for this journey. I've heard it said, standing and speaking does not hurt the waist. This saying seems to apply to someone like you who hasn't contributed a bit to the escape." Hearing Yixiao's words, Morana was incensed. Just moments ago, everyone had been striving to evade the Navy, while Yixiao had leisurely sat aside eating. Geoshifu looked at Morana quizzically, thinking, why is she arguing with a blind man? After all, it's normal for a blind person to be unable to do much. Yixiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "After all, it's inconvenient for me to appear in the Navy's line of sight." In truth, Morana's assertion was not entirely accurate. While Yixiao appeared to be doing little, his contributions had been invaluable in their successful escape from the Navy's encirclement. Profik and his crew's escape plan likely unfolded as follows. They would rig a timed ignition device on the world government's ship, return to the island to fetch Morana, and while the Navy was distracted by the burning vessel, swiftly break through the blockade. If they were discovered by the Navy, they would toss Kong Ming overboard to buy time, allowing for their escape. This plan posed no risk to Profik and his crew, yet for Major General Kong Ming, the implications were different. Apart from the humiliation of being thrown into the sea, allowing pirates to escape offered no advantage to the Navy. The only possible benefit might be the presence of good pirates at sea and the avoidance of a naval battle. Thus, the success of the plan hinged on whether Kong Ming would cooperate. Although rescuing slaves had endeared Profik and his crew to Kong Ming, the actual implementation of the plan still carried substantial risk. After all, Kong Ming was a naval officer, one who had suffered immensely at the hands of pirates. When faced with an advancing naval warship, it remained uncertain whether he would support Profik's plan or collaborate with the pursuing naval forces. Fortunately, Yixiao was also aboard. Unlike Kongming, Yixiao was not a Navy member. Allowing for greater flexibility in his allegiances, this formidable powerhouse sympathized with Profic's crew, significantly increasing the likelihood of Kongming's cooperation. After all, as a naval officer, Kongming surely did not wish to alienate Yixiao. A powerful ally, Profic approached with a cheerful demeanor, reassuring, all right. Our smooth escape is largely thanks to Mr. Yixiao." "Humph," Morana huffed, turning her head away. She was well aware of Yixiao's contribution, yet felt compelled to indulge in a little temper tantrum. Furthermore, she believed that a mere naval major general would not necessarily prevail in a confrontation. Yixiao, unfazed by Morana's provocation, continued to eat his noodles that in the heat of the moment. "He hadn't tea?" inquired further. Profic sat down opposite Yixiao, also grabbing a bowl of noodles, and asked, "Where are you heading, Mr. Yixiao?" "I wander aimlessly and have no particular destination." Yixiao pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, individuals like Yixiao, renowned masters of the common folk, had no specific goals or attachments, allowing them great freedom in their movements, able to go wherever they wished. Suddenly asked where he intended to go, he could only reply that he had no particular destination in mind. "Since you have nowhere to go, why not accompany us?" Profic suggested, extending an invitation to Yixiao. For a formidable force like Yixiao, devoid of any allegiance, it is impossible not to feel envy. After all, as long as Yixiao remains aboard, the safety of their voyage is considerably enhanced. Should they ultimately secure Yixiao's allegiance, they would dare to venture into the New World. However, Yixiao's strong sense of right and justice could pose a significant risk to other pirate crews and even the world government. Yet, Profic, confident in his identity as a traverser, believed that his principles and methods would not lead to irreconcilable conflicts with Yixiao's sense of righteousness. "You wish to invite Mr. Yixiao to join us?" Matafa gasped, astonished that her brother would extend an invitation to a seemingly unremarkable blind man. Though he too had not witnessed Yixiao's prowess, Gao Shifu felt that Profic's suggestion must have its reasons. "Mr. Yixiao, please join us. I assure you will not be disappointed." Profic, disregarding Matafa and Gao Shifu, focused intently on Yixiao. Yixiao's eyes rolled back, and he seemed to contemplate Profic's invitation earnestly. From the young man's demeanor, he sensed sincerity. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, no one could ascertain whether Yixiao had entertained the notion of journeying alongside them. However, after a brief silence, Yixiao resolutely declined Profic's invitation, although he did not elaborate on his reasons. Profic could surmise a few possibilities. Perhaps Yixiao was unwilling to bear the risks of being labeled a criminal, or perhaps he preferred the freedom of solitary travel, since Yixiao had chosen to refuse. Profic would not, nor did he have the right, to press further. Moreover, although Yixiao's abilities theoretically allowed him to traverse the world on a mere stone, in practice, he predominantly relied on ships for travel. Hence, until they reached their next destination, it was highly likely that they would continue to journey together with Yixiao. The hard-earned permanent pointer consistently pointed ahead, toward the course of the Bifur's ship, which was also the direction of Profic and his companion's next destination. The next location that could be deemed a destination along their route was the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain is said to be the sole gateway for the four seas into the Grand Line. Here, the water flows in an astonishing manner, rising from the depths and allowing vessels from the four seas to access the Grand Line via waterways. However, Profic had always harbored skepticism regarding the claim of it being the only entrance, not to mention traversing the windless zone or directly navigating along the Red Line to reach the Grand Line and then descending into the sea. The existence of massive vessels like Moria's terrifying three-masted ship entering the Grand Line, as well as the red-haired pirates' free movement between the four seas, the Grand Line, and even the New World, clearly could not be entirely explained by the phenomenon of Reverse Mountain's water flow. Nonetheless, Profic had no desire to become a geographer. Besides, the water flow of Reverse Mountain indeed offered them the simplest means to access the Grand Line. Profic had often envisioned what it would be like to arrive at the base of Reverse Mountain. In the original narrative of One Piece, Luffy and his crew faced considerable challenges in entering the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain. Their ship nearly crashed against the cliffs on either side amidst a storm. Thus, Profic felt a degree of apprehension about encountering dangers here. However, when they arrived at the foot of Reverse Mountain, the situation was entirely different from Luffy and his crew's experience. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze and tranquil waters flowing in reverse, showing no signs of danger. only the towering crimson cliffs on either side, rising almost vertically, confirmed that this place was indeed worthy of being the gateway from the four seas to the Grand Line. Is this really Reverse Mountain? Matafa exclaimed in awe, gazing at the towering red line. For someone who had never even been to sea before, she found it remarkable. Buck tilted his head and looked at Profik, saying, "Brother, this doesn't quite match what you described." Profik felt slightly embarrassed. Indeed, he had previously shared some insights about the Red Line and Reverse Mountain with Buck and Stada. However, those were largely based on Luffy's experiences and speculations from netizens in his past life, and thus would naturally differ from the actual circumstances. What surprised him was that when they finally reached Reverse Mountain, they encountered such calm weather. It seems that Reverse Mountain isn't always stormy. It occasionally experiences fair weather. Profik attempted to justify the situation, adding that good weather heralded good fortune, which could be seen as a positive sign. "But brother, you said that," Matafa interjected, applying her learned knowledge inappropriately. "You mentioned that there is no correlation between weather and luck. Such subjective assumptions belong to the realm of superstition, which should be avoided." This, Profik found himself at a loss for words, silently lamenting. "Hey, Matafa, is this really what your brother intended when imparting knowledge to you?" Buffed. Morana chuckled slyly, discreetly giving Matafa an encouraging gesture. It seemed worthwhile to see the captain, who spent all day reading and attempting to immerse himself in studies, make a fool of himself. Perched at the bow of the ship, Xiao keenly sensed the conversation among the group and approached. "Didn't expect Profik to have some understanding of Reverse Mountain?" "Well, just a little," Profik replied noncommittally. "After all, I have always aspired to venture into the Grand Line. I think it only natural to familiarize myself with Reverse Mountain beforehand." Xiao refrained from further comment. Through his formidable observation hockey and perception abilities, he sensed that Profik was concealing certain truths. However, having already declined Profik's invitation, he deemed it inappropriate to delve deeper into his secrets. Everyone, Morana, temporarily taking over Matafa's lookout duties, interrupted their discourse. The ship is about to enter the waterway, and no sooner had Morana spoken than everyone felt a distinct sensation of ascending. The Bifewer ship surged forward rapidly against the terrain's water flow, akin to a roller coaster, racing toward the summit. Fortunately, despite the swift pace, the vessel moved with remarkable stability, unlike Luffy and his crew's tumultuous crossing of Reverse Mountain. Thus, no one screamed in panic. Of course, they still had to diligently operate the helm and maintain control over the ship's direction. "That we can see the summit," Morana announced the good news to everyone. Subsequently, the Bifewer ship soared through the clouds, surpassing the peak of Reverse Mountain. The summit, one could observe four rivers converging from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, their waters colliding before merging into a single downward river, cascading down the mountainside toward the Grand Line. The volume of water had quadrupled, yet the width of the downward waterway was nearly identical to that of the upward path, naturally accelerating the water's flow, coupled with the force of gravity. The Bifewer ship plunged down the waterway at a speed far exceeding that of its ascent. If the ship's ascent could be likened to cycling, then its descent felt akin to boarding a high-speed train. However, the crucial distinction between this train and a real high-speed train was the absence of a sealed carriage, resulting in a less than pleasant experience. "Everyone, hold on tight," Profik shouted, observing his companions swaying precariously. All aboard, except for the unfazed Xiao, clutched the nearby railings, masts, and helm. "Oh no." Matafa found herself positioned perilously close to the red line, clearly witnessing the ship's course veering off, perilously close to colliding with the mountainside. "Damn it," Profik exclaimed, facing the daunting situation. It mirrored the predicament Luffy and his crew faced while traversing Reverse Mountain. Back then, the Mary's helm had been broken, nearly crashing against the cliffs. Fortunately, Luffy, as a rubber man, had managed to stabilize the ship's forward trajectory, averting a catastrophic disaster. Profik and his crew's situation was somewhat simpler. By promptly adjusting the helm, they could redirect the ship's course. However, challenges remained. For instance, while Profik was confident in his abilities being on par with Luffy's, he was not an extraordinary being like Luffy. Moving freely on a tumultuous ship proved somewhat challenging. Morana, Gao Shifu, take control of the helm. Profik's command over the two individuals is due to their shared abilities as mythical beast wielders, which likely facilitates their actions. However, Gaotfu is positioned far at the stern of the ship, and amidst the cacophony of the vessel's rapid descent and the roaring water, he cannot discern what Profik is shouting. Fortunately, Morena is not far from Profik. Upon hearing his call, she promptly moves towards the helm. Yet, calamity strikes once more. Just as Morena is about to grasp the helm, perhaps due to a sudden fluctuation in the water or the bifewer's collision with submerged rocks, the ship jolts violently. Morena, caught off guard, is thrown overboard. As Morena is on the verge of plunging into the depths, the bifewer is about to collide with a mountainside. Suddenly, a wondrous force halts Morena's descent, lifting her gently back onto the vessel. Meanwhile, the bifewer gradually resumes its course, smoothly navigating down the river. Profik knows that only one person aboard possesses the power to achieve such a feat. "Thank you, Mr. Ishiao. It was a mere trifle," Ishii replies. His modesty is not unfounded. For someone capable of guiding an entire naval fleet through the skies, saving a single life and stabilizing a ship is a trivial task. "Look," Fuentes, regaining his footing and surveying the situation ahead, exclaims as he spots the vast expanse of the ocean. The Grand Line lies just ahead. The bifewer glides steadily along the turbulent waters at this moment. Ishiao stands at the bow, wielding his staff blade, meticulously controlling the ship's direction. The fierce wind billows his loose attire, accentuating his imposing figure, which instills a sense of reliability. What a relief, having narrowly escaped death. Morena, still shaken, breathes a sigh of relief and weakly remarks, "I have heard it said that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Mr. Ishiao, your benevolence is truly immeasurable." She sincerely expresses her gratitude to him. At that moment, Fuentes notices a dark spot emerging in the waters ahead as they approach the Grand Line. What is that? A mountain. If we collide, it would surely mean our demise. Buck, having also observed the situation ahead, implores, "Big brother, Mr. Ishiao, you must think of something quickly." Profik, of course, recognizes that the entity blocking their path is not a mountain, but a colossal island whale named Labu. According to information from the original One Piece series provided by Kurokas, island whales are giant, social whales that inhabit the West Sea.as the largest species of whale in the One Piece world. Island whales can reach lengths of several hundred meters, comparable to some enormous sea kings. The reason why Labu has ventured to the entrance of the Grand Line instead of remaining in the West Sea is a long and captivating tale. Nonetheless, regardless of Labu's story, it presently poses nothing but trouble for Profik and his companions. Based on the information from the life card, Labu measures 400 meters in length, but upon witnessing it firsthand, Profik surmises that Labu's massive form likely exceeds that length, nearly obstructing the entire channel. Could it be that the purported 400 meters only accounts for the portion of lava visible above the surface that is not a mountain? Ishio interjects. It is, in fact, a gigantic creature, even for someone as well-versed and powerful as Ishio. He tightens his grip on his staff blade. After all, in the world of One Piece, size is often closely linked to combat prowess. That Labu's immense stature warrants Ishio's serious consideration, while Labu likely poses no threat to him. It could easily capsize their vessel. He contemplates whether to simply lift the entire ship into the air and fly over the giant whale. Although it is not a mountain, such a colossal creature could still wreak havoc if they were to collide. Is it still possible to halt the ship? Martifa cries out in terror. Impossible. Even Buck, a seasoned fisherman, has never encountered such ferocious rapids, let alone stop the bifewer in such swift currents. The speed of the water is too great. Halting the ship under these circumstances is utterly unfeasible. I have heard that all creatures possess an instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. If we inflict pain upon it, perhaps it will submerge. Morena suggests, her body gradually transforming into her beast-human form as they draw nearer. As they approach, the crew of the bifewer sees more clearly. Towering in the center of the channel is a massive, deep blue whale. And even more alarming are the countless deep scars etched into its forehead. What species of whale could grow to such a size? And what could have inflicted such enormous wounds upon this giant? Amidst the shock, fear begins to take root in every heart. Mr. Ishiao, even Profik, who had been relatively calm, begins to perspire profusely as he approaches Ishiao's side, seeking his assistance. From the original One Piece narrative, it is known that Labu is not a malevolent whale and is unlikely to attack intentionally. Given the annual influx of pirates into the Grand Line, one could argue that a collision with Labu is an exceedingly rare occurrence. However, the problem lies in Labu's sheer size. In comparison, the bifewer appears as diminutive as an ant. It is quite possible that Labu may not even be aware of their presence before the bifewer has already sunk. Thus, Prophet can only rely on the ship's strongest combat force. Yixiao's ability is gravity. And whether in battle or in flight, there must be a way to navigate this predicament. As for what may become of Labu once Yixiao intervenes, regrettably, Prophet cannot afford to ponder that now. Just as Yixiao prepares to unleash his power, a tiny black dot suddenly surfaces on the ocean's surface beside Labu. Then, a resounding voice calls out, "Labu, a ship is approaching. Quickly, get out of the way." Labu clearly hears the shout, as its massive form swiftly descends, vanishing from sight and leaving behind a tremendous whirlpool. The Bifewer rocks perilously once more. After much effort, the crew regains their balance and turns their attention to the figure emerging from the water. At that moment, a remarkably agile being has swum ashore. It is a robust middle-aged man, whose height is modest by the standards of the pirate world, though still significantly taller than Prophet and Morena. And his physique, while not particularly large, is testament to his strength. Notably, the sheer fact that he can emerge from the colossal whirlpool created by the sinking island whale speaks volumes about his extraordinary physical prowess. In the world of One Piece, possessing exceptional physical abilities is almost synonymous with extraordinary power. Yet, what captures everyone's attention is the peculiar floral-like adornment atop his head. Undoubtedly, this man is Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the pirate King Roger, and the current lighthouse keeper of Reverse Mountain. While watching the original One Piece series, Prophet had often wondered about the nature of Kuroka's flower-like headpiece. If it were hair, its peculiar shape and unique coloration would suggest otherwise. Why would this hermit living near Reverse Mountain go to such lengths to style his hair so uniquely? Some fans speculate that it is a form of special decoration. However, such adornments lack any offensive or defensive capabilities and offer limited aesthetic appeal. Wearing it would only hamper mobility in the water. Is there something wrong with my hair? Although a distance apart, Kuroka's keenly senses Prophet's gaze lingering on his head. No, not at all. Prophet stammers, feeling somewhat awkward, and quickly changes the subject. May we come ashore for a moment? I have heard the pipa and sighed, and once again I hear this phrase. Reminiscent of Baiji's Pipa Shing, the dwelling of Kuroka's is located on the side of the Great Route, adjacent to the upside-down mountain. Beneath the mountain lies a small stretch of land extending into the sea, upon which stand two lighthouses, which also serve as Kuroka's home. Beside the lighthouses, people gather around makeshift tables and chairs crafted from wood and stone. Listening intently as Kuroka's narrates tales about Labu, the child, named Labu, is a young island whale hailing from the Western Sea. Kuroka's recounts Labu's backstory. It was long ago when a group of amiable pirates descended from the upside-down mountain, followed closely by a small whale. That was Labu in its youth. Originally, Labu traveled with them in the Western Sea, but when the captain decided to venture into the Great Route, recognizing the perilous waters ahead, they resolved to leave Labu behind in the Western Sea. However, island whales are social creatures, and for Labu, those pirates were its companions. Kuroka spoke. Memories of that time flooded back. The genial, warm-hearted pirate crew and the little whale trailing behind their ship evidently left a lasting impression on him. Owing to mechanical failures, the pirates' vessel lingered at this cape for an entire month. During that time, I forged a friendship with their captain. Thus, as parting drew near, the captain entrusted me with a request. Could you take care of him for 2 or 3 years? We shall return here after circumnavigating the Great Route. Labu comprehended this well and waited with me. I have heard the saying, to be entrusted by others is to be loyal, yet the whale bore numerous large scars upon its head. Is this how you care for a friend's companion? Morena interjected, feeling certain that Kuroka's must not have taken proper care of Labu, which led to its scarred head. In the face of Morena's accusation, Kuroka's remained unperturbed and continued. However, they never returned. Thus, Labu, steadfast in its belief that its companions were still alive, began to ram the Red Earth continent, attempting to reach the other side of the upside-down mountain. At this juncture, Kuroka's fixed his gaze upon Morena. My dear girl, that was over 30 years ago. This whale has been waiting here for over 30 years. Buck was astonished. He had assumed that Kuroka's was referring to events only a few years, at most a decade, old, but little did he expect it to be decades past. The Great Route truly that long? No matter how lengthy the Great Route, it could surely be traversed in a few years. Concluded the seasoned sailor, Gao Shifu. The only explanation for the pirates' absence for over 30 years is that they must have met with misfortune. How pitiful! Martifa gazed at Labu, who continued to ram the Red Earth continent, enduring its painful wait, yet its companions would never return. This is indeed a sorrowful poignant, and somewhat cruel tale. At the tender age of sensitivity and sentimentality, Martifa was profoundly moved by the story of Labu and its companions. Profik was already aware of this tale and remained silent. It is not so. The reality is far more brutal than you can imagine. Karolkas spoke with a heavy tone. They fled from this point on the Great Route. It can be confirmed from known information. What? Martifa's expression changed drastically. Thus, the story, once centered on trust and waiting, transformed into one of betrayal and deceit, evoking outrage. Gao Shifu raised a question. As a sailor, he was perhaps the most knowledgeable about the sea here, aside from Karolkas and Yixiao. Perhaps Profik, with his past knowledge, could rival him in some respects. However, to depart from the Great Route requires traversing the doldrums, a place of calm seas. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that they remain missing to this day. Karolkas echoed Gao Shifu's words, but even if they survived against the odds, they could never return to this ocean again. In the Great Route, seasons, weather, wind direction, and currents are all elusive. This ocean, where all common knowledge proves futile, excels at shattering and controlling feeble hearts in an instant. So they abandoned their companion, who had been waiting here, and vanished from this sea in a flash. Martifa trembled, her voice and body quaking, tears streaming from her eyes. Yet, it had steadfastly believed in them, waiting here for over 30 years. This is too much. Then why do you not speak? Through the veil, Miranda's expression was obscured, but her cool and composed tone revealed lingering doubt toward Karolkas and his tale. This whale should be able to comprehend human language. Should it not? If you simply told it the truth, it would no longer need to harm itself in vain by ramming the red earth continent every day, would it? Karolkas closed his eyes, seemingly concealing his anguish, yet he maintained his original tone. I told Labu everything without reservation, but it would not listen. Karolkas fell into reminiscence. That was a day over 30 years ago. So long ago that he could no longer recall the exact date. At that time, Karolkas was still a young man, and Labu was merely a small whale. That day, as usual, Karolkas rose and read the news. To his astonishment, he learned from the newspaper of the Lumba pirate crew's escape from the Great Route. Though he was reluctant to accept this harsh reality, after much contemplation, he resolved to share the truth with Labu, who was still a young whale at the time. Labu, Karolkas said, standing at the shoreline, I have heard that the pirates who entrusted you to me and set forth on their journey have now departed from the Great Route. Observing Labu's wide-eyed, incredulous expression, Karolkas continued to explain, You are indeed companions, and the promise they made to you is genuine. Yet, they shall not return. To Karolkas' surprise, Labu, usually gentle and obedient, reacted with uncharacteristic agitation. It swung its still-growing body in the water, producing a deafening cry, clearly unwilling to believe or accept the truth. Labu, hear me, the young Karolkas shouted, they will not return. I understand your reluctance to accept this, but you must face reality. However, Labu disregarded Karolkas' cries. From that day forth, Labu often gazed vacantly at the waterways of the Red Earth continent, roaring in anguish. Eventually, this escalated into ramming the Red Earth continent. Since that day, Labu began to roar at the upside-down mountain, using its own body to strike the Red Earth continent. It seemed to still firmly believe that its companions would soon return from the other side of the Red Earth continent. I had attempted several times to convey the true circumstances of those pirates to Labu, but it steadfastly refused to accept reality. Karolkas concluded his narration of Labu's tale in a tone of sorrow and resignation. After hearing Labu's story, Gao Shifu could not help but exclaim, This whale is indeed a source of lamentation, foolishly waiting despite being betrayed by its companions. It is precisely because of meaning. Karolkas' understanding was evidently more profound. 30 years had elapsed, and even if that pirate crew still sailed somewhere, they must have changed beyond recognition. Labu's refusal to accept reality stemmed from the loss of the meaning of waiting, which is more terrifying than anything else. Labu is truly pitiable. Labu's story stirred a deep well of sympathy within Martifa. Brother, everyone, please help Labu. By G's Pipa Xing. Gao Shifu gently placed his hand on Martifa's shoulder, shaking his head. Though Labu's story is moving, what can they possibly do? Little girl, it is futile. Karolkas shook his head, his distinctive hairstyle swaying. Labu's will is remarkably resolute. Even I cannot persuade it. So, shall we merely watch it continue to ram the Red Earth continent? At this rate, it will eventually perish from its injuries. Unlike Martifa, Morana analyzed Labu's predicament from a more rational perspective. In truth, she was not incorrect in her assessment. In the original narrative of One Piece. Many years later, when Luffy arrived at Reverse Mountain, Laboon's body could no longer endure. Although a span of several years may appear extensive, in reality, large whales can often live for over a century. For them, a mere decade or so cannot be deemed significant. Colocas ceased his speech, letting out a heavy sigh at an experienced ship's doctor. He could discern what even Morana could perceive. However, even with this understanding, what could be done? Laboon cared not for his wounds, his thoughts consumed entirely by the desire to collide with the red line. Proficiently, he stood up and approached the shore, calling out loudly, "Hey, Laboon, can you hear me?" In the canon of One Piece, the pact between Laboon and the Rumbar pirates is one of the most moving tales. Now, with an opportunity at hand, Proficient decided to attempt to aid Laboon. Upon hearing Proficient's words, Laboon, who had been ramming against the red line, temporarily halted, his massive form surfacing, his expressive eyes fixated on Proficient. "You have heard about the Rumbar pirates, haven't you?" Proficient met Laboon's gaze. Whoa! Upon the mention of the Rumbar pirates, Laboon exhibited palpable excitement, roaring towards the heavens. "What are you trying to do?" Colocas stood up. The Rumbar pirates were the very crew with whom Laboon had made a pact. And at the mere mention of them, Laboon would go into a frenzy, crashing against the red line that it was perilous to invoke the Rumbar pirates in Laboon's presence. Should he lose control, his colossal size could easily wreak havoc on those nearby. Buck interposed himself before Colocas, saying, "Let him speak. He knows his limits." Proficient remained unfazed by Laboon's fervor, settling cross-legged on the shore as he began to recount. "This story I first heard while in the South Blue. It was shared with me by an old fisherman from the village who has since passed away. Over a decade ago, he set sail for fishing and encountered a small boat drifting in from the calm belt, with only one survivor aboard. His tale was relayed to me by this lone survivor. As he spoke, Proficient picked up a stone and sketched a pattern on the ground, crossed bones forming a cross, accompanied by a skull adorned with horns. There was no doubt. This was the emblem of the Rumbar pirates. Upon hearing the word survivor of the Rumbar pirates and seeing Proficient's depiction of their flag, tears welled up in Laboon's large eyes. How could this be? Colocas was taken aback. After listening to the beginning of Proficient's tale, he instinctively found it hard to believe that it was. No wonder he doubted Proficient. Such a story, relayed through 2 layers of narration, seemed to be a fabrication devised to bridge the vast temporal gap. Yet, as Proficient sketched the Rumbar pirates' flag, Colocas was compelled to accept that Proficient indeed possessed some knowledge. For the demise of the Rumbar pirates occurred over 30 years ago, and logically, Proficient should not have known what their flag looked like. After all, even over 30 years prior, the Rumbar pirates were not particularly renowned. Proficient's ability to illustrate their flag could only suggest that he had indeed heard tales of the Rumbar pirates. What a remarkable coincidence. Although Colocas remained skeptical, it at least indicated that Proficient had encountered someone associated with the Rumbar pirates. That alone spoke volumes. Strange. Buck, who had grown up alongside Proficient, mused inwardly. I cannot recall any story from an old fisherman, but at this critical moment, Colocas was present, even with questions lingering in his mind. Buck refrained from voicing them. Unknown to Colocas and Buck, Proficient's tale was neither hearsay nor a mere fabrication, but rather stemmed from experiences prior to his crossing over. Meanwhile, Proficient, who appeared calm and collected, was internally in a state of turmoil. The story of the Rumbar pirates was one he could narrate, yet he required a suitable rationale to explain the origin of the tale. This way, even if Colocas harbored doubts about his information, he would have no grounds to challenge it. Thus, Proficient concocted a narrative about hearing the story from the old fisherman. He was uncertain whether anyone from the Rumbar pirates had indeed miraculously traversed the calm belt. Based on the original narrative, unless those left on the island, like Captain Banjo-Yuchi and others, had fortuitously survived, such a scenario was implausible. After all, the Rumbar pirates had met their demise upon reaching the Devil's Triangle. He was also unsure if anyone truly knew of the Rumbar pirate story. He even questioned how the notion of the Rumbar pirates escaping the Grand Line had circulated. Yet, none of this mattered. The South Blue lay across the calm belt from the first half of the Grand Line, logically leaving no room for dispute. In this tale, aside from Proficient himself, all who could corroborate had long since passed away. As long as Proficient remained steadfast in his assertions, this story would be deemed truth for Laboon and Colocas alike. Proficient narrated his tale slowly, carefully considering each word before uttering it. The old fisherman recounted the story of the Rumbar pirates to me. Over 30 years ago, the Rumbar pirates sailed until, during an exploration in the calm belt, their captain, Banju, was afflicted by a dreadful plague. Even the crew's doctor could do nothing to shield his comrades from harm. The captain made a remarkable decision, entrusting the pirate crew to the ship's musician, Brooke. Did I assume you know him, correct? Upon hearing the name Brooke, Laboon visibly reacted. In his travels with the Rumbar pirates, Laboon had formed a particularly close bond with Brooke. Whether this closeness stemmed from his fondness for Brooke's music or the musician's distinctive afro, only Laboon knew. The captain and the infected crew members remained on a deserted island. Proficient continued narrating the tale of the Rumbar pirates. Capturing everyone's attention entirely, Laboon let out a tremendous roar, tears streaming from his large eyes. Despite the loss of their captain, the journey of the Rumbar pirates persisted. Shortly thereafter, the Rumbar pirates reached the Devil's Triangle, a region perpetually shrouded in mist. Here, they encountered an ambush from another pirate crew, leading to a fierce battle. Although the Rumbar pirates narrowly emerged victorious, they suffered grievous injuries. Even more unfortunate, the adversaries' weapons were coated with lethal poison, and their ship's doctor had perished in the preceding skirmish. As the story reached its most tense moment, everyone held their breath, captivated by Proficient's narration, though their lives were drawing to a close. The Rumbar pirates maintained their optimism and love for music, declaring, "Since death is inevitable, we might as well embrace it joyfully." Thus, the remaining pirates of the Rumbar, despite their heavy wounds, began to sing the widely cherished sea shanty. Binksake. At this juncture, Proficient could not help but join in, singing the familiar melody. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 delivering Binksake to your side. Like the sea breeze, unrestrained, it can shatter the waves for miles. On that distant shore, the sunset clamors. The birds sing, echoing through the sky, farewell to the bay, away from my homeland. Let us sing a song beneath heaven wide. The sailing song transforms the golden waves into rippling waters, chasing dreams, sailing forth into the boundless ocean. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 delivering Binksake to your side. We pirates ride the winds and waves. The azure waves are pillows, the sky our blanket, the seas like our homeland. The skeletal sails and skull flags flutter in the wind. From every corner of the earth, the tempest stirs the great waves, the drums of war resound high. We must move forward towards the rising sun, sailing forth for our dreams. A man ought to live like this. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 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 delivering Binksake to your side. Let us toast the moonlight. The night is still young. In this moment of melancholy, he mused, I reminisce about the days gone by, longing only for the deepest affections. The bright mirror of the high tang can reflect my likeness. Who else shall share a cup with me? As the evening descends, there will be splendid moments once more, for the moon accompanies me by my side. With a joyous refrain, let the exquisite wine of Binks be delivered to your presence. The lingering melodies still echo, reverberating through the air, as we sing together in unison, forgetting the worldly troubles that tug at our hearts. The road may be perilous and far, yet what does it matter? We shall roam freely, from the ends of the earth to the corners of the sea. Heroes may eventually rest as mere bones in the grave, yet tonight, we revel in wine and abandon. Initially, it was only Profik's solitary whisper, but soon, Labu's voice joined in a resounding roar directed at the distant sky, and finally, everyone succumbed to the urge to sing. Binks' exquisite wine is renowned across the seas, giving rise to varied lyrics, diverse melodies, and even differing emotions. Some are joyous, others spirited, yet within Profik's chant, a tinge of sorrow and desolation increasingly seeped in as time passed. Perhaps, even the Rumbar pirates, who once played in dire straits, could not conceal such melancholy. After over 30 years, Binks' exquisite wine once again resounded at Twin Cape. In the hazy distance, one could faintly discern the Rumbar pirates, joyously performing together. Profik's companions, though never having witnessed the Rumbar pirates, could not deny the authenticity of the melody. The intertwining atmosphere of joy and sorrow soon enveloped them all, not to mention Karukas and Labu, who had experienced the Rumbar pirates' performance over 30 years ago. As the melody of Binks' exquisite wine played on, familiar figures seemed to materialize before Karukas and Labu, transporting them back to those bygone days. The aged Karukas, with tears welling in his eyes, shed two streams of sorrow amidst the alternating melodies of joy and sadness, while the whale Labu let out a mournful cry, tears flowing unceasingly. Within the cadence of Binks' exquisite wine, Profik continued to recount a tale that was half truth, half fabrication. One by one, the members of the Rumbar pirates fell. The narrator of this tale was no exception, yet he was fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, he did not collapse upon the deck, but rather tumbled over the railing, landing on a small boat adrift in the sea. Perhaps his injuries were not fatal, or perhaps his physical resilience was remarkable. This storyteller did not succumb to the deadly poison. When he awoke once more, he had miraculously escaped the treacherous Devil's Triangle. However, now left alone and grievously wounded, he found himself unable to continue. He could only row in one direction, and with astonishing willpower. He traversed the calm belt and reached the South Sea. I believe this is how the tale of the Rumba pirates escaping the Grand Line came to be. At this moment, Martifa was completely absorbed in the story of the Rumba pirates. And then, brother, what happened next? Eventually, he drifted near the Great Sea Island, where he was rescued by an old fisherman. Later, perhaps due to the resurgence of his injuries or the exhaustion from prolonged sailing, he passed away after leaving behind this tale. Upon hearing that even the last survivor could not escape death's grasp, Labu's hope was utterly extinguished. He let out a piercing howl, splashing water high, before plunging fiercely into the depths, heading towards the Red Earth continent. Labu, Karukas shouted desperately in an attempt to stop him. Yet Labu's resolve was not easily deterred. The remaining portion is purely my personal imagination. Profik modulated his voice just enough for Labu to hear, yet perhaps one more member of the Rumba pirates still lived. Upon hearing Profik's words, Labu paused, resurfacing to the surface before Twin Cape, his expressive eyes fixed intently on Prop High K. In Labu's gaze, confusion and hope intertwined, as if asking, "Who is it? Who is my surviving companion?" "Brooke," Profik spoke slowly yet clearly. Labu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the second time he had heard Brooke's name that day. If he yet lived, Profik continued. It is said that Brooke was the most extraordinary member of the Rumba pirates. He once consumed a devil fruit known as the treasure of the sea. The name of that fruit is the Yomi Yomi Nomi. Upon consuming the Yomi Yomi Nomi, one does not gain any extraordinary powers. Yet it grants the user a chance to return to life after death. In other words, the possessor of the Yomi Yomi Nomi, regardless of the cause of death, is afforded a singular opportunity for resurrection. This implies that Brooke could very well have utilized the powers of the Yomi Yomi Nomi to come back to life. Labu's eyes widened even further, excitement flickering within them. However, 30 years have passed. Have they not? Ko Shurfu's words fell like a bucket of cold water, nearly extinguishing the flame of hope in Labu's heart. Even if the powers of the Yomi Yomi Nomi were genuine, the reality remained. After 30 years, the one named Brooke had still not returned. 30 years is an interminable span, long enough for countless events to transpire. If Brooke truly resurrected, 30 years should have been ample time for him to return to Twin Cape. Unlike Ko Shurfu, Profik, armed with information from the original work of One Piece, was aware that Brooke had successfully returned from the land of the dead. However, at this moment, although Brooke had not yet lost his shadow, he was forced to wander in that fog-laden sea due to the perpetual mist enveloping the Devil's Triangle. Profik remarked, that may not be entirely the case, although the Yomi Yomi Nomi allows one to return from the dead. The resurrected soul must journey back to the living realm from the land of the dead. There must be a lapse of time involved, and the Devil's Triangle is perpetually shrouded in fog. Perhaps Brooke's soul became lost during this process, rendering him unable to return to his body for an extended period. It is possible that by the time his soul returns, his body has already turned to bones. Does this mean that resurrection would fail? Bach asked that. Oh, how can you be so certain that such an outcome would result in failure of resurrection, rather than the emergence of a living skeleton? Profik replied with a teasing tone, revealing the truth of the matter. Bach was left astounded. Whether it be the Yomi Yomi Nomi or the living skeleton, both exceeded his wildest imagination. How could such a thing be possible? A mere skeleton could not possibly come back to life. Not necessarily. Surprisingly, it was Karukas who spoke up. Throughout his journeys with the Roger pirates, he had witnessed innumerable incredible phenomena. Compared to those, the notion of a moving skeleton, while absurd, was not entirely implausible. Thus, a possibility indeed exists. Profik concluded. Within the magical mist of the Devil's Triangle, Brooke, whose body had turned to mere bones, was alone on the Rumba pirate ship, aimlessly drifting, awaiting the day he could see the light of day once more, or, in solitude, greeting death anew. Profik rose to his feet and addressed Labu. Shall we continue to wait, Labu, to wait on? Perhaps yielding nothing, yet possibly one day your companions will miraculously return. Awoo. Labu raised his head to the sky, emitting a mighty cry, as if to say, no matter how long it takes to reunite, I shall continue to wait. In truth, within the original narrative, Labu waited day after day for over a decade, until the arrival of Luffy and his companions, allowing Brook to resume his journey, yet temporarily. He still had not reunited with Labu. Alternatively, you might have another choice. Profik's voice was laced with temptation, gesturing towards his companions. Soon we shall embark on our voyage across the Grand Line. At that time, we shall certainly pass through the Devil's Triangle. If the legends of the Yomi no Mi hold true, and Brook still lives, we shall assist him in escaping the Devil's Triangle, enabling your reunion. Oh well, Laba let out another triumphant cry. Profik added, if you would agree, I have one condition. From this day forth, do not strike the Red Earth continent again. If this continues, you will not withstand it. Matiha, with a smile breaking through her tears, was joined by Kalokas, who also revealed a rare smile. As the night descended, the stars twinkled in the vast sky. Matiha, Morana, Geashafu, Fuentes, Buck, and Ishiao had all succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Profik, tasked with the night watch, sat cross-legged beside the crackling campfire, gazing into the distance. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and the crisp moonlight spilled over the surface of the sea. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the canal waters rushing into the ocean, the tides occasionally crashed against the shores of Twin Cape, sending up frothy white splashes. The great whale Labo had already fallen into a deep slumber, its massive body breaking the surface like an island. The ship Bifura rested at the shore, casting a long shadow under the faint light of the lighthouse. In the face of this serene scene, the lines from Cao Cao's poem observing the vast sea naturally floated into Profik's mind. To the east, I arrive at the rocky cliffs to behold the vast sea. The waters are so calm, and the mountain islands rise steeply. The trees are dense, and the grasses flourish. The autumn wind is bleak, and the great waves surge. The sun and moon traverse, as if emerging from within. The stars shine brilliantly, as if birthed from there. How fortunate indeed to sing and express one's aspirations. As he recited the verses of a past life, Profik's thoughts drifted towards the grand waves of the sea. Unlike the spirited Cao Cao of poetic fame, Profik was not merely observing the vast sea, but rather yearning to venture forth into its depths. Much like the turbulent era of the late Han Dynasty in the Three Kingdoms, the age of great pirates was also a time brimming with heroes and upheaval. In the past, Cao Cao quelled the warlords and stabilized the north. What, then, could Profik accomplish in this era of piracy? The vast and profound sea held no answers. However, the sound of footsteps behind him interrupted Profik's musings. Kalokas, dressed in casual attire, ambled over to the campfire and sat beside Profik. A fine poem. It seemed he was either murmuring to himself or offering a critique. Did I disturb your rest? My sincerest apologies. Profik felt a twinge of guilt for waking him in the dead of night. Before the ship's doctor, the king of pirates, he naturally did not dare to be dismissive that I hadn't been asleep anyway. Kalokas replied nonchalantly, did you pen this poem? Although observing the vast sea had never graced this world, Profik had no intention of usurping Cao Cao's intellectual property. Thus he replied honestly, it is a poem from my homeland. Written by a valiant hero, when he composed it, he had just vanquished his most formidable foe, filled with vigor and triumph. Profik explained that he could not elucidate the exact location of his homeland, but this response was undoubtedly the closest to the truth. As for the possibility of being doubted, in a world with countless islands, even Kalokas, as the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, could not possibly be familiar with every sea situation. Profik's intuition proved correct. To Kalokas, the ocean was dotted with islands, and the whereabouts of Profik's hometown were of little consequence. As for the term valiant hero, it was conveniently interpreted by Kalokas as a minor figure who merely fought on some island. One who had never even heard of hockey or the names of devil fruits. Such individuals were abundant in the world of the Pirate King. Nevertheless, Kalokas remained touched by the emotions within the poem. The sun and moon traverse as if emerging from within. The stars shine brilliantly as if birthed from there. A splendid poem. After a brief silence, Profik took the initiative to speak. We shall soon set sail. I believe it will be tomorrow afternoon. Kalokas nodded. As the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, he had encountered numerous pirates, merchants, travelers, navy personnel, and officials. They, along with their ships, would linger at Twin Cape for repairs before departing once more. He had long grown accustomed to this ebb and flow. For Profik, Twin Cape was merely a temporary stop. Here, they had met the lighthouse keeper Kalokas and the whale Labu, which was more than sufficient. After a brief respite and the alleviation of fatigue, it was time to embark on the journey ahead. Which route shall we take? Kalokas inquired. Twin Cape lay at the entrance to the Grand Line, and the Grand Line was no narrow waterway. From Twin Cape, there were 7 distinct routes to choose from. Each of these routes would pass through different islands, yet all inevitably traversed the treacherous Devil's Triangle to reach the Shambadi archipelago. Prophet produced a permanent pointer and stated, "We intend to follow the direction it indicates. But regrettably, we do not know where it leads." In the original tale, Luffy and his crew had chosen to navigate from Whiskey Peak, through Little Garden and Alabasta, then passing through Long Ring Island and Water 7. Prophet hoped that the permanent pointer would guide them along a route divergent from that of Luffy and his companions. The following day at noon, the sun had risen high, and the sea appeared remarkably tranquil. A splendid day, a good omen. It was indeed an opportune moment to set sail. The sails of the Bifewer billowed once more, as Prophet, Matiha, Buck, Fuentes, Gashafu, and Morana gathered at the stern of the deck to bid farewell to Coloccus, Labu, and Ishiao. After a brief shared journey, Ishiao had decided to part ways with the group at Twin Cape, and no one knew his destination, but all respected his choice. Labu, Uncle Coloccus, Mr. Ishiao, Matiha waved goodbye. "Farewell, everyone." Coloccus waved in return. Ishiao remained silent, while Labu raised his head, letting out a series of ah calls. "All right, prepare to set sail," Prophet instructed Gashafu. The Bifewer slowly lifted its anchor and began to drift away from the shore. At that moment, Prophet retrieved a package from the cabin and hurled it towards the shore. "Mr. Ishiao, catch." The package contained a sum of berries and some gold and silver treasures, most of which had been salvaged from the world government slave ships. Initially, Prophet and his companions intended to give it to Ishiao, who traveled alone. However, Ishiao had always refused to accept it, prompting Prophet to toss the bundle to him before their departure to ask for whether these riches would bring Ishiao trouble. It was unlikely. After all, the ship's owner was merely associated with world government officials, merely cloaked in a layer of their authority. Essentially, the goods aboard were still private property, and the world government was unlikely to concern itself with such trivial matters. Of course, if the world government were to place a bounty on a powerhouse like Ishu due to this incident, it would not pose significant trouble for him. Rather, it would align perfectly with Prophet's wishes. Ishiao slightly activated his abilities, causing the package to decelerate noticeably, altering its trajectory until it landed directly in his hands. He took a few steps forward, approaching the shore, gazing towards the direction in which the Bifewer was departing. He thought to himself, "What a truly unique group of pirates. Surely, we shall meet again in the future. I have heard that meeting is fate. Today, I encountered Mr. Prophet at the tavern. He is quite an intriguing fellow. Are we fated to cross paths? That rascal Lafayette was causing trouble again. No, the meeting with the king must proceed, and I must absolutely argue my case. Thankfully, Mr. Prophet has promised to help protect Star Harbor, which makes things much easier that I do not wish to resort to violence. But I must also be prepared." January 12, 1505. It was quite an adventure, and I am grateful for Mr. Prophet's presence. Am I truly a hybrid of the fur tribe and humans? Furthermore, I have noted the name Joker. She emphasized this with a heavy underline, that I am utterly exhausted. I shall rest now. January 15, 1505. The National Assembly has decided to execute Horus, although the old king has shown me kindness. A bridge is a bridge, and a road is a road. He is indeed deserving of his fate. Let Het deal with these troublesome matters. Today, Mr. Prophet shared tales of the overseas world with me. The 4 seas, the Grand Line, the New World, and the legendary Left Wu, where the fur tribe gathers, the colossal elephants, towering over 1,000 meters, wading through the sea, and the nation upon their backs. Could the overseas world truly be this fascinating? I find myself yearning to set sail with them. This the feeling of longing. January 17, 1505. A lie, repeated 1,000 times, becomes the truth. The truth, slandered 1,000 times, is reduced to a lie. Today, Mr. Prophet mentioned the tale of the great blusterer. Nolan. Is the story of the Sky Island truly real? I am so eager to see it with my own eyes. During my visit to Mr. Prophet, I encountered Mr. Star. I do not slay Bo Rin. Rather, it is Bo Rin who perishes because of me. Mr. Star's injuries were sustained for the sake of Star Harbor, for the Black Constellation, and for me. Thus I bear the responsibility for his plight. Therefore, let me join my elder brother and others on the voyage. Is this considered a formal invitation? I must confess that I was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon hearing these words. However, I still have Star Harbor, the Black Constellation, and my homeland. My responsibilities lie here. The dazzling colors and cacophonous sounds may suggest that perhaps I ought to cease my thoughts regarding overseas matters. According to Het, the ship is nearing completion. Perhaps once Mr. Profik and the others depart this nation, everything will return to normal. It is truly strange. I ought to feel elated, yet I find myself disappointed instead. On January 21, 1505, Mr. Profik and his companions are set to leave, and I must prepare a farewell banquet for them. Finishing my writings later that evening. On January 26, 1505, I never anticipated that last night's banquet was, in fact, a trap laid for me. It must have been that rascal Het, who spiked the drinks with some revolting sedative. Only he would stoop so low that I had suspected something was amiss with the taste. To be frank, when I awoke aboard the ship, I truly wished to slay Mr. Profik. Het's foolish antics would be one thing, but he actually brought me onto the ship. Nevertheless, his reasoning is not without merit, now that I have become a wanted criminal by the world government. Remaining on the island seems rather inappropriate. However, this does not imply that I have forgiven your actions, Profik and Het. I shall remember them vividly. I have heard it said, the carnivore looks down upon the herbivore. And how true that is. The world government is indeed blind to right and wrong. I clearly saved the Star Kingdom from the hands of pirates, yet have been branded a fugitive. Thankfully, Het is not wanted. With no other recourse, I must place my hopes in Het's ability to govern the nation. Mark my words, if I discover that the nation has fallen into disarray, even from a great distance, I shall return to exact my vengeance upon you. Furthermore, my bounty is a mere 30 million. How utterly contemptible. The vastness of the sea is truly astonishing. Is this the essence of overseas life? For lunch, we had braised fish, a recipe supposedly invented by Mr. Profik. It was indeed delightful, much more flavorful than the previous dishes. After our meal, Buck was diligently exercising, while Mr. Profik pretended to read, claiming to practice some form of observation and color domination. What a jest! How can one perceive their surroundings with eyes closed? I think he ought to find himself a ship's doctor soon. Everyone has treated me splendidly, and our relationships are quite harmonious. Perhaps joining them is indeed a commendable choice. On January 27, 1505, the monotony of life at sea has become exceedingly dull. I feel as though I am nearing adaptation to the maritime existence. The journey is truly tedious. Apart from the endless blue, there is little to occupy one's time. Were it not for Uncle Fuente's culinary delights and Mr. Profik's tales, I fear I would quickly lose my sanity. Today, Mr. Profik recounted the story of the peach banquet, where the Monkey King, upon reaching the heavenly court, was relegated to the humble position of a stable keeper. Yet, he performed astonishing feats during the banquet. What a genuinely intriguing tale. I eagerly await the next developments. I find great pleasure in his stories, and I believe the others do too. That I heard from Buck that not only aboard the ship, but even before they set sail, Mr. Profik often regaled him and Mr. Star with stories. Where does Mr. Profik acquire such an abundance of tales? He claims that the celestial star of literature is responsible for the gifted, suggesting that those with talent are descended from the literary star. Perhaps Mr. Profik is indeed a manifestation of that star. Otherwise, how could he possess such an extensive repertoire of thrilling stories? By the way, although the stories are captivating, Mr. Profik surprisingly wishes us to study square roots and squares. Why should I bother? Per Martifa has been whisked away to solve problems. It is said that we shall reach Clearwind Town tomorrow. I am finally eager to set foot on land. On February 1, 1505, as a leader, one must first and foremost consider the well-being of their people. This is a principle I have always heard and adhered to. Yet, there are indeed those who cannot comprehend such a simple truth. It stands to reason. King Horus is one among them, is he not? If a nation with a king can behave thus, one can only imagine the state of towns under the control of pirates. Today, we arrived at Clearwind Town, the last settlement before the Grand Line, to replenish our maritime supplies and procure a permanent compass and a record pointer, rumored to be essential for navigating the Grand Line. Eventually, I learned that Clearwind Town is a small town under pirate dominion, with its primary industries dominated by the nefarious Collision King Husko, Bloodhand Marshal, and Butcher Carlton. Shortly after our arrival on the island, we encountered Mr. Wulong. Later, we discovered that Wulong is a pseudonym. His true name is Kong Ming, though I prefer to call him Mr. Wulong. He is a rear admiral of the Navy and did not come to this town in search of his missing brother, but rather to provide reconnaissance for the Navy. However, I harbor no dislike for him, and I believe the others feel the same, for he is a responsible and commendable naval officer. Together with Mr. Wulong, we ventured to the town's casino, where we met Mr. Yixiao. The casino is the domain of Bloodhand Marshall, and the individuals within are utterly corrupt. They took advantage of Mr. Yixiao's blindness and swindled him out of a considerable sum of money. Thankfully, we managed to deal with those ruffians. On our way back, we stumbled upon Carlton's convoy, which was surprisingly implicated in human trafficking. We could not possibly turn a blind eye to such a vile operation. This is precisely why I hold Mr. Profik and the others in such high regard. Alongside Mr. Kong Ming and Uncle Yixiao, we stormed the stronghold of these miscreants and engaged in a fierce battle. Mr. Yixiao single-handedly confronted Marshall and Carlton, while Mr. Profik and Mr. Wulong pursued Husko. However, what astonished and outraged me the most was the world government's involvement. They were allegedly entangled in the slave trade, as Mr. Profik informed us that I find it hard to believe. The laws of the world government explicitly prohibit human trafficking and the slave trade. Perhaps it is merely the result of corrupt merchants colluding with unscrupulous politicians. Fortunately, Mr. Profik dealt with them, and the kidnapped individuals have been handed over to the Navy. Mr. Wulong is a commendable naval officer, and I trust he will handle this matter appropriately. As we departed the island, we encountered considerable difficulty with the naval fleet offshore. Thankfully, Mr. Wulong's cooperation enabled us to proceed smoothly. I conveyed to Mr. Wulong that we are not villains. Our departure was out of necessity. I asked for his assistance in informing the Navy headquarters and the world government to retract our bounties. However, Mr. Wulong seemed rather troubled by this. On February 2, 1505, we finally arrived at the fabled upside-down mountain. Crossing it will lead us to the Grand Line. I am uncertain why, but Mr. Profik appears quite exhilarated. I have heard it said, to love a house is to love the crow that dwells within, and if everyone is joyful, I too feel elated. The journey across Upside-Down Mountain was eventful yet safe. I was astonished to witness the water flowing upwards. Uncle Ishu demonstrated extraordinary strength, saving my life at a critical moment. Had it not been for him, I would have fallen into the sea. A small favor deserves a great return. I must express my gratitude appropriately. Beyond Upside-Down Mountain lies the Grand Line. We encountered the whale Laboon and the lighthouse keeper Coloccus. I will recount Laboon's touching story later. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Laboon values the commitments made to his companions, serving as a paragon for all humanity. I never imagined that Mr. Profik had heard tales of the Rumbar pirates. I feel as though something is amiss with this story, but perhaps it is merely an illusion. Can the Yomi Yomi no Mi truly grant resurrection? It is indeed remarkable that on February 4, 1505, after bidding farewell to Laboon, we finally received some uplifting news. Today's World Economic Journal featured a story about the Star Kingdom. Since departing from Star Island, it has been a long time since I learned of Het and Mr. Star's circumstances. That rascal Het has, astonishingly, been elected as the new king of the Star Kingdom by popular vote. Since the World Economic Journal has published this report, Het's identity should be recognized by the world government. This alleviates concerns regarding government interference. I believe Het will undoubtedly become a capable king. In this manner, I find solace regarding matters within the homeland. The voyage across the vast ocean is indeed quite tedious, and I remain uncertain as to when we shall reach the next island. On February 8, 1505, a voice resonated from the deck of the Bifur, belonging to Morana Ikati. That moment, she had transformed into her beastly form. Firmly grasping the newsbird that attempted to flee, and vociferously demanded an explanation. Last time I purchased a newspaper, it was clearly priced at 20 berries. How has it now risen by 5? Having served for several years as the leader of the Black Zodiac, Morana possessed an acute sensitivity to financial matters. Any slight fluctuation in price was sufficient to capture her attention. According to her, even a single berry should not be surrendered lightly. Thus, the price increase of the newspaper incited her considerable ire, causing her to momentarily abandon her customary phrases of "I heard" or famous quotations. The newsbird, in a state of panic, flapped its wings desperately in an attempt to escape Morana's grasp, but such efforts were destined to be futile. Enough, Geashifu interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. It's merely 5 berries. We are not lacking in funds. What do you understand? Morana retorted, I've heard. The rise and fall of nations and families rests upon diligence and frugality, while extravagance leads to ruin. She turned to glare at Geashifu before again intimidating the newsbird. 20 berries is my final offer. Otherwise, I shall stew you. Despite the newsbird's inability to articulate human language, it evidently comprehended Morana's words. Upon hearing "I shall stew you," it flapped even more vigorously, desperately striving to escape her clutches. After several futile attempts, it began to gesture with its wings and emitted sounds, seemingly attempting to communicate. "Very well, Morana," Prophet remarked, setting aside his tome on marine beasts. "5 berries may be a trivial sum, but information is invaluable if you truly stew it. We may find ourselves unable to procure newspapers for quite some time." The delivery of newspapers was indeed region-specific, with each bird responsible for a designated area. Should Morana proceed to stew the newsbird, they would be unable to acquire newspapers until they exited the region or Morgans replenished the newsbirds in the area. In comparison to the absence of information, the loss of 5 berries was evidently more palatable. After all, the world of pirates is notably devoid of a comprehensive financial system, yet currency such as berries circulates globally. This discrepancy inevitably leads to the instability of berries' value, with soaring prices becoming a foregone conclusion. For instance, the price of the World Economic Journal recently escalated from 20 berries to 25. A decade and a half later, when Luffy set sail, the price had surged from 50 to 100 berries. This reflects the uncontrollable inflation and rampant price hikes. However, Prophet mused that, compared to certain currencies from Earth, such as the Zimbabwean dollar, the inflation rate of berries was not particularly rapid. Morana shot Prophet a fierce glare. Even through her veil, he could sense her fury. Ultimately, however, it was Morana, the former leader of the Black Zodiac, who conceded. While she indeed valued wealth, she understood the paramount importance of information. Spending to acquire intelligence was ultimately worthwhile. Releasing her hold on the news bird, before it could take flight, she forcefully tossed 2 50-berry notes at it. The news bird let out a wail and plummeted into the sea, flapping for some time before it managed to ascend once more. "Look," Marta exclaimed, having just received the newspaper, quickly discovering a stack of bounties that warranted attention. Among them were their own bounties: Tax Resistor Prophet, with a bounty of 45 million berries, Monster Sailor Gayashifu, with a bounty of 32 million berries, Webweaver Marta, with a bounty of 10 million berries. As for Morana's bounty, it remained unchanged at 30 million berries. Buck, noticing Morana's evident disappointment, inquired, "Morana, are you disheartened by the lack of an increase in your bounty?" "No need to worry, as of now. Both Uncle Fuentes and I are still without bounties. Who would feel joy over a bounty?" Morana thought that sometimes her companions were rather lacking in common sense. It was not the bounty's stagnation that dismayed her, but rather the fact that Mr. Kongming had not assisted in having it revoked. "Didn't I tell you?" Prophet replied nonchalantly. "Kongming is with the Navy, and we are pirates. He cannot assist us. Moreover, even if he were willing, the world government would never revoke our bounties. Furthermore, in a sense, bounties serve as proof of strength. Many pirates take pride in the increase of their bounties. I understand," Morana declared, leaving to return to her quarters. Whether in a huff or to pen her diary, one could not tell. Prophet picked up the newspaper, redirecting his attention to other news within its pages. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The 4 Emperors of the Sea and the Definitive Establishment of the New World Order." These 4 super pirates, revered as sea emperors, were identified as Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Beast Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Captain of the 5 Peaks Wang Zhit. This moment, the future red-haired Shanks remained oblivious to his fate, let alone the up-and-coming figures of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Buggy the Clown, and Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Furthermore, the retired and now obscure Golden Lion Shiki was similarly absent from this list. The article did not delve deeply into the lives of these 4 great pirates. Prophet possessed a fair amount of knowledge regarding Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, but focused primarily on the final emperor, Wang Zhi. According to the newspaper, Wang Zhi's origins were shrouded in mystery, with scant details regarding his life as a pirate. It merely noted that he had gathered a fierce group of warriors approximately 20 years prior, establishing the 5 Peaks pirate crew. Following that, the high-ranking officers under Wang Zhi were listed: for Great Brute Su Weishuef, Yi Zhongman, Xie He, Fong Tingzhu, and the 8 great warriors Mao Haifeng, Su Yuan Liang, Xiao Xian, Shin Min, Lin Baichuan, Su Hai, and Deng Wenjun's Tiobi Frank. Prophet found the newspaper's coverage of Wang Zhi to be somewhat disappointing. However, one could hardly fault the World Economic Journal. The events surrounding the Rocks Pirates and the God Valley incident were strictly prohibited from dissemination by the world government. Presently, the influence of the world government over the World Economic Journal far surpassed that of 20 years hence. Even Morgans would not dare to publicly report on content expressly forbidden by the government. Therefore, as a former member of the Rocks Pirates and participant in the God Valley incident, not only Wang Ji, but also a significant portion of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom's illustrious histories were deliberately obscured. As for the origins of the four emperors, such information was likewise absent from the newspaper, perhaps due to the fact that even the World Economic Journal feared to release critical content related to the origins of the emperors. Aside from the momentous news of the four emperors of the sea, there were numerous other noteworthy reports. For instance, an article on the turmoil in the Kingdom of Sagas in the North Sea reported that the king had been overthrown by domestic insurgents. The article subtly pointed its finger at the possible involvement of revolutionary leader Monkey D. the Dragon in this uprising, depicting him as an ambitious individual eager to sow discord, and calling upon the allied nations of the world government to unite and quell the threat he posed before it could take root. Another article titled "The Supernovas Roaming the Seas" introduced the pirate supernova, Crocodile, who had matched strength with Barrett. Accompanying a stack of bounties was his new bounty, an impressive 81 million berries, AT this time. It was not yet the era of soaring bounties that would come a decade and a half later. Thus, 81 million berries could be deemed an enormous sum. Moreover, Crocodile was not the type to engage in villainous antics for amusement. Therefore, this bounty was entirely deserved, reflecting his genuine achievements. Additionally noteworthy was the bounty of Douglas Barrett, a member of the Roger Pirates and a rival of Crocodile, which stood at an astounding 650 million berries. This amount naturally encompassed all his misdeeds since joining the Roger Pirates. In comparison to such monumental news, Forsake and his companions did not even warrant a mention in the newspaper, merely occupying a small position among a multitude of inconspicuous bounties. Indeed, the seas are in a state of chaos. Forsake couldn't help but lament. Currently, at the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the balance of power upon the seas had yet to solidify, and the Navy had not yet come to terms with the existence of several formidable pirate crews that were capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, although the four great pirate crews exhibit formidable strength, they have yet to reach a point where they can command the respect of all other pirates. Proficient in strategy, he surmised that the reason the Navy headquarters and the world government tacitly allowed the World Economic Journal to designate these four super pirate crews as the four emperors was likely an attempt to incite internal strife among the pirates, a calculated move to elevate and subsequently undermine them. Their intention seemed to be to provoke the other pirate crews with thoughts such as, "Oh, so it is you few who are dubbed the Emperors of the Sea? Come, let us engage in battle." Should this tactic indeed attract young challengers like Barrett, it might pose some threat to the four emperors. However, as subsequent events unfolded, it became evident that regardless of the world government's machinations, they had utterly failed. The four emperors solidified their positions, successfully claiming their territories in the New World and evolving into formidable entities. Even the ascension of red-haired Shanks, who replaced Wang Ji as the new emperor, occurred only a decade later. Furthermore, the Five Peaks pirate crew managed to retain the Hive Island, a stronghold inherited from the Rocks pirate crew. It was not until the incident at Rockyport that the Blackbeard pirates capitalized on the trust placed in the Navy hero Kobe to seize Hive Island. This demonstrates that if the elevation of the four pirate crews to the status of four emperors was indeed the scheme of the world government or Navy headquarters, it can be stated that they suffered a crushing defeat. Nevertheless, with the emergence of the four emperors, a new shift in the tides of the seas was inevitable. As Proficient perused the reports in the newspaper, contemplating the potential repercussions while diligently gathering useful information. The influence of the pirate four emperors was further fermenting across the globe. In the New World, a colossal multi-masted sailing ship, akin to a giant whale, glided gracefully over the waves. The distinctive white crescent mustache emblazoned on the skull flag signified that this vessel was the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby Dick. On board, Whitebeard, a towering figure with an extraordinary height, sat comfortably in a chair specially crafted for him, donned in a flowing white cloak that unabashedly displayed his robust upper body muscles. A massive bicentennial stood beside him, conveniently positioned for immediate access to strike the AT. This moment, Whitebeard held a gourd of wine, indulging in hearty gulps. Marco, with his pineapple-like hair and the Whitebeard pirate's emblem tattooed on his chest, approached, clutching a newspaper as he navigated through the bustling deck of pirates. Ultimately standing before Whitebeard, setting down his drink, Whitebeard inquired, "Marco, what is the matter?" "Father," Marco replied, gazing at the man he revered most, akin to a father figure. "Splendid news. The World Economic Journal has named you one of the four emperors reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line. The unmistakable tone of Marco's voice revealed his genuine elation for the remarkable achievements of his father and their family. In contrast to Marco's somewhat naive perspective, Whitebeard quickly focused on the crux of the matter. Who are those we are now ranked alongside as four emperors? Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Zhi, all renowned figures. Though Marco held his father in the highest regard, believing him to be the strongest, he could not deny the ferocity of these three individuals. Whitebeard took a swig from the gourd and remarked, "My foolish son, this must be Sengoku's scheme. He seeks to roast us over a fire." Such a blatant stratagem was not lost on a seasoned veteran like Whitebeard, who instantly recognized its viciousness. In the world of pirates, status is dictated by strength. A title as grand as four emperors would undoubtedly be coveted by countless pirates. Should we take any action in response? Marco asked with a hint of concern, quickly grasping Whitebeard's insinuations, as he was the de facto second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, despite the shelter provided by Whitebeard, he felt a responsibility to consider the well-being of their less capable brethren. "Nothing to fear. I am Whitebeard." Whitebeard appeared entirely unconcerned about the Navy headquarters schemes. "Let them come, dissatisfaction, challengers, turmoil upon the seas, bring it on, with the strength of the world's strongest. I am confident I can vanquish all foes." Nonetheless, as the patriarch of the Whitebeard pirates, he prudently made arrangements, informed Sachi to prepare a banquet, and summon our affiliated crews. "Understood," Marco affirmed. As a united family, the Whitebeard pirates thrived in solidarity, a belief unwaveringly held by both Whitebeard and his sons. In contrast to the nomadic lifestyle of the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates maintained a relatively fixed stronghold in Tato land. Here, a myriad of culinary edifices flourished, complemented by a unique sea slug intelligence network. An array of diverse residents, and countless sentient homies endowed with life and wisdom. The sovereign of this realm was none other than Charlotte Linlin, the matriarch of the Charlotte family, captain of the Big Mom pirates, and possessor of the Soul fruit, one of the newly anointed four emperors. At this moment, the mere 52-year-old Charlotte Linlin had yet to fully succumb to obesity, still displaying hints of her former allure. Residing in a grand castle, she lounged on a pink bed, reveling in the newspaper she held with a sense of pride. Unlike Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin genuinely relished her elevation to the status of four emperors. "Commanding Katakuri, in celebration of my ascension, we shall host a party this evening." "Yes, mother," Katakuri replied without hesitation. Though still not the powerhouse he would become a decade hence, he exhibited considerable maturity, unlike his somewhat simplistic mother. He pondered deeply the implications of becoming a four-emperor and whether any audacious pirate cruise might disrupt Tato land. Regardless, Katakuri could not defy mother's wishes. His only recourse was to commence immediate preparations for the evening's festivities. Failing to satisfy mother could jeopardize not only the banquet's arrangements but also the lives of his siblings and the island's residents should her hunger pangs strike. After Katakuri departed, Charlotte Linlin's smile faded, her voice losing its cheerfulness and innocence, replaced by a hint of malice. "For emperors, what I desire is not merely a title." As Big Mom spoke, the surrounding homies trembled and feared in Wano country. Even within the New World, this land remained situated in the most remote and perilous seas. This unique terrain, difficult to invade, had formed the basis of Wano's centuries-long isolation from the world. However, fundamental changes had transpired over the past decade. First, Odin set sail, followed by the treacherous coup led by Kaido in collusion with Korizumi Orochi, and then the fierce clash between the Moonlight and the Beast. Wano, a nation once indifferent to worldly affairs, inevitably became intertwined with the broader world amidst the Great Pirate Era. Now, the flower capital of Wano, ruled by Korizumi Orochi, stood as the capital, while the nearby Onigashima served as the stronghold of the Beast Pirates. On Onigashima, Kaido sat cross-legged in an opulently adorned chamber, surrounded by a disarray of empty vessels. Given his inebriated state, it was evident that he had consumed an unfathomable amount of alcohol, enough to drown a less hardy individual. Before him lay a newspaper, its front page prominently featuring the four emperors reigning over the New World and the ultimate establishment of the power dynamics therein. Yet, Kaido seemed utterly indifferent to the title of four emperors. His focus solely fixed on his drink. After another round of hearty swigs, he became increasingly intoxicated, drowning deeper into his stupor. One of the four emperors, known as the mightiest creature in the world, a notorious pirate, suddenly succumbed to an unknown sorrow. Weeping uncontrollably under the influence of alcohol, he cried, He seized the newspaper before him and tore it to shreds. Faintly, voices from outside could be heard. Lord Kaido. It's bad news, young Master Yamato. On Hive Island, the headquarters of the Five Peaks pirate crew, the principal officers were gathered, not so much in assembly as they were sitting around a fire. The conditions being significantly more rudimentary compared to the other three emperors. Despite the simplicity of their surroundings, the renown of those gathered was thunderous across the seas. The power of their pirate crew was undoubtedly among the elite. Otherwise, they would not have been able to claim such a strategically vital location as Hive Island. Among them, seated facing south, clad in golden armor with a long tassel adorning his head, his yellow face framed by a long beard, was Wang Ji, the captain of the Five Peaks pirate crew. Surrounding him were 12 senior officers of the crew. The Five Peaks pirate crew's situation differed from that of the other emperors. While Whitebeard's ambition was family, Charlotte Linland sought a realm of racial equality, and even Kaido harbored dreams of instigating war. The Five Peaks pirate crew seemed devoid of any lofty aspirations. Their collective actions primarily revolved around plundering, naval battles, and territorial conquests. Structurally, the Five Peaks pirate crew was also distinct from the other four emperors' crews. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all his sons and daughters, while the Big Mom pirates were predominantly composed of her offspring. Many of the cadre in the Beast Pirates were fervent worshippers of Kaido. In contrast, the Five Peaks pirate crew exhibited a rare phenomenon where the highest-ranking officials did not fully respect their captain. The core cadre, known as the Four Fierce Warriors, shared a relationship with Wang Ji that was more akin to a contentious yet cooperative alliance rather than a solid partnership. Each of them also had their own supporters and factions within the crew. Hence the name Five Peaks, as Wang Ji and the Four Fierce Warriors collectively formed five summits. Wang Ji's ascendancy to captain was merely due to his overwhelming strength and influence. From this perspective, the Five Peaks pirate crew bore considerable resemblance to the Rocks pirates, with whom the four emperors had once collaborated. Congratulations to our captain Wang Ji for becoming one of the four emperors, exclaimed Yi Zhongman, dressed in a traditional Confucian robe, half in flattery, half in genuine congratulation. That Su Weishue, a burly man with a tense relationship with Wang Ji, scoffed. What qualifications do Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom have to be compared with us? I would rather have Sea Dragon take the helm of the Five Peaks pirate crew and eradicate the three emperors by tomorrow. Unifying the seas, eradicate the three emperors? Mao Haifeng, one of the 8 fierce generals, sneered. Last time we encountered Whitebeard at sea, your Sea Dragon nearly became a drowning rat. Thanks to the captain, you barely escaped with your life, given that the Four Fierce Warriors and Wang Ji were not united. The 8 fierce generals also displayed tendencies to align themselves with different factions. Mao Haifeng was among those somewhat aligned with Wang Zi. Oh, you want to fight? Su Hai glared fiercely at Mao Haifeng. Su Weishue and Su Hai were uncle and nephew, hence Su Hai naturally belonged to Su Weishue's faction. While Su Weishue might not reach the Five Peaks level in strength, his nephew Su Hai was indeed powerful and always regarded Su Weishue as his mainstay, thus giving their factions significant weight within the Five Peaks pirate crew. Enough, as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Wang Ji intervened. Although the Four Fierce Warriors were also discontented with Wang Ji, his words still carried the most weight. With his intervention, order was finally restored. He continued, do you truly believe being one of the four emperors is a good thing? This is merely the world government seeking to eliminate us through other pirates. You four, take your respective crews and secure the 4 directions of Hive Island. Do not allow other pirates to take advantage of the situation. After assigning the 4 fierce warriors their tasks, Wang Ji appeared somewhat weary as he stood up and walked toward the interior of Hive Island. Forests, graveyards, castles, and ports, no matter how one looked at it, this resembled an island. However, in truth, it was a ship. The largest ship in the world, a terrifying 3-masted sailing vessel. At the center of the ship stood a meticulously constructed castle. Several officials clad in white gathered at the castle's entrance. In the shadow of the castle stood a tall man with an elongated neck and a somewhat portly physique. His face fierce, adorned with sharp teeth, pointed ears, and a bat-like head. He wielded a massive pair of scissors, his expression menacing as he eyed the unexpected guests. What brings the world government to my domain? The leading white-clad man sneered. Moria, I presume you are already aware that Beast Kaido has become one of the 4 emperors. Are you lot here to rub salt in my wounds? Moria's expression twisted with rage. Seemingly on the verge of violence, a few years prior, he had boldly entered the New World with the Moonlight Pirates. only to be defeated by Kaido and Wano and return in disgrace. All of Moriya's comrades had been slain by Kaido, leaving only him to escape with his life. Since then, the incident with Kaido had become Moriya's Achilles heel. The envoy of the world government maintained a composed demeanor. On the contrary, "Moriya, we are here to offer you an opportunity." Moriya had evidently lost patience. Since his defeat to Kaido, he had become sensitive and vulnerable, and the envoy's words incited his fury as he lifted the envoy off the ground with a single hand. "If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall make you disappear forever. We represent the world government and are here to discuss a partnership with you," stated another white-clad man who remained on the ground and on an island in the Grand Line. Sand Crocodile, clad in a coat with long hair and a pipe in his mouth, sat upon a rock. Nearby, several agents of the world government lay sprawled in the sand, clearly having just engaged in a fierce conflict. The outcome of which was evident as Sand Crocodile had effortlessly claimed victory. One disheveled agent struggled to rise, exclaiming, "Sand Crocodile, how dare you attack the world government? Speak quickly." Sand Crocodile interrupted, denying the agent any opportunity to elaborate. "If you have nothing to say, I shall send you on your way." Even the agents of the world government were taken aback. They had often heard of Sand Crocodile's decisive nature, and today's encounter confirmed his reputation. Without further threats or complaints, the agent got straight to the point. "We are here to discuss a partnership with the world government." "Partnership?" Sand Crocodile scoffed, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. Since when did the world government learn to cooperate with pirates? Although the world government's agents were displeased with Sand Crocodile's attitude, they dared not retaliate against the formidable pirate and continued, "Sand Crocodile, we wish to invite you to become a righteous partner in collaboration with the world government." Sand Crocodile cast a disdainful glance at the world government's agents, mocking their audacity to label pirates as righteous partners. However, he was not naive enough to judge matters based solely on personal feelings. He was more concerned with his own interests. "What do you propose for this partnership?" "The world government will revoke your bounty. But in return, you must cease all acts of piracy, refrain from attacking the vessels of the world government, and avoid conflict with the world government and its allied nations," the agent explained. Additionally, the world government is issuing a special summons. Before the agent could finish, a sharp blade of yellow sand sliced through the air beside him with incredible speed, creating a searing heat that threatened to extract moisture from his very being. "How ridiculous! Do you intend to use me as a tool in your hand?" Sand Crocodile expressed his discontent. If this was the world government's stance, perhaps it would be best to make these agents disappear entirely. Deeply contemptuous of these terrified agents, Sand Crocodile declared, "I will give you one more chance to formulate your words. Otherwise, you shall descend to hell." The agent spoke again, this time pouring forth a litany of the rights Sand Crocodile could enjoy and the obligations he would need to fulfill in a rapid-fire manner. Abandoning any notion of advocating for the world government, focus solely on completing this perilous task swiftly. While it is said that exorbitant prices must be paid in full, the privileges granted are not one's own to bestow. Should one incite the wrath of this formidable pirate before him, it could very well result in peril for his life. As for the mission requested by the world government to strive for success, having previously made an attempt, one could always feign an unyielding stance on the part of the other, should the world government inquire later, claiming they were entirely resistant to compromise. Crocodile let out a cold laugh and remarked, "I shall give it due consideration." With that, he rose and departed without a backward glance. His next target was Whitebeard. Crocodile had already made his decision in his heart. At this moment, he was still brimming with ambition. The allure of being a pirate under the auspices of the world government held little sway over him. In an unknown maritime region, on an uncharted isle, the clash of blades and the resonance of sword energy intermingled. As two figures, one red and one black, engaged in a fierce confrontation, a young man with red hair and 3 scars at the corners of his eyes gritted his teeth, gripping the now ebony blade. Griffin, with all his might. Opposite him stood a young man clad in a black trench coat and a black round hat, whose gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, similarly clutching his own famed sword. Neither yielded ground, and within mere seconds, they had exchanged over a dozen blows. Deflecting the incoming long sword, the red-haired warrior retreated swiftly. Simultaneously, the conqueror's haki emanating from Griffin grew ever more formidable, even faintly shimmering with black lightning. He cautioned, "Be wary. This is my final move." Then, with a speed surpassing the ordinary, akin to a bolt of lightning. The red-haired warrior surged forth, the black electric light crackling from the blade's edge as he unleashed an unstoppable strike. Although the might of their respective attacks greatly differed, this was unmistakably the legendary technique God's Avoidance, which had cemented the fame of the pirate king, Roger. Faced with this evidently heightened assault, Mihawk remained unperturbed. Clearly retaining his strength, the black blade, embodying a perfect balance of softness and strength, was raised high before descending gently. Such seemingly unadorned strikes concealed an overwhelming power. The torrent of Conqueror's haki erupted from the black blade. The immense sword energy threatening to tear the very sky asunder. As blades and energies collided, a tremendous explosion and shockwave uprooted the surrounding flora, hurling massive boulders into the air, while fissures began to form on the island's surface. And the surrounding waters surged violently in response. Both Mihawk and the red-haired warrior staggered back a few steps to regain their footing. Almost simultaneously, they raised their gazes to meet each other's. Realizing that they were both observing one another, evidently, this exchange had culminated in a stalemate. What a pity. While your haki is indeed formidable, your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired, Mihawk remarked, sheathing his long sword behind his back. While the black blade now appeared exceptionally yielding in contrast, the red-haired warrior, unwilling to concede, retorted, "You, my friend, possess remarkable swordsmanship, yet your haki pales in comparison." In truth, while the red-haired pirate's haki was indeed exceptional, his swordsmanship had reached a level of mastery, and Mihawk's swordplay, though impeccable, was equally extraordinary in its own right. "Let us share a drink. I am Shanks," the red-haired pirate invited, his naturally more jovial disposition surfacing after a moment of silence. Mihawk offered no reply, his gaze no longer as piercing as before, and he approached without uttering a word. After a brief interval, he seemed to reconsider. Dracula Mihawk. The relentless downpour continued, lightning striking repeatedly, thunder rumbling in succession. Aside from the raindrops that remained mere raindrops, the entire island was shrouded in dense, dark clouds, with only the colossal lightning illuminating the sky, providing a flicker of light, since the arrival of Profik and his companions on this isle. The torrential rain had persisted for 3 straight days and nights, to be precise. Profik and his crew had lost track of how long the rain had been falling. They had arrived amidst a deluge. Initially, they intended to wait for the rain to cease before disembarking, yet 3 days had passed without any sign of reprieve, not even a reduction in intensity. Thus, they found themselves compelled to brave the downpour and disembark. This island was unlike any they had previously encountered. It was blanketed in dense ferns, reminiscent of a prehistoric tropical rainforest. "The humidity here is unbearable," complained Martifa, the user of the string fruit, who seemed affected by her powers. Disliking excessively damp environments. "Just a little longer. We can endure." Profik led the way, wielding his sword to clear the vines and branches obstructing their path. The tinge of regret flickered through him for having set foot on this island. As the conditions were exceedingly harsh, in the midst of this rain-soaked primal jungle, the effectiveness of visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile senses, and even the observation haki were drastically diminished. Navigating through such an environment rendered even simple movement a challenge, let alone the possibility of ambush. A more prudent course of action would be to retrace their steps back to the ship. However, they could not afford such a retreat. The provisions and fresh water aboard the Bifewer were dwindling. Moreover, the recording pointer indicated that it would take 15 days to fully chart this island. Remaining aboard and waiting would expose them to the dire risk of running out of supplies. Profik and his companions had already circumnavigated the island, yet found no sign of civilization along the shores. Consequently, they opted for a relatively suitable landing spot, hoping to venture inland in search of sustenance. "Everyone, proceed with caution," Profik called out as he halted, having encountered a stretch of half-swampy terrain ahead. This was a perilous type of terrain within the rainforest, where a moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared in the mire. Profik continued to lead the way, while Martifa, despite her disdain for the rain, secured several of them together with her threads. Profik treaded cautiously, testing each step repeatedly. Thus, their progress was slow, but fortunately, they had yet to encounter any threats. "That was quite frightening." Fuentes wiped the sweat from his brow, "but thankfully, we are almost across." Indeed, this half-swamp was relatively open, and they had traversed more than halfway through. "I've heard that a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step," Morena remarked. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, we must remain extremely cautious. Suddenly, Profik halted, and Stada, who was following closely, stopped as well, inquiring, "What is it?" Profik gestured for silence, scanning their surroundings while activating his observation hockey to its fullest extent. Moments ago, he had noticed irregular movements in the half-swamp. "Everyone be alert. I sense something lurking in the mire, watching us," Profik warned loudly. The deafening rain made it nearly impossible for those slightly behind in the group to hear him. Damn it, if only Mr. Smiley were here, Profik thought to himself. The creature concealed within the swamp was exceedingly cunning, suppressing its presence entirely. Even with Profik's observation hockey, he could only vaguely sense its proximity. At times, he even questioned whether he was being overly sensitive, leading to misinterpretation. After all, in such an environment, humans could hardly conceal themselves beneath the water's surface. As for animals, it was not surprising for crocodiles and pythons to inhabit such surroundings. Targeting humans as prey. Typically, a mere crocodile or python would be manageable for Kaf and Morana. However, given the diverse ecosystems of the islands and the world of the Pirate King, it was wise to remain cautious in the face of hidden threats. The frigid rain cascaded upon the treetops, creating a cacophony, splattering onto the ground and sending up deep brown droplets, while ripples danced across the surface of the water. The rain soaking their bodies significantly accelerated the loss of warmth. Soon, Profik and his companions began to feel the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Brother, Martifa, the youngest and weakest among them, shivered. "I'm so cold." Indeed, if this continued, they would all be frozen stiff. Kaf too felt the chill. Profik nodded in agreement. Remaining in this state of uncertainty was futile. "All right, everyone, proceed cautiously and steadily forward," he instructed. Profik observed the situation ahead with meticulous attention, cautiously taking a step forward before surveying the surrounding environment again. He continued this deliberate progression, moving forward in a rhythmic manner, causing the entire group to advance slowly. Suddenly, with a splash, Profik's right foot plunged into the icy water, causing his body to sink noticeably. Submerging into the muddy bottom, unlike the marshy terrain they had traversed earlier, it was likely that they would need to wade through water from this point onward. Fortunately, the water here was almost still. And not far ahead, there was solid ground peeking above the surface. This indicated that the water was unlikely to be too deep. Extracting his foot from the mud, Profik took another step forward and called out loudly. "The water deepens ahead. It may reach your calves. Additionally, there is mud beneath the water. Matifa, Morana, and Gao Shifu. You three possess abilities. Exercise extreme caution." Although this depth of water may not significantly affect those with powers, such as the Empress who could bathe freely, or Akiji who could even enjoy a hot spring, entering the water would still render Devil Fruit users relatively vulnerable, a risk that could not be overlooked. Moreover, the deeper waters presented an optimal opportunity for hidden aquatic predators to launch an attack. Distinct ripples on the distant water's surface indicated that something substantial was rapidly approaching. "Everyone, be careful." Profik's expression shifted dramatically as, with the perception granted by his observation hockey, he discerned the presence of unknown creatures beneath the water on both sides, each measuring at least 5 meters in length, with the largest exceeding 10 meters. Initially, these creatures had held their breath, appearing indistinguishable from segments of wood within his hockey's range. However, as they ventured into deeper waters, the assault commenced. "What are those?" Morana inquired, lifting the black veil that obscured her face in the torrential downpour. The veil quickly became soaked, significantly hindering her vision. Consequently, Morana momentarily raised her veil. Yet even then, she could not discern the approaching predators. "I don't know," Profik replied, focusing intently on the encroaching adversaries. Though he was observing, the rainstorm rendered the details indistinct. Relying more on his hockey to sense their presence, to his astonishment, he realized that the predators surrounding them did not belong to a single species. Some had broad, flattened heads, others had triangular shapes, and some possessed elongated snouts reminiscent of alligators. The largest among them featured a wide, flat head and an enormous body, resembling an oversized salamander by all appearances. Yet, why were such disparate creatures congregating together? This question eluded Profik, as time was of the essence, and the predators that had previously been at a distance were now drawing nearer. "Everyone, form a circle, and keep a vigilant watch ahead," Profik commanded, instructing the 5 of them to arrange themselves in a protective formation. Essentially, Profik, Morana, Matifa, and Gao Shifu positioned themselves on the outside, shielding Fuentes and Sida within the circle. Meanwhile, the hidden predators lurking in the marsh had approached to within 3 to 5 meters of Profik and the others. For reasons unknown, they refrained from closing the distance further, seemingly biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. In the midst of the torrential rain, both sides faced each other in tense anticipation. The waterborne predators exhibited remarkable patience, waiting for Profik and his companions to reveal any vulnerabilities. Profik, Gao Shifu urged. Barely able to contain his impatience, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Since encountering the predators in the water, Gao Shifu had relinquished his umbrella. The chilling rain relentlessly pelted his body, causing him to feel somewhat irritable. Although he could not see clearly, he surmised that the adversaries were merely a group of crocodiles or similar creatures, and once he transformed into his beastly form, he could easily dispatch them. Are you seeking death? Morena retorted. I've heard that marshes can be like bottomless pits. Once you fall in, escaping is nearly impossible. We cannot afford to recklessly engage without understanding the situation ahead. Do you think waiting here will yield any solutions? Enough. Profik interrupted the argument between Gao Shifu and Morena. Prolonged inaction was indeed unwise, yet launching a reckless assault was equally inadvisable. The current circumstances indicated that their adversaries were evidently patient, unwilling to retreat simply because Profik and his companions had assumed a defensive stance. They clearly intended to endure until the opportune moment. Continuing to endure in a state of heightened tension would inevitably lead to a lapse in vigilance. However, he was also disinclined to pursue a high-risk offensive strategy. We shall inch our way towards the shore. Presently, Profik and the others were merely 60 to 70 meters from the opposite bank, with the deeper waters extending only about 20 meters at most. Once they reached the shore, or even the shallows and muddy areas, Profik was confident that these ambush predators would not be able to pursue them on land. Thus, with Profik's command, they began to move cautiously. Morena, step with your left foot, and bring your right foot up. Sister, take a step back 10 centimeters. No need to rush. Be careful. There's one trying to launch a sneak attack beside you. Gao, there's a rock 10 centimeters to your left. Avoid it. Uncle Fuentes, stay close to me. Sita, keep a vigilant eye on the surroundings and report immediately if you notice anything, though their pace was slow. This caution allowed their small formation to remain tightly knit, denying the lurking predators any opportunity to strike. Yet, as fate would have it, at that very moment, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tall fern. A sudden burst of light illuminated the area, scorching the trunk and causing it to splinter. With the fallen half landing perilously close to the group, the thick trunk of the tree fern splashed into the water, sending mud and water flying, forcing Profik to raise his arm to shield his eyes, while the sudden waves caused him to stagger. Not only Profik but the others also experienced similar troubles. In an instant, a conspicuous gap appeared in their defensive circled as if receiving a signal. The predators that had been lying in wait beneath the water finally launched their assault. Their movements and visibility remained largely unaffected by the conditions. Watch out. Profik steadied himself and drew his blade, bringing it down upon the triangular head of a creature attempting to approach from the water. The creature recoiled after being struck, swiftly retreating. Ugh, that was tough. Profik exclaimed, feeling as though he had struck solid rock or iron, clearly indicating that the creature's tough hide and the resistance of the water had mitigated his attack's effectiveness. As the predators behind them pressed closer, Fuentes and Sita fired their weapons in quick succession, yet neither was able to land a hit. Meanwhile, Morena and Gao Shifu transformed into their beast forms, successfully driving back the advancing predators. However, like Profik, they found themselves besieged by a new wave of attackers. Thread and tangle. Tossing aside her umbrella, Matifa transformed her right arm into resilient strands, ensnaring a predator that had dared to approach and hurling it forcefully away. Phew. Matifa exhaled in relief, realizing that the predator she had just thrown had easily exceeded 5 meters in length and was alarmingly heavy. The torrential rain and water that reached her knees seemed to hinder her abilities, and it took all her strength to flip and throw the creature away. Curse it, I can't exert myself properly in this water. Matifa, watch out, Profik shouted, his voice echoing behind her, through the perception of his observation hockey. He sensed a massive creature closing in on Matifa's position. Yet, 2 predators with short alligator-like heads and sharp claws launched a fierce assault on Profik. Consequently, he could only shout a warning, before Profik's warning could fully escape his lips. A gargantuan head emerged from the muck not far from Matifa. It was likely the leader of the group of predators. To avoid detection, it had submerged itself in the mud, stealthily approaching its chosen target. Its strategy paid off. Despite Profik's awareness, it had closed the distance sufficiently. Evasion was no longer an option. Even if Matifa could narrowly avoid its gaping maw, she would undoubtedly be knocked aside by its enormous bulk. Web. Matifa reacted instantly, crossing her arms to weave strands into a net. However, the creature sidestepped, extending its front claws and yanking back. The colossal figure bestowed upon it extraordinary strength, and with a single motion, it dragged Martifa entirely into the water. Upon submersion, Martifa instantly felt her entire body succumb to weakness, rendering her utterly limp. The frigid current swiftly drained the power of the fruit user, leaving her unable to even move, let alone evade the predator that loomed perilously close. As the gaping maw prepared to seize Martifa, plunging her into the unfathomable depths of the swamp, a powerful appendage came crashing down upon the predator's head from above. Witnessing Martifa's peril, Morena disregarded the two triangular-headed assailants and fully transformed into her beastly form. This time, her formidable appendage struck the massive predator, momentarily disorienting it. "Quickly lift Martifa," Morena commanded, shaking off the small predators that had seized the opportunity to bite her. Buck and Fuentes hurriedly scrambled to lift Martifa, who was now disoriented from inhaling water. However, the predator showed no signs of relenting. Wawa, with a call akin to that of a mudfish, the lead giant predator summoned its companions, who began to circle the trio in search of an opening. At that moment, Profik struck with precision, shooting a predator that attempted to approach. This time, the attack was effective. Crimson blood blossomed in the water, forcing the wounded predator to retreat. Morena continued her standoff with the largest predator, which exceeded 10 meters in length. Rather than initiating an assault, she exhibited patience, leveraging her height advantage against her shorter foe, whose mouth opened at a limited angle. Although its claws were sharp, its limbs were relatively short. Thus, Morena consistently utilized her elevation to suppress the predator, occasionally landing blows upon its back and even its head. Yet, the resistance of the water and the creature's tough hide hindered her from inflicting significant damage. On the other side, Gao Shifu adopted a far more aggressive strategy. Instead of evading the predators flanking him, he charged directly at them. One of the triangular-headed predators latched onto his left arm, blood gushing forth. In the next instant, Gao Shifu's presence surged, his body swelling until he transformed into a snow-white beast. Unfazed by his injury, he forcefully shook off the predator clinging to his arm and lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the neck of another predator. With a sharp crack, the struggling predator fell silent, its spine snapped by Gao Shifu's ferocity, sending it to its demise. After a prolonged standoff, Profik's group finally gained significant ground with Martifa incapacitated. Gao Shifu released his grip, and the once ferocious predator, now akin to a heap of mud, sank into the water with a splash. Sensing the presence of death, the surrounding predators quickly scattered, their aggression subsiding. Wawa, the giant predator facing Morena, seemed momentarily stunned, its speed faltering just enough for Morena's appendage to strike its head, causing it to yelp in pain. However, unlike the smaller predators that exhibited fear and a desire to retreat, it erupted in furious cries of Wawa. Wawa, with anger coursing through it, the predator swung its powerful tail and forcefully thrashed its limbs against the bottom of the water. With a tremendous surge of strength, the predator, exceeding 10 meters in length and weighing over 3 tons, leapt from beneath the water like a cannonball, lunging at Morena. The rapidity of events unfolded so swiftly that Profik had no time to warn. Star had no opportunity to react. Fuentes remained preoccupied with the choking Martifa, and Morena could only raise her appendage in defense. The massive predator, propelled by its immense kinetic energy, overwhelmed Morena, knocking her into the water. Fortunately, having transformed into her beast form, her height and protective shell mitigated her weakness upon impact. The predator aimed to seize Morena's vital points, while she desperately sought to escape its grip, and thus the two colossal beings engaged in a fierce struggle. The predator's sole intent was to clamp down on Morena's neck, nearly abandoning its defense, while Morena exerted every effort to dislodge it. Every appendage and claw within reach was utilized in her relentless counterattacks. Amidst their tumultuous clash, mud and water erupted around them, creating a chaotic scene that deterred other predators from approaching. Profik raised his pistol but hesitated to fire. Despite the aid of his observation hockey, the fluidity of their struggle rendered it perilous. Even a momentary lapse could result in hitting Morena instead. In such circumstances, unless his foresight reached a level of predicting the future, he could not afford to fire recklessly. The only one undeterred, eager to assist, was Gao Shifu, also transformed into beast form. Yet, other predators obstructed his path. Though their strength paled in comparison to his, their relentless assaults momentarily hindered his advance. Meanwhile, Morena found herself in a precarious position. 2 of her appendages had been bitten by the giant predator, blood flowing profusely. Simultaneously, her fully transformed body was gradually succumbing to the swamp below. As her strength waned and more of her body was submerged, Morana sensed her power diminishing, making it increasingly challenging to resist the giant predator. If this continued, she would perish here. She cast a furtive glance at Profik and Gao Shifu, but her normally reliable companions seemed unable to assist in any meaningful way. What should I do? A moment's hesitation caused her resolve to falter. By the time she refocused her attention, it was already too late. The giant predator had firmly clamped down on one of her appendages, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The excruciating pain sent Morana's mind reeling, yet it also ignited her instinct to survive. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. I cannot die here. Perhaps fueled by her will to live or the extraordinary capabilities of her phantom beast fruit, Morana suddenly experienced a remarkable sensation. As if her strength had returned, summoning her might, she exerted all 4 of her claws simultaneously, while her 10 appendages worked in unison to grasp the predator, astonishingly flipping the colossal beast over. With the predator's weight lifted, Morana felt an immediate lightness as she quickly regained her footing. However, the earlier sensation had vanished without a trace. The giant predator, now upturned, seemed to regain its composure, retreating slightly to survey the situation. Morana stood tall, her injuries evident, yet still possessing the strength to fight. Gao Shifu, transformed into a beast, was wreaking havoc among the smaller predators. Profik and star-shielded Fuentes and Martifa, ever vigilant of maintaining a safe distance to guard against potential ambushes. Conversely, the situation for the predators appeared grim. Their desperate assaults on Gao Shifu had temporarily stymied his advance, yet the cost was high. Each of his strikes felled a predator, while his gaping maw claimed numerous others as trophies. Furthermore, he too bore wounds from his skirmish with Morana, the sharp structures of her appendages having left their mark upon him. At last, the giant predator seemed to accept the futility of its efforts. Wawa, wawa. After emitting 2 reluctant cries, the colossal predator turned its body, swinging its robust tail, and swiftly vanished into the depths of the swamp. Concurrently, the small predators, which had previously attacked Gaoshifu with reckless abandon as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, suddenly lost their will to fight and turned to flee, leaving behind only a few lifeless bodies. At that moment, the rain above finally showed signs of subsiding. Morana and Gaoshifu transformed back into their human forms in succession. Morana still wore her robe and veil, though several large holes had torn through the black fabric at her arms, revealing deep wounds beneath. Gaoshifu's condition was considerably better than Morana's, yet he too bore numerous injuries of varying severity. At this point, Matifa finally regained consciousness. She appeared somewhat terrified and instinctively called out for Profik. Brother, Matifa, please endure for a moment. Profik reassured his sister while urging everyone to prepare for departure, emphasizing the need to leave the swamp. Although the predators had retreated for the time being, none could predict whether they would return swiftly. Moreover, the treacherous terrain of the swamp harbored its own dangers. Thus, Profik deemed it prudent to vacate this perilous location as soon as possible. Even a mere exit from the swamp into the forest would significantly enhance their safety. Shortly after the group traversed the swamp and entered the woodland, Profik joyfully discovered signs of human logging, indicating the presence of intelligent life nearby. Indeed, it wasn't long before a narrow path through the forest appeared before them, eliciting great excitement among the group. Following the path, they soon arrived at a village. This island was named Connie Island. An elderly man seated atop a stilted wooden structure leisurely began to explain the conditions of the island. Connie, in our language, means the land of heavy rain. As you can see, torrential downpours are quite commonplace on this island. Just a few minutes prior, after dismantling several traps, Profik and his companions had entered the village they had discovered. Initially, the villagers were taken aback, many of them brandishing various makeshift weapons as they rushed out of their homes. However, when they realized that Profik and his group were human, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Upon learning that Profik and his companions had traversed the swamp to the west of the village, expressions of disbelief washed over their faces. Subsequently, Profik and his party received a warm welcome. Matifa, who had choked on water and was physically weakened from excessive fright, was accommodated on the second floor of a stilted house in the village, said to be one of the few dry places, though Profik squeezed a fair amount of water from the blanket on the bed in that room. A doctor from the village volunteered to assist Gaoshifu and Morana with their injuries. Gaoshifu expressed his gratitude and readily accepted the villagers' kindness. In contrast, Morana politely declined assistance, merely requesting some medicinal supplies from the village doctor before retreating to a shaded corner to tend to her wounds. Several villagers also volunteered to prepare food. Uncle Fuentes, who was most knowledgeable about food aboard Profic's ship, accompanied them. Profic, meanwhile, expressed a desire for the villagers to share information regarding the island. Naturally, the villagers were more than willing to oblige this small request. The elder introducing Coney Island to Profic and his companions was named Dano, the village chief, at 58 years of age. He was the oldest person in the village. Upon Profic's observation, the majority of villagers appeared to be between their 20s and 40s. Perhaps it was due to the absence of children that Profic formed this impression. Coney Island was intriguing. Upon hearing the name, Profic immediately recalled the Coney period flooding event, a notorious rainy period during the Triassic era in Earth's geological history. The significance of this event lay in its 2 million years of relentless downpours, which abruptly altered the arid conditions of the early Triassic. It seemed that this island, named Coney, had inherited the weather patterns characterized by torrential rain from the Coney period. In geological history, the Coney period flooding event played a crucial role in shaping the Triassic and subsequent ecosystems. Many ancestral groups of significant species emerged, developed, and spread during this time. Additionally, the Coney period flooding event revived numerous ancient remnants, such as the lepispondles, a group of prehistoric amphibians that had once dominated during the Permian period. With this realization, Profic understood that the aquatic predators they had encountered earlier were indeed lepispondal amphibians. However, it appeared that the inhabitants of Coney Island were not limited to the fauna of the Coney period. For instance, the long-snout, crocodile-like Protoceratops lived during the late Permian, while the leading predator resembled the Lesotho short-headed salamander from the Triassic. Albeit of an exceptionally massive size. As for the triangular-headed creature, it was a capitoid, and the enlarged version of the giant salamander was a clade of the same lineage. Yet, in the Great Sea Route, another island renowned for ancient creatures, the Little Garden, also harbored beings that were supposed to exist in different eras. Of course, the others remained perplexed. Dano cast a glance at Profic, his eyes narrowing slightly as he continued to narrate tales of Coney Island. In addition to the incessant downpours, Coney Island is home to numerous peculiar creatures that have survived since ancient times. Indeed, those ferocious, bloodthirsty carnivores you encountered are among them. I have heard that extraordinary occurrences must have extraordinary reasons, Morana interjected while bandaging her wounds. They clearly do not belong to the same species. How can they coordinate and act as a cohesive group? This seemed rather illogical, did it not? With a heavy sigh, Dano replied, actually, these predators did not always act in unison. They pose little threat to us. But why? Star queried with curiosity, implying the question of how the predators had acquired a common leader. It all comes down to that Lesotho short-headed salamander, which serves as the leader of the predators. Since you came from the swamp, you must have encountered it, Dano explained. Originally, it was just an inconspicuous member of this group of predators. However, for reasons unknown, it suddenly grew in size and became the common leader of these predators. As Dano spoke, his tone was filled with incredulity. I never imagined you would be able to traverse that swamp. Quite impressive, young man. Profic furrowed his brow. Do they frequently attack humans? With another heavy sigh, Dano responded, as if burdened by an unspeakable truth. Initially, they generally caught small animals that came to the riverbank to drink or forage, and we largely maintained a peaceful coexistence. However, ever since that creature became the leader, they have begun to frequently attack humans, especially children, who pass through the swamp. Many children from the village have been taken by them. Dano glanced in the direction of Matafa's resting stilt house, noting that the creatures seemed to have a peculiar interest in young children. That girl is your sister, isn't she? If you can protect her, you are a good brother. That explains it, Profic realized, reflecting on the atmosphere he sensed upon entering the village. Although the villagers had been warm and welcoming, he could feel an undercurrent of sadness and fear. This realization awakened Profic as he recalled the situation in detail. Indeed, the primary target of the Lesotho short-headed salamander had been the youngest Matafa, followed closely by the second youngest, Morana. This perfectly aligned with Dano's assertion of their particular interest in children. However, Profic sensed that the village chief's words were not entirely truthful. What exactly was he concealing? Profic couldn't quite articulate it, but through his observation haki, he discerned that the elder's emotions were exceedingly complex. But I am powerless, Dano lamented, aged and tearful, as he watched the village's members being taken away, feeling utterly helpless. With that, Dano fell silent, and Profic and his companions maintained their silence as well. It was not that Profic had nothing to say. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. Humans are, after all, part of the food chain, and being preyed upon by natural enemies is a fundamental aspect of existence. However, since humanity entered into civilization, they gradually became the dominant species across various corners of the earth, with few creatures capable of threatening their supremacy. Yet in the world of One Piece, especially on certain islands along the Grand Line, humanity does not necessarily hold the position of dominion, the species that find themselves in a position of advantage. Hunting humans are essentially no different from the act of slaughtering pigs. Consequently, Profik feels that the Lesotho short-headed salamander's ability to integrate predators is entirely its own merit. Their capture of humans arises merely from the instinct for survival, devoid of malice, rendering notions of good and evil moot. Indeed, if one were to set aside the innate emotional biases of humanity, one might even applaud its courageous defiance against human hegemony. Furthermore, even if assistance were rendered, whether out of ecological balance considerations or the sheer number of predators in the marsh, Profik and his companions could never eradicate all the predators within that body of water. Thus, this population would invariably continue to produce leaders, perpetuating assaults on humanity. Even Morana, who is the epitome of compassion, merely tended to her wounds in silence. She would bravely protect her people before tyrants and venture into the lairs of pirates to rescue enslaved individuals. However, when confronted by the predators of nature, she found herself at a loss regarding what actions to take at that moment. A robust young man in his 20s, wielding a spear, approached with indignation, exclaiming, "I believe that group wishes to domesticate us." Domesticate? Gao Shifu questioned, perplexed. He had always known humanity to domesticate beasts for labor or sustenance, and this was the first time he had heard of beasts attempting to domesticate humans. Dano furrowed his brow. "Do not speak foolishly." But the young man attempted to argue further, yet upon locking eyes with the elder Dano, he lowered his gaze, tossed his spear to the ground, and turned to leave. Dano sighed, saying, "Go attend to your duties and do not burden our guests." "Pray tell, who was that?" Profik inquired once the young man had distanced himself. "That is my wayward son," Dano replied, his disappointment evident. "He possesses great strength, yet spends his days in a frenzy, uttering nonsensical drivel." Gao Shifu, however, held a different perspective, stating, "I see him as a stout young lad." "Alas, life in the village is already quite challenging," Dano lamented. "Now this lad spends his time tracking that creature in the marsh." "Isn't that commendable?" Morana asked, puzzled. She felt the village's foremost predicament lay with the predators in the marsh. Dano shook his head in resignation. "You do not grasp the specifics. That boy insists the Lesotho short-headed salamander can change size and is under some form of control." "How can that be?" Profik interrupted, sipping the hot porridge just served by the villagers. "I would very much like to hear his account." "Old village chief. Where has he gone?" "I shall summon him." Dano's assertion regarding size alteration piqued Profik's interest. How could creatures of the natural world change size? Although numerous enigmas surrounded the situation, such as the fact that those with the powers of devil fruits can indeed alter their size yet cannot maneuver freely in water, Profik had never encountered any creature capable of such transformations. Nevertheless, the claim itself warranted further investigation. Before long, the young man returned, taking a seat beside his father, though his eyes betrayed a hint of defiance. "What do you want with me? It is not I who seeks you. Rather, our guests are intrigued by your words." The tension between the father and son was palpable upon their meeting, yet it did not escalate into a significant issue. "Greetings, I am Profik, arrived from the sea," he introduced simply before inquiring about the predators. "I would like to know your perspective on the matters concerning the island." The young man blinked, seemingly incredulous, yet soon his gaze brightened with joy. In this village, no one was willing to believe his assertions, while these outsiders displayed curiosity towards his views. Although their stance remained uncertain, this was enough to elate him. "My name is Danzuma, as you can see, the son of this old curmudgeon." He introduced himself succinctly, not forgetting to jest about his father. He then passionately recounted their plight, asserting, "As you can observe, those beasts wish to domesticate us." Gao Shifu inquired, "What leads you to such a conclusion?" Prior to the emergence of that colossal Lesotho short-headed salamander, those creatures acted independently, at times even turning against one another. However, since its arrival, they have inexplicably united. Previously, they rarely attacked humans, yet now, such encounters have become increasingly frequent. Danzuma appeared anxious, striving to articulate his thoughts more coherently. He had shared these sentiments with his father, the old village chief Dano, but the latter remained unconvinced. They initially roamed only the marshes west of the village. Now, not only do they sometimes venture into the village, but they are also attempting to expand the marsh through excavation. They aim to encircle us with the marsh and keep us as livestock. At this juncture, Morena had finished tending to her wounds, wrapping herself securely in her cloak, mending the torn fabric with black cloth, and approached them. That I have heard it said, listening selectively brings darkness, while listening broadly brings clarity. Mr. Dano, is your son speaking the truth? Indeed, Dano replied, though he held his own perspective on the matter. But what of it? We have lived on this island for generations, as have they. They come to snatch children. We shall respond with caution. If they seek to encircle the village with water, we will simply fill it. And we are children of nature, just as they are. The principles of the natural world are straightforward. That is not the case. Danzuma countered vehemently. That Lesotho short-headed salamander is not a creature that should exist in nature. It not only changes size, but also drags captured individuals into the sea. Its behavior is far from that of a normal animal. Danzuma's rhetoric grew more fervent as he rose, addressing those present in an oratorical tone. Moreover, Father, have you not noticed? Each month, 2 children are captured. Last October, the twins from Uncle Zhang's household were taken while playing outside. And for an entire month thereafter, the village was scarcely disturbed by those creatures. Yet last September, we denied them any opportunities. At the end of September, they stormed the village and forcibly abducted Li Ji's daughter and Wang Bozi's grandson. Did they not? This illustrates that they have a monthly plan for capturing children. Once they have seized a certain number, they seize further abductions. The village's youth assert that the reason they dig trenches around us is that they fear we may escape, intending to keep us as livestock to provide children. How could that be? Dano interrupted loudly, refuting his son's nonsensical theories. Have you ever witnessed any animal behaving in such a manner? Facts speak louder than words. Danzuma stood his ground. As the tension between father and son escalated, Profik interjected, questioning Danzuma. You claim that the Lesotho short-headed salamander can change size and drag captured individuals into the sea. Have you witnessed this firsthand? What evidence do you possess? Unlike the elder village chief, who had never set foot beyond the sea, Profik, having lived 2 lives, possessed a broader perspective and was less inclined to dismiss Danzuma's claims as mere folly. After all, the ability to alter size was indeed within the realm of those with powers derived from devil fruits. I have seen it with my own eyes, Danzuma asserted resolutely. I am not like ordinary people. I see further and possess greater strength. I have long believed that the Lesotho short-headed salamander is unlike any other creature. I can climb trees, bear weight, and maintain my spirit. So I have taken to hiding in the trees by the marsh daily to observe its movements. One day, I noticed something strange. The salamander crawled ashore in the morning, and to my astonishment, its body had changed. To be precise, it had shrunk. Star interjected, curious, when we traversed the marsh. We encountered it. That time. It appeared to be over 10 meters long. Would you classify that as large or small? That would be classified as quite large. Danjuma resolutely stated, I have seen that creature in 3 distinct forms. One is approximately 8 or 9 meters in length, which I encountered once in the underbrush. The second, which you refer to, is around 10 meters long, and this is its most commonly adopted shape. The third, which I have seen 2 or 3 times, appears somewhat peculiar. Certain parts retain their normalcy, while others are noticeably smaller. Profik, attentively listening to Danjuma's words, noted that the 3 different forms of the Lesotho short-headed salamander correspond precisely with the 3 transformation stages of a zoan-type devil fruit user. Not only Profik, but also Morena and Gayashafu recognized this connection, exchanging glances. However, at the same time, a sense of doubt arose. As a zoan-type user, how could it possibly navigate the marshlands? I heard from the villagers that you came from the western part of the village. Surely, you must have encountered that creature. Do you truly believe it is an ordinary animal? Danjuma boldly asserted, observing the serious confusion on their faces. Profik could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, to claim that the Lesotho short-headed salamander was merely an ordinary animal seemed rather implausible. Although it was likely not a devil fruit user, it was intriguing enough to capture his interest. I have heard it said, what one hears is often illusory, what one sees is reality. This matter is undeniably unusual, Morena interjected. I suggest we allow Danjuma to lead us to observe the Lesotho short-headed salamander firsthand. We have a large vessel at our disposal, and if necessary, we can venture out to sea. The following morning, after a night of rest, Profik and the others had mostly regained their spirits, while Matafa had also refreshed herself. She felt particularly humiliated after being dragged into the water by the Lesotho short-headed salamander the previous day and was eager to seek revenge. Thus, driven by a spirit of adventure and a measure of confidence in their abilities. Profik and the others decided to accompany Danjuma in tracking the salamander. This time, however, the non-combatant Fuentes remained in the village. Danjuma was elated. Typically, he undertook this task alone, but now he finally had companions to accompany him. Old village chief Danoa's stance remained unchanged. He steadfastly refused to believe in any notion of size alteration. Nevertheless, seeing Profik and his companions' determination, he refrained from intervening. The attitudes of the other villagers varied. Some deemed the endeavor a futile waste of time, others feared for their safety, anticipating they might become prey for the predators, while a few held hope that they might indeed resolve the issue. Unlike the last visit of Profik and his companions to the village, this time Danjuma took the lead. With a local guiding them, their pace quickened considerably. In the forest, rain continued to fall. Danjuma advanced cautiously, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of dangerous beasts. Not long into their journey, a wide ditch lay before them. Upon reaching the edge, Danjuma halted, turning to Profik and the others who followed closely behind. Warning, everyone, be extremely cautious. His gaze lingered particularly on the two young women, Matafa and Morana. In truth, he had hoped that only Profik, Geashifu, and Star would accompany him. The presence of the younger girl seemed more a hindrance than a help. Having said this, Danjuma surveyed his surroundings and spotted some vines atop a towering fern. Seizing one, he propelled himself off the ground with agility akin to that of a nimble monkey. Swinging across the chasm and landing firmly on the opposite bank, impressive, Profik could not help but exclaim. Such skill would certainly earn accolades at the Olympics on Earth. However, he simultaneously found himself musing. This forest is predominantly filled with towering ferns. How is it possible to find vines belonging to flowering plants? It must be a necessity of the plot. Danjuma turned to the group, instructing, be careful, grasp the vines tightly and swing across. No need for such trouble, Profik called out. Matafa, create a bridge. With a gesture, Matafa extended her arms, and a slender thread-like bridge materialized before them. Profik, Star, Geashifu, and Morana crossed the gap in succession. And finally, Matafa transformed entirely into fine threads, traversing the bridge to reach the other side. Danjuma stood in astonishment, scarcely believing his eyes as he stared at Matafa, who reverted from a mass of threads back into her human form. How is this possible? You may not be aware, Profik explained, but Matafa consumed a silken fruit, granting her the ability to transform into threads. What did she eat? Danjuma remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how consuming a fruit could lead to such a transformation. I have eaten before. It's a devil fruit, Profik clarified, recognizing Danjuma's confusion regarding the nature of these fruits. Devil fruits are unique fruits that bestow extraordinary powers upon those who consume them, making them what are known as users. Then, Danjuma appeared to grasp a fragment of understanding, though still seemed confused. Can you all transform into threads? Not exactly, Geashifu interjected. There are many types of devil fruits, each granting different abilities. For instance, I consumed a zoan-type fruit, allowing me to transform into a year-beast. As he spoke, Geashifu shifted into his beastman form. Danjuma gazed in awe at Geashifu's sudden transformation. The reality of devil fruit powers clearly leaving a profound impact on his mindset. This is truly incredible. He glanced at Profik and the others, questioning, are you all devil fruit users? Initially, he had thought their abilities inferior to his own, attributing their survival against the Lesotho short-headed salamander to sheer luck. However, if they were indeed all users, it would only make sense. Not quite, Profik replied. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare, aside from Matafa and Geashifu. Only Morana is a user. Star, Fuentes, and I are ordinary individuals. Can animals consume devil fruits? Danjuma's mind suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the emergence of the Lesotho short-headed salamander was linked to devil fruits. Profik nodded in acknowledgement. I sense your line of thought, but unfortunately, the Lesotho short-headed salamander is likely not a user. Why not? Danjuma questioned, perplexed that if the salamander had consumed a devil fruit, acquiring the ability to grow and shrink, it would perfectly explain what he had observed. The reasoning is simple, Profik explained. While devil fruit users can gain various powers, they are cursed by the sea, rendering them incapable of swimming for life. Since that creature is able to move in the water, it cannot be a devil fruit user. Danjuma appeared somewhat disheartened. Then what could it be? I have heard it said, to know the unknown is the essence of learning, Morana remarked. Understanding what has transpired is precisely why we are here. The group continued onward, with Danjuma once again leading the way, this time at a considerably swifter pace. Soon, They arrived at the vicinity of the marshlands via a different path than the previous day. At this point, the rain intensified once more. In an effort to avoid detection and prevent any potential attacks, Danjuma led Profik and the others to ascend a ridge. Due to the rainfall, the three devil fruit users appeared somewhat lethargic, with Matifa's fatigue being especially evident. Despite donning a raincoat, she still seemed somewhat listless. Danjuma clearly noticed Matifa's unusual demeanor, quietly inquiring of Profik, "Does rain affect devil fruit users?" "Indeed," Profik replied, tightening his embrace around Matifa as he explained. "While rainwater does not prevent a user from activating their powers, it can indeed have some impact. Of course, you must know that silk becomes compromised when wet. Hence the greater influence on my sister. Had it not been for this, she would not have nearly been captured by the Lesotho short-headed salamander yesterday." The influence of rain on devil fruit users varies significantly. For the majority of them, including figures such as Luffy from the original One Piece series, the impact of rain is rather minimal. However, there exists a subset of users whose abilities are hindered by water, such as Crocodile, who harbors a profound aversion to rain. As Proficient was elucidating the connection between devil fruit powers and rain to Danjuma, his expression abruptly shifted. His heightened Kinbunchika haki, fully activated, alerted him to the approach of a significant entity, likely the target they were seeking. Its coming. Proficient barely had the opportunity to warn before Danjuma spoke up. He noted that the appearance of the Lysotraton cambrensis was only slightly delayed compared to Proficient's own observations. It is worth mentioning that Proficient possesses Kinbunchika haki, while Danjuma accomplished this feat solely through his keen observational skills. Following Danjuma's indicated direction, they observed the surface of the swamp water rippling, unmistakably not from raindrops but rather from some creature gliding beneath the surface. Then, obscured by the foliage, the glossy skin and massive head of the Lysotraton cambrensis became discernible, leisurely meandering through the water as if a sovereign surveying its domain. "Follow it," Danjuma instructed. "It's quite vigilant. Be cautious not to make too much noise." No sooner had he spoken than he gracefully extended his limbs, spear in one hand and grasping a nearby tree branch with the other. Leaping forward with remarkable agility, the branches merely trembled slightly. The faint disturbance soon lost amidst the symphony of rain and the overlapping canopy. Proficient and the others adhered to their established method, first allowing Martifa to create a zip line of silk between two trees before each of them moved to the next tree. However, this time, Morana opted for a different approach. She transformed into her hybrid form, her 10 agile and powerful appendages proving to be the ideal aid for traversing the treetops. Thanks to the unique structure of her limbs, she effortlessly secured herself to branches and executed powerful movements, even managing to grasp multiple branches simultaneously for enhanced balance. For a moment, her movements surpassed even those of Danjuma in dexterity. "Where is it headed?" Proficient inquired. Danjuma quickly surveyed the Lysotraton cambrensis below and replied, "The waterway ahead opens into a broad expanse. It may be heading towards the island within that water." Having observed the creature for quite some time, he was well acquainted with its movements and destination. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the water's expanse widened noticeably, and its depth increased significantly. The trees became sparser, revealing a vast aquatic area teeming with various aquatic and semi-aquatic flora. It was evident that they had transcended the swamp. Entering a spacious lake, the Lysotraton cambrensis navigated freely, drifting towards the island at the center of the lake, while all creatures within the water hastily cleared a path. However, the group that had been trailing it was forced to halt. There were simply no trees on the lake's surface to allow for continued pursuit. To proceed would necessitate wading through the water, a method that would undoubtedly expose them to the creature. "I have followed it here several times before, but as you can see, there are no trees on the lake's surface, preventing me from continuing," Danjuma explained with evident disappointment. He then turned his gaze towards Martifa, who had demonstrated remarkable performance during their pursuit, hoping she could offer assistance. Yet, the string fruit user shook her head and said, "I'm afraid it's impossible, although there are trees on the island. They are far too distant. Even if I transformed into silk, I wouldn't be able to reach that fard. It seems we must conclude our pursuit here." Just as Danjuma prepared to retreat, he suddenly noticed Proficient with his eyes shut, seemingly engaged in some activity. "What are you doing?" he asked. Dio not disturb him. Stock quietly interjected, "He is observing the island's situation." "Observing? How can he observe?" Danjuma expressed his bewilderment. He possessed considerable confidence in his eyesight, yet the distance and the obstruction of foliage rendered him unable to discern anything on the island. How could Proficient possibly manage? Furthermore, Proficient demeanor did not suggest he was engaged in observation. Who would close their eyes to assess a situation? We shall discuss it later, Star replied cautiously, wary of interrupting Proficient. For now, we simply need to wait patiently. He refrained from immediately explaining Kinbunchika Haki, as he himself had taken quite some time to grasp and accept this extraordinary ability. Meanwhile, Proficient was entirely oblivious to the dialogue between the two. His focus was singularly directed towards amplifying his Kinbunchika Haki. Since arriving in the world of One Piece and awakening this ability, Proficient had gradually discovered certain techniques for its application. Kinbunchika Haki is a sophisticated skill that enhances one's senses through the release of mental energy, allowing for a more profound awareness of one's surroundings. In essence, it functions similarly to an advanced radar or sonar, capable of scanning to comprehend the environment. However, unlike radar, which operates within a fixed range, Kinbunchika Haki can not only detect targets within a specific area, but also boasts numerous advanced applications. Without delving into the extraordinary capabilities of perceiving others' emotions or foreseeing the future, the ability to consciously control the focus of Kinbunchika Haki to observe a particular direction renders it more versatile than radar. Proficient's current endeavor was to extend Kinbunchika Haki as far as possible towards the opposite shore of the lake. He endeavored to stabilize his emotions and concentrate, striving to project his Kinbunchika Haki towards the island. Utilizing Kinbunchika Haki inherently drained mental energy, and amidst the torrential rain, the cacophony of sounds further hindered its use. Proficient quickly reached the limits of his Kinbunchika Haki's range. Yet, at that moment, he was still several meters away from the island in the lake. Just a bit further. The sensation of reaching his limits was unprecedented for Proficient. His training typically focused on nuanced perception rather than broad applications of Kinbunchika Haki. He felt a buzzing in his head, inundated with irrelevant information from the sound of raindrops striking the lake's surface, the rustling of small creatures, the snapping of branches in the rain, and the rumble of thunder, all sensed by his Kinbunchika Haki. Yet he endeavored to dismiss them. Not yet. I am still short of observing the island's situation, despite the throbbing pain in his head. Proficient persisted in controlling the range of his Kinbunchika Haki, striving towards the island in the lake. At last, in a fleeting moment, the barrier obstructing the extension of his Haki was breached. The noise and agony in his mind dissipated, leaving him feeling as though he had been reinvigorated. The previously indistinct sounds became crystal clear, and everything around him was vividly apparent through the lens of Kinbunchika Haki. This sensation had not been felt since he first crossed into this world and awakened his Kinbunchika Haki, when he experienced an overwhelming release of mental pressure, enhancing his brain, memory, and spirit to unprecedented levels. Now, that sensation had returned. Proficient momentarily paused, then realized that his Kinbunchika Haki had achieved an unprecedented enhancement. I did it. Suppressing his elation at the breakthrough of his Kinbunchika Haki, Proficient directed the energy forward. This time, there was no resistance. Kinbunchika Haki extended seamlessly to the island in the lake, allowing him to meticulously perceive the situation there. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, having comprehensively absorbed the island's circumstances. What did you see? Sta was the first to inquire upon noticing Proficient's awakening, having been closely observing his state of being anxious when he had previously displayed signs of distress. Until Prophet took a breath after finally opening his eyes, he felt a sense of relief. No harm done, Prophet gasped, as the exhilarating sensation of his newly acquired observation Haki began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue both mentally and physically. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of mental exhaustion. His body was weary as well. The activation of observation Haki demanded a significant expenditure of physical energy. When he had first attained this ability, he had lain down for an entire day to acclimate to the sensation. Now, having made substantial progress with his observation Haki, he was once again confronted with that familiar feeling. Fortunately, he had nearly grasped the situation on the island. Just moments ago, he had utilized observation Haki to survey the island's circumstances. However, a peculiar expression crossed his face as he realized there were living beings on the island. Everyone present displayed expressions of disbelief. Living beings? There were actually people on the island in the middle of the lake. Even Danjuma, who had previously claimed that the Lesotho short-headed salamander had taken the kidnapped children overseas, was taken aback. Is that true? Yet indeed, there were living beings on the island. While observation Haki could not directly perceive the situation like sight could, he was certain, though the specifics eluded him, that there were indeed people on the island. Prophet found it odd that a predator would capture prey only to keep them on the island. Was this not a redundant endeavor? Was it possible that the Lesotho short-headed salamander believed the human world too polluted and wished for the children to experience the nurturing embrace of Mother Nature? That seemed implausible. In this scenario, the limitations of observation Hody became evident, although he could sense the circumstances on the island. Such perception was not equivalent to visually observing them. He could detect human presences but could not discern the finer details. How many people are there? Morena inquired. In her beast form, she seemed markedly different, her tone more frigid than her usual soft and gentle manner. Point 2. From the essence I can sense, both are children. What should we do? Should we go to the island and take a look? Gao Shifu asked. No. Profik shook his head. It's too dangerous. However, Danjuma voiced his dissent, gripping his spear firmly as he resolutely stated, if there are people on the island, I must go and see for myself. Previously, Danjuma had assumed that the island was merely a resting place for the Lesotho short-headed salamander, and thus had refrained from taking action, now that he was aware there were living beings. He felt there was no reason to delay any further. Last month, 2 little girls from Uncle He's family had been taken. They were both adorable and shared a close bond with Danjuma. If there were even a 1 in 1,000 chance, he wished to attempt to rescue them. Don't act impulsively, Danjuma, Star cautioned. That salamander is quite powerful. We must tread carefully. Danjuma fell silent. Indeed, the Lesotho short-headed salamander, measuring over 10 meters in length and weighing more than 3 tons, was a top predator regardless of its location. Moreover, Star was correct. He was no match for as the strongest warrior in the village. Danjuma had previously clashed with the Lesotho short-headed salamander. However, the outcome had left him feeling powerless. Its enormous size, extraordinary speed, overwhelming strength, and formidable defense had rendered him utterly helpless. In mere minutes, he had been thoroughly defeated, suffering multiple broken ribs. Had it not been for some inexplicable reason that the Lesotho short-headed salamander seemed uninterested in adults, he would surely have been captured. Then, he abruptly turned to Profik, having noticed through their earlier exchanges that he seemed to be the leader among the outsiders. I ask you and your companions to assist me in dealing with it. Noticing Profik's silence, Danjuma assumed he was seeking a reward and quickly added, the reward is not an issue. It's not about the reward, Profik interrupted, having remained silent not out of disinterest, but rather because he was contemplating how to address the current situation. Frankly, when he had been attacked, he had begun to harbor doubts about the Lesotho short-headed salamander, and Danjuma's words had only deepened that uncertainty. Now, after personally observing the situation, he was resolute in his determination to uncover the peculiarities surrounding this salamander. Danjuma, look, Profik pointed to the expanse of waters, where the depths exceeded 2 meters, rendering the devil fruit users ineffective. It was the predators who thrived in such an environment. Even if we must act, we cannot confront it head-on here. Danjuma appeared somewhat agitated. Then what should we do? No need to rush, Profik replied. The fact that the people on the island are alive indicates that the salamander is not in a hurry. If it is not anxious, then neither should we be. Danjuma, please share any additional information you possess. Know thyself, and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. At this moment, Morena had reverted to her human form, perching on a tree branch as she interjected, especially since I recall you mentioning that the salamander had taken individuals overseas. Yes, I almost forgot about that, Danjuma exclaimed. Indeed, that creature disappears for a while every month. Out of curiosity, I quietly observed it, and one time I saw it venture into the sea, seemingly carrying someone on its back. Unfortunately, by the time I reached the shore, it had already vanished from sight. Danjuma lamented. He could indeed swim, but what good was that? Since his birth, he had never left Coney Island. The vast ocean was beyond his ability to track. After that, I wanted to continue observing, but I never encountered it leaving the sea again. Danjuma continued. However, I am certain it must still be going out to sea, as it continues to disappear for several days each month. Yes, the last time it vanished was exactly a month ago. So, what you're saying is, Profik said meaningfully, the next time will be tomorrow. Are you suggesting? Danjuma suddenly speculated that Profik intended to follow it. But the sea is also the salamander's domain, isn't it? Profik nodded solemnly and replied, rest assured, we arrived at this island by boat. He was now genuinely intrigued by this extraordinary Lesotho short-headed salamander. Based on what was known so far, it resembled an animal-type devil fruit user. Yet the reason for its ability to navigate freely through the water remained a mystery. It was worth investigating. The weather on the Grand Line was undoubtedly unpredictable, a reality that Profik and the others had come to understand well. Just moments ago, heavy rain had poured down near Coney Island, but as soon as they had left those waters, The sun had emerged brightly. What a strange climate, Morena complained as she hung her damp clothing to dry and donned a fresh cloak. The inconvenience of rainy days was second only to the troubles they posed for those with the CC fruit ability. Oblivious to his own wet clothing, Prophet deftly splashed cold water on her. All right. Forget about your clothes. Once we return to the island, won't you just get soaked again? Mind your own business, she retorted without hesitation. You should focus on steering. If we lose track, it will be entirely your fault. Rest assured, Prophet replied succinctly, turning his gaze towards the distant sea.I. In the distance, a creature exceeding 10 meters in length was swimming slowly. Since he had resolved to follow it at sea, Prophet and Danjuma had been closely monitoring the movements of the Lesotho short-headed salamander to prevent losing sight of it. Fortunately, it had only begun to move after Gao Shifu, and Star had brought the Biffer ship nearby at that moment. The Biffer was trailing far behind the Lesotho short-headed salamander. This distance, carefully analyzed by Prophet, ensured that the salamander could not see the Biffer, while simultaneously allowing Prophet's observation Hody to maintain a constant lock on it. Of course, in the open sea, human vision could already see quite far. Thus, as long as Prophet and the others stood at the bow of the ship, they could clearly observe the Lesotho short-headed salamander. However, amphibians had far inferior vision compared to humans. Thus, even when looking ahead, the giant salamander could not see Prophet and his companions. They had been trailing it for 2 hours, yet remained oblivious to the destination of the Lesotho short-headed salamander. Of course, their pursuit had not been entirely fruitless. They had managed to ascertain that the Lesotho short-headed salamander was indeed carrying the 2 children it had captured the previous month, placing them upon its back. Let us proceed, Danjuma exclaimed, his eagerness to rescue the 2 children palpable. Having voiced his intent countless times along the way, each prior occasion had been met with Prophet's calm retort of "let us wait and see." However, this time, he too felt it was time to act. 2 hours had elapsed, and they were now several kilometers away from Coney Island. The sea was vast and devoid of any hiding spots. Even if the salamander were to detect the bifewer and attempt to flee, its speed would not suffice to evade capture. All right, prepare to accelerate, Prophet nodded, but do not increase speed too abruptly. Let us approach slowly, masquerading as a passing vessel. His concern lay in the possibility that if they accelerated too swiftly, the salamander might sense something amiss and harm the children, leaving them with no opportunity to intervene. The bifewer began to gradually increase its speed, and gradually, the silhouette of the Lesotho short-headed salamander became increasingly distinct. 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters, 900 meters. When the distance between the bifewer and the Lesotho short-headed salamander dwindled to merely 600 meters, the salamander seemed to sense something, halting its forward momentum to glance back. Then it resumed its course, albeit at an increased pace. Through the perception granted by Kinbunchika Haki, it was evident that the Lesotho short-headed salamander had accelerated its swimming speed. Clearly, it had detected the bifewer tailing it. What shall we do? Danjuma inquired anxiously. It has spotted us. Gao, accelerate. Chase it down at full speed. Matifa, be ready to rescue. Since the Lesotho short-headed salamander had chosen to speed up, it indicated that it was aware of the bifewer's pursuit. Thus, there was no need for restraint. Moreover, if they could close the distance just a bit more, even if the salamander intended to harm the girl on its back, Matifa would have the opportunity to intervene. Gao Shifu, drenched in sweat, shouted at Prophet and Danjuma, "Stop standing there gawking and come help." The bifewer's speed surged once more, the gap between the vessel and the short-headed salamander steadily diminishing. 550 meters, 500 meters, 450 meters, 400 meters, 350 meters. The distance had now narrowed to approximately 300 meters, leaving Prophet bewildered. He had initially assumed that once the salamander became aware of their pursuit, it would either turn back towards Coney Island, find a hiding place, or confront them, perhaps even using the 2 girls as hostages. Yet, the current situation was perplexing, despite knowing it could not outrun the bifewer. The Lesotho short-headed salamander continued to swim forward, as if it merely needed to reach a certain location before being overtaken. Could there be a refuge at sea? There is a ship on the horizon, Matifa suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, amidst the shimmering waves, a small boat lay anchored in the distance, 3 men in white garb and peculiar masks standing at its bow. Clearly, this vessel awaited something specific. The nature of their awaited cargo was self-evident. Matifa had spotted the small boat, and it was evident that the occupants had also noticed the bifewer. Soon, the small boat began to move, heading directly towards the bifewer and the Lesotho short-headed salamander. It is personnel from the world government's CP organization. We must hasten our speed. The odd masks might aid in concealing their identities. However, for Profik, who had some knowledge of the CP organization, the distinctive white attire and masks had inadvertently revealed their identities. What are the world government's people doing here again? Morena remarked with disdain. The previous incident involving human trafficking was rumored to have ties to merchants under the world government's banner, though the specifics of the current situation remained unclear. It was evident that it was not a favorable development. The fact that the world government was entangled once more incited a strong feeling of aversion in Morena, who had previously held a slight fondness for them. This time, I shall demand answers from those world government scoundrels. If they are indeed involved in something as nefarious as human trafficking, I will not let them off the hook, Morena silently vowed. Meanwhile, the Lesotho short-headed salamander, upon spotting the distant small boat, seemed to swim with renewed vigor. Damn it, I will take the wheel. Gao Shifu, join me, Morena declared before entering the cabin. As Morena instinctively made his way to the dimly lit area of the cabin to take the wheel. The bifewer's speed noticeably increased, further closing the gap between it and the Lesotho short-headed salamander. 300 meters, 275 meters, 250 meters. All the while, the distance between the small boat and the Lesotho short-headed salamander was also diminishing, and at a pace far exceeding that of the bifewer's pursuit. It was an unavoidable reality. The relationship was different. The scenario between the bifewer and the Lesotho short-headed salamander was a pursuit problem, where the rate at which the distance closed was the difference in their speeds. In contrast, the scenario between the small boat and the Lesotho short-headed salamander was an approaching problem, where the rate at which the distance closed was the sum of their speeds, rendering the two situations incomparable. Faced with the impossibility of ensuring they could intercept the Lesotho short-headed salamander before it converged with the small boat, Profik pondered whether they should act preemptively. Matafa, do you have any confidence? No, the distance is simply too great. My threads cannot reach that far, Matafa responded after assessing the distance between them, stating bluntly, I would need to be within 50 meters at least to attempt anything. Although Matafa's string fruit and Doflamingo's string fruit appeared similar, they were fundamentally different. Doflamingo could conjure strings from thin air, while Matafa could only transform herself into fine threads. This limitation meant that as long as Doflamingo possessed sufficient stamina and control, his resilient threads could extend indefinitely, even reaching the clouds. However, Matafa's threads were constrained by her own length, preventing her from extending too far. Throw me over, Danjuma suggested. Are you capable of contending with the salamander in the water? Sta immediately countered, but we can't just do nothing. Danjuma realized his words had been poorly chosen the moment he uttered them. In truth, Profik and the others had already done more than enough. They were not inhabitants of this island and had no obligation to involve themselves in these matters. They could have simply awaited the completion of the record pointer's information gathering and departed by boat. Yet, they willingly risked their safety for the sake of strangers. What I mean is, Danjuma attempted to clarify, feeling anxious and ashamed for his lack of contribution. I understand your intentions, Profik replied nonchalantly, fully comprehending Danjuma's urgency. Rest assured, we will not simply stand by. Sta, bring me the cannon. What are you planning? If we cannot accelerate the ship further, then we must slow them down, Profik declared, aiming the cannon at the small boat with a sardonic smile. As long as we fire to interfere, the world government's vessel must reduce its speed. This way, the bifewer will have ample opportunity to catch up. This is bad. On the small boat, the world government agents laboring at the oars suddenly noticed the imposing figure of a cannon, seemingly a 24-pounder, protruding ominously from the bow of the approaching ship. In that instant, the agent felt he had grasped the intentions of the opposing vessel. They aimed to sink their small boat. A mere parlor trick. Among the three agents, the one who had been standing in the middle and was the tallest rose to his feet. With piercing eyes fixed ahead, he gripped the sword at his waist with a powerful hand. Although he was not one of the elite operatives of CP9 or CP0, he was nonetheless a well-trained warrior. It is merely a cannonball. I can cut it in two. To think they would attempt to sink our small boat with such a tactic is to underestimate the resolve of the world government's agents. Bang! With a resounding thud, a black iron cannonball was propelled from the muzzle of the Bivrel's bow. The agent fixated intently on the projectile, swiftly calculating the necessary force and angle of attack to ensure he could slice through the cannonball while preventing its explosion from harming himself and his comrades. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, closer, ever closer. As the cannonball approached, the agent's resolve intensified, building to a crescendo. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters to incite. The cannonball landed precisely 5 meters ahead of the small vessel, creating a distance that left the agent with no outlet for his burgeoning energy. Bang! The cannonball seemed to have been launched with meticulous precision. Just as it submerged into the ocean, it detonated. The explosion's shockwave sent a surge of water crashing against the small boat, abruptly halting its forward momentum and pushing it back considerably. At the very least, the previous strokes had been rendered utterly futile. The agent's face paled. This was utterly unfeasible for interception. Observing the world government agent standing helplessly at the bow of the ship, Profik's face broke into a satisfied smile. From the outset, he had no intention of sinking the world government's small craft through direct bombardment. After all, the agents dispatched to rendezvous with a creature as perilous as the Lesotho short-headed salamander were surely no ordinary individuals that in the world of One Piece. There were countless beings capable of intercepting cannonballs. However, targeting the ocean surface ahead of the small boat yielded vastly different results. With the aid of observation hockey, Profik could accurately ascertain the timing and location of the cannonball's explosion. As long as he could cause the cannonball to detonate just offshore of the small vessel, the resulting shockwave would undoubtedly slow its speed significantly. Even if some of the world government agents possessed techniques like the Six Powers or Flying Slash for long-range interception, it mattered little. Though some phenomena in the One Piece universe defied conventional understanding, one fundamental law of physics remained applicable: the principle of action and reaction. And here they were, out at sea. Should they launch a flying slash or a gale foot from a distance, the small boat would inevitably be pushed back due to the forces at play. As for those monstrous beings capable of disregarding cannonballs or executing attacks from afar, why linger? They should hastily flee. As the cannonballs continued to rain down, the expression of the world government agent grew increasingly grim. Should these projectiles indeed explode one after another in the ocean, the small vessel's speed would undoubtedly diminish considerably. Furthermore, standing at the bow meant one fewer person to row. Yet, he could not abandon his post. Who could ascertain if among all these cannonballs, one might be aimed directly at the ship? If the adversary seized the opportunity to sink the small vessel, the consequences would be dire. The world government agent glared menacingly at the figure on the bivalve who continued to fire the cannon. His mind echoed a singular thought: do not give me the chance to retaliate. Profik's cannonball strategy effectively disrupted the speed of the small boat piloted by the world government agents. In truth, he had slightly overestimated these government operatives. Having watched One Piece, the formidable might of the world government's intelligence agency had left a lasting impression on Profik, and his encounters with figures like Lucci and Fuzzfur had indeed upheld the reputation of agents. Thus, to some extent, Profik subconsciously regarded all government agents as formidable masters of the Six Powers with exceptional physical prowess. However, he overlooked a crucial detail: the world government's intelligence apparatus comprises at least 10 divisions, from CP0 to CP9. While CP0 and CP9 boasted extraordinary combat capabilities, the vast majority of government agents belonged to CP1 through CP8. As for their abilities, while not necessarily weak, they certainly could not be compared to the superhumans of CP9 and CP0 who had mastered the Six Powers and armed Hakai. As Profik's tactics bore fruit, the distance between the bivalve and the Lesotho short-headed salamander continued to shrink. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. When the distance closed to 50 meters, Profik immediately called for Matifa's assistance. Matifa, silk lasso. Matifa's right arm transformed into a lasso of threads, swiftly flying out to ensnare a girl perched upon the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander. Quick, help pull her in, Matifa directed Danjuma and Profik, and the three worked in unison to haul the girl aboard the bivalve. Without time for comforting words or further actions, Profik entrusted the young girl to Fuentes, who was already prepared with delectable provisions. Well done. Profik encouraged the visibly fatigued Matifa, but we need to do it again. Matifa, panting heavily, found the 50-meter distance somewhat challenging yet resolutely nodded. Silk lasso. The same technique was employed once more, targeting another girl on the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander. However, this time, an unforeseen complication arose. Just as the silk lasso was about to ensnare the girl, the salamander made a sudden turn in the water. It missed. Hurry, try again, Profik urged anxiously. At that moment, the distance between the bivalve and the Lesotho short-headed salamander had dwindled to less than 30 meters. At this range, Matifa's next attempt had a far greater probability of success than the previous two. The issue, however, was that Profik assisting Matafa in pulling the girl aboard meant he had no time to suppress the world government's small boat. With the suppression of the Biverel's cannon fire lifted, the world government agents swiftly regained their rowing rhythm. Seizing this opportunity, the three agents exerted tremendous energy, propelling the small boat forward with astonishing speed. Akin to riding on the wind or being equipped with rocket boosters, swiftly approaching the surface of the ocean near the Lesotho short-headed salamander. Time was running short for Matafa to rescue the girl. Silk lasso, Matafa executed the same technique for a third time, but this time, she held back a little as the Lesotho short-headed salamander darted away again. Attempting to evade the lasso, the supple threads adeptly adjusted their trajectory mid-air. This time, the fine threads accurately ensnared the girl on her back. "Quick, pull her up," Danjuma loudly alerted as the government agent's small boat drew near. However, the world government agents were not inclined to merely watch Danjuma assist Matafa in retrieving the girl aboard the Biverel. This distance was sufficient. The leading agent swiftly assessed the distance between the small boat and the salamander. With explosive force, he propelled himself off the small vessel, almost lifting it from the water, and leaped towards the girl on the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander. "Pull her up." Danjuma and Matafa exerted their strength simultaneously, and just as the agent was about to grasp the girl, the fine threads yanked her upward. Yet, the agent was unwilling to concede defeat. He sprang off the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander, soaring high once more, and drew his sword, aiming to slash through the silk threads in midair. A dull gunshot rang out. It was Profik firing. The government agent had no intention of dodging the bullet. Disregarding the danger, he pressed forward, determined to land the strike. The blade approached, and Matafa could even feel the rush of air it created. Clang! The bullet struck the agent's blade directly, deflecting it just enough to narrowly graze the silk threads. Profik had not aimed to shoot the agent. Rather, he predicted the trajectory in advance. "Damn it," the agent muttered in frustration. But it was too late to launch another attack, forcing him to land back on the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander. Meanwhile, Danjuma and Matafa successfully pulled the girl back onto the Biverel. Fantastic! Danjuma was overjoyed, tightly embracing the girl. The plan to rescue the person from the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander had been a resounding success. Meanwhile, the agents who had fallen onto the back of the Lesotho short-headed salamander wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the Bifer. Who were these sudden interlopers that had disrupted their plans? "Hey!" Before the agents could utter another word, Morana's voice rang out as she forcefully shoved aside Profik, who had been standing at the bow of the ship, gripping the railing on the deck. She questioned loudly, "I have heard that those dressed in white and wearing masks are agents of the world government. It must be you. Tell me, are you involved in human trafficking?" Despite being clad in an impenetrable robe, Morana's fury was palpable. Yet, the agents of the world government remained silent, unresponsive to her inquiries. Who were these individuals? They were Profik's group. At that moment, one of the agents on the small boat recognized Profik and his comrades, the bounty criminals of the South Sea, astonished that they had ventured into the Grand Line. "So they were pirates," the leading agent coldly remarked. "Scum of the sea, when did you become worthy of questioning us?" Even through the bizarre mask with its mocking smile, his disdain was evident. Pirates, particularly those from the Four Seas, were typically looked down upon by the intelligence personnel of the world government. "Boss," the agent who had spoken earlier reminded, "Captain Profik has a bounty of 45 million berries. Additionally, Gauss has a bounty of 32 million berries. And Morana has a bounty of 30 million berries." The agent in charge waved his hand, signaling his companions to refrain from further commentary. These bounty pirates might indeed possess some notoriety, but they were far from being worthy of their attention. "Profik," Morana boldly volunteered, "let me handle them." "Not yet. Let them come aboard," Profik replied, aware that due to her past, Morana harbored a deep-seated loathing for crimes involving human trafficking. However, the ocean below posed a significant risk for any ability user who recklessly engaged in battle. At that moment, three figures clad in white leaped high into the air, their target unmistakably the deck of the Bifer. The agents of the world government could no longer contain themselves as the government agents soared towards the deck. Profik stepped back, creating ample space. Since they intended to use the deck as their stage, it would only be fitting to accommodate the actors gracing it. Just as the agents were about to land on the deck, one figure sprang into action, tall and muscular, with bronze skin and a spear in hand. Danjuma, a native of Karnai Island, perhaps did not fully comprehend the implications of the world government. Agents, bounties, or pirates, however, He was acutely aware of the differing positions between the two parties. Given their opposing stances, he could not allow them to act as they pleased. With spear raised, he took a running start and hurled it with grace. Akin to an Olympic javelin thrower. Unlike those athletes who aimed for distance, Danjuma's intention was to strike true at the heart of his target. Beautiful, Profik silently applauded while simultaneously assessing Danjuma's strike. In terms of strength, he was certainly not inferior to me. The agents opposite him, however, did not share Profik's leisurely demeanor. The spear glinting with cold light rapidly expanded in the agent's vision, evoking a chilling fear that surged from within. If it struck true, it would indeed be fatal. In midair, there was no opportunity to swiftly adjust their posture. They could neither evade nor flee, only defend. The agent made a swift judgment, attempting to redirect the spear with a slash of his blade. At the moment of impact, the tremendous force and velocity caused the seasoned agent to lose grip on his dagger, which slipped from his hand. Thud, the spear pierced flesh, while bang, it continued with unrelenting momentum, embedding itself deep into the deck of the bifer, pinning the agent firmly to it. However, the agent's desperate slash had indeed altered the spear's course slightly, diverting it just enough to pierce through his right shoulder instead of his heart. Before the first round had even commenced, one of the world government's agents had already been taken down. How dare they lay hands on an agent of the world government? The leading agent landed on the deck, casting a cold glance at his severely injured comrade before turning to confront his opponent. As a government agent, how could he be implicated in human trafficking? Before he could finish his sentence, Morana interjected, unforgivable. Without further ado, she charged forth against the traffickers, displaying no mercy. Transforming into her beast form, her aura surged with power. How formidable! If earlier the agent in charge had felt a hint of disdain towards Profik's crew from the four seas, facing Morana now filled him with immense pressure. 30 million. You dare tell me that such a terrifying presence is only worth 30 million? The Navy headquarters bounties are lethal. Yet, he could not retreat. Kill. He gritted his teeth and drew a handgun. Indeed, faced with the wrathful Morana, the agent chose not to engage in close combat, nor wield the sword at his waist, opting instead for the firearm. Morana merely tilted her body slightly, evading the bullet, not through observation hockey, but rather instinct honed from her beastly nature. Before he could fire again, the feral girl was already at his side. That I must evade. From which direction? A strong sense of danger ignited an unprecedented speed within him. He could dodge, but the ability user did not strike. A tentacle shot out from an angle, ensnaring his arm tightly. Attempting to draw his blade proved futile as the angle trapped him, struggling to break free. He found his efforts utterly in vain. Bang! Morana forcefully lifted the agent into the air and then slammed him down onto the floor. Once, twice. Meanwhile, Profik stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the last remaining agent. The agent's legs bent slightly as he pressed against the deck, launching himself forward with explosive speed. Pirate, with speed reaching its zenith and strength fully unleashed, the two figures collided as the agent swung his knife. Profik, however, merely sidestepped to the left, effortlessly avoiding the lethal strike. The edge of the agent's blade grazed his cheek, severing several strands of dark hair. Under the influence of observation hockey, nothing could escape his notice. Simultaneously, Profik struck back. With no extraneous movements, he delivered a clean, straightforward thrust that precisely pierced the agent's chest, penetrating his heart. Blood gushed forth, staining the white cloak and the blade that had pierced through his torso. Profik took a half step back, withdrawing the blade, and the now unsteady agent of the world government crumpled to the ground with a thud. One final agent down. Wait, Morana. Profik called out as he witnessed Morana mercilessly slamming the already unconscious agent's head against the deck, creating a deep dent in the surface. That man was the leader of 3 agents. To kill him so easily would be a grave mistake. Profik still had many questions he wished to pose. I have heard that good and evil will reap their rewards, and the heavens will ensure a fair cycle. Morana, in her beast form, spoke with an icy tone laced with murderous intent, yet she halted her actions. Was this man not deserving of death? Morana, typically level-headed and astute, became somewhat volatile when in beast or hybrid form, with diminished analytical and judgment capabilities. This phenomenon is theorized to stem from the personality influence of the devil fruit, wherein the user gradually adopts traits akin to the demon hidden within the fruit. Profik could only explain, although we successfully rescued these 2 children, we mustn't neglect the other children who were previously taken by the Lesotho short-headed salamander for the world government's agents. Since this man was the leader of the 3 agents, we ought to extract as much information as possible from him, correct? That makes sense, Morana conceded, lifting the agent and shaking him vigorously. Hey, you. Are you still awake? Do enlighten me. Where have you taken the previous children? The response from Morana was met with silence that moment. Danzuma stepped forward and softly reminded, Sister, he has already fainted. Morana cast a fleeting glance at Danzuma, causing the latter to shrink back, having perceived Morana as an irritable and formidable woman due to her earlier demeanor. How utterly dull, Morana remarked upon noticing the agent had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. Casually discarding him aside, that I believe we ought to inquire further with him. Just then, Geashifu approached, dragging the agent who had been nailed to the deck. He pointed threateningly at the agent, whose heart had been pierced by Profik, and declared, We have questions for you. You do well to answer truthfully, lest this fellow becomes your fate. The agent, now bound tightly by Geashifu's ropes, bore visible wounds on his shoulder that continued to bleed, rendering him quite a pitiful sight. Noticing the agent's silence, Geashifu pressed, You are operatives of the world government, are you not? If you know it, why not hasten to release us, gritting his teeth against the pain? The agent retorted, What are you doing with these children? Morana seized the agent by the collar and inquired, What is your purpose with these children? I will not divulge. The agent's words were abruptly cut short as he felt a searing pain. Morana's wrist had carved a deep, bone-revealing gash across his back. I strongly advise you to speak the truth.